Harry Potter and the Ancient Crest by Mr. Oblivious. 1. The cupboard remembers. Harry Potter woke before anyone else remembered he existed. The cupboard under the stairs was warm in the stale, dusty way. Small spaces became warm after a night of breathing in them. His blanket had twisted around one ankle, and the thin mattress pressed every spring and lump into his back as if it had been designed by someone who disliked children on principle. He lay still for a moment, listening to the pipes tick inside the walls and the heavy silence of Privet Drive before Uncle Vernon's alarm began its usual attack on the morning. Today was his birthday. 11, he thought, because numbers were easier to keep than presents, cards, cakes, or promises. A spider moved somewhere above his head. Harry watched its shadow cross the underside of the stairs and didn't bother brushing it away. The spiders had more right to the cupboard than he did, according to Dudley, and Dudley was usually believed when it came to anything that hurt Harry and made Aunt Petunia's mouth pinch with satisfaction. He rubbed sleep from his eyes, careful not to knock his elbow against the wall, and reached for the broken watch he kept beside his pillow. It didn't work, but he liked the feel of it. Dudley had smashed it 2 years ago, and Harry had saved the pieces because nobody else in the house ever saved anything that belonged to him. Floorboards creaked overhead. Harry closed his fingers around the watch and tucked it beneath the ragged edge of the blanket just as Aunt Petunia's sharp knock rattled the cupboard door. Up, don't lie about pretending to be asleep. Breakfast needs doing, and I won't have Dudders kept waiting. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry said, pushing himself upright before she could open the door and find some new reason to complain. The bolt scraped back, and the door cracked open enough for her face to appear, long-necked and narrow-eyed in the yellow hall light. And don't think there's anything special about today. I know what day it is, and it changes nothing. Freaks don't get rewarded for being born. Harry kept his face blank because blank was safer than angry, sad, or hopeful. I know. She sniffed, as if she'd hoped for begging and been cheated of it, then shut the door hard enough to send dust falling from the stair joints. Harry waited until her footsteps clicked away toward the kitchen before he pulled his glasses on and crawled out into the hall. He expected nothing. He had expected nothing for years. Yet as his bare feet touched the cold floor, something inside his head gave a soft, strange tug, like a brush finding color before the hand knew what it meant to paint. The tug became color before it became thought. Harry stopped with one hand on the cupboard doorframe, toes curled against the cold hallway tile, while Privet Drive blurred around the edges. The yellow wall, the brown carpet, the neat row of Uncle Vernon's polished shoes all flattened into shapes and light. A smell that couldn't possibly be there slipped beneath the scent of dust and old polish, sharp and oily and sweet, and his fingers twitched as if they expected a brush instead of the broken watch hidden in his fist. Linseed oil, turpentine, wet paint on stretched canvas. He knew the words before he knew how he knew them, and his stomach tightened with a fear too large for an 11-year-old morning. Boy, Aunt Petunia snapped from the kitchen doorway, and the sound struck the world back into place. Don't stand there gawping. Bacon. Now. Harry blinked at her, and for one strange second he saw another kitchen behind her, smaller and warmer, with sunlight on a checked cloth and a woman with graying hair pinning a child's drawing to a cupboard door. Aunt Susan, the name came, soft and certain, and with it came hands smelling faintly of soap and flour, a voice saying, "That sky has more courage than most people, love. Keep it." Harry's breath caught, not because the memory hurt, but because it loved him. I said now, Aunt Petunia said, her mouth thinning. Honestly, you'd think listening was beyond you. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry said, but his voice sounded far away as he moved into the kitchen and reached for the frying pan. The handle was heavy in his small hand, and another life fitted itself over the motion. Bigger hands, liver-spotted and careful, clean brushes at a sink. Younger hands sharpened charcoal in a university studio while rain ran silver down tall windows. A gallery wall waited under white lights, hung with watercolors that had taken months to get right and sold for just enough to keep the shop open another season. Customers leaned close to frames. A ledger lay open beside a chipped mug. A bell over a door rang in winter. Years folded through him in fragments of color, smell, and work, and Harry nearly dropped the pan. Uncle Vernon's newspaper lowered with an irritated crackle. "What's wrong with you now?" "Nothing," Harry said quickly, setting the pan on the hob with both hands because his fingers were shaking. Dudley thumped into his chair and squinted at him. "He looks weird." Harry turned the gas on, watching the blue flame catch. Blue became ultramarine. Flame became glaze. 11 years of cupboard hunger stood beside 70-odd years of quiet rooms, unsent letters, empty chairs, and paintings stacked against walls after everyone who might have cared was gone. He didn't understand it yet. He couldn't. But somewhere under the fear, under Aunt Petunia's sharp eyes and Uncle Vernon's suspicion, an old loneliness recognized a young one and wrapped around it like a hand closing over a smaller hand. The bacon began to spit, and Harry flinched when hot fat kissed the back of his hand. He should have cried out. 10 minutes ago he would have swallowed the sound because Dudley laughed when he yelped and Aunt Petunia always acted as if pain were an inconvenience he had chosen. Now another memory answered first. Aunt Susan taking a splinter from a small finger, blowing gently on the sting, and saying that hurting didn't make a child troublesome. It made him human. "Don't burn it," Aunt Petunia said, reaching past him to snatch a plate from the cupboard. "And don't drip grease on the hob. I scrubbed that yesterday." Harry stared at the reddening spot on his hand. His skin was thin, pale, and small. The hand in the memory had been old by the end, the knuckles swollen with arthritis, the nails clean but stained faintly by years of pigment. Those old hands had mixed color, paid rent, signed commission receipts, locked a studio door at night, and held no one's hand in the last winter because there had been no one left to hold. Yet before that, before the ache and quiet, there had been Aunt Susan, warm bread, careful praise, birthday pencils wrapped in newspaper because money had been tight but love had not. Dudley leaned sideways to peer at the pan. "I want more than him. It's my birthday soon." "It is not your birthday for another month, Popkin," Aunt Petunia said, smoothing his hair with a tenderness that made something in Harry's chest tighten. "But of course you'll have as much as you want." Uncle Vernon folded his newspaper with a grunt and looked at Harry as if the boy had personally made the morning untidy by standing in it. "And don't you get ideas because she said birthday. Your lot ought to be grateful for a roof and food. Worthless little nuisance, that's what you are." The word landed where it always landed, in the old hollow below Harry's ribs, but this time it didn't fit. It struck Aunt Susan's kitchen and bounced off a wall covered in drawings. It struck the university studio, the gallery ledger, the old shop bell, and the memory of customers choosing frames because his eye for color had mattered. It struck decades of work, loneliness, dignity, and small ordinary kindnesses, and for the first time Harry understood that Uncle Vernon had not been naming the truth. He had only been repeating a lie until a child was small enough to live inside it. Harry lifted the bacon out of the pan and set Dudley's plate down first because survival still knew the order of the house. His hand trembled, but not only from fear. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," he said, and heard how calm he sounded. Vernon's eyes narrowed over the table. "Don't take that tone with me, boy." Harry lowered his gaze at once, but inside him the cupboard walls had shifted. They were still there, tight and dark and waiting under the stairs, yet they no longer reached all the way around his mind. Harry finished breakfast with the exactness the Dursleys had beaten into ordinary mornings. Bacon first, then eggs, then toast cut into triangles because Dudley sulked if the corners were wrong. He set Uncle Vernon's mug beside his plate with the handle turned toward his right hand, wiped the grease from the hob before Aunt Petunia could point at it, and moved around the kitchen as quietly as a boy who had learned that being noticed usually cost him something. Only now, beneath each movement, another life supplied quiet commentary. A kitchen knife should be sharpened before it crushed tomato skin. Cheap plates chipped faster if stacked carelessly. A stain on the wall wasn't only dirt, but umber, gray, and a trace of old yellow beneath the wallpaper. Aunt Petunia watched him too closely while she poured Dudley more orange juice. "Why are you staring at the walls now? Stop being peculiar and clear the table." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said, taking Dudley's empty plate before his cousin could shove it at him hard enough to bruise. Dudley noticed the caution and grinned. "You're being extra freaky today. Maybe Dad should lock you in early." Uncle Vernon made a satisfied noise behind his newspaper. "Don't tempt me. If he starts any nonsense, he can stay in there without supper." The threat should have folded Harry down into the usual smallness. Instead, it passed through a mind that remembered rent arrears, winter heating bills, an aching back after lifting framed canvases, and the slow humiliation of smiling at customers who treated art as something cheap because the man selling it had needed money. Those memories weren't grand. They didn't make him powerful. They did something stranger and harder. They proved he had once endured without agreeing that endurance was all he deserved. Harry carried the plates to the sink and turned on the tap. Water struck porcelain, bright and cold, and for a moment he watched the grease break apart in little colored islands across the surface. He could see how to paint that, not beautifully yet with these hands, but truly. He could see where the light would sit. He could see the thin line between what was there and what someone else insisted was there. Aunt Petunia clicked her tongue. Don't waste water. When you're done, back in your cupboard until I call you. I don't want you underfoot while Dudley opens his second breakfast chocolates. Harry dried his hands on the rough towel and looked down before his expression betrayed him. Yes, Aunt Petunia. He went back to the cupboard without making them chase him, because open defiance would only end with Uncle Vernon's hand around his arm. The bolt slid home behind him, familiar as a period at the end of a sentence. Harry sat on the thin mattress, took the broken watch from beneath the blanket, and placed it in his palm. It was still useless. He was still locked under the stairs. But the cupboard no longer held an empty boy waiting to be told what he was. Inside the dark, Harry Potter closed his fingers around the watch and decided, very quietly, that the old script had ended. 2. Letters and Lies. The cupboard had just begun to settle around Harry's decision when the letterbox clattered in the hall. It was an ordinary sound in Privet Drive, brisk and metallic, followed by the soft slap of envelopes striking the mat. Harry had spent years hearing the post arrive from behind a locked door, because letters belonged to Uncle Vernon, bills belonged to Aunt Petunia, and birthday cards belonged to Dudley even when it wasn't his birthday. He sat still with the broken watch in his palm and listened while Aunt Petunia's heels clicked into the hall. Vernon, Aunt Petunia called, and there was a thinness in her voice that made Harry lift his head. There's one for him. The newspaper rustled in the kitchen, then Uncle Vernon's chair scraped back hard enough to complain against the floor. For who? For the boy, Aunt Petunia said, and the words came out as if the envelope might bite her. Harry moved before he thought better of it, sliding off the mattress and pressing one ear to the cupboard door. The old Harry would have held his breath from fear of being caught. The new Harry held it because information mattered, and because Uncle Vernon's heavy steps had gone from irritated to fast. Give it here, Uncle Vernon barked. Paper crackled, then silence followed, thick and sudden. Well? Aunt Petunia asked. What is it? Who's writing to him? Uncle Vernon didn't answer at once. Harry imagined his thick fingers pinching the envelope, his little eyes shrinking as he read. Then he heard a strangled noise, not quite anger and not quite fear, and his hand tightened around the broken watch until the cracked metal edge pressed into his skin. Vernon? Aunt Petunia said, softer now. What does it say? It says his name, Uncle Vernon snapped, but the snap shook. His name, Petunia, and the address. Dudley's voice drifted from the kitchen, full of greedy interest. Harry got a letter? Why does he get one? He doesn't, Uncle Vernon said at once. There is no letter. Petunia, put the kettle on. Boy, stay where you are. Harry stared at the door. Nobody had called him out. Nobody had shown him the envelope. That alone would have been enough to make the letter important. But Uncle Vernon's voice had cracked on the word address, and Aunt Petunia had gone quiet in the way she did when a subject came too close to something she had spent years pretending didn't exist. Vernon, burn it, Aunt Petunia whispered. Don't just stand there with it. I know what I'm doing, Uncle Vernon said, though he very clearly didn't. Nobody writes to him. Nobody knows. Nobody should know. Harry lowered himself back onto the mattress before they could hear him shift. His heart was beating too fast, but not with the old helpless panic. Someone had written to him. Someone had known enough to frighten Vernon Dursley before breakfast was properly over, and as the kitchen match scraped and flared, Harry Potter looked at the cupboard walls with new, careful attention. The smell reached him before the anger did. Paper burned differently from toast, sharper and drier, and the smoke that crept beneath the cupboard door carried a bitter edge of ink. Harry sat with the broken watch balanced in both hands and listened while Uncle Vernon stamped back and forth in the hall, as if movement alone could flatten whatever had arrived. Aunt Petunia murmured too low for Harry to catch every word, but her fear threaded through the sound, thin as wire. Letters don't come from nowhere, Vernon, she said at last. Someone sent it. Someone knew. Nobody knows anything, Uncle Vernon said, too loudly. They're trying their tricks, that's all. Probably left it with the milkman. Probably some stupid joke. Harry heard china clink in the kitchen, then Dudley's chair scrape. Can I see it? No, Uncle Vernon snapped, and Dudley fell sulkily silent. The bolt jerked back so suddenly that Harry barely had time to tuck the broken watch beneath his thigh. Uncle Vernon filled the doorway, red-faced and sweating at the temples, with the fireplace poker still in one fist. Out, he said. You're cleaning the grate, properly. If I find one speck of ash on the carpet, you'll wish you'd stayed in there all day. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said, keeping his eyes down while he stood. He took the little brush and dustpan from Aunt Petunia without meeting her gaze. She hovered near the sitting room door, arms folded tight across her chest, watching him as if he were the dangerous thing rather than the letter they had burned. Harry knelt before the grate and began to sweep slowly. Charred flakes collapsed at the touch of the brush. Most of the envelope had curled into black lace, but one corner had fallen beneath the iron lip where Vernon's poker hadn't reached. Harry's fingers closed around it while he tipped ash into the pan. The scrap was warm and fragile, almost nothing, but the writing had survived in green ink along the edge. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. 4 Privet Drive. His breath went still. Not his room, because he had no room. Not the house generally. The cupboard. Someone had known exactly where the Dursleys kept him, and instead of knocking on the door or fetching him, they had addressed the envelope as if the cupboard were a normal place for a child to sleep. What are you staring at? Uncle Vernon demanded from behind him. Harry folded the scrap into his palm with the ash and lifted the dustpan. The soot's stuck in the corner, he said, and made his voice dull enough to pass for obedience. Uncle Vernon grunted. Then scrub harder. Harry scrubbed, but the world had tilted. A school, an office, or some hidden authority had written to him with impossible knowledge. That meant the cupboard wasn't invisible. It meant someone out there could see it, name it, and still had not come. Harry waited until the sitting room emptied before he hid the scrap. He kept his face dull through lunch, fetched Dudley's pudding, washed the plates, and accepted Aunt Petunia's order to weed the front path because obedience gave him access to corners adults forgot. The burned edge of the envelope lay folded inside the broken watch case now, tucked beneath a loose metal plate he had once prized up with a bent nail. It wasn't much. It was his name, the cupboard, green ink, and proof that the Dursleys had destroyed something meant for him. By the next morning, another letter lay on the mat. Uncle Vernon reached it first, moving with ridiculous speed for a man in slippers, but Dudley saw the green writing and shouted, "He's got another one. Dad, Harry's got another letter." "It is not his," Uncle Vernon said, snatching it up and stuffing it into the pocket of his dressing gown. "Post gets misdelivered all the time. Happens constantly." Aunt Petunia's gaze snapped to the envelope corner sticking out of his pocket. "Vernon, the address." Uncle Vernon looked down, went purple, and shoved the letter deeper. "Breakfast," he barked, pointing at Harry as if Harry had summoned the postman by breathing. "And no dawdling. I want the windows shut, the door watched, and no one touches the mail except me." Letters came again after that. One slid through the cat flap before Aunt Petunia taped it shut. 2 were tucked inside the morning newspaper. Another arrived beneath the milk bottles, damp with cream, and Uncle Vernon crushed it in his fist so hard the glass rattled on the step. Harry watched everything. He noticed which letters Vernon burned and which ones Petunia tore into pieces before flushing them. He noticed Aunt Petunia checking the cupboard door when the address changed from cupboard to smallest bedroom, and he understood before they said it aloud. "You'll sleep upstairs," Uncle Vernon said that evening, standing over Harry with his jaw clenched. "Dudley's second room, temporarily, and don't think this means anything." Harry carried his few things up himself. One sock with a hole in the heel, the broken watch, the scrap hidden inside it, and a pencil stub he lifted from Dudley's abandoned schoolbag. In the bedroom, he found broken toys, cracked shelves, old sweet wrappers, and a bed that felt absurdly wide under his hand. He didn't waste the chance. On the back of a torn comic, he wrote the dates, the addresses, and what had happened to each letter. When Uncle Vernon burst in 2 days later with his keys in one hand and panic shining through his temper, Harry slid the comic sheet beneath the mattress before turning. "Are we going somewhere, Uncle Vernon?" "We're going somewhere they won't find us," Uncle Vernon said, dragging Harry by the shoulder toward the stairs. "And you'll keep your mouth shut the whole way." Uncle Vernon drove as if the letters were chasing the car with teeth. Harry sat squeezed between Dudley's elbow and the door, one hand wrapped around the broken watch in his pocket, while Aunt Petunia kept twisting around to glare at the back window. The first stop was a service station where Uncle Vernon bought crisps, petrol, and a packet of nails for no reason Harry could see. The second was a dreary hotel outside a town Harry never learned the name of, where the woman behind the desk handed over a room key and said, "Funny thing, there's a letter for one of your party." Uncle Vernon made a noise like a kettle boiling dry. "There is not," he said, snatching the envelope before Harry could see more than green ink and his own name. The next day, letters came through the hotel door in a flood. Dudley screamed when one landed in his cereal. Aunt Petunia clutched her dressing gown shut as if the envelopes had manners to offend, and Uncle Vernon dragged them all back to the car without checking out. They drove through towns, lanes, fields, and finally into country that smelled of rain, salt, and sheep. Harry watched road signs blur past, memorizing what he could. Left at the cracked stone bridge, straight through the village with the blue postbox, right where the road dipped toward the sea. The old artist in him knew how to build a picture from fragments. The child in him knew fragments could become evidence if he lived long enough to use them. "Why can't we go home?" Dudley whined, kicking the seat in front of him. "I'm cold and I'm hungry." "Because your father is protecting this family," Aunt Petunia said, but her voice shook on protecting. Uncle Vernon hunched over the wheel. "No postman, no letterbox, no chimney. Let them try now." The hut stood on a rock in the middle of angry black water, crooked under the storm as if it had already lost an argument with the sea. Uncle Vernon paid a toothless man for the boat, then shoved Harry aboard last. Spray soaked Harry's hair and glasses. Dudley complained the whole way, Aunt Petunia whimpered whenever the boat lurched, and Uncle Vernon kept patting the pocket where he had hidden the latest stolen letter. Inside, the hut smelled of damp wood, old fish, and cold ashes. Uncle Vernon nailed boards over the door with savage satisfaction while Aunt Petunia arranged Dudley in the least wet corner and told him he was being very brave. Harry took the thin blanket thrown at him and settled near the dead fire, listening to the storm hammer the walls. "That's that," Uncle Vernon said, breathing hard as he dropped the hammer. "No more letters." Harry looked toward the door, where rain leaked beneath the warped wood in shining lines. Midnight was coming. His birthday was ending. Whatever had sent those letters had followed them across roads, hotels, fields, and sea. Harry wasn't waiting to be saved now. He was waiting to ask why. 3. The keeper at the door. The first knock came just after midnight, so hard that the whole hut jumped around them. Dudley shrieked and rolled off the rotten sofa, Aunt Petunia clapped both hands over her mouth, and Uncle Vernon lurched upright with the fireplace poker already in his fist. Harry sat very still beside the dead fire, the thin blanket around his shoulders and the broken watch hidden in his pocket, while rain rattled against the walls like handfuls of thrown gravel. "Nobody move," Uncle Vernon hissed, though everyone had already frozen. He pointed the poker at the door as if damp wood could be intimidated. "There's no one there. It's the wind." The second knock cracked one of the nailed boards loose. "That's not the wind," Harry said. Uncle Vernon rounded on him, purple in the face. "You keep quiet, boy." The third knock tore the lock out of the frame. The door flew inward with a crash of rain, splinters, and cold sea air, and a giant filled the opening. He was so large he seemed less like a man entering a hut than a piece of the storm deciding to come indoors. His hair and beard were a wild black tangle, his coat was enormous and soaked through, and in one hand he held a pink umbrella that looked absurdly delicate beside him. "Couldn't make us a cup o' tea, could ye?" the giant said, ducking under the lintel and stepping inside as if broken doors were only a small inconvenience. "It's not been an easy journey." Aunt Petunia made a strangled sound. Dudley scrambled behind her. Uncle Vernon lifted the poker higher, though his arm shook. "I demand that you leave at once, sir. This is private property." The giant turned his beetle-black eyes on him. "Oh, shut up, Dursley, ye great prune." He took the poker from Vernon's hand as easily as taking a pencil from a toddler, bent it into a neat curve, and tossed it into the corner. Harry watched the room rearrange itself around fear. Uncle Vernon, who had always seemed too big for Privet Drive, suddenly looked small. Aunt Petunia looked sick. Dudley looked offended that terror had interrupted his birthday complaints. The giant looked at Harry last, and something in his rough face softened. "Harry," he said, and the name sounded strangely careful in his huge voice. "Last time I saw Ye was only a baby. Ye look a lot like her dad, but y've got her mum's eyes." Harry stood slowly, keeping his blanket around him. "Who are you?" "Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts," the giant said, swelling a little with pride. "Come to fetch Ye, of course. Didn't get her letters, I reckon?" Uncle Vernon barked, "He's not going." Hagrid ignored him and reached inside his coat. "Thought as much. Here ye are, Harry. About time ye had what's yours." He handed Harry an envelope of thick parchment, addressed in green ink to the floor of the hut on the rock. Harry took it with both hands. The paper felt real, heavy, and official. "Hogwarts," he said quietly. "That's the school?" Hagrid blinked. "Course it is. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Best there is." Aunt Petunia flinched at the words as if they had struck her. Uncle Vernon made another grab for anger, but it failed to cover the panic underneath. Harry looked from them back to Hagrid, with the unopened letter held against his chest. "So it's true," Harry said. "I'm a wizard." Harry opened the envelope carefully, not because he trusted the people in the room, but because torn paper lost information. The letter inside was thick and cream-colored, written in the same green ink as every envelope Uncle Vernon had stolen or burned. He read the first lines once, then again, while rain blew through the broken doorway and Hagrid shook water from his coat with enough force to spatter the walls. "Dear Mr. Potter," Harry said under his breath, "we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He looked up at Hagrid. "Accepted how? I didn't apply." Hagrid gave a rumbling chuckle and began rummaging in one of his huge pockets. "Ye don't apply to Hogwarts, Harry. Name goes down at birth if ye're magical. School finds ye when it's time." "That's handy," Harry said, and watched Aunt Petunia's mouth tighten. "Does the school always know where the child sleeps?" Hagrid's hand paused inside his pocket. "What do ye mean?" The first letter was addressed to Mr. H. Potter. "The cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive," Harry said, keeping his voice even. "Not the house. Not my legal guardian. The cupboard under the stairs. After they moved me, it changed to the smallest bedroom. Then to the hotel. Then here." Hagrid's broad face lost some of its open warmth. He glanced toward Vernon, then Petunia, and the look in his eyes hardened. "Cupboard?" Uncle Vernon shoved himself forward, though he stopped well clear of Hagrid's reach. It was a perfectly suitable arrangement. The boy was grateful for a roof over his head until your lot started filling him with nonsense. Harry looked at him, then back to Hagrid. "No, I wasn't." Aunt Petunia flinched as if the quiet answer were worse than a shout. Hagrid straightened slowly, and the hut seemed to shrink around him. "You kept Lily and James Potter's son in a cupboard?" He was awed, Aunt Petunia snapped, fear sharpening into spite. "Things happened around him. We did what we had to do." "Things happened because I was magic and nobody told me," Harry said. He folded the letter along its original crease and held it against his chest. "So who knew?" "The school knew the cupboard." "Did Professor Dumbledore know? Did someone check? Did anyone ask why a child's school letter was addressed to a cupboard?" Hagrid's anger faltered into discomfort. He looked away first, toward the dead fire and the damp blanket Harry had been using. "Dumbledore left Ye with her aunt and uncle himself. Said it was fair the best. Blood protection, see, safest place fair Ye after what happened." "Safe from whom?" Harry asked. "From you-know-who," Hagrid said, lowering his voice despite the storm. "From his followers, if any were left. From folk who'd want the boy who lived." Harry heard the name people had apparently given him and felt no triumph in it. A title was not a childhood. "And safe from them?" he asked, nodding toward the Dursleys. Hagrid's jaw worked. Uncle Vernon puffed up, ready to bluster, but Hagrid turned on him with such sudden fury that Vernon stepped back into the wall. "Don't," Hagrid growled, "not one word." Harry slipped the letter back into its envelope. His hand was steady now, steadier than Hagrid's voice. "Then I need more than, you're a wizard," he said. "I need to know what happened to my parents, what Hogwarts really is, who Professor Dumbledore is, and why the first official proof of the magical world I ever received also proved someone knew exactly where I was being kept." Hagrid drew in a breath that seemed too large for the hut. For a moment Harry thought he might shout, or break something, or turn Uncle Vernon into something small and squealing by sheer force of outrage. Instead, the giant dragged one of the damp chairs across the floor, sat down with a protesting creak, and rubbed both hands over his face. "You oughtn't have had to ask that," Hagrid said, his voice rougher than before. "Merlin's beard, Harry, you oughtn't have had to ask any of it." Uncle Vernon recovered enough courage to point a thick finger at the ruined door. "I'll have the police on you for this. Breaking and entering, threats, criminal damage. We took the boy in when nobody else wanted him, and this is how we're repaid." Harry looked at the bent poker in the corner, then at the nailed boards Hagrid had knocked half loose. "Nobody else wanted me?" Petunia's face went pinched and white. "Don't you start." "No," Harry said, and the word came out quiet, but it stopped her. "I think I will. Did no one else want me, or did Professor Dumbledore decide you were best and not ask anyone?" Hagrid shifted, water dripping from his coat to the floorboards. "Dumbledore knew what he was doing. He's a great man, Harry. Greatest wizard I ever knew." "Great men can be wrong," Harry said. Hagrid's mouth opened, then shut. That landed harder than Harry had expected. Not because Hagrid agreed, exactly, but because he looked like a man trying not to hear something that already had edges. Harry knew that look. Customers had worn it in his old life when a portrait showed a truth about a marriage, a grief, or a vanity they had hoped paint would flatter instead of reveal. Aunt Petunia wrapped both arms around Dudley, as if Harry's questions might splash onto him. "We never wanted your kind in this house. My sister went to that school and came back with airs, secrets, and freakishness. Then she got herself killed, and you were dumped on our doorstep with a letter like a parcel." Hagrid stood so quickly the chair skidded backward. "Don't ye dare talk about Lily like that." Harry's grip tightened on the envelope. "There was another letter?" Petunia went still. Hagrid turned his head. "What?" "When I was left," Harry said, watching Petunia rather than Vernon now. "There was a letter then too?" Uncle Vernon pushed in front of her. "Private family matter." "It was about me," Harry said. "That makes it my matter." Hagrid's anger was no longer simple. It had become troubled, and that troubled Harry more than fury would have done. Fury could be spent. Trouble meant a gap in the official story. Hagrid looked from Petunia to Vernon, then to Harry's thin blanket, his taped glasses, and the place near the fire where a child had been expected to sleep while his cousin had the only sofa. "I don't know what Dumbledore's letter said," Hagrid admitted. "I wasn't there for that part. Brought ye from the house, I did, but he left ye here. Said her aunt was blood, and blood mattered." "Blood mattered to the magic," Harry said. "Not necessarily to her." A silence fell, broken only by the storm and Dudley's wet sniff. Hagrid looked sickened. Harry saw then that if he handed this to the proper people, they might call it unfortunate, regrettable, misunderstood, or necessary. They might protect the story because too many respected names were tied to it. Harry slid the Hogwarts letter into his pocket beside the broken watch and the burned scrap hidden inside it. "I'll go to Hogwarts," he said, "but I'm not going as someone grateful to be collected after 10 years in a cupboard." Hagrid stared at him for a long moment, rainwater dripping from his beard onto the floor. The hut felt colder with the door broken open, but Harry barely noticed it now. He had spent years being told to be grateful for scraps, grateful for silence, grateful for not being thrown into the street. The word had soured in him, and he could see from Hagrid's face that the giant had expected tears, wonder, maybe questions about wands and broomsticks. He had not expected a boy asking what the adults had done. "You've every right to be angry," Hagrid said at last. "I would be too, but Hogwarts'll be different, Harry. Ye'll see. There's feasts, friends, lessons, magic like you've never dreamed of. Her parents were loved there." Harry wanted that to be enough. He wanted the word parents to warm the hut, to make the rain and the Dursleys in the cupboard smaller. Instead, it made the missing years sharper. Then people who loved them should have wondered where I was. Aunt Petunia gave a brittle laugh. "Listen to him. One letter and suddenly he thinks he's important." Hagrid rounded on her. "He is important." "That isn't what I mean," Harry said, before the room could turn into a fight over fame. He pulled the broken watch from his pocket and held it closed in his palm, feeling the hidden scrap inside. "I mean children shouldn't need to be important before someone checks whether they're safe." Hagrid's expression changed again, and this time the shame in it was plain. He looked at the watch, the two large clothes, the taped glasses, the thin hands holding a Hogwarts letter like evidence. "I'll tell Professor Dumbledore," he said. "I'll tell him what I saw." "And what happens after that?" Harry asked. "He'll sort it," Hagrid said, but there was a small hesitation before the promise. Harry heard it. He thought of polite committees, quiet explanations, and old men with reputations too large for ordinary guilt to touch. In his previous life, he had watched officials protect institutions by sanding the edges off harm until nobody could be blamed and nothing had to change. Magic would not make people less human. If anything, it seemed likely to give them better curtains to hide behind. Uncle Vernon seized on the pause. "There, you see, sensible people will understand. We did our duty. We clothed him, fed him, gave him discipline." Harry turned his head and looked at him. "You locked me in a cupboard and burned my letters." Dudley muttered, "And he never got presents." Aunt Petunia slapped a hand over Dudley's mouth too late. Hagrid's eyes flashed. Harry almost smiled, not because anything was funny, but because Dudley had just offered the kind of small, stupid truth adults forgot children could supply. "I have proof," Harry said. "Not much, but enough to start. A burned envelope corner. Dates. Addresses. What happened to the letters? If magical officials decide this is embarrassing instead of wrong, then maybe someone who likes embarrassing people should hear it first." Hagrid frowned. "Who do ye mean?" Harry tucked the watch away and lifted the Hogwarts letter again. "I don't know yet, but newspapers exist in the magical world, don't they?" Hagrid gave him a wary look. "Aye, the Daily Prophet, but ye don't want to go tangling with reporters. Especially not Rita Skeeter. Nasty piece o' work, that one." Harry looked toward the broken doorway, where the storm had begun to ease and a line of gray morning showed beyond the rain. Nasty can be useful if you point it at the right lie. 4. Diagon in full color. The storm had left London washed clean by the time Hagrid brought Harry through the crooked little pub squeezed between ordinary shopfronts, but the city still felt gray after the sea hut. Gray pavements, gray morning, gray faces hurrying past as if magic could be hidden by refusing to look sideways. Harry kept one hand around the strap of Dudley's old bag and the other close to the pocket that held his letter, his broken watch, and the scraps of proof he had refused to leave behind. "This is the leaky cauldron," Hagrid said, ducking under the doorframe with long practice. "Gateway to Diagon Alley. Best not stare too hard at the muggles outside. Most of 'em can't see it proper." Harry looked around the dim pub instead. It smelled of old wood, beer, smoke, polish, and something sharp and herbal that made him think of linseed oil mixed with medicine. Faces turned. Conversations thinned. A bent old witch lowered her cup. A bald man near the bar stood so quickly his chair scraped the floor. "Bless my soul," the man whispered. "Harry Potter." Hagrid's hand landed heavily on Harry's shoulder, not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough to claim space. "Not now, Daedalus. Lads had a long night." The words helped less than Hagrid probably intended. The room had already changed around Harry, just as the hut had changed around Hagrid. He was not a hungry boy in oversized clothes here. He was a name people recognized before he had earned or understood it. Harry gave the room a small nod because old gallery openings had taught him that silence could be armor if one wore it politely. "Morning," he said. That only made 3 more people look as if they might cry. Hagrid guided him through before anyone could gather courage. "They mean well," he muttered. "Most folk do." "Most folk can still be wrong," Harry said quietly. Hagrid glanced down at him, beard still damp from rain and travel. "I suppose they can." Behind the pub, Hagrid tapped bricks in a careful pattern with the tip of his pink umbrella. Harry watched the sequence, counted the bricks, and fixed the rhythm in memory. The wall shivered. Bricks folded away from one another with a sound like stone remembering it had once been clay, and light spilled through the opening. Diagon Alley unfurled before him. For one moment Harry forgot the Dursleys, the cupboard, and even the questions waiting like sealed jars in the back of his mind. Color struck first, not the flat color of printed signs or supermarket packaging, but layered, living color. Enameled shopfronts in deep green and blue, red awnings wet from rain, gold lettering that curled and corrected itself, bottles of violet smoke in windows, copper cauldrons hanging in neat bright rows, and robes moving like spilled ink through the crowd. An apothecary display glowed with dried roots, silver leaves, beetle shells, and powders arranged with a painter's care. Across the way, a portrait in a frame above a shop door leaned out, yawned, and complained to a neighboring sign about the weather. Harry stepped through slowly. "Oh," he said, and hated that it came out small. Hagrid smiled at last, rough and relieved. "Welcome, Harry, to Diagon Alley." Harry had thought the first shock of Diagon Alley would pass once he had taken a few breaths, but the longer he stood beneath the bright shop signs and leaning upper windows, the more details crowded in. Magic here was not only sparks and flying things. It was stitched into manners, clothes, jewelry, doorways, and the way people made room for one another without seeming to move at all. A witch in deep plum robes swept past with 3 children behind her, each child wearing a small signet ring on the right hand. The eldest boy touched his ring to the brass plate beside a shop door, and the plate warmed gold before the door opened for him. Across the street, a narrow-faced wizard with silver-threaded cuffs inclined his head to another man's ring before he greeted the man himself. Further along, a woman with dark ink curling from wrist to elbow lifted her sleeve to let a little blue bird of light flutter from the tattoo and vanish beneath the eaves. Harry slowed. "Hagrid." Hagrid was peering toward a shop stacked with copper cauldrons. "We'll need one o' them, but don't let 'em sell ye pewter with a thin bottom." "Rubbish, some of it." "What are the rings for?" Harry asked. Hagrid glanced where Harry was looking and shrugged. "Family things, mostly. Old wizard stuff. Some open vaults, some prove names, some just make folk feel important." That door opened for the boy's ring. Well, some shops know old families. Good fair business, I expect." Hagrid gave him a nudge onward. "Don't worry over it now. Ye'll have enough to think about with school books." Harry let himself be moved, but he did not stop watching. He had spent decades learning how patrons signaled money before they admitted they had it. Shoes, cuffs, watch chains, how long they looked at a price before pretending not to care. Diagon Alley spoke the same language with different grammar. Rings mattered, names mattered, symbols mattered. Some robes were plain wool, patched at the hem. Others had embroidery so fine it looked grown rather than sewn. People bowed a fraction lower to certain crests. Some shopkeepers smiled with all their teeth at well-dressed families and with only half a mouth at nervous newcomers. A boy about Harry's age noticed him staring and whispered to his mother. The woman looked Harry over, saw the 2 large clothes, the taped glasses, then saw his scar. Her expression jolted from dismissal to startled calculation so quickly Harry almost laughed. Fame had overturned her judgment, not corrected it. "What about the tattoos?" Harry asked. Hagrid's brows drew together. "What tattoos?" "The woman with the bird. The man near the apothecary has a serpent at his throat. That old wizard's knuckles have letters moving over them." "Oh, them." Hagrid scratched his beard. "Useful bits o' magic, some of 'em. Dangerous if done wrong. Not fair children." "That wasn't what I asked." Hagrid looked down at him for a moment, and Harry saw discomfort again. Not guilt this time, exactly, but the awkwardness of a man who knew pieces of a world by walking through it, not by understanding how all the gears meshed. "Wizarding folk have old ways," Hagrid said at last. "Rings, marks, oaths, houses, all that. Some good, some rotten. Hogwarts'll teach ye what ye need." Harry looked at a painted sign where 3 tiny portraits argued in their frame over which of them had the better beard. "Will it?" Hagrid's hand settled on his shoulder once more, gentler than before. "It should." That answer was not as comforting as Hagrid wanted it to be, but Harry appreciated the honesty in the missing word. He straightened the strap of Dudley's old bag and followed him deeper into the alley, carrying wonder in one hand and suspicion in the other. Before the robe shop, Hagrid took Harry to the white marble building at the end of the alley, where bronze doors gleamed under a warning poem sharp enough to make even careless people think twice. Harry read every line twice. He had known bankers in his old life, and none of them had ever threatened thieves with anything as plain as a fate worse than losing gold. "Gringotts," Hagrid said with pride. "Safest place in the world, fair anything ye want kept safe. Except maybe Hogwarts." Harry looked at the goblins standing by the doors, their clever eyes bright beneath heavy brows. They look like they know exactly what that comparison is worth. Hagrid gave a rumbling cough. "Best be polite in here." "I was planning to be," Harry said. The goblin behind the high desk examined Hagrid's letter, then Harry, then the key Hagrid produced from one of his enormous pockets. "Potter vault access," he said, his voice precise and cold. "Standard school withdrawal?" Harry stepped forward before Hagrid could answer. "School withdrawal, clothing, luggage, basic personal supplies, and books beyond the standard list." The goblin's eyes flicked to him with more interest. "A broader educational withdrawal." "Yes," Harry said. "I've been told very little. That seems unsafe." For the first time, the goblin's mouth curled. It was not quite a smile, but it was not unfriendly. "Ignorance is rarely cheap, Mr. Potter. Sometimes it is merely charged later." The vault ride left Hagrid looking green and Harry gripping the cart rail until his knuckles hurt, but the sight of the Potter gold made something inside him go very still. Piles of galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts lay waiting in the lamplight, not as treasure from a fairy tale, but as choices. Food, clothes, paper, shelter, legal advice, perhaps, one day. Freedom had weight, and some of it was round and stamped with a face. He filled the money bag carefully, taking more than Hagrid first suggested and less than greed whispered. "I'm buying what I need to stop being helpless," Harry said when Hagrid frowned. Hagrid looked at the gold, then at Harry's oversized sleeve. "Aye, fair enough." After Gringotts, the robe shop smelled of lavender, steam, and new cloth. Madame Malkin measured Harry with quick professional sympathy, and Harry ordered school robes, underrobes, a winter cloak, gloves, socks, boots, nightwear, and 2 sets of plain everyday robes in dark blue and gray. "Durable, please," he said when she offered finer fabric. "I don't need to look grand. I need things that last." At the trunk shop, he chose a solid, expanded school trunk with locks, compartments, a book section, and a small flat drawer suitable for paper. Hagrid muttered about expense until Harry opened and closed each catch, checked the hinges, and said, "Cheap tools punish you every day." Books came next. Harry bought the standard list, then added a beginner's history of the magical world, a plain guide to wizarding law, a dictionary of magical terms, a first-year warding primer, magical safety for young witches and wizards, and a small book on etiquette and forms of address. At Scribulus, he bought parchment, notebooks, pencils, charcoal, ink, and sketchbooks, choosing practice materials over anything showy. Hagrid watched the growing pile with a worried crease between his brows. "You're taking this serious." Harry tucked the receipt into his pocket beside his letter. Someone should have done that years ago. By the time the last parcel had been shrunk and tucked into Harry's new trunk, the alley had grown busier and louder. Owls hooted from shadowed cages, students argued over broom displays, and shop bells rang with a bright, constant impatience. Harry felt the weight of the money bag, the key, and the receipts beneath his robe with the same private awareness he had once kept for house keys and studio rent. None of it made him safe by itself, but it gave him edges other people could not file away without effort. Hagrid bought him an ice cream from Florine Fortescue's because, as he put it, 11's still 11, no matter how much ye frown at book prices. Harry accepted the cone with dignity, then nearly betrayed himself when the first taste turned out to be strawberry, clotted cream, and something sparklingly cold that fizzed gently on his tongue. "That's not normal strawberry," Harry said. "Course not," Hagrid said, pleased. "Wouldn't be much point coming to Diagon Alley Fair normal strawberry." They paused near a shop window filled with moving photographs and polished frames. A painted woman in a blue dress leaned out of one frame, scolded a sleeping wizard in another, then noticed Harry watching and winked. He stopped with the ice cream halfway to his mouth. It was not a portrait in the full sense, he suspected, not the way a human face with layered memory and chosen intent might be. Still, it moved with enough charm and illusion to make his fingers itch for pencil and paper. "Can people learn that at Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "Pictures moving?" Hagrid followed his gaze. "They've always done that. Never thought much about it." "That doesn't mean there isn't a craft behind it." Hagrid smiled, but it was softer than teasing. "You really do think like an artist, don't ye?" Harry looked down at his new boots, still stiff around his ankles, then at the reflected scar in the glass. "I think like someone who doesn't like not knowing how things work." The last shop stood narrow and shabby between a bookseller and a place selling silver instruments that spun in the window without touching anything. Its sign was old, dark, and simple, Ollivanders. Makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Dust filmed the display glass. One wand rested alone on faded purple cushion, so plain that it seemed more serious than all the glittering shopfronts around it. Hagrid shifted the trunk in his enormous hand. Right then, last big bit. Harry's stomach tightened in a way the cart ride had not managed. Robes were cloth, books were paper, even gold was only a tool. A wand was something else, not a prop but a threshold. People here wore rings, carried names, bowed to symbols, and hid old laws under everyday errands, but every witch and wizard he had seen still made space for the wand. "What if it doesn't work?" Harry asked. Hagrid looked startled. "What? What if none of them choose me, or whatever it is they're meant to do?" Hagrid bent closer, rain-dark beard framing a face that had carried too much guilt since the hut. "Harry, you're James and Lily Potter's son. More in that, you're you. There's a wand in there, fair yay." Harry wanted to believe him. Instead, he finished the last of the ice cream, wiped his hand clean with a napkin, and straightened his shoulders. "Then let's find out what kind of magic thinks I'm worth holding." Hagrid opened the door, and a bell rang somewhere deep inside the shop. Harry stepped into the dim quiet, leaving Diagon's color behind him, and felt the magical world narrow to dust, wood, and waiting. 5. Phoenix Feather. Ollivander's was quieter than any shop Harry had entered that morning, though Diagon Alley pressed close against the front windows in smears of color and passing robes. Inside, dust softened the light. Narrow shelves climbed almost to the ceiling, each one crowded with long boxes in faded browns, grays, and blacks, and the air smelled of old paper, polished wood, and something faintly metallic, like rain on stone. Harry took 3 steps in and stopped because the place felt less like a shop than a library where every book had decided to become a possible weapon. "Good morning," said a voice from somewhere between the shelves. Harry's hand went still on the strap of his bag. Hagrid shifted behind him, but the old man who appeared from the gloom did not look at Hagrid first. He looked at Harry's face, then at his hands. "Harry Potter," Ollivander said softly. "I wondered when I would be seeing you. Your mother's wand was 10¼ inches, willow, swishy, excellent for charm work. Your father's was mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, a little more power there, very good for transfiguration." Harry held himself steady. Names were dangerous when strangers spoke them with ownership. "You remember every wand?" "Every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. The wand remembers the wizard, and the maker remembers the wand." Ollivander came closer, pale eyes bright in the dimness. "But that is not quite the same as remembering the person, is it?" Hagrid cleared his throat. "Best get him fitted, Mr. Ollivander. Lots tear do." "In a moment," Ollivander said, still watching Harry. "Your hand, please." Harry gave him his right hand because refusal would teach less than caution. Ollivander's fingers were dry and surprisingly gentle as he turned Harry's hand palm up, then palm down, studying the old callus patterns that did not belong on an 11-year-old child. Harry had noticed them himself that morning only because new skin and old memory disagreed. No true painter's calluses had survived into this body, but his grip, posture, and patience had. "Interesting," Ollivander murmured. "A hand that has learned care before power." Harry looked at him sharply. "What does that mean?" "It means you do not reach like a boy hoping for fireworks." Ollivander released him and drew a tape measure from his pocket. It sprang into motion by itself, measuring from shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, ear to thumb, then around his head as if it had private opinions about skull shape. "You look first. You wait. You listen to the material." "I've broken fewer things that way," Harry said. Ollivander smiled faintly. A useful beginning for magic. The first wand Ollivander placed in Harry's hand was ash with unicorn hair, 9 inches and rather stiff. Harry held it as instructed, fingers closing around polished wood while the old man watched him with hungry attention. For a breath nothing happened. Then a stack of boxes on the nearest shelf rattled like nervous teeth and slid half an inch sideways before Ollivander plucked the wand away. "No," Ollivander said at once. Too obedient on the surface, too stubborn underneath. Hagrid blinked. "Thought ash was a fine wood." "It is a very fine wood for the right wizard," Ollivander said, already turning to the shelves. "The wrong match can make excellence behave like an argument." Harry flexed his fingers, feeling the ghost of the wand's weight vanish from his palm. So it isn't just power. Oh, power is the dullest part of wand lore when discussed by people who have too much of it or too little. Ollivander drew another box free and opened it. Hazel and dragon heartstring, 10 3/4 inches. Sensitive, responsive, rather honest. Harry took it. Warmth rushed up his arm too quickly, bright and eager, and the bell above the door gave one sharp, offended ring though nobody had touched it. A thin crack appeared in the glass display case. Hagrid winced. Careful, Harry. I didn't do that on purpose, Harry said, tightening his grip in alarm. No, and that is precisely the trouble. Ollivander reclaimed the wand with a snap of his fingers. Honesty without restraint can be very expensive. The next was maple and phoenix feather, then rowan and unicorn hair, then yew and dragon heartstring, which made Harry's stomach turn before the tip had fully settled into his hand. Ollivander removed that one faster than all the others, his pale eyes briefly narrowing, and Harry noticed Hagrid's fingers tighten around the handle of the pink umbrella. Not that, Harry said quietly. No, Ollivander agreed, and for the first time there was no performance in his voice. Not that. Boxes came down faster after that. Cherry, beech, vine, apple, hawthorn. Some gave nothing. Some twitched, hissed, or warmed like fevered metal. One made a roll of measuring tape tie itself into a knot around Hagrid's boot. Harry apologized while Hagrid tugged it free, and Ollivander watched the apology as closely as he had watched the sparks. At last the old wandmaker climbed a narrow ladder and drew a slim, pale box from a shelf so high it seemed nearly forgotten. He brought it down with both hands, dust marking his sleeves. Pear wood, he said, softer now. Phoenix feather, 12 inches, springy. Harry accepted the wand. The world seemed to inhale. Warmth moved through his fingers, not rushing, not seizing, but settling into the bones of his hand as if it had been waiting for permission. A clean golden light flowered from the tip, and the dust in the shop lifted in tiny bright motes that turned slowly through the air like paint suspended in water. The shelves stopped looming. The boxes fell silent. Harry felt, with startling clarity, the shape of the room, the grain of the wand, the old patience of living wood, and the fierce ember at its heart. Ollivander exhaled. Curious. Very curious. Harry did not lower the wand. That one? That one, Ollivander said. Pear for the warm-hearted, the wise, and those disinclined toward darkness. Phoenix for rebirth, devotion, and difficult independence. 12 inches, springy, because rigidity would do you no favors at all. His gaze flicked to Harry's scar, then back to the wand. It has chosen you, Mr. Potter. Hagrid's smile broke through like sun after rain. Knew there'd be one fair yay. Harry looked at the golden motes fading around him and tightened his fingers carefully, not clutching now but holding. Hello, he whispered to the wand, and the last spark at its tip answered with one small, steady flame before going out. Ollivander wrapped the pear wand in dark paper with the same care another man might give to a living bird. Harry watched every fold, every press of thumb against edge, and the wand seemed to rest inside the paper without going silent. He could still feel it, not as sound or heat, but as a waiting line drawn through the room toward his hand. 7 galleons, Ollivander said. Harry counted the coins onto the counter one by one. Hagrid shifted as if tempted to hurry him, but Harry ignored the pressure and watched Ollivander's face when the last coin landed. The wandmaker approved of the counting, or at least of the attention. That mattered. In this world, even buying the proper tool seemed to carry ritual underneath commerce. Treat it well, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said as he slid the parcel toward him. A wand is not merely owned. Harry tucked the wrapped wand into the inner pocket Madame Malkin had added to his robe. What is it, then? A partner for those who listen, a judge for those who don't, and a witness for almost everyone. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. You will understand more after your first broken habit. Harry did not know whether that was warning, prophecy, or salesmanship. I'll try not to break the wrong things. A commendable ambition, often impossible, but commendable. Hagrid laughed under his breath. Come on, Harry, before he has ye afraid tear blink. They stepped back into Diagon Alley, and the color struck Harry again with fresh force now that the wand rested against his chest. It made everything sharper. A sign across the way did not simply glitter. The gold leaf clung to carved grooves in a charm sequence. A broom display hummed with layered polishing spells. The portrait woman in the blue dress was arguing with a frame maker over varnish, and beside that window hung a row of narrow wooden frames marked with tiny runes along the inside lip. Harry slowed at once. Those aren't ordinary frames. Hagrid followed his gaze. Picture frames, aren't they? Not just frames. Harry stepped nearer to the glass without touching it. The runes are too deliberate, and the inner surface looks treated. See how it isn't quite wood grain anymore? Can't say I do, Hagrid said, though he bent loyally and squinted. In the next window, a faded placard advertised apprenticeship inquiries for restorative portrait work, licensed pigments, memory-safe varnishes, and frame compatibility checks. Harry read the words twice, hunger rising so quickly it almost embarrassed him. Beyond the frames, another sign showed a stylized arm inked with a raven that opened and closed its wings when the light hit it. Tattooing too, Harry said. Hagrid's good humor dimmed. Now that's not something fair a first-year tear go poking at. I'm looking, not poking. Looking's how poking starts with clever lads. Harry glanced up at him. Is that why nobody explains anything properly? In case questions become inconvenient? Hagrid looked wounded rather than angry, which made Harry regret the sharpness without changing the truth of it. Some magic's dangerous, Harry. Portrait work, tattoo craft, old rings, them things have rules. Licenses, masters, folk who know what they're about. Then someone had to learn it from somewhere, Harry said, looking back at the raven as it folded itself neatly into ink. And someone decided who was allowed to ask. Hagrid sighed, broad shoulders settling. School first, learn safe, then ask clever. That's the right order. Harry touched the pocket where the pear wand waited, warm and patient. Fine, he said, school first, but I'm not forgetting the windows. They moved on because Hagrid had the look of a man who feared one more shop window might trap them until dusk, but Harry carried the frame maker's sign with him as sharply as he carried the feel of the new wand. Diagon Alley no longer looked like a row of wonders. It looked like a workshop that had been split open and disguised as shopping. Rings opened doors. Tattoos held birds and serpents. Portrait frames had runes hidden where careless people saw decoration. Wands chose hands, but the world around them proved that magic did not end at the wand tip. At a small table outside the bookshop, a witch with silver spectacles was sorting second-hand pamphlets into careful stacks. Harry stopped when he saw one titled First Principles of Magical Materials. The cover had a chipped illustration of wood, stone, metal, cloth, and bone arranged around a wand. Harry, Hagrid said, with a groan that tried to be patient and failed. Yay, already bought books. This is a pamphlet, Harry said, picking it up. That's worse. Pamphlets breed when you're not looking. The witch looked over her spectacles. He has a good eye. 3 sickles. Harry paid before Hagrid could rescue him from himself, then tucked the pamphlet into his bag beside the receipts. Materials matter, he said. Course materials matter, Hagrid said as they began walking again, but Yale have professors fair that. Professors teach what the school decides belongs in class. Shops teach what people actually need enough to buy. Hagrid glanced down at him, and for once there was no easy answer under the beard. Your going tear makes some professors tired. Good professors won't mind good questions. And bad ones? Harry touched the outside of his wand pocket, feeling the faint reassurance of pear wood and phoenix feather through cloth. Then I'll learn carefully around them. That made Hagrid's expression tighten, not with anger, but with the same helpless worry he had worn whenever the Dursleys came too close to the conversation. He opened his mouth, closed it, then nodded toward a dark-fronted shop where owls watched the street through round golden eyes. Before we go back, there's one more thing. Birthday present. Proper one. Elop's Owl Emporium smelled of feathers, straw, clean dust, and mouse cages. Owls shifted on perches in soft rustles of brown, tawny, gray, and white, and Harry went quiet at once because the birds were not stock in the way cauldrons and trunks were stock. They looked back. A large barn owl blinked with solemn disapproval. A tiny scops owl leaned sideways as if measuring whether Harry might be edible. Then, from a higher perch near the back, a snowy owl turned her white head and fixed him with eyes like polished amber. Harry stepped closer without thinking. Hello. The snowy owl did not flutter or fuss. She simply watched him, dignified and impossibly clean against the shadowed wood, then lowered her head enough that it felt less like a trick and more like permission. Hagrid smiled beside him. She's a beauty, that one. She knows it, Harry said, and the owl clicked her beak once as if accepting the compliment without being impressed by it. The shopkeeper fetched her down, and when Harry lifted one hand, the owl stepped onto his sleeve with careful talons and settled her weight as though she had already decided the arrangement. Hagrid paid before Harry could protest, looking almost shy under all the beard. Every student needs a way to send letters. Thought she might keep Ye company too. Harry stroked one finger down the owl's soft breast feathers, careful and slow. The ache that answered in him was embarrassingly sharp. Wand, books, trunk, robes, money, all of those were tools. This was a living thing choosing to come with him. Hedwig, Harry said after a moment, the name rising from old memory and new certainty together. Her name is Hedwig. The owl blinked, then gave one soft, approving sound. Hagrid's face brightened so quickly it made Harry's chest ache. Well, best birthday shopping trip a lad could have, Harry looked back down Diagon Alley as they left with Hedwig's cage carried carefully between them. The portrait above the frame shop had leaned out again, arguing with the sign next door. A tattooed wizard sealed a parcel with a touch of ink knuckles. A well-dressed girl pressed her family ring to a shop plate and vanished inside without knocking. Everywhere Harry looked, magic had been shaped into objects, art, symbols, habits, and laws. He had been handed a wand, given an owl, and shown a city full of doors. It's a beginning, Harry said. Hagrid laughed and led him toward the leaky cauldron, but Harry kept one hand over the new wand while the little pamphlet rested in his bag and Hedwig watched the crowd with queenly suspicion. Behind him, Diagon's color blurred into rain-washed light, and ahead of him waited school, professors, children with rings, children without them, and a train that would carry him deeper into a world that had already hidden too much. 6. The Train to Questions. King's Cross looked too ordinary for the place where a boy was meant to vanish into magic. Harry stood beside Hagrid with Hedwig's cage in one hand, his trunk balanced on a trolley that squeaked whenever the wheels turned, and his new robes folded properly in the case rather than hanging off him like borrowed curtains. Madame Malkin's tailoring had helped. The clean shirt, better trousers, and polished shoes made him look less like a neglected roomer and more like a child someone had expected to send away with dignity. The difference sat strangely on his skin. Platform 9 3/4, Hagrid said, leaning down as people flowed around them with newspapers, coffee cups, and sharp morning elbows. It's between 9 and 10. Just walk straight at the barrier. Don't stop, mind. Harry looked at the solid brick column between the two platforms, then at Hagrid's enormous, encouraging face. You want me to walk into a wall in the middle of a railway station? Not into it, through it. That distinction feels important mostly to the person who isn't pushing the trolley. Hagrid gave a rumbling laugh, but his eyes were soft. Ye'll be fine. Loads of young witches and wizards do it every year. Loads of them probably grew up knowing walls could be optional. Harry adjusted his grip on Hedwig's cage when she clicked her beak at a passing child who came too close. Will you come through? Can't. Got business fair Dumbledore. But ye'll find the train easy enough once you're there. Hagrid shifted, suddenly awkward, and patted his coat as if he had misplaced something too large to lose. Right, Termy? Yeah? Let me know how school's treating ye. Harry's fingers tightened around the trolley handle. The request landed more gently than an instruction and more heavily than a farewell. I will. Thank you, Hagrid. For Diagon Alley. For Hedwig. For all of it. Hagrid sniffed and looked away toward platform 10. Well, couldn't have ye starting Hogwarts without a proper owl, could I? Off ye go before I make a fool of myself. Harry smiled despite the nervous pull under his ribs. He turned the trolley, lined himself up with the barrier, and began walking before caution could grow teeth. The brick rushed closer. For one absurd second his body expected impact, pain, and public humiliation. Then the world folded coolly around him, the station noise changed shape, and he burst out onto a platform full of steam, owls, trunks, cats, shouting parents, and a scarlet train with Hogwarts Express gleaming along its side. He stopped dead. Hedwig turned her head in queenly approval, but Harry only stared. Children hurried past in robes and polished shoes, some laughing with easy belonging, others clinging to parents who knew where every case should go. Family rings flashed on fingers. Crest pins, house colors, and old names moved through the crowd like a language everyone else had been taught before birth. Harry stood better dressed than he had ever been, with a proper wand against his chest and an owl at his side, and still felt the old uncertainty rise under the new cloth. A porter brushed past and glanced at his trunk. "First year?" "Yes," Harry said. "Then don't stand in the steam, lad. Train won't wait because you're thinking at it." Harry blinked, then laughed quietly and pushed forward. "Fair point." Harry found an empty compartment halfway down the train after rejecting one that smelled strongly of spilled pumpkin juice and another already occupied by 3 older boys arguing over broom models with the serious aggression of men discussing artillery. He lifted Hedwig's cage onto the seat by the window, pushed his trunk into the rack with more effort than dignity, and sat down with the pamphlet on magical materials opened across his knees. Outside, parents waved, owls complained, and the scarlet engine breathed smoke across the glass until the platform became a blurred painting of faces and steam. The compartment door slid open just as Harry was reading the line about wood remembering the conditions of its growth. A girl with bushy brown hair stood in the doorway, already wearing her school robes, her chin lifted in a way that looked less like arrogance than preparation for being dismissed. She held a notebook against her chest, and her eyes moved from Hedwig to Harry's pamphlet to his forehead before snapping politely back to his face. "Have you seen a toad?" she asked. "A boy named Neville's lost one. He's very upset, and nobody in the last 3 compartments has been useful." Harry closed the pamphlet around his finger to keep the page. "I haven't, but I'll look if he comes this way. Does the toad answer to a name?" "Trevor," the girl said at once, then frowned as if aware of how little that helped. "Though I don't know whether toads recognize names. I've read mixed things about amphibian cognition, and magical toads may be different, but Neville says he usually comes when called." "Hedwig recognizes disapproval as a language," Harry said, glancing at the snowy owl, who blinked with frosty dignity. "I suppose Trevor might recognize panic." The girl's mouth twitched despite herself. "That's not a proper behavioral category." "It seems common enough." She stepped farther in, interest overcoming urgency for half a second. "You're reading First Principles of Magical Materials. That wasn't on the school list." "No, I found it in Diagon Alley." Harry lifted it enough for her to see the chipped cover. "It looked useful." "It is," she said, and the words came out with a force that made him think she had been waiting all morning for someone to understand that useful was a perfectly good reason to want something. "I bought 3 extra introductory books as well, though my parents said I should wait until I knew what the teachers expected." "But that seems backwards, doesn't it? If you wait until someone tells you what matters, you're already behind everyone who grew up knowing." Harry looked at her properly then, past the brisk voice and the polished diction. Her robe was new, her posture determined, and there was no ring on her hand, no family crest pin at her collar, no relaxed assumption that the train belonged to her. She had brought herself armed with books because nobody had given her inheritance. "It does seem backwards," he said. "I'm Harry Potter." The girl went very still. For one uncomfortable breath, he braced for the scar, the whisper, the story that belonged to strangers. Then she looked at his face, flushed, and said, "Oh. I've read about you, of course, but that was rude of me. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm muggle-born, so I've had to read nearly everything twice in case the first book was simplifying it." Harry smiled, and some small knot in the morning loosened. "Then sit down for a minute, Hermione Granger. We can look for Trevor better if we know what sort of hiding place a magical toad prefers." Hermione did sit, though only on the edge of the seat, as if rest were something she had not yet revised enough to attempt properly. Harry opened the pamphlet between them, and for several minutes the search for Trevor became half practical plan and half debate over whether a frightened toad would prefer shadow, warmth, damp, or the underside of someone's trunk. Hedwig watched them both with the patience of a queen forced to listen to clerks. The train lurched, whistles shrieked, and Hermione sprang up at once. "I should tell Neville I haven't forgotten." He looked as if he might cry, though he was trying very hard not to. She hesitated at the door, glancing back at the pamphlet. "Don't lose that page. The section on wandwoods looks as if it might explain why some families care so much about heirloom wands, even though Ollivander says the wand chooses the wizard." "I'll keep it safe," Harry said. "And if Trevor appears, I'll ask whether he has political opinions on hiding places." Hermione gave him a startled, pleased look, then hurried into the corridor with her notebook clutched like a shield. Harry watched her go, oddly glad and oddly sorry at once. Meeting another child had not been less difficult because he had a lifetime of adult memory behind his eyes. It had only made him more aware of the small cruelties hidden in first impressions, and Hermione already looked like a girl who had been corrected for being too much before she had ever been welcomed for being enough. He had barely reopened the pamphlet when the compartment door slid open again. A red-haired boy stood outside with a battered trunk behind him, a smudge on one cheek, and robes that had clearly belonged to at least one brother before him. His eyes flicked over Harry's face, the owl, the decent clothes, the book in his lap, and then the pocket where the wand rested under Harry's robe. "Anyone sitting there?" the boy asked, already looking at the empty seat opposite as if expecting refusal. "No," Harry said. "You can, if you like." The boy hauled his trunk in with a grunt, banged it against the doorframe, and shoved it under the seat rather than lifting it. "I'm Ron Weasley. Mum's gone mental out there with my little sister, so I escaped before she remembered another thing to straighten." "Harry Potter," Harry said, because hiding the name would only make it louder later. Ron's eyes went round. "Blimey, really? I mean, are you?" His gaze jumped to Harry's forehead. "Have you got the scar?" Harry kept his hand still. "Yes, but I don't usually lead with it." Ron flushed, though curiosity still tugged harder than shame. "Sorry, it's just everyone knows. My brothers said you'd be coming this year. Fred and George said you might have, I dunno, a dragon bodyguard or a cursed trunk or something." Hedwig would resent being overlooked. Ron looked at the snowy owl and whistled softly. "She's brilliant. Must have cost a bit. I've got Scabbers." He pulled a sleeping rat from his pocket with the air of someone presenting evidence against his own life. "He's useless, but he was Percy's first, so of course I got him." Harry glanced at the rat, then at Ron's hand. There was no ring there, but Ron's resentment carried the shape of inheritance anyway, not absence but hand-me-down expectation pressing on every word. "Percy's your brother?" "Perfect Percy," Ron said, rolling his eyes. "Prefect already. Bill and Charlie were brilliant too. Fred and George are terrors, but everyone laughs, so that counts. I'm just the next Weasley." He looked toward Harry's pamphlet and frowned. "You're reading already? On the train?" It seemed useful. Ron leaned back as if usefulness were a suspicious adult invention. "I reckon there'll be enough work once we get there. No need to start early unless you're trying to impress someone." Before Harry could answer, voices sounded in the corridor, one brisk and familiar, one anxious and soft. Hermione's shadow crossed the frosted glass, and behind her another boy murmured something about Trevor. Ron glanced toward the door, then back at Harry with a quick, measuring look that had more insecurity in it than malice. Harry closed the pamphlet carefully, knowing the next interruption was already arriving. The door slid open before Ron could decide whether to defend the remark. Hermione stood there with a round-faced boy beside her, his hands twisting the strap of a small satchel as though the leather might confess if punished enough. He had already gone pink with worry, but he looked up when Harry shifted to make room. "This is Neville Longbottom," Hermione said, briskness covering kindness with very little success. "He's lost Trevor. Neville, this is Harry Potter, and Ron Weasley." Neville's eyes widened at Harry's name, but his distress was stronger than fame. "I'm sorry to bother you. Gran said I mustn't lose him, and I've only had him a little while. He's not very clever, but he's mine." "That makes him worth finding," Harry said, standing and looking under the seat before Ron could make the obvious joke. "When did you last see him?" "Just after we got on. He was in his box, then I opened it to check if he was breathing." Ron stared. Why wouldn't he be breathing? Neville's blush deepened, because sometimes he looks dead when he's asleep. Hermione crouched to peer under the opposite bench. "That's not entirely unreasonable. Some animals have very low resting activity." Ron snorted. "You've got a book answer for everything, haven't you?" Hermione stiffened, but Harry reached past Ron's ankle and lifted the edge of a dangling robe. "Not everything." She didn't have a toad answer yet. A faint, offended croak came from behind Ron's trunk. Neville dropped to his knees so quickly his satchel bumped the floor. "Trevor?" Harry knelt beside him, slid 2 fingers carefully behind the trunk, and waited. The toad was wedged in the narrow warm space near the compartment heater, eyes bulging with profound indifference to human suffering. Harry eased him out by inches, careful not to squeeze, and placed him in Neville's cupped hands. Neville's whole face changed. "Thank you. Oh, thank you." Gran would have said, "This proves I'm not ready for school." "It proves Trevor likes terrible hiding places," Harry said. The compartment door opened again without a knock. 3 boys stood in the corridor, the one in front pale and sharp-faced, with white blonde hair combed so neatly it looked like part of his manners. His robes were excellent, his shoes shone, and a small crest pin gleamed at his collar as if it expected to be noticed. The 2 boys behind him were broader, quieter, and watching everything with the bored obedience of children taught to stand near power. "So it's true," the blonde boy said, his gaze fastening on Harry. "They said Harry Potter was on the train." Ron's ears went red at once. "Malfoy." The blonde boy's eyes slid to him with open distaste. "Weasley. I should have known. There's always one of you nearby when someone important is being bothered." Neville hunched over Trevor. Hermione's chin lifted. Harry felt the pressure in the little room alter. Not danger exactly, but arrangement. Names had weight here. Robes, rings, pins, and family habits all became weapons before wands came out. Harry stayed standing. "And you are?" The boy's mouth tightened for half a second, as if needing to introduce himself was an insult. "Draco Malfoy, Noble House Malfoy." He offered his hand with careful confidence. "You'll want to learn which families matter before school starts. Some people will try to attach themselves before you know better." Ron shoved himself upright. "At least my family didn't buy its manners." "No," Draco said. "Clearly not." Harry looked at Draco's offered hand, then at Ron's clenched fists, Hermione's anger, and Neville trying to make himself small around a rescued toad. He did not take the hand. "I'm still learning which people matter. I'm not ready to sort them by surname." Draco's pale eyes sharpened. The train rattled on toward Hogwarts, and Harry understood with quiet certainty that the lesson had already begun. 7. To the sorting. Draco Malfoy held Harry's refusal for one rattling second, pale eyes narrowed and hands still hanging in the air between them. The train wheels clattered under the silence as if the compartment itself had decided to listen. Ron looked ready to burst with satisfaction. Hermione looked ready to correct everyone into behaving, and Neville kept both hands cupped around Trevor as though the toad were the only safe thing in the room. Draco lowered his hand slowly. "You'll learn," he said, each word polished thin. "Everyone does." "Probably," Harry said. "That's why we're going to school." The corner of Draco's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Come on," he said to the 2 boys behind him, and the door slid shut after them with a hard click. Ron laughed too loudly the moment they were gone. "That was brilliant. Did you see his face?" Malfoy looked like someone told him his vault had Weasley wallpaper. Hermione frowned at him. "You don't need to make it worse." "He made it worse by existing," Ron said. Neville stroked Trevor's back with one finger. "Gran says Malfoys are the sort of family you're polite to even when you don't like them." Harry sat down again, but the compartment no longer felt like his. It had become a little model of the world waiting for them, with every surname, robe, animal, book, and insult carrying more history than he knew how to read. "Your Gran may be right," he said. "Polite doesn't have to mean obedient." Hermione looked at him sharply, and Harry saw the thought land. Ron only shrugged and launched into a story about Fred and George charming Percy's prefect badge to squeak, which kept the compartment noisy until the light outside began to thin. By the time the train slowed, Harry had changed into his robes with the others taking turns in the corridor, awkward and careful and a little less strange than he had expected. Cold air swept in when they stepped down onto the platform. Across the dark water, Hogwarts rose from the cliffs in towers and windows and impossible angles, lit from within like a castle someone had painted in gold over black ink. The sight took the breath from Harry's chest so completely that he forgot to compare it to anything from his old life. "Furs years. Furs, years over here." Hagrid's voice boomed through the crowd, warm and enormous. Harry turned toward it with relief, then stopped again when the castle's windows shifted. Not the windows, he realized, but the frames near the great doors beyond the lake, glimpsed through torchlight and movement. Painted figures leaned, turned, spoke to one another, and watched the arriving children with interest sharpened by centuries. Robes rustled around Harry as first years climbed into the boats, but his eyes stayed fixed on those moving images. They weren't pictures pretending to live. They were memory given a body, paint made social, old eyes set into walls. Hermione sat beside him in the boat, notebook clutched under her cloak to keep it dry. "Are you all right?" Harry watched a painted woman in a silver ruff gesture toward the lake as if announcing them to someone deeper in the castle. "Yes," he said softly. "I think I've just found my first question." The great hall should have been impossible to enter quietly, but Harry barely heard the first year's shuffling feet once Professor McGonagall drew them through the doors. Candles floated beneath a ceiling that held the night sky with such calm certainty that Harry's old artist's mind stumbled over it. It was not merely an illusion. The clouds above moved with a depth and patience that made the rafters feel farther away than the stars outside, while the long tables glittered with plates, goblets, watching faces, and the bright points of family pins and house colors. Hermione inhaled beside him. "It's enchanted to look like the sky outside. I read that in Hogwarts, a history, but it didn't say it would feel like standing under it." "It feels bigger than the room," Harry murmured. "It is bigger than the room," a portrait near the staff table muttered from a gilded frame. Children never listen when books understate things. Harry's head turned at once, and the painted wizard gave him a narrow-eyed look that was almost satisfaction. Before Harry could answer, McGonagall set a patched hat on a stool before the whole school, and the hall settled into a hungry silence. The hat sang, its mouth like tear opening over lines about courage, wit, loyalty, ambition, and the older work of houses that had carried children into a dangerous world. It was jaunty enough for students to clap when it finished, but Harry heard the warning under the rhyme. Names began. Children walked forward, sat, vanished beneath the brim, and were claimed by applause. Harry watched each one as though the stool were a small altar. Draco Malfoy went quickly, the hat barely brushing his white blonde hair before shouting, "Slytherin." Draco rose with visible relief, and Ron's jaw tightened when the Slytherin table welcomed him with sharp, approving noise. "Potter, Harry." The hall changed shape around his name. Conversation died in ripples. Harry walked because stopping would have been worse. The stool felt too tall and too public when he sat, and then the hat dropped over his eyes, smelling faintly of dust, old wool, and something like stored thought. "Well now," a voice said inside his head, close and amused. "Not what most people expect, are you?" Harry kept his hands folded in his lap. "I'm learning that most people expected a story, not a boy." "A boy with a man's memories laid through him like old paint beneath fresh color," the hat said. "Brave, certainly. You would stand where you must, even afraid. Loyal too, though hunger is the truer word. You want a home so badly that you might build one brick by brick if none is handed to you." Harry swallowed. Beneath the brim, the hall was dark, but the hat's attention was not. It pressed gently and found Aunt Susan's kitchen, the Dursleys' cupboard, Diagon Alley's colors, Ollivander's gaze, Hermione's guarded hope, Neville's relief, Ron's jealousy, Draco's offered hand, and the portraits watching from the walls like questions with faces. "Ambition," the hat continued. "Not small, either. You've tasted helplessness and you've no wish to return to it. You could do well in Slytherin, if power were the shape you trusted most." Harry thought of Draco's hand waiting to sort him by surname, and of Ron's hunger curdled by comparison. "Power matters," he admitted silently. "But I don't want it choosing my answers before I've asked the questions." The hat hummed with real pleasure. "There it is. You want the why behind the spell, the law beneath the custom, the memory behind the portrait, and the old door hidden by the feast. Courage may carry you, hunger may warm you, ambition may arm you, but curiosity will rule you." Harry felt the decision settle before the shout came. "Ravenclaw." For one ringing second, the applause from the blue and bronze table seemed to arrive from very far away. Then the hat was lifted, light struck his eyes, and Harry stood as the hall breathed again around him. He walked toward Ravenclaw with his heart beating hard, not because the choice felt strange, but because it felt dangerously exact. Ravenclaw's table welcomed Harry with applause that felt curious rather than possessive. A seventh-year girl shifted along the bench to make room, her bronze-trimmed robes neat enough to look deliberate instead of merely tidy. "Here, Potter, sit before the whole hall keeps staring at you." "Too late," a boy across from her said, though he grinned when Harry sat. "They'll stare until pudding at least." Harry managed a small smile and looked back toward the stool because watching the sorting gave him somewhere to put his nerves. The hat was already over another child's head, then another, calling Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin in turns while each table claimed its own. The pattern should have been simple, but Harry could feel the room making judgments before the hat spoke. Some names drew whispers, some rings drew nods, some children walked up carrying a family's expectation like an extra trunk. Granger, Hermione. Hermione went very straight. She walked to the stool with her chin lifted, though Harry saw the way her fingers tightened once around her robe before she sat. The hat dropped over her hair and stayed there. The paws stretched. At Gryffindor, someone began whispering. At Slytherin, a boy smirked as if delay itself proved something. Harry felt irritation rise, sharp and protective, though Hermione had known him less than a day. Then the hat shouted, "Ravenclaw." Harry was on his feet clapping before he thought better of it. Hermione's face opened with such startled relief that it hurt to see. She hurried toward the table, and the older girl who had made room for Harry made room again without being asked. Hermione sat beside him, breathless. It considered Gryffindor. Mine considered several things, Harry said. Apparently hats enjoy being thorough. The older girl laughed softly. Good. Thorough is respectable here. Longbottom, Neville. Neville nearly tripped on the step before he reached the stool. The hat covered his eyes for a long time, longer than Draco's instant certainty and longer even than Hermione's weighing. Harry saw Neville's shoulders hunch as whispers began moving again. A few Gryffindors leaned forward, hopeful. The Slytherin table looked bored. Hermione's hands tightened in her lap. Come on, Harry murmured, too quietly for most to hear. The hat finally shouted, Gryffindor. Neville looked almost shocked to have survived. Gryffindor cheered him warmly, and a dark-haired older girl patted the seat beside her until he found it. Neville looked back across the hall, saw Harry and Hermione clapping, and gave them a tiny, grateful smile that crossed the distance better than words. We can still be friends if he's in another house, Hermione said, as if testing the rule aloud. We'd better be, Harry said. Trevor may need diplomatic retrieval. Hermione gave him a quick smile, then turned as Ron Weasley's name was called. Ron sat beneath the hat with his face gone stubborn and pale. It took less time than Harry expected, but not no time at all. Slytherin. Ron stood frozen for a heartbeat. Across the hall, Fred and George at Gryffindor stared as if someone had replaced the floor under their feet. Percy's face had gone blank. At Slytherin, Draco Malfoy's eyebrows rose with entertained surprise, and Ron walked toward the green and silver table with his ears flaming, caught between humiliation and a fierce, sudden hunger not to look small. Hermione leaned closer to Harry. That's going to matter, isn't it? Harry watched Ron sit too far from Draco and too stiffly among strangers who had just become witnesses. Yes, he said, as the next name was called and the hall moved on without mercy. I think it already does. The last names passed in a blur of applause, nervous steps, and table colors. Harry watched because the hall expected him to watch, but part of him remained with Ron's stiff back at Slytherin and Neville's relieved smile at Gryffindor. The simple childhood map he had half remembered from storybook expectations was gone before he had ever reached a classroom. There would be no easy trio handed over by a train compartment, no neat line between brave children and ambitious ones, no world kind enough to arrange people by what Harry already understood. The stool was carried away. The sorting hat vanished into Professor McGonagall's hands. Albus Dumbledore rose at the staff table with a brightness that made the hall lean toward him before he spoke. He was tall, silver-bearded, and smiling as if every child there had arrived exactly when expected. Harry had seen portraits try to imitate that kind of presence in old galleries, but Dumbledore wore it living, warm, and dangerous in a way Harry couldn't yet name. Welcome, Dumbledore said, his voice carrying with impossible ease. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have a few words for you. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Laughter rolled through the hall. Plates filled themselves. Food appeared in rich, impossible abundance, and for a moment Harry's body remembered the cupboard with such force that his hand froze above a golden roast potato. Hermione noticed and did not say anything. She only passed him the dish when his hand moved again, her face carefully turned toward the table as if privacy could be offered by looking away. Is he always like that? Harry asked the older girl across from him, mostly to pull himself back into the room. Dumbledore, she said, spooning carrots onto her plate. Usually, he's either wonderfully wise or pretending nonsense is wisdom. Sometimes both. I'm Penelope Clearwater, by the way. Second year. If you're lost tomorrow, ask a portrait or an older Ravenclaw before asking a staircase. Hermione's eyes sharpened at once. The staircases move by intent, schedule, or prank enchantment. Penelope smiled, openly approving now. All three, depending on which staircase and how offended it is. You really are going to fit here. Harry glanced past her shoulder. Along the walls, portraits leaned from their frames to watch the feast with busy interest. A painted knight argued with a woman in green silk about whether new Ravenclaws looked cleverer than last year's. Farther up, an old witch with ink-stained fingers met Harry's gaze, tapped the side of her nose, and turned away into a painted doorway that led somewhere not visible from the frame. Harry set down his fork. Where do they go when they leave the picture? Penelope followed his gaze, then shrugged. Other portraits, other frames, sometimes wherever they think their business is. That isn't an answer. No, Penelope said, amused. It's an invitation to spend 7 years finding one. Hermione's smile came slowly, fierce and private, as if someone had just handed her permission. Harry felt the same thing settle inside him, deeper than the feast and stronger than the stares still thrown at his scar. Hogwarts was not a rescue, not a reward, and not a safe story waiting to repeat itself. It was doors, laws, portraits, names, hidden rituals, and questions with teeth. He picked up his fork again, but his eyes stayed on the moving frames, and for the first time since waking in the cupboard with another life behind his eyes, Harry knew exactly what kind of boy he intended to become. 8. A proper school. Morning arrived at Ravenclaw with bells, blue light, and the unpleasant discovery that Hogwarts expected its students to be awake before their wonder had worn off. Harry dressed by the cold glow of the tower windows while other first years searched trunks, argued with ties, and tried not to look as lost as they were. The common room beyond the dormitory had become a small storm of parchment, breakfast smells carried up from somewhere impossible, and older students moving with the confident speed of people who knew which staircases were likely to betray them before noon. Hermione was already at one of the tables when Harry came down, her hair still slightly wild from sleep and her expression sharpened into battle readiness. Several timetables lay spread before her in neat rows, along with a fresh sheet of parchment on which she had begun copying something into columns. "They're not joking," she said before Harry could greet her. "Look at this. Charms, transfiguration, potions, herbology, defense, history of magic, muggle studies, etiquette and social protocol, government, traditions, and house law, ritual magic theory, basic warding and magical safety, and magical artifacts and ring safety." Harry took the timetable she pushed toward him. The parchment felt ordinary enough beneath his fingers, which somehow made the list worse. "That's not a school week," he said. "That's a siege." A boy with ink on his thumb leaned over from the next chair and gave a sympathetic snort. "First year always looks frightening on paper. By Christmas you'll only be frightened in person." Hermione looked up. "That isn't reassuring." "It wasn't meant to be," he said, cheerful about it. "I'm Roger Davies. Second year. Ravenclaw house advice. Don't fall behind in house law. Don't assume muggle studies is easy because you're muggle-born or muggle-raised. And never bring an unknown ring to artifact safety unless you enjoy being shouted at by Professor Kettleburn's sister." Harry blinked. "There are 2 Kettleburns?" "Worse," Roger said. "This one has both legs and better aim." Hermione's quill hovered over her parchment, torn between writing that down and objecting to the tone. "Muggle studies is compulsory?" "For the first 3 years," Roger said. "Modern muggle government, money, police, schools, machines, secrecy risks, all that. Half the old families sulk through it because they think plugs are a moral failing." Harry glanced toward the timetable again, but his attention caught on the shape underneath the subjects rather than the subjects themselves. This wasn't accidental. It wasn't a thin set of wand lessons wrapped in candles and Latin words. It was society being taught before children were old enough to notice they were being fitted into it. Penelope Clearwater crossed behind Roger and set a cup of tea beside the timetable as if Harry already looked like he needed it. "Breakfast first, panic after. Professor Vector says empty minds learn badly, and Professor Marchbanks says hungry children make poor citizens." Hermione seized on the unfamiliar name. "Professor Marchbanks teaches house law?" "Government, traditions, and house law," Penelope corrected gently, "and she expects the full title used on essays. Come on, if we leave now, you can see the route to the hall before the staircases start feeling clever." Harry folded the timetable carefully and tucked it into his book bag. As he followed them out through the bronze-framed entrance, one of the eagle carvings watched him with polished patience, and the castle beyond seemed less like a dream than a machine with laws, teeth, and doors. Last night Hogwarts had opened like a question. This morning, it had handed him the syllabus. The route to breakfast taught Harry that Hogwarts did not merely contain surprises. It scheduled them. One staircase waited until the first years had committed themselves, then swung sideways with a grinding groan that made Hermione grab the banister and Roger Davies laugh without slowing down. A portrait of a thin man in hunting green gave them different directions from the portrait of a stout witch with a lapdog, and Penelope settled the argument by asking the lapdog, which barked twice and proved correct. By the time Harry reached the Great Hall, the timetable in his bag felt heavier than his textbooks. Owls swept overhead, plates filled, students argued across house tables in clumps of color and surname, and Harry saw Ron at Slytherin with his shoulders hunched while Draco Malfoy spoke to him from 2 seats away with the lazy interest of someone testing a tool before buying it. Hermione noticed too. "He looks miserable." "He also looks angry about looking miserable," Harry said, and then Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the hall with clean authority as she directed first years toward their first lessons. History of magic was not in a dusty room abandoned to sleep, which Harry had half expected from the way older students groaned when the subject was named. It was held in a high-windowed classroom lined with maps, family trees, treaty copies, and framed sketches of ruined villages, old ward circles, goblin meeting halls, and ministry chambers. The witch waiting beside the lectern was not ghostly, not bored, and not forgiving. She had iron-gray hair pinned so precisely it looked engineered, and her dark blue robes were fastened with a brooch shaped like a closed book. "I am Professor Elspeth March," she said once the class settled. "You will not sleep in my classroom. You will not call history dead. Dead people have done more to shape your morning than most living fools will do with a lifetime, and if you leave this room believing dates matter less than dueling spells, I will have failed and so will you." A nervous silence fell. Hermione's quill was already moving. Professor March tapped the board with her wand, and words wrote themselves in firm white lines. The witch-burning era, the statute, houses and survival, goblin treaties, muggle-born entry after 1692. Harry felt the room change around that last phrase. A few pure-blood students sat straighter. Hermione's quill paused for the first time. Professor March looked over them all and did not blink. Magic survives through memory, law, craft, blood, adoption, oath, apprenticeship, and founding. Anyone who tells you it survives through blood alone is selling you politics. Anyone who tells you blood never matters is selling you a different politics. In this room, we will learn what happened before we decide what we prefer. Hermione's hand rose before Harry could stop smiling. Professor March pointed at her. "Name?" "Hermione Granger, Professor. What does founding mean in that list?" Several students turned. One boy near the back made a small, dismissive sound. Professor March's eyes sharpened. "An excellent first question, Miss Granger. 10 points to Ravenclaw, and detention to Mr. Knott if he mistakes contempt for thought again." She let the words settle, then turned back to Hermione. "Founding is how the magical world remembers that every old house was once new." Muggle studies came after lunch, which should have made it gentler. Instead, the classroom felt charged before the professor arrived. Several pure-blood students sat as though the benches had insulted them personally. Draco Malfoy had one elbow on the desk and the expression of a boy prepared to be bored on principle, while Ron Weasley slouched 2 rows behind him, face flushed with the effort of looking as if he belonged there. Hermione arranged her parchment with visible care. "I don't understand why anyone would object to this subject. Secrecy alone should make it essential." A Slytherin girl with sleek dark hair turned just enough to look at her. "Of course you'd think that." Hermione's hand stilled. Harry felt the small pause before the room noticed it. "Because I know what a telephone is." "Because you're from there," the girl said. "Some of us came to learn magic." Harry looked across the aisle. If your world hides from theirs, knowing how theirs works seems fairly magical to me. Draco's pale eyes moved to him. That sounds like something a muggle lover says when he's trying to make ignorance look clever. Before Harry could answer, the classroom door opened. The man who entered was young for a professor, brown-skinned, neatly bearded, and carrying a battered leather briefcase under one arm and a plug socket mounted on a wooden demonstration board under the other. He set both on the desk, looked at the class, then at Draco. 5 points from Slytherin for using muggle lover, as though I'm too far away to hear it. 2 more if you make me explain why the insult is lazy. Draco sat back, offended into silence. I am Professor Arun Delling, the man said, writing his name on the board with ordinary chalk rather than a wand. This is Muggle studies, not Muggle admiration, not Muggle submission, not Muggle mockery. Studies. You will learn how the non-magical majority governs itself, feeds itself, records crimes, moves information, builds machines, educates children, handles money, and notices what we would prefer it did not notice. Hermione's shoulders loosened a fraction. Professor Delling lifted the wooden board. This is a British plug socket. By the end of the week, you will know what it does, why sticking a wand into one is stupid, and why a wizard who thinks electricity is beneath him is a danger to the statute and probably to his curtains. A few students laughed. Ron did not. He was staring at the socket as if it had been designed to embarrass him personally. Professor Delling pointed toward the back. Mr. Weasley, your father works with Muggle artifacts, I believe. What is electricity? Ron's ears went scarlet. It's, what they use instead of magic. No, Professor Delling said, not unkindly. That is what a lazy wizard says when he doesn't know the answer. Miss Granger? Hermione sat straighter, but her voice stayed careful. It's a form of energy associated with charged particles, Professor. In homes, it's used through controlled circuits to power lights, heating, appliances, communication devices, and other machines. Good, Professor Delling said. 10 points to Ravenclaw, not because Miss Granger was born knowing useful things, but because she didn't mistake familiarity for worthlessness. Harry watched the words strike the room. Hermione looked pleased, then wary, as if praise had suddenly made her more visible. Ron looked down at his desk. Draco's face had gone smooth in the way Harry was already learning meant he was storing the insult for later. Professor Delling turned back to the board and drew 2 columns. Your first essay is simple. Compare one Muggle institution with one magical institution. Police and Aurors, banks and Gringotts, Parliament and the Wizengamot, schools and Hogwarts. Anyone who writes, Muggles are stupid, or, wizards are better, without evidence will redo it until my tea tastes young again. Harry opened his notebook, but his mind stayed on Hermione's careful face. This class wasn't about plugs. It was about who got to call knowledge common, who got to call it dirty, and who had been allowed to arrive at Hogwarts already knowing the rules. By evening, Harry's bag had developed corners that seemed determined to bruise his hip. The first day had not even included potions or transfiguration yet, but he already had reading for history, a comparison essay for Muggle studies, a list of forbidden dormitory warding experiments from basic warding and magical safety, and 3 pages of terms from government, traditions, and house law that looked harmless until Professor Marchbanks attached penalties to half of them. The Ravenclaw common room felt calmer than the corridors, though not quieter. Students occupied tables in clusters, comparing timetables, arguing over footnotes, and taking turns at the shelves where older annotated guides waited under a small sign that read borrow, don't steal, or the books will tell us. Hermione had claimed a corner table with the air of a commander securing ground. Harry dropped into the chair opposite her and set his books down carefully. Hermione looked at the pile, then at him. I thought magic school would have more wand waving. So did I, Harry said. Apparently wand waving comes after legal liability. She gave a tired laugh, then opened her history notes. Professor March said every old house was once new. Professor Delling said familiarity isn't worthlessness. Professor Marchbanks said ignorance of house law does not protect you from it. Do you see the pattern? Harry leaned back and looked toward the nearest portrait. A painted scholar pretended to read, badly. They're teaching 2 schools at once. Magic, and how the magical world decides who is allowed to matter. Hermione's mouth tightened. And if you don't know the second one, the first one isn't enough. A book slid itself an inch farther out from the shelf beside them. Hermione stared. Harry rose, crossed the room, and eased it free. The cover was blue cloth rubbed pale at the corners, titled A First-Year Companion to Wizarding Institutions. Inside the front cover, older Ravenclaws had written warnings in different hands. Learn terms before arguments. Never sign anything you don't understand. Goblin etiquette matters. House status is not manners, it is law pretending to be manners. Harry carried it back and set it between them. The library has teeth too. Hermione touched the margin note with one fingertip. Someone knew first years would need this. Someone in Ravenclaw, Harry said. Across the room, Penelope looked up from her own work and smiled as if she had been waiting for them to notice. That shelf has saved more first years than prefects have. Read the green chapter before Friday if you don't want Professor Marchbanks to skin you politely. Hermione opened to the contents page at once. What's the green chapter? Recognized houses, unrecognized magicals, and why introductions are never just introductions, Penelope said, then returned to her essay. Harry felt the words settle over the day like a lock clicking into place. Hogwarts was not only classrooms, spells, portraits, meals, and moving stairs. It was a training ground for an entire hidden civilization, and every subject had another lesson folded underneath it. He looked at Hermione, at the book between them, and at the portrait scholar who had given up pretending not to watch. All right, Harry said quietly, pulling parchment toward him. Let's learn the rules before they're used on us. 9. Of no house. By the third evening, Hermione had stopped treating the timetable as an enemy and begun treating it as a campaign map. She had color-coded the subjects, copied assignment dates into a second grid, and placed a first-year companion to wizarding institutions open between herself and Harry as if the book might try to escape. Harry sat opposite her in the Ravenclaw common room with his chin propped on one hand, reading the same sentence for the fourth time. The words were plain enough. That made them worse. Of no house. A recognized magical person without lawful house affiliation, inheritance structure, warded seat, registered magical continuity, or acknowledged protection bond. Hermione tapped the page with her quill. That's me. Harry looked up at once. Not forever. That isn't what I said. Her voice was controlled, which Harry was learning meant she was angrier than she wanted anyone to notice. I said that's me. Not muggle, not squib, not foreign, magical, admitted to Hogwarts, allowed to buy a wand, allowed to sit exams, but legally floating unless someone chooses to explain the rest. Roger Davies, passing behind them with a stack of charms books, slowed. That's a bit dramatic for the companion. Hermione turned on him. Is it wrong? Roger winced, then glanced toward the older students near the fire as though hoping one of them would rescue him. None did. Ravenclaws, Harry had noticed, were very willing to let someone else answer a dangerous question first. No, Roger admitted. Not wrong. Exactly. Just simplified. Plenty of people are of no house. Half-bloods sometimes. Orphans. Foreign students until paperwork catches up. Muggle-borns, usually, unless they marry in, apprentice properly, get adopted under house law, or found something later. Hermione's fingers tightened around her quill. Found something later. And who tells them that? Roger shifted his books from one arm to the other. Professors, sometimes. Lawyers if families ask. Goblins if you're already at Gringotts for the right reason. Older students if they know and aren't idiots about it. That sounds less like a system and more like a locked door with a sign hidden in another room, Harry said. Roger gave him a cautious look. That's one way to put it. Hermione bent over the book again, but Harry saw the small, hard set of her mouth. The chapter continued down the ladder in careful language. Magical house. Noble house. Most noble. Ancient and noble. The words looked like etiquette until the examples turned into inheritance, ward access, court wait, oath standing, marriage contracts, apprentice protections, and who could speak for a child when adults disagreed. Penelope Clearwater joined them with a quiet rustle of robes and set another book beside Hermione's elbow. Try this one too. It's drier, but less polite. Hermione read the title, Foundations of Magical Continuity and House Recognition. It explains why introductions matter, Penelope said. When someone says, Harry Potter of the ancient and noble house of Potter, and someone else is only, Hermione Granger, they're not merely being fancy. They're stating legal weight. Harry felt his stomach go cold. He had heard names tossed about all week like ornaments. Malfoy had used his as a blade. Ron had flinched around his own like it was supposed to feed him without effort. Hermione had arrived with brilliance, courage, and preparation, and the old world had quietly labeled her incomplete. Hermione opened the second book. Then I'm going to learn exactly what they think I'm missing. Harry pulled fresh parchment toward himself. We both are. Hermione did not go to bed when the lamps dimmed in the common room. She copied the relevant passage from Foundations of Magical Continuity and House Recognition in a smaller, sharper hand than usual, then turned to the next book Penelope had left and began cross-checking terms as if the shelves themselves were being put on trial. Harry stayed with her, partly because the subject mattered and partly because he recognized the look on her face. It was the look of someone discovering that a locked door had been described to her as a wall. By the time the fire had sunk low, Hermione had 3 columns on her parchment. Known pathways, required witnesses, who was told. The third column had almost nothing beneath it. That can't be right, she said at last, pushing one book away and dragging another closer. Apprenticeship requires a sponsor, proper registration, and in most fields either house standing or a recognized guardian. Adoption under house law requires consent, witnesses, and usually a head of house. Founding requires name, magic, intent, record, and ward continuity. But the school doesn't mention any of that in the entry letter. Harry leaned over the parchment. Maybe they teach it later. Hermione looked at him over the top of the book. Later than 11, when every pure-blood child already knows whether they have a house, a crest expectation, a marriage lane, a vault structure, and relatives who can explain what an oath actually costs. Harry had no answer he liked. A soft cough came from the neighboring table. A fifth-year girl Harry only knew by sight lowered her arithmancy text and gave Hermione a careful look. They do teach some of it later. In house law, 3rd year has more detail. 5th year has the useful parts if you take magical law and governance. Hermione sat straighter. Useful for whom? The girl closed her book around one finger to hold her place. For people who already know enough to ask the right questions. Harry felt Hermione go very still. That isn't schooling, Hermione said. That's filtering. The 5th year's mouth twisted. Not quite a smile. Welcome to old magic. Most professors aren't cruel about it. Some of them genuinely think muggle-borns have enough to manage with wands, robes, and not being eaten by stairs. They call it not overwhelming you. They mean not arming us, Hermione said. The words landed harder than she seemed to expect. 2 older students glanced over. A portrait near the bookshelf stopped pretending to sleep. Harry kept his voice low. Hermione. No, she said, but she did not snap at him. She turned the book so he could see the page. Look, muggle-born entry after the statute. Wand licensing, school admission, secrecy education, basic ministry registration. That's the path they built for us. Enough magic to function, enough law to obey, not enough law to stand. The 5th year did not argue. That was worse. Harry read the paragraph she indicated, then looked back at her columns. His old life had taught him that institutions rarely needed to announce exclusion if the paperwork did it quietly. The magical world had made a place for Hermione Granger, but only as a student, a wand carrier, a clever girl who could earn marks inside walls built by other people. It had not told her how to become a name the walls had to recognize. Hermione dipped her quill again. The tip scratched across the parchment with angry precision. At the top of the empty 3rd column, she wrote, "No one unless forced." Harry watched the ink dry and felt something in him harden beside her. Then we forced the question. The question found them sooner than Harry expected. The next morning, government, traditions, and house law met in a stepped classroom whose walls were covered with framed examples of formal introductions, witness marks, and diagrams of inheritance lines. Professor Marchbanks stood beside the board with a silver-tipped pointer in one hand and the air of a woman who could make a comma legally binding if she wished. Names, she said, once the class had settled. Not sounds, not labels. Names. A magical name may carry blood, adoption, oaths, protection, property, obligation, and standing. Mr. Malfoy, introduce yourself properly. Draco rose with visible pleasure. Draco Lucius Malfoy, heir to the noble house of Malfoy. Acceptable, Professor Marchbanks said. Mr. Weasley. Ron pushed himself up as though the bench had betrayed him. His robes were slightly crooked, and there was ink on one cuff. Ronald Bilious Weasley, of the House of Weasley. Professor Marchbanks waited. Ron flushed. Pure blood House of Weasley? A few Slytherins snickered. Draco's mouth curved. Professor Marchbanks's pointer tapped once against her palm. The House of Weasley is an old pure-blood magical house with a recognized Crest transmission, several cadet links, and historically significant domestic charm work. It is not fashionable to remember craft until one needs a roof repaired, food preserved, or a nursery ward that does not poison the child. Sit down, Mr. Weasley, and learn the weight of what you carry before someone else sells it back to you. Ron sat hard, red to the tips of his ears. Harry saw anger cross his face first, then something sharper and more frightened. Ron had expected embarrassment about money. He had not expected to be scolded for treating inheritance as a thing that should praise him without being understood. Professor Marchbanks turned her gaze across the room. Miss Granger. Hermione stood. Harry felt the room notice before she spoke. Hermione Jean Granger, she said clearly. The silence after her name was not empty. It had edges. Professor Marchbanks's expression did not change. And? Hermione held her shoulders straight. I have no lawful house affiliation, Professor. No registered protection bond, no warded seat, no recognized magical continuity, and no crest expectation. Under the definitions in a first-year companion to Wizarding Institutions and Foundations of Magical Continuity and House Recognition, I am presently of no house. Someone near the back whispered, Merlin. Ron looked over, startled. Draco looked delighted for half a second, until he seemed to realize Hermione had named the thing before anyone else could use it on her. Professor Marchbanks studied Hermione for long enough that Harry's hand tightened around his quill. Correct, she said at last. 5 points to Ravenclaw for accuracy, and another 5 for courage. Most students reach that term by insult before they reach it by definition. Hermione's chin lifted. Why aren't muggle-born students told before we arrive? The classroom went still in a different way. Professor Marchbanks set the pointer down. Because the ministry considers school admission sufficient first recognition, because many families dislike complicating their children's first year, because some professors fear overwhelming new students, and because old systems are very good at surviving by being inconvenient to question. That isn't an answer, Hermione said. No, Professor Marchbanks replied. It is 4 answers, none of them adequate. Harry heard Ron shift behind him. The movement was small, uncomfortable, and nothing like laughter. Hermione sat down slowly, her face pale with anger rather than shame, and Harry knew the hidden hierarchy had made its first mistake. It had let Hermione Granger see the shape of the lock. The corridor outside House Law filled too quickly for privacy. Students spilled around Harry and Hermione in murmuring knots, some pretending not to look, others looking openly now that Hermione had placed a dangerous word on herself and survived it. The old stones threw their footsteps back at them, turning whispers into something almost official. Draco Malfoy caught up near the turn toward Charms with Crabbe and Goyle behind him like badly trained furniture. Very brave, Granger, he said, smooth enough that the insult had to wait beneath the polish. Announcing it yourself, I suppose that saves everyone else the trouble. Hermione's books shifted in her arms, but she did not drop her gaze. Announcing a legal status isn't shameful. No, Draco said, of course not. Being without one might be, but announcing it isn't. Harry stepped half a pace closer before he thought about it. Careful, Malfoy. Professor Marchbanks just gave points for accuracy. You're drifting into wishful thinking. Draco's attention slid to him, colder now. And you're very protective for someone who hasn't been properly introduced either, Potter. That struck nearer than Harry liked. Not because Draco knew anything, but because Harry realized he himself had been using a name he had not been taught how to carry. Potter had opened doors in Diagon Alley. It had made adults stare, whisper, soften, calculate. He had thought of it as fame, then as loss. Now he wondered how much of it had been law moving around him while no one explained the mechanism. Ron hovered at the edge of the group, red-faced and uneasy. Leave it, Malfoy, he muttered. Draco looked amused. Defending her now, Weasley? How modern. Ron's jaw worked. I said leave it. Hermione looked at Ron as if she were not sure whether to be grateful or annoyed that it had taken this long for him to find a spine. Harry understood the feeling. Ron had fumbled his own inheritance and still had one. Hermione had named an absence and been expected to stand neatly inside it. A clear voice cut through the gathering before the moment could turn uglier. "If you're blocking the corridor for a duel, you're doing it in the wrong place," Penelope Clearwater said, appearing from the stairs with a prefect badge bright on her robes. "If you're blocking it for gossip, you're doing it in the wrong house." Draco's mouth tightened, but he stepped back. "Ravenclaws do enjoy pretending questions are shields." Penelope smiled without warmth, only because they work better than sneers. Draco left with Crabbe and Goyle, and after a moment Ron went the other way with his shoulders hunched. The corridor loosened around them. Hermione exhaled carefully, then looked down at the books in her arms as though they had become heavier. Harry waited until the nearest students had moved on. He wanted it to hurt. "It did," Hermione said. "That doesn't mean he was right." "No," Harry said. "It means they rely on people not knowing the words until the words have already been used as weapons." Hermione's eyes lifted to his. Harry thought of cupboard doors, letters addressed under stairs, timetables that taught law after children had already entered the system, and old names that protected some students before they understood what protection meant. Ignorance was not empty. It had been arranged. It kept muggle-borns grateful for admission, pure-bloods careless with inheritance, and everyone else too busy learning the surface rules to ask who had written the deeper ones. Hermione tightened her grip on foundations of magical continuity and house recognition. "Then we learn the deeper ones." Harry nodded, and the decision felt less like curiosity now and more like a promise. "And when they try to use them on us, we'll already be holding the page." 10. Old Ways Beneath Pumpkins. By breakfast on Halloween, Harry knew something was wrong with the pumpkins. They floated above the great hall in cheerful orange clusters, bobbing under the enchanted ceiling while candles glittered around them and enchanted bats swooped too low over the first year's heads. Most of the muggle-born students looked delighted. Several half-bloods laughed when one pumpkin hiccuped sparks and spun upside down. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at the staff table as though he had personally invented seasonal cheer. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy looked as if someone had served pudding before the soup. He spoke quietly to Theodore Nott, who covered his mouth with one hand and glanced toward the staff table with open disdain. A few older pure-blood Ravenclaws were no better. They ate neatly, behaved politely, and watched the floating pumpkins with the careful patience of people enduring a children's pantomime. Hermione noticed because Harry did. Her gaze sharpened as she followed his attention across the hall. "They're doing it again," she said, lowering her voice. Harry buttered his toast slowly. "Doing what?" "Pretending everyone else understands something while not explaining it." Hermione's eyes flicked to the pumpkins. "It's Halloween. I know that part, but this isn't just a feast, is it?" Across from them, Roger Davies paused with his goblet halfway to his mouth. Penelope Clearwater gave him one warning look, then set down her fork with a sigh. "No," Penelope said, "not just a feast." Hermione turned toward her at once. "Then what is it?" Penelope hesitated, and that hesitation was answer enough to make Harry's stomach tighten. "Officially, school celebration, seasonal tradition, ghosts behaving badly, too much sugar, and Professor Dumbledore pretending pumpkins are universal culture." Roger muttered, "Which they aren't." Penelope gave him another look, but it lacked real force. Unofficially, Samhain is one of the oldest ritual nights in Britain. The dead, inheritance, house continuity, old oaths, ward renewal, family remembrance, and, in some houses, crest expectation. Children from old families usually know that before they arrive. Hermione went still in the way she had gone still in house law, all thought narrowing into a blade. "And muggle-borns." Penelope's expression softened, which made the answer worse. "Usually they go to the feast." Harry looked up at the pumpkins again. The great hall had not changed, yet the brightness seemed thinner than it had a moment before. A painted screen hung in front of an older door. "Because no one tells them there's somewhere else to be." Roger shifted uncomfortably. "Some wouldn't be able to attend anyway. Not without a house tie, invitation, sponsor, or protection." Hermione's fingers closed around her spoon. "But some might." Penelope met her eyes. "Yes." At the staff table, Dumbledore smiled as a pumpkin above Flitwick's head grew a tiny carved mustache. Laughter rose through the hall, easy and warm and harmless on the surface. Harry felt none of it settle. The feast suddenly looked less like celebration and more like a distraction polished until everyone called it tradition. Hermione leaned closer to Harry, her voice quiet enough that only he and Penelope could hear. "If there's an old rite tonight, I'm not spending it under pumpkins." The answer followed them out of breakfast because Hermione would not let it remain behind with the plates. She walked beside Harry with foundations of magical continuity hugged against her chest, her steps brisk enough that 2 years dodged out of her way without needing to be asked. The corridor outside the Great Hall still smelled faintly of pumpkin, hot bread, and candle smoke, but the stone beyond it felt colder. Older students moved in 2s and 3s, some wearing ordinary robes, some with small clasps, cords, or family pins Harry had not noticed before that morning. Hermione saw them too. They're marking themselves. Harry's gaze caught on a 7th-year Hufflepuff girl touching a bronze brooch shaped like a badger above her heart. For the rite? For people who know there is one. Hermione stopped near a window alcove and opened the book with sharp, controlled hands. Samhain, Samhain, Samhain. Variant spellings, regional forms, pre-ministry rites. Here, a liminal night traditionally associated with family dead, threshold renewal, inheritance acknowledgement, oath remembrance, and the opening of lawful continuity channels. Lawful continuity channels, Harry. Penelope, who had followed at a more dignified pace, folded her arms. "Don't shout that in the corridor unless you want half the castle listening." Hermione lowered her voice, but not her intensity. "Is that what a crest is? A continuity channel?" Roger made a small strangled noise. "You don't ask that in public." Harry looked at him. She just did. Penelope glanced both ways along the corridor, then guided them farther into the alcove with the brisk impatience of a prefect choosing the least bad rule to break. A crest isn't only one thing. It's inheritance, memory, magical pattern, family recognition, and obligation. Some old houses call Samhain the first answering. Some only use it for remembrance. Some children feel nothing. Some heirs receive warning dreams, marks, instincts, forms, or the first pressure of family magic. Hermione's face had gone pale with anger again. "And muggle-borns are given pumpkins." Penelope winced. "Most muggle-borns don't have an inherited crest waiting." "That isn't the same as saying they have no path," Hermione said. "No," Penelope admitted. Harry felt the words settle like a weight. It was the same hidden door again, only older and darker. School admission had let Hermione into the castle, but not necessarily into the night that taught the castle what names meant. What would a muggle-born need? Roger looked as if he wished he had chosen another staircase. Invitation, sponsorship, a protection bond, a house willing to stand near them. Sometimes a ritual witness who knows what they're doing. It depends on the rite. Hermione turned to Harry. She did not ask. That was what struck him. She had been told enough times now that permission lived elsewhere. Her eyes said she would go looking with or without anyone's comfort. Penelope noticed too, and her expression changed from caution to reluctant respect. "You can't just walk into an old rite because you're angry." Hermione shut the book with a soft snap. "Then tell me how not to be stupid about it." For a moment, Penelope looked almost amused. Then she looked toward the great hall doors, where laughter still rolled beneath bobbing pumpkin light. "Ask someone who has lawful standing and isn't afraid of questions. Ask before sunset, and don't let anyone turn this into a dare." Harry held Hermione's gaze and felt the promise from the corridor after house law deepened into something older. "Then we ask properly." Asking properly proved harder than saying it. Professor Marchbanks was not in her classroom when Harry and Hermione arrived. The door stood open, but the step room beyond was empty except for a neat stack of marked essays and a blackboard already cleaned for the afternoon. Hermione stared at the vacant desk as if it had personally betrayed a legal principle. "She has to be somewhere," Hermione said, turning back into the corridor with the book still clutched to her chest. Professors don't simply vanish when students need answers. Harry thought of Hagrid, Dumbledore, and the way adults had explained only what they meant to explain. They might if the question is inconvenient. Hermione's mouth tightened, but before she could answer, Neville Longbottom came around the corner with soil on one sleeve and a small potted plant cradled in both hands. He slowed when he saw them. Are you two all right? We're looking for Professor Marchbanks, Harry said. Or someone who can answer a house law question before sunset. Neville looked down at the plant, then back at them. Before sunset on Halloween? Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly. You know too? Neville flushed. Gran mentioned Samhain rites. Longbottoms do family remembrance mostly. Nothing grand. Well, not grand like Blacks or Malfoys or old stories. But there's a candle table, names, a ward touch, and Gran says you don't laugh at the dead unless you want them laughing back. Hermione absorbed that with visible effort. And muggle-borns. Neville's face fell. I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't think. The apology was so immediate and so plainly meant that some of Hermione's anger lost its target. Harry saw her breathe in, then let it out slowly. That's part of the problem, but thank you for saying it. Neville shifted the pot against his chest. Professor Flitwick might know. He's your head of house, and Professor McGonagall says asking the right professor is better than asking the wrong rumor. Harry nearly smiled despite himself. That sounds like McGonagall. They found Flitwick in a side corridor near the Charms classroom, standing on a small stepladder while directing a flock of chalk letters back into their proper boxes. He turned at Hermione's careful, "Professor?" and his expression sharpened at once, not with irritation, but recognition. "Miss Granger," Flitwick said, hopping down to the floor with surprising agility. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, a question before the evening, I suspect." Hermione stepped forward before Harry could soften the way. "Professor, if Samhain is an old ritual night tied to house continuity and Crest expectation, and if some muggle-borns might have lawful paths through invitation, sponsorship, protection, or witness, then I want to know whether I'm permitted to attend anything real tonight." Flitwick was quiet for long enough that the chalk letters rustled nervously in their boxes. "Permitted is not the first word I would choose," he said at last. "Safe is closer." Harry felt Hermione's shoulders stiffen. "So it's dangerous?" "All rites are dangerous when people treat them as performances," Flitwick said. Samhain listens. It remembers names, blood, grief, debts, shelter, promises. A student without house standing should not enter an old circle alone. A student with standing should not enter one arrogantly. Harry looked at Hermione, then back at Flitwick. "Could I stand with her?" Flitwick studied him with bright, grave eyes. "You may offer protection as Harry Potter, but you do not yet understand what Potter carries. That makes the offer sincere and incomplete." Hermione's grip tightened on her book. "Incomplete doesn't mean useless." "No," Flitwick said, and a small smile touched his mouth. "It means witnessed, limited, and carefully worded. If Miss Granger attends tonight, she does so as a recognized magical student under Hogwarts protection, accompanied by a fellow first year of Old House blood offering temporary shelter, and under faculty supervision. Nothing more, nothing claimed beyond the hour, and no promises made in anger." Harry nodded before fear could make him hesitate. "Then that's what we ask for." Flitwick glanced toward the windows, where the afternoon light had begun to thin. "Very well, come to the Charms corridor after supper. Do not go to the feast hall first, do not follow any student dare, and do not accept an invitation from Mr. Malfoy or anyone pretending mockery is tradition." Hermione drew herself up. "We won't." Neville looked between them, pale but determined. "Can I come too?" Flitwick's smile warmed. "Yes, Mr. Longbottom. A friend who understands remembrance is rarely unwelcome on Samhain." After supper, the feast hall called to them with noise. Harry heard it from the turning above the great staircase, laughter and music rolling through the castle as though nothing older than sugar and carved faces existed beneath the night. The smell of roast meat, treacle, hot spice, and pumpkin drifted up the corridor. Hermione's eyes flicked once toward the sound, then away with deliberate discipline. Neville stood beside her with his hands clasped too tightly around the strap of his book bag. He had washed the soil from his sleeve, but one fingernail remained green at the edge. Gran would say we're either being very respectful or very foolish. Hermione glanced at him. "Which one do you think?" Neville swallowed. "I'm hoping respectful." Harry adjusted the cuff of his robe and tried to ignore the strange awareness prickling under his skin. He had no ring, no crest he could name, no real understanding of what Potter carried, but the castle felt different tonight. The stones seemed to hold their cold more deeply. The torchlight bent lower against the walls. Even the portraits watched without pretending otherwise. Professor Flitwick waited outside the charms corridor with a small lantern in one hand and Professor McGonagall beside him, stern and straight in tartan-edged robes. Her gaze passed over Neville first, softened by a fraction, then settled on Hermione and Harry. "Mr. Longbottom has informed me he intends to stand as a friend, not as a sponsor," McGonagall said. "That distinction matters." Neville nodded quickly. "Yes, Professor." Flitwick lifted the lantern. Its flame was not orange, but a steady silver white that made the corridor seams glimmer. "Miss Granger, before we go farther, you will say it plainly. Why are you here?" Hermione's fingers flexed once at her side. "Because I'm magical, because ignorance isn't consent, and because if there are lawful paths open to muggle-borns, I won't be kept from them by silence." McGonagall's mouth pressed thin, but Harry did not think she disapproved. "Anger is a poor guide in ritual." Hermione held her ground. "Then I'll let Professor Flitwick guide the ritual. I'm keeping the anger because it tells me something is wrong." For one suspended moment, the corridor listened. Then Flitwick gave a small, approving nod. "Good. Honesty is safer than pretty manners tonight." He turned and tapped his wand against a narrow stretch of wall Harry had passed 3 times that week without noticing. Stone lines warmed into sight, not a door exactly, but a boundary remembering it could open. The wall folded inward with a soft grinding sigh, revealing steps descending into dim blue-gray light. Harry felt the pull before he moved. It was not a voice. It was hearth smoke, old rain on stone, a hand shielding a candle, a door held shut against winter. Something in his chest answered so suddenly that he had to put one hand against the wall. Hermione looked at him at once. "Harry?" "I'm all right," he said, though he wasn't sure that was true. The sensation spread beneath his ribs, searching for a shape it had not yet found. "Something knows me." Flitwick's face grew grave. "Not something, Mr. Potter. Someone, many someones, and the house they left behind." McGonagall stepped closer, wand angled but not raised. "If you feel pain, fear, or compulsion, you will say so at once." Harry nodded. Ahead, the hidden stairs waited, and below them the old knight breathed like a room full of names. He looked at Hermione, saw fear and fury and wonder held together by will, then offered his hand without making it grand. Hermione took it. Neville fell in beside them. Together, under the professor's watchful eyes, they stepped beneath the pumpkins and into Samhain. 11. Wings at Samhain. The stair did not go down as far as Harry expected. It curved once, twice, then opened into a chamber beneath Ravenclaw Tower where the air smelled of cold stone, old wax, ink, and something faintly sharp, like rain on slate. Silver lanterns hung from iron hooks in the walls. Their light did not flicker. It waited, steady and pale, over a floor marked with circles so old the grooves had softened under centuries of careful feet. At the center stood a low stone table, bare except for a bowl of water, a shallow dish of salt, a feather, a small bronze key, and 7 candles that had not yet been lit. Harry paused just inside the entrance because they were not alone. 3 Ravenclaw first years waited near the far side of the chamber, each watched by an older student wearing a family clasp or house cord. Mandy Brocklehurst's face had gone very white. Terry Boot was staring at the carved circles as if trying to solve them before they solved him. Sue Lee stood with both hands folded tightly in front of her robes while Penelope Clearwater murmured something too quiet for Harry to hear. Roger Davies waited near the wall with 2 other older Ravenclaws, his usual ease gentled into care. Neville was not with them. He had left Harry and Hermione at the branching corridor above, pale but determined, following Professor McGonagall toward Gryffindor's own old room. He had looked back once and lifted a hand. Harry had lifted his in return, and then the wall had closed between them. Hermione's hand tightened around Harry's. Harry answered the pressure without looking away from the circle. The chamber seemed to know he was there. Not welcome him exactly, not as a person might, but measure him against a name it remembered. Professor Flitwick stepped to the circle's edge and set his silver lantern down. "No one crosses until I ask the first question. No one speaks a promise unless I give the wording. Miss Granger, because your position tonight is unusual, you will remain beside Mr. Potter until I say otherwise. Mr. Potter, you will not make any grand vow out of panic, guilt, or kindness. Ravenclaw values wit, but Samhain values precision. Harry swallowed as the first candle guttered a light without a wand touching it. "Professor, are the other houses doing this too?" "Yes," Flitwick said. "Professor McGonagall stands with Gryffindor, Professor Sprout with Hufflepuff, and Professor Snape with Slytherin. Older heirs answer in their own places or with family if permission has been granted. This chamber is Ravenclaw's. Tonight, I stand for my house." That steadied Harry more than he expected. The castle was not empty beneath the pumpkins. Behind other doors, other children were standing before old names, some frightened, some proud, some pretending not to be either. Ron would be somewhere below with Snape and the Slytherins. Draco too, probably wearing arrogance-like armor. The Weasley twins had crossed this night 2 years ago and had never said a word. Flitwick's bright eyes settled on Harry. "Now, Mr. Potter, step forward when you choose, not before." Harry breathed once, then released Hermione's hand carefully so he would not drag her with him. "I choose," he said, and stepped into the first circle. The circle accepted Harry with a sound too low to be heard properly. It moved through the soles of his shoes and up his legs, a patient vibration like stone remembering a bell. The grooves beneath him filled with silver light, not bright enough to dazzle, but strong enough that every carved line showed itself. Circles inside circles, feathered marks, old runes, paired names where witnesses had stood before, and spaces left open for children who had not yet known what they were carrying. Professor Flitwick lifted his wand, but he did not point it at Harry. He touched the bronze key on the stone table, then the feather, then the salt and water. Each answered with a small note of sound. The 7 candles burned higher. "On Samhain night, when thresholds thin and the dead are near, we gather in lawful witness," Flitwick said, his voice carrying through the chamber without rising. "We remember those who came before us, seek magic's blessing, and call upon blood, name, and rightful inheritance to answer where they may. No child is forced, no house is stolen, no false claim shall stand." Harry felt the words settle over him like a cloak he had not been taught to wear. He had no answer ready, no family oath, no Potter phrase passed down at a hearth, no father's hand on his shoulder telling him when to speak. The lack was so sudden and sharp that shame tried to rise with it, but the circle did not seem offended by his ignorance. It searched past it. Heat opened over his right side first. Harry sucked in a breath and pressed one hand to his chest as warmth spread beneath his robes. Hearth smoke, ward stone, nursery light, hands barring doors, laughter in kitchens, blood on thresholds, and shields held until the last breath poured through him in a rush. Hermione made a soft sound, not quite his name. Across the chamber, Terry Boot forgot to look clever. "Potter," Harry said, because the word had become more than a name. Shelter, wards, hearth, protection. The circle hummed once in answer, and the heat eased into a deep, steady ache. Before Harry could gather himself, cold swept down his spine. It was not the dead chill of fear. It was older and cleaner, the silence after the last word spoken beside a grave. His back arched as something vast unfolded beneath his skin. Flitwick's face changed. Penelope's hand flew to her mouth. Black wings spread from Harry's shoulders in his mind before the mark itself burned across his flesh. Ravens, not one but many, crossed a gray sky above standing stones and burial mounds. He felt endings, last breaths, ghost paths, soul boundaries, and doors that should never be opened carelessly. The weight was terrible, not cruel, but immense. Hermione stepped forward despite herself. "Professor?" "Wait," Flitwick said, and for the first time Harry heard fear under his discipline. "Mr. Potter, can you still choose?" Harry clenched his teeth until the answer came from him and not from the wings. "Yes." The raven settled across his back, spreading down his arms like night remembering flight. The Peverell weight did not leave when the burning settled. It remained behind Harry's eyes, a cold black wing folded where thought met instinct, and for several breaths he could not tell whether the chamber had grown quieter or whether the world had simply moved farther away. Then something else answered. It came from below the cold, not warmer but darker, a pressure like a locked door in a house no one sensible entered alone. Harry felt it slide along the edge of the raven, testing, recognizing, refusing to kneel. His left arm prickled first, then his ribs, then the back of his neck. The silver lines in the floor dimmed around him, not failing, but drawing tighter as if the circle had gripped its own shape. Flitwick's wand came up this time, Mr. Potter, speak if you can. Harry tried. The first sound caught in his throat. He tasted old dust, iron, candle smoke, and ink gone bitter in family books. Faces flickered at the edge of his sight. Proud profiles in dark frames, women with hard eyes and jewels at their throats, men laughing softly over contracts, children taught to bow before they were taught to trust. Curses curled like sleeping snakes behind glass. Doors opened onto rooms where every promise had teeth. Hermione's voice cut through it, tight and frightened. Harry, answer him. Her fear gave him something clean to hold. Harry dragged in a breath. I can speak. Do you yield to what is answering? Flitwick asked, and the question made every older Ravenclaw in the room go still. Harry understood enough not to answer quickly. Potter had felt like shelter. Peverell had felt like a terrible inheritance that required care. This felt like power with a knife tucked into its sleeve, clever, wounded, dangerous, and furious that anyone might mistake caution for refusal. No, Harry said, and the pressure sharpened at once. He set his feet harder against the circle before it could frighten him into changing the word. I don't yield. I recognize. I'll learn. I'll be careful, but I don't yield. The dark pressure held for one long second, offended or amused or both. Then it settled across his left side in lines of cold fire, not as broad as the raven, not as warm as Potter, but precise as black ink drawn with a needle. Somewhere in the shape of it, Harry felt a star, a chain, a shield, and a warning. Penelope whispered, Black. Roger stared at Harry as though the room had tilted under him. Potter, Peverell, and Black. The circle answered before Flitwick did. Silver light rose around Harry's feet, climbed to his knees, and rang once through the chamber. The sound did not celebrate. It recorded. Harry's skin ached beneath his robes, 3 different truths burning into one 11-year-old body. He looked at Hermione because she was the only person in the room who would understand why ignorance suddenly felt like theft rather than absence. They never told me, he said, and his voice sounded too calm even to himself. Flitwick lowered his wand by a careful inch. No, Mr. Potter, he said softly. It appears they did not. The circle released Harry by degrees. First the silver light withdrew from his knees, then from the hems of his robes, then from the carved grooves beneath his shoes. The candles lowered without going out. The chamber's pressure eased enough for sound to return. Mandy Brocklehurst's uneven breathing, Sully's sleeve brushing against Penelope's robe, Terry Boot whispering a question that no one answered. Harry stepped back because Flitwick motioned him to, not because his legs felt trustworthy. Hermione was there at once, stopping just short of touching him as if she remembered, even frightened, that the ritual might not be finished. May I? Hermione asked Flitwick, her eyes still fixed on Harry. Flitwick looked at the circle, then at Harry's face. You may steady him. No binding words, Miss Granger. Hermione took Harry's hand again. Her fingers were cold. Are you hurt? Harry almost said no because that was easier, but Potter burned over his heart. Peverell weighed across his back, and Black watched from his left side like a knife under velvet. Lying seemed stupid in a room built for truth. Yes, he said quietly. Not injured, I don't think. But it hurts. It will, Flitwick said, softer than before. A crest is not paint on skin. It is recognition. 3 such recognitions in one night would stagger many adults. Roger found his voice, though it came out thin. Sir, can that happen? 3 at once? It just did, Mr. Davies, Flitwick said, and the mildness did not hide the warning. The wiser question is what must be done now. Harry looked down at his own hands. They were still small, still 11, still ink smudged at one thumb from the afternoon's notes. Nothing visible had changed, and yet everything had. Potter was his. Peverell was his. Black had answered, not as comfort, but as claim, warning, and burden. Someone had known enough to hide all of this from him, or enough to decide he did not need it. His gaze lifted toward the ceiling, toward the bright feast far above. Dumbledore knew Halloween mattered. Flitwick did not answer quickly. That was answer enough. Hermione's grip tightened. He sent muggle-borns to pumpkins. A small flinch crossed Penelope's face, and Harry knew she had heard the accusation as more than anger. It was structure. It was habit. It was a door left unmarked for some children and opened early for others. Flitwick folded his hands over his wand. Professor Dumbledore is not head of every house, nor keeper of every family's law. But he is headmaster, and the public feast is his chosen face for the night. Harry felt Black stir at that, cold and contemptuous. Potter answered with steadier outrage. Peverell waited like a raven on a gate. I need records, Harry said. Not school explanations. Legal ones. Blood, house, guardianship, inheritance. If the castle can answer this much, Gringotts can answer more. Hermione turned to him sharply, and the fear in her expression changed into purpose. Goblin records, vaults, rings, house standing. Flitwick's bright eyes rested on them both, grave and approving despite the worry there. Yes, but not tonight. Tonight, you breathe, you witness the rest of Ravenclaw's rite, and you make no rash move while your magic is raw. Harry wanted to argue. Then the ache under his robes pulsed once, deep enough to make him sway, and Hermione's hand kept him upright. All right, Harry said, because waiting one night was not surrender. But soon. Flitwick nodded once. Very soon, Mr. Potter. 12. The First Lady of Granger. Hermione waded through Mandy Brocklehurst's rite with her hands folded so tightly that her knuckles had gone pale. Harry noticed because pain had made him careful. Potter still ached over his heart. Peverell sat across his back like a folded wing. Black watched from his left side with the cold patience of something that had survived too long by trusting too little. He stood beside the circle instead of in it, breathing when Professor Flitwick told him to breathe, watching when Terry Boot stepped forward, and trying not to sway whenever the chamber's old magic brushed too near the raw places under his robes. When the last Ravenclaw child stepped back, flushed and trembling but standing, Flitwick turned toward Hermione, and the chamber changed. It was not dramatic. No candle flared. No wind ran over the stone. Yet Harry felt the attention of the place narrow, as if the old circles had finished with inheritance and were now considering a question law had never loved answering. Hermione lifted her chin before anyone spoke. Professor? Flitwick came to stand before her, small and grave, his wand lowered but ready. Miss Granger, you understand that what we attempt now is not a Crest reception in the ordinary sense. You have no recognized house Crest to answer, and no bloodline record known to this chamber. I understand what the records say, Hermione said, and Harry heard the sharp edge she was trying to hold steady. I don't accept that the records are the whole of magic. Penelope Clearwater drew in a quiet breath. Roger looked from Hermione to Harry, suddenly alert in the way older students became when school stopped feeling like school. Flitwick's mouth softened for half a heartbeat. No, they are not. Mr. Potter, if you proceed, you offer lawful protection under Potter recognition. The rite may answer with a ward mark, a protection bond, or, in older language, a lesser branch under Potter's shelter. It must not be mistaken for ownership. Harry felt Potter warm at the word shelter and Black curl with offense at the word ownership. He stepped closer to Hermione, slow enough that she could refuse him. I'm not trying to claim you, Harry said quietly. I'm offering cover, a door, whatever lawful space Potter can give until you can build your own. Hermione looked at him then, frightened and furious and very Hermione. And if the magic tries to make me dependent? Then we say no, Harry said. Together, if it lets us. Loudly, if it doesn't. Flitwick watched them both for a long second, then nodded. Good. Precision before courage, and consent before power. Miss Granger, step into the outer circle. Mr. Potter, stand at its edge and offer only what you can bear to mean. Hermione stepped into the outer circle as if she were stepping onto a courtroom floor, not an ancient ritual groove beneath a school tower. Her chin stayed up, but Harry saw the tremor in her fingers before she folded them into the sleeves of her robes. The circle's silver light did not rise for her as it had for him. It gathered low and uncertain, testing the space around her shoes, searching for something familiar and finding nothing old enough to satisfy it. Flitwick touched the feather and then the bronze key. Mr. Potter, speak now. Use your full name. Name her fully. Offer protection only. Do not promise obedience from her, and do not promise what House Potter cannot lawfully give. Harry's mouth had gone dry. Potter warmth stirred beneath his robes, eager and aching, but Black's cold edge made him choose each word as if it might bite. He looked at Hermione instead of the circle. I, Harry James Potter, heir of the ancient and noble House of Potter, offer Hermione Jean Granger the protection of House Potter as my ward. By blood, by magic, and by this mine oath, I give shelter without ownership, defense without command, and name without theft, until such time as she stands under a house of her own." The circle took the words, and silver light ran from Harry's side of the groove toward Hermione, not rushing, not gentle either. It curled around her feet like a measuring cord and climbed no higher than her ankles. Hermione stared at it with wide eyes, all her cleverness stunned silent for one precious second. "Miss Granger," Flitwick said, and his voice had sharpened. "Answer freely, or not at all." Hermione swallowed hard. "I, Hermione Jean Granger, accept the protection of House Potter freely given and freely witnessed. I accept shelter, not ownership. I accept defense, not command. I accept aid, not a lesser place." The silver light tightened, and Harry felt Potter reach, not cruelly, but with the old certainty of a house that knew how to protect children by bringing them under its roof. The magic wanted a ward. It wanted neatness. It wanted Hermione safely marked as someone sheltered by Potter until adults and records decided what she was allowed to become. Hermione's eyes flashed. "No," she said, and every older student in the chamber went still. "Not like that." Flitwick lifted his wand but did not interrupt. "Say what you mean, Miss Granger." Hermione drew herself straighter inside the circle, frightened enough to be pale and furious enough to burn. "I am Hermione Jean Granger. I was born of no old house, but I am not empty. I will learn. I will build. I will remember. If magic allows houses to begin, then let mine begin with me." For a moment, nothing happened. Hermione stood in the circle with her hands clenched at her sides, breathing too quickly, as if she had hurled a book through a stained glass window and was waiting for the crash. The silver light around her ankles held its shape. Potter warmth pressed from Harry's side of the circle, still offering shelter, still trying to complete the old pattern it knew. Then a second light answered from Hermione herself. It began as a tiny point above her breastbone, no larger than a candle spark, and Harry felt the chamber notice. The little spark steadied, sharpened, and unfolded into lines too fine to be ordinary light. They drew themselves in the air before sinking through Hermione's robes, forming the outline of an open book. Its pages were blank for half a breath, then script flickered across them too quickly to read. Not inherited script, not old family handwriting passed down by blood and portrait. This was new writing, hungry and precise, pages making room for what had not yet been recorded. Penelope whispered, "Oh, Merlin." Roger took one step forward before one of the older Ravenclaws caught his sleeve. "Is that a crest?" Flitwick did not answer him at once. His face had gone very still, but his eyes shone behind his spectacles. "No one moves," he said softly. "No one interrupts a founding." The word struck the chamber harder than any spell. Mandy Brocklehurst made a small sound. Terry Boot stared at Hermione as if a theorem had stood up and slapped him. Sue Lee's folded hands loosened, her fear replaced by astonishment so naked that Harry almost looked away. The silver Potter light changed. It no longer tried to wrap Hermione like a warded cloak. Instead, it curved around the open book as a frame, not enclosing, not swallowing. Lines like a doorway formed around the pages. Lintel, threshold, sheltering arch. The book remained Hermione's. The protection remained Potter's. Between them, the circle hummed with a new answer that felt young enough to tremble and strong enough to stand. Hermione looked down at herself, eyes wide. "Professor," she said, and for once her voice sounded very small. "What is happening?" Flitwick lowered his wand by a fraction. "You are happening, Miss Granger." The book flared. Harry saw ink, shelves, ward lines, court records, notes in margins, doors labeled properly, questions written before answers were allowed to harden. He felt no old ancestors behind it. No grave deep choir. No centuries of family expectation. Only Hermione, terrible in her refusal to be nothing. The circle rang once, and Flitwick's breath caught. "House Granger," he said, and the words entered the chamber like a legal record finding its place. Witnessed under Ravenclaw, sheltered by Potter, founded by Hermione Jean Granger of her own will. The circle released Hermione more gently than it had released Harry. The silver light sank from the edges of the new crest first, leaving only a faint glow beneath her robes where the open book had burned itself into recognition. Hermione stayed upright for 3 breaths after the last line faded. Then her knees bent, not enough to drop her, but enough that Harry stepped forward on instinct and caught her elbow before the chamber could decide whether that counted as another vow. Hermione looked at his hand, then at his face, and her expression broke into something too complicated for one word. Pride was there, fear too, anger, bright and sharp beneath both. "I have a house," she said, as if testing whether the sentence would survive being spoken aloud. "You founded one," Harry said, and his own voice came out rougher than he meant. "That's better." Penelope Clearwater crossed the space only when Flitwick nodded permission. She stopped at the outer groove and gave Hermione a small, formal bow that made Mandy Brocklehurst's eyes widen. "Lady Granger," Penelope said carefully, and the title landed with more force than laughter or applause could have managed. "Ravenclaw witnesses." Hermione stared at her. For one awful second Harry thought she might cry, or snap, or ask for a book so she could hide behind facts. Instead she straightened, still pale, and returned the bow with a precision etiquette lessons had only half taught her. "Thank you, Prefect Clearwater." Roger rubbed a hand over his face. "My father is going to think I've been confounded when I write home." "Then choose your wording well, Mr. Davies," Flitwick said, though his eyes remained on Hermione. "A new house crest is not corridor gossip. It is legal, magical, and political fact. Those who witnessed tonight will speak truthfully, cautiously, and only where proper." Terry Boot found his voice. "Professor, when was the last time this happened?" Flitwick's silence answered before his words did. "Not in my lifetime." Hermione flinched, not from fear this time, but from understanding. Harry felt the same thing settle over her that had settled over him after Potter, Peverell, and Black. Not power, consequence. A door had opened, and beyond it waited goblin records, ministry forms, pure-blood disbelief, Dumbledore's questions, and every muggle-born child who had never been told the door existed. Hermione's fingers closed around Harry's sleeve. "They hid this," she said. "Yes," Harry said. Her eyes lifted to his, fierce through the shine gathering in them. "Then we're going to make it real. Records, wards, accounts, a ring, proper law, not just one night in a room no one talks about." Flitwick's face softened with something like sorrow and pride together. "That, Miss Granger, is precisely why Gringotts comes next." 13. Gringotts knows. The morning after Samhain found Harry walking through Diagon Alley with Hermione on one side and Professor Flitwick on the other, while Penelope Clearwater followed half a step behind with the stiff carefulness of a prefect who knew she was no longer merely escorting younger students. The street had already begun its ordinary business, shutters opening, cauldrons clanging, owls complaining from high perches, but people still turned when they saw Harry. Not all of them looked at his scar. Some looked at the way his robes sat over 3 fresh crests, at Flitwick's grave expression, and at Hermione Granger walking with a folder clutched to her chest as if parchment could become armor if she held it hard enough. Gringotts rose ahead, white and sharp and older than any shopfront around it. Harry had seen banks before in his other life, stone-faced buildings full of polite paperwork and quiet suspicion, but this was something different. The bronze doors shone like a warning. The goblins at the entrance watched them approach with dark, precise eyes, and Harry felt Black stir with cold recognition while Potter warmed uneasily over his heart. Hermione stopped at the first step and looked up at the carved warning above the doors. "They're going to know," she said quietly. Harry glanced at her. "About Granger?" "About everything," Hermione said. Her fingers tightened around the folder she had built before breakfast from borrowed parchment, witness notes, her own account of the rite, and 3 separate lists of questions. "If they laugh, I'm not leaving." Penelope made a small sound behind them that might have been alarm. Flitwick's whiskers twitched. "Goblins do not laugh at properly witnessed magic, Miss Granger. They may charge you for the privilege of proving it, but they will not laugh." "That's not as comforting as I think you meant it to be," Hermione said. Harry looked at the bronze doors again, then at the goblin guards. "We go in together," he said. Potter asked. Granger answered. Ravenclaw witnessed. "If they want old forms, we'll give them old forms." One of the goblins at the entrance tilted his head. His gaze moved from Harry's scar to Flitwick's wand hand, then to Hermione's folder. "State business." Professor Flitwick stepped forward first. Phileas Flitwick, Charms Master of Hogwarts, head of Ravenclaw House, attending as witness to Samhain Crest manifestations and a lawful founding. Harry James Potter seeks blood, ring, vault, and title recognition. Hermione Jean Granger seeks registration of a newly founded magical house. The goblin's eyes sharpened. Newly founded. Hermione lifted her chin. Yes. By blood claim? No. By adoption into another house? No. By conquest, marriage, or ministry grant? Hermione's voice steadied as irritation found her spine. By my own magic, under witnessed ritual, with Potter shelter offered and refused as ownership. The goblin stared at her for a long, measuring second. Then his mouth showed teeth. Interesting. He struck the butt of his spear against the stone. Enter. Senior Inheritance Clerk Ragnarok will hear this. Senior Inheritance Clerk Ragnarok's office did not look like a place that welcomed children. The desk was black stone veined with dull gold. The chairs were high-backed and uncomfortable, and the shelves behind him held ledgers bound in leather that looked old enough to have opinions. Harry sat when directed, Hermione beside him with her folder on her knees, while Flitwick and Penelope remained standing until Ragnarok flicked two long fingers toward the witness chairs. Wands on the table, Ragnarok said. Flitwick's eyebrows rose a fraction. For students? For everyone entering inheritance procedure under disputed concealment, Ragnarok said. You may keep your hand near it, Master Flitwick. You may not hold it. Gringotts does not conduct blood and house recognition beneath drawn wood. Harry placed his wand down first. Hermione hesitated for only a second before doing the same. Flitwick followed last, slow and precise, and Ragnarok's eyes showed a brief glint of approval. A smaller goblin brought a shallow silver basin, a black quill, 3 stone tablets, and a knife so fine it looked more like a needle than a blade. Ragnarok set the first tablet before Harry. Full name. Harry James Potter, Harry said. Known aliases, assumed guardianship names, forced names, or concealed house styles. Harry's mouth tightened. The Dursleys called me boy, freak, and Potter when they were angry. No lawful aliases that I know of. The quill wrote without anyone touching it. Ragnarok's expression did not change, but the silence in the room sharpened. Blood to stone, Ragnarok said. Harry pressed his thumb to the needle. The sting was small, the reaction was not. The tablet drank the drop, went white hot, then split its glow into 3 distinct lines. One burned warm gold, one silver black, and one dark as a raven's wing with old violet fire along the edges. Behind Ragnarok, 3 sealed ledgers snapped open at once. Penelope forgot herself enough to whisper, Merlin. Ragnarok showed his teeth without looking at her. Merlin is not named in our ledgers, Prefect Clearwater. Harry stared at the open books as moving script crawled across the pages. His crests answered under his robes, not flaring, but recognizing the sound of locks opening after too long. What does it say? Ragnarok turned the first ledger toward him. Potter, valid. Peverell, valid. Black, valid by blood and magical recognition, subject to living claimant complications but not void. You are not merely heir in the old sense, Mr. Potter. Under house law, with 3 awakened crests and no competent guardian of record, you have standing to claim lordship protection pending formal sealing. Flitwick drew a quiet breath. That is a large phrase, Clerk Ragnarok. It is a large problem, Master Flitwick. Ragnarok tapped one claw against the ledger. Rings must be fitted, vault access must be corrected, properties must be surveyed, elf bonds must be notified, wards must be assessed, votes and proxy authority must be escrowed until minor governance is lawfully arranged. Someone has been leaving very expensive doors unlocked and calling it care. Ragnarok let the weight of his last sentence sit long enough for Harry to feel it settle behind his ribs. Then the goblin closed none of the ledgers. He simply turned his attention to Hermione, and the room seemed to tilt toward her folder, her wand lying on the table, and the faint place beneath her robes where a new crest had burned itself into law only hours before. Now, Ragnarok said, Hermione Jean Granger. Hermione sat straighter. Yes. Full name, parentage, and nature of claim. She opened her folder with fingers that trembled only once. Hermione Jean Granger, daughter of Daniel Granger and Helen Granger, both non-magical dentists. Born magical, recognized by Hogwarts, sorted Ravenclaw, and last night founded House Granger by my own magic under witnessed ritual. Professor Flitwick, Penelope Clearwater, Harry Potter, and multiple Ravenclaw students witnessed the manifestation. Ragnarok's eyes flicked toward Flitwick. True? Flitwick inclined his head. True, and witnessed. An open book formed within a Potter-derived protective structure after Miss Granger refused wardship as ownership. The rite answered her will. Ragnarok took the second stone tablet and slid it toward Hermione. Blood to stone. A founding cannot be registered by outrage alone. I know, Hermione said, and if her voice shook, her hand did not when she pricked her thumb and pressed blood to the tablet. For a moment the stone did nothing. Harry felt Hermione go still beside him, felt the dreadful breath before failure could be named. Then the tablet warmed from within, not with old gold or raven dark fire, but with clean blue-white lines that arranged themselves into the shape of an open book framed by a simple arch. The light was smaller than Harry's had been. It was younger. It had no centuries behind it. But it stood. Ragnarok leaned closer. Granger. Initial magical recognition. Founding status unsealed. Pending account establishment. Ring commission. Ward registration, and first property or legal threshold. No ancestral vault. No inherited votes. No prior obligations recorded. His teeth showed again, this time with something almost like satisfaction. A clean ledger. Rare. Hermione stared at the symbol. So it's real. It was real before you came here, Ragnarok said. Now it becomes expensive. Harry reached for his money pouch at once. I'll pay. Hermione turned on him so quickly that Penelope's chair creaked. No, you won't. Hermione, Harry said, keeping his voice careful, a house ring sounds important. It is important. That's why it can't be charity. Hermione pulled a blank sheet from her folder and set it on the desk as if challenging Gringotts itself to object. If Harry funds the initial account, ring commission, registration, and any necessary warding consultation, it will be recorded as a loan from Harry James Potter to Hermione Jean Granger or House Granger, with terms written properly and no ownership claim, no command claim, and no marriage implication. Ragnarok's quill paused above the parchment. You came prepared to be offended. I came prepared to be trapped, Hermione said. Harry looked at her, then at the tiny open bookmark still glowing on the tablet. Pride rose in him, fierce enough to hurt. Write it however she wants it, he said. No ownership, no command, no hooks. Ragnarok dipped the quill. House Granger begins with suspicion, books, and debt discipline. He began to write, each stroke sharp and formal. There are older houses with worse foundations. Ragnarok did not let the room soften after Hermione's loan terms were written. He rang a small iron bell, and two goblins entered with a long black case, 3 narrow folders, a tray of sealing wax, and a velvet roll that clinked faintly when set beside the ledgers. Blood recognition has been established, Ragnarok said. Now we complete what should have been completed when your guardianship first became irregular. Place your right hand flat. Harry obeyed. The black case opened by itself. 3 rings rested inside, each held in a separate groove cut into velvet the color of old smoke. The Potter ring was warm gold with a hearth shield worked into the face. The black ring was darker, heavy silver black with an old star and a serpent line hidden in the engraving. The Peverell ring was plain enough to be frightening, black metal marked by a raven so fine Harry had to look twice to see the wings. Penelope whispered, "Those were here?" Ragnarok's eyes did not leave Harry. They were where goblins keep things wizards have neglected. He lifted the Potter ring first. Harry James Potter, recognized by blood, crest, and house ledger. Do you claim the ancient and noble house of Potter, its duties, properties, vaults, protections, debts, and lawful authority? Harry felt Potter flare over his heart, warm and aching. I claim them. The ring slid onto his finger and tightened. It did not bite. It fitted as if his hand had been expected for years. Ragnarok repeated the formal words for black, then Peverell, each title heavier than the last. Harry claimed them because refusing would not make them disappear. The black ring settled cold on his left hand. The Peverell ring sat beside it like a silence with weight. When the final band fitted, all 3 crests answered beneath his robes, and the desk ledgers turned their pages without being touched. Ragnarok opened the first folder. Emancipation under house law is now entered. Harry James Potter is recognized as Lord Potter, Lord Black by blood recognition under claimant complication, and Lord Peverell by direct magical claim. Minor governance remains subject to lawful arrangements, but guardianship by convenience is ended. 3 Wizengamot seats are attached to those houses. Potter, Black, and Peverell. Until lawful proxy holders or regents are appointed, those votes enter Gringotts' protected escrow. Any previous proxy exercise will be audited. Flitwick's face had gone pale beneath his composure. That will cause a storm. Then the storm may file objections in triplicate, Ragnok said. He pressed Harry's thumb to the wax, then to 3 documents. These papers notify Gringotts' legal office, Hogwarts administration, and the Wizengamot record clerk. Copies remain here. No headmaster, relative, ministry clerk, or sentimental old fool may reverse them by private preference. The second goblin unrolled the velvet. 3 keys lay inside. 1 gold, 1 black and silver, and 1 dark iron so plain it looked older than decoration. Harry stared at them, and his rings gave 3 different pulses against his skin. Vault access keys, Ragnok said. Not house rings, not ward keys, banking keys. You will learn the difference before using any of them without supervision. What comes next? Harry asked. Ragnok gave a sharp nod toward the goblins waiting by the door. Audit. Full account review from the night your parents died to this morning. Investment portfolios, vault withdrawals, property taxes, ward payments, trustee actions, retainer fees, proxy votes, and any unauthorized handling of income or assets. Account managers have already been assigned to Potter and Peverell. Black requires contested claim handling, but income streams can still be frozen against theft and mismanagement. Hermione leaned forward, all fear burned out of her face by attention. You can do that today? We began when the third ledger opened, Ragnok said. Gringotts is slow only when wizards are paying attention. Harry looked at Flitwick, then at Hermione's new packet, then back to the rings and keys. He had wanted freedom. He had not understood freedom could arrive as metal, blood, ink, and a list of people who had profited from a child being helpless. Ragnok pushed the signed papers toward him. Congratulations, Lord Potter. You are now much harder to steal from. Do try not to mistake that for being safe. 14. Regents, rings, and homes. Ragnok did not dismiss them after the papers were sealed. He let the silence stretch just long enough for Harry to think the worst part was finished, then pulled another folder from beneath the Potter ledger and set it down with a sound like a sentence being passed. Lordship protection is not childhood freedom with better jewelry. You are a minor with 3 houses, contested interests, and no lawful adult guardian acceptable to your ledgers. You will appoint advisors. Harry looked down at the 3 rings on his hands. They had weight now, not just metal. Advisors or regents. Ragnok's eyes narrowed with approval. You know enough to ask the dangerous question. Not enough to answer it, Harry said. Good. Ignorance admitted is cheaper than ignorance performed. Ragnok opened the folder and tapped the first page. A regent governs. An advisor counsels, witnesses, and restrains only within agreed limits. Full regency over Potter, Black, or Peverell would invite every vulture in robes to ask why Harry Potter cannot manage a spoon without permission. Advisors preserve function without surrendering command. Flitwick shifted in his chair. A sensible arrangement, provided the advisors are not ornamental. Gringotts does not invoice ornament, Ragnok said. Hermione leaned closer, her own packet hugged against her chest now rather than gripped like a shield. Who can be named? A professor? A goblin? A head of house? Not a goblin as house advisor unless you wish the Wizengamot to faint theatrically for 6 months, Ragnok said. Gringotts may serve as financial auditor, escrow holder, and treaty witness. It may not become Lord Potter's nanny. Penelope's mouth twitched before she managed to smooth it away. Harry saw it and almost smiled, but the folder on the desk kept him serious. Professor Flitwick is head of Ravenclaw, he said. He witnessed Samhain. He knows what happened. Could he be academic and school advisor? Ragnok looked at Flitwick. Would you accept? Flitwick's face softened for one brief, painful second before discipline returned. I would accept a limited advisory role for education, school safety, and witnessed house procedure, provided it does not compromise my duty to all Ravenclaws. That sounds like you, Harry said quietly. It had better, Flitwick said, and his voice was gentle without being weak. If I am to help you, Mr. Potter, I must remain someone you can trust to say no. Ragnok wrote, Phileas Flitwick, Limited Educational and Procedural Advisor. Next. Harry thought of Hagrid's warmth, Dumbledore's smiles, McGonagall's stern fairness, and the cold gap where Sirius Black's name sat in the black ledger like an unopened door. He wanted family. He had names instead. For money and property, Gringotts audit first. No human advisor until I know who touched what. Wise, Ragnok said. For law, Hermione said, then stopped when everyone looked at her. Her cheeks colored, but she went on. He needs someone who understands house law and isn't trying to own him. Not the headmaster, not yet. Harry felt the black ring chill at that, a thin warning rather than fear. Not the headmaster, he agreed. Flitwick nodded once, grave and sad. Then you need an independent solicitor or advocate acceptable to Gringotts and the Wizengamot. Ragnok's quill scratched across the page. Gringotts will provide 3 names. You will interview them. You will not sign with any until Miss Granger has found 7 objections and Master Flitwick has found 3. Hermione blinked. 7? You brought lists, Ragnok said. Use them. Ragnok did not give Harry time to hide behind the thought of solicitors and objections. He pushed the folder aside, drew the velvet roll of keys closer, and tapped one claw against the Potter ring. Advisors are paper until authority can reach property. Now you learn what the rings tell you, and what they do not. Harry lifted his hand. The Potter ring looked almost gentle beside Black and Peverell, warm gold catching the lamplight like a hearth seen through rain. How? Ask properly, Ragnok said. Not aloud unless you enjoy sounding foolish. House rings answer intent, blood, crest, and lawful need. Begin with Potter. Do not demand everything. Ask for home. Harry swallowed, rested his thumb against the Potter ring, and reached for the idea of home. Not the cupboard, not Privet Drive. He thought of warmth, shelter, a place that could take Hermione and Neville through the door without making them smaller. The ring warmed sharply, and the office fell away for half a breath. He sensed stone under old ivy, wards sleeping in layers, a kitchen fire bank but not dead, 3 anxious sparks like servants waiting beyond a closed door, and a front gate that recognized him from too far away. He jerked back with his fingers clenched. Hermione's hand moved toward him but stopped short of touching. Harry? Potter Manor, Harry said, voice rough. It's there. It's asleep, but it knows me. There are elves. Ragnok made a note. 3 Potter bonds active. Dormant service, not broken. Wards underfed, not collapsed. Recoverable. Flitwick's expression tightened with both relief and anger. Underfed wards for 10 years? Longer in some outer layers, Ragnok said. Neglect has a long appetite. Harry turned the black ring next because avoiding it felt worse. Cold slid through his finger, then up his arm with the manners of a hand taking his wrist. This time the sense that answered was not warm stone and ivy. It was a high black house behind iron wards, old portraits watching dark corridors, sealed rooms behind sealed rooms, and a deeper structure that felt like a castle crouched somewhere beyond London, proud, damaged, and waiting with its teeth hidden. Penelope breathed in too quickly. Your face changed. Harry let the ring go. Black has more than one place. Grimmauld feels closed and sour. Castle Black feels alive, but not safe. Correct, Ragnok said. Do not visit Black properties without ward counsel, elf confirmation, and an adult witness who understands curses. Hermione seized on the practical point at once. Can the rings take him there? Emergency portkey functions may exist, Ragnok said. May is not permission. A ring can carry a lord into his own ward line, but a damaged ward line can also carry him into a trap, a sealed arrival chamber, or a room full of angry portraits with legal opinions. Harry looked at the plain dark Peverell ring last. It had not warmed or chilled. It simply waited. When he touched it with intent, he felt distance, ruin, old rain, broken stone, and a silence so large it made the Gringotts office seem thin. There was a place somewhere under the weight of centuries, but no hearth answered, no elf sparked, and no living ward opened its eye. Castle Peverell, Harry said quietly. It's not a home. No, Ragnok said. It is a claim, a ruin, and possibly a grave for the over-curious. Potter Manor first, Castle Black later, Peverell when you have more sense, more witnesses, and better boots. Harry kept his hand away from the Peverell ring after that. It was strange how a piece of metal could make him feel foolish for having fingers. Potter had felt like a door. Black had felt like a challenge. Peverell had felt like standing at the edge of a cliff in fog while something old waited below, patient enough not to need threats. Hermione noticed anyway. "You're not going there," she said. "I wasn't planning to," Harry said. "You were thinking about what it might contain." Harry glanced at her. "That isn't the same thing." "It becomes the same thing with boys in ancient ruins," Hermione said, then seemed to remember Ragnarok, Flitwick, and Penelope were all watching. Her chin lifted. "And with over-curious lords of 3 houses." Ragnarok's quill scratched once against parchment. "Miss Granger shows early promise as an obstruction." "I'm choosing to take that as praise," Hermione said. "It was priced as such," Ragnarok replied. Flitwick's faint smile faded as he looked at Harry's hands. "The question is not whether these places exist. It is which can support you without consuming you." Harry nodded slowly. Potter Manor had answered with hunger, but also with welcome. Castle Black had answered with danger, but it had answered. Peverell had not welcomed him at all. It had merely acknowledged that he had a right to be reckless. "Potter Manor first," he said. "If the elves are there and the wards can be fed, it can become somewhere safe. Castle Black after we know more. Peverell stays sealed." Ragnarok opened a third folder, this one marked with 3 columns and several unpleasant red stamps. "Potter Manor requires inspection, ward feeding, elf reactivation, household stores, structural survey, and likely portrait awakening review. Castle Black requires curse survey, political review, elf verification, portrait containment, and air access staging. Grimmauld Place requires caution, but it may be useful later. Castle Peverell requires a death wish or a research team, preferably the latter." Penelope's prefect composure cracked around the edges. "Are all old houses this complicated?" "No," Ragnarok said. "Some are worse." Harry looked at the columns and felt the old artist inside him recognize the shape of restoration. Not romance. Not a single grand sweep of the brush. Cleaning, priming, repairing, paying for materials, learning what had cracked beneath old varnish. A ruined canvas could be saved only if you stopped pretending it was finished. "I'll pay to start Potter Manor immediately," Harry said. "Inspection, ward feeding, whatever the elves need, and basic repairs. Not decoration. Safety first." "Good," Ragnarok said, and his quill began moving. "Decoration before ward stability is how fools die under attractive ceilings." Hermione leaned over the page, reading upside down with alarming speed. "Include records, inventories, ward notes, elf names, outstanding debts, tax status, and a list of rooms declared unsafe." Harry looked at her, warmth cutting through the pressure. "You're making my home into homework." "I'm helping you make it into a home," Hermione said, and the words landed more softly than either of them expected. Flitwick cleared his throat with great dignity. "Then I shall request supervised leave from the headmaster when inspection becomes possible. Educational grounds, of course." "Of course," Ragnarok said dryly. "Nothing educates a child like discovering how many adults failed him in writing." Ragnarok sanded the last line, folded the instruction sheet once, and slid it to the smaller goblin waiting by the door. "Potter Manor inspection begins today. Ward feeding authorization is limited to stabilization, threshold safety, kitchen, infirmary, master suite, guest rooms, elf quarters, and flow room. Anything sealed by blood, portrait order, curse warning, or ancestral temper remains sealed until reviewed." Harry took that in with a shiver that was not quite fear. "There's an infirmary?" "You are a Potter," Ragnarok said. "Your ancestors had duels, children, potions accidents, Quidditch lunatics, and enemies. Of course there is an infirmary." Before Harry could answer, the Potter ring warmed so quickly that his fingers flexed. The office lamp flames leaned toward him. Somewhere beyond the stone walls of Gringotts, something heard the authorization and woke with a sound he felt rather than heard, like a small creature gasping after being trapped under blankets too long. A crack split the air beside the desk. Penelope nearly stood. Flitwick's hand twitched toward the wand he had not yet been allowed to reclaim. Hermione grabbed her folder against her chest, eyes wide but focused. A tiny house elf appeared on the floor and immediately folded herself so low her long ears brushed the stone. Her tea towel was clean but faded, patched at least a dozen times with thread so careful it hurt to look at. "Master Harry Potter, sir," she whispered, voice trembling. "Tilly is hearing the gate. Tilly is hearing the ring. Tilly is coming as fast as old wards is allowing." Harry slid out of the chair before he thought about rank or procedure. He knelt because she was shaking, and because standing over someone who had waited 10 years felt wrong. "Tilly," he said, keeping his voice soft. "Are you hurt?" The elf made a choked sound. "Tilly is not mattering, Master Sir. Manor is needing master. Wards is hungry. Fires is low. We is keeping rooms shut like good elves. We is keeping bad dust out of nursery. We is keeping Mistress Lily's paints dry as Tilly can." Harry's throat closed on the word nursery. Hermione's face changed beside him, anger and tenderness colliding so fiercely that she looked older for a moment. "You matter," Harry said, and the Potter crest warmed under his robes as if approving the words. "All of you matter. How many are there?" "Tilly, Bram, and Lark, Master Sir," she said, still not looking up. "We is bound. We is waiting. We is sorry Manor is not shining." "I don't need it shining," Harry said. "I need it safe, and I need you safe. Gringotts is sending help. Professor Flitwick and Miss Granger are helping me. You may speak to them. You may answer questions honestly. You are not to punish yourself for anything about the manor, the wards, my parents, or me." Tilly looked up then, enormous eyes wet and disbelieving. "Master gives order?" "I give order," Harry said. "No self-punishment. No hiding injuries. No starving yourselves to feed wards. We fix it properly." Ragnar's quill paused, then resumed. Flitwick looked away for a second as if giving Harry privacy he could not truly have. Hermione wiped quickly under one eye and pretended she had only adjusted her fringe. Harry looked at Tilly, then at the Potter ring, then at the folder that now held the first real shape of a life outside Privet Drive. "And tell Bram and Lark this," he said, voice steadier now. "I'm coming home. I don't know when yet, but soon. And I am not going back to the Dursleys." 15. The Boy in the Cupboard. Harry did not sleep much after Gringotts. Ravenclaw Tower was quiet around him, full of curtains drawn against winter-dark windows and the soft breathing of boys who still believed homes were places one returned to because one was wanted there. He sat cross-legged on his bed with privacy charms humming weakly against the hangings, 3 rings heavy on his hands and a neat stack of copied evidence spread across his blanket. Hermione sat opposite him in her dressing gown with her hair braided badly over one shoulder, because she had insisted that if he was going to do something legally dangerous after midnight, he was not doing it alone. "This is not a school complaint," she said, tapping the first page. "You understand that, don't you? Once it leaves your hands, adults will use it for their own reasons." Harry looked at the photograph Colin's borrowed camera had not taken, because Colin was not at Hogwarts yet and Harry had used a Diagon shop instead. It showed the cupboard door, the scratched lock, the narrow space beneath the stairs, and the tape measuring string he had placed beside the mattress to prove scale. "They already did," he said. "Dumbledore used quiet. The Dursleys used fear. Everyone else used not asking." Hermione's mouth tightened. "Rita Skeeter will make it ugly." It was ugly, Harry said, and folded a written account of cupboard meals, school records, and neighbors' comments into the envelope. "I'm not asking her to make it kind. I'm asking her to make it impossible to bury." A soft knock came from the bedpost, though no hand had touched it. The Potter ring warmed. Tilly appeared beside the trunk, twisting her fingers in the edge of her patched towel. "Master Harry Sir is calling." Harry's chest hurt at how quickly she came. "Not calling, asking," he said, and offered her the sealed packet. "Can you take this to the Daily Prophet offices and put it directly into Rita Skeeter's hands? Not an editor, not a clerk, her, then come straight back." Tilly stared at the envelope as if it were a dangerous potion. "Is this hurting bad muggles, Master Sir?" "It tells the truth about them," Harry said. "That may hurt them." Tilly's ears lifted a little. "Then Tilly is going fast." Hermione leaned forward. "Wait, Harry, the note." Harry picked up the final parchment. His hand stayed steady until the first word, then less steady after. He wrote as Lord Potter, not as a frightened nephew. He named the cupboard, the malnutrition, the denied letters, the evidence that Hogwarts correspondents had known his sleeping place, and the fact that multiple magical adults had permitted his continued placement there. He did not write everything. He could not bear to make his whole life into copy for strangers over breakfast. When he sanded the ink, Hermione read the last line and went very still. "You're accusing them all." "I'm asking who knew," Harry said. "That's the same thing in public." Harry sealed the note with the Potter ring. The wax took the crest cleanly, hearth and shield pressed into red. Good. Tilly vanished with a crack, and the room seemed larger after she left. Harry sat awake until dawn touched the windows. By breakfast, the first owls hit the great hall like thrown stones. The Daily Prophet landed beside Professor Flitwick's plate, then beside Penelope's, then in front of half the staff table at once. Across the hall, Hermione opened her copy with careful fingers. The headline filled the page in black, brutal letters. The Boy in the Cupboard. For 1 second the great hall did not understand what it had been given. Owls beat upward through the enchanted sky, porridge steamed, spoons hovered halfway to mouths, and black letters lay open beneath hundreds of eyes. Then the room changed. Sound did not rise all at once. It broke in pockets, first a gasp from a Hufflepuff table, then a sharp whisper from Slytherin, then the scrape of benches as students leaned over papers that suddenly mattered more than breakfast. Harry sat very still with Hermione beside him and Neville across the table, feeling the headline move through the hall like a cold wind. He had imagined noise. He had imagined stairs. He had not imagined the strange bodily fact of it, the way every look seemed to land on his skin. Neville's face had gone pale under the freckles. "Harry," he said softly, with the helplessness of someone who wanted to offer comfort and had found only anger in both hands. "I chose it," Harry said, though his voice sounded too calm to belong to him. "Not the cupboard. This." Hermione had the paper open flat, one hand pressed hard against the edge to stop it shaking. "She used the photographs," she said, "and the school record extracts, and the letter address." Across the room, Professor Flitwick stood on his chair so quickly that his napkin slid to the floor. He had the prophet in one hand and his wand in the other, though he had not cast anything. McGonagall was already walking toward the headmaster's chair with her mouth drawn into a line so severe it looked carved. Snape read with his face blank, but his fingers had crushed the rim of his goblet. Dumbledore did not speak at once. That was the worst part. Harry watched him read past the headline, down through the column, past the photograph of the cupboard and the quote from the letter addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. The headmaster's face lost warmth by degrees, not into guilt alone, but into calculation, alarm, and something Harry could not name. McGonagall reached him first. "Albus," she said, and the word was quiet enough that only the staff table should have heard, yet sharp enough that Harry did. "Tell me this is false." Dumbledore folded the paper with great care. "Minerva, this is not a matter for the breakfast table." "It is on every breakfast table in Britain," she said. Professor Flitwick vanished from his chair with a flicker of motion and reappeared near the Ravenclaw table, his small face tight with controlled fury. "Mr. Potter," he said gently, "Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, come with me, please." Harry rose. The whole hall seemed to rise with him though no one moved. Hermione gathered the papers with brisk, shaking hands. Neville stepped close enough to Harry that their sleeves brushed, a silent declaration that if everyone was going to stare, Harry would not be stared at alone. At the staff table, a silver message charm burst beside Dumbledore's plate and unfolded into a ministry seal. A second snapped open before the first had finished forming. Then a third came through the flames of the staff fireplace, green-edged and official, while the great hall stared and whispered and understood, all at once, that this was no longer a story adults could tidy away behind a closed door. Flitwick did not take them to Dumbledore's office. He led Harry, Hermione, and Neville through a side passage instead, his short stride quick enough that Harry had to pay attention to keep from stumbling over the turn into a narrow staff conference room beside the charms corridor. The room smelled of chalk, old tea, and polished wood. It had no portraits, which Harry noticed at once, and only one fireplace, already burning green at the edges. "Sit where you can see the door," Flitwick said, and his voice had gone crisp with command. "All three of you." Harry obeyed because it was easier than arguing. Hermione sat on his right with her knees together and the prophet folded into a square on her lap. Neville took the chair nearest the door and looked frightened by his own decision to stay there. The fireplace flared before anyone could speak. A witch in plum robes appeared in the flames from the shoulders up, her face pinched with official panic. "Professor Flitwick, by order of the Department of Magical Family Welfare, Harry James Potter is to remain under school protection pending immediate review. No transfer to prior Muggle guardians is authorized." Harry's fingers closed around the arms of his chair. "Prior Muggle guardians?" The witch's eyes flicked to him, then softened in a way he disliked because it came too late. Lord Potter, Surrey Police have been contacted through the Muggle Liaison Office. A joint welfare attendance is underway at number 4, Privet Drive. The department is also dispatching a memory-secured observer. Hermione leaned forward before Harry could find a question that didn't taste like metal. Will the evidence be taken properly? Photographs, cupboard measurements, school records, medical condition, neighbor statements? The witch blinked. Miss Granger, is it? Yes, Hermione said, and if anyone loses the evidence, there are copies. Flitwick made a small sound that might have been pride if there had been room for it. Answer her. Yes, the witch said, straightening. Evidence preservation protocols have been invoked. Another flame pushed through the first, this one carrying a broad-faced wizard with a red ministry badge and rain on his hat brim. Privet Drive attendants confirmed, he said. Muggle officers are on scene. Vernon Dursley attempted to prevent entry, then attempted to strike an officer. Petunia Dursley is refusing to answer questions without her husband. The cupboard has been photographed and sealed. The boy Dudley Dursley is being removed from the premises to a relative, Marjorie Dursley, pending child welfare review. Neville swallowed audibly. Harry stared at the fire, trying to imagine Uncle Vernon red-faced and shouting at policemen, Aunt Petunia white around the mouth, Dudley crying not because Harry had been locked in a cupboard but because his breakfast had been interrupted. None of it felt triumphant. It felt like watching a rotten floor finally give way under people who had spent years jumping on it. Are they arrested? Harry asked. The broad-faced wizard glanced aside, listening to someone Harry couldn't see. Vernon Dursley is in Muggle custody for assault and obstruction. Further charges are expected. Petunia Dursley is not free to leave until formal interviews are complete. Magical charges are under review for reckless endangerment of a magical minor and concealment of abuse from lawful oversight. Dumbledore entered without knocking, McGonagall behind him and Snape a dark shape at her shoulder. The headmaster's eyes went to the fire, then to Harry. Harry, my boy, this has moved very quickly. Harry heard Hermione draw breath beside him. He answered before she had to. That was the point, sir. The fire shifted again before Dumbledore could answer. Ragnarok's face appeared in the green flames, angular and unmoved, though his eyes went first to Harry and then to the three adults behind him. Gringotts has received notice of Ministry Emergency Review. Lord Potter's house status, claims, and current lack of lawful guardian are now active matters of record. Dumbledore's shoulders lowered by a fraction. Ragnarok, surely this can be handled with care rather than haste. Haste was required because care was absent, Ragnarok said. The Potter, Black, and Peverell ledgers do not recognize the Dursley household as an acceptable residence for Lord Potter. They did not before this morning. They do not now. They will not after tea. McGonagall made a small, wounded sound. Albus, you told us his blood protection required that placement. I believed it did, Dumbledore said, and Harry hated how tired he sounded because tired was not the same as harmless. There were dangers you could not know. Harry stood before he had decided to move. Hermione's hand twitched as if to catch his sleeve, but she let him have the space. I knew some of them, he said. I lived with them. Snape's mouth tightened, but he said nothing. Flitwick stepped closer to Harry's chair, not in front of him, not blocking him, but near enough that the room knew someone stood with him. The plum-robed witch in the fire looked down at papers beyond the flame. By provisional order of the Department of Magical Family Welfare, with Gringotts witness and pending Wizengamot filing, Harry James Potter is removed permanently from the custody or residence authority of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. No magical or muggle party is authorized to return him to Privet Drive. Due to recognized house lordship claims and absence of acceptable guardian, temporary minor emancipation under house law is granted, limited by advisory oversight already recorded. Hermione inhaled sharply. Neville stared at Harry as if the words had changed his shape. Harry felt the Potter ring heat, the Black ring chill, and the Peverell ring sit cold and silent like a judge who had expected this long before anyone else arrived. Ragnarok bared one tooth. Gringotts confirms advisor filing. Phileas Flitwick, limited educational and procedural advisor. Property stabilization underway. Potter Manor inspection active. Elf bonds confirmed. Residence preparation pending safety clearance. Dumbledore turned toward Harry. Harry, freedom in law is not the same as safety. No, Harry said, and the agreement surprised the room more than refusal would have. But being unsafe in secret wasn't safety either. McGonagall's face crumpled for half a second before she drew herself upright. "Mr. Potter, you should never have had to make adults act." Harry wanted to say something gracious. He wanted to say it was all right because children learned early that adults preferred absolution when apologies were too hard. Instead, he looked at the sealed conference room door, the green fire, Hermione's white-knuckled hands, Neville's frightened loyalty, and Flitwick's quiet fury, and felt the cost settle into him. The cupboard was gone, but so was the last thin possibility of pretending his childhood had merely been unpleasant. "I know," Harry said. The words were small, they still made the room go silent. Then Tilly appeared beside his chair with a crack, wringing her towel and trembling with purpose. "Master Harry, sir, Tilly is hearing from Bram. Manor kitchen is waking. Flow room is coughing dust but not dead. Guest rooms is grumbling, but Tilly is telling them Master is needing beds." Harry looked down at her and felt freedom arrive not as triumph, but as work, witnesses, and a home still full of dust. "Thank you, Tilly," he said, and his voice almost broke. "Tell them I'm coming as soon as it's safe." 16. Christmas at Potter Manor. Potter Manor did not open like a palace. It opened like an old patient waking under too many blankets, warm in places, cold in others, proud enough to resent being seen while weak. The flow spat Harry out into a stone chamber where half the green tiles had dulled to bottle glass and the other half still shone beneath a film of dust. His Potter ring warmed at once, not with warning, but with recognition so deep that his knees nearly forgot they were supposed to hold him. Tilly appeared beside the hearth before the soot had finished drifting from his robes. Bram came a heartbeat later, older and broader, with one ear notched and a towel that had been patched so many times it looked like a family tree. Lark arrived last, thin as a twig and clutching a feather duster like a spear. "Master Harry, sir, is home," Tilly whispered, and the words moved through the flow room as if the walls had been waiting to hear them. Harry swallowed. "Only if the wards agree I'm not making things worse." Bram's eyes grew enormous. "Master asks the wards?" "I'm not forcing a wounded house to stand up because I walked in wearing a ring," Harry said. "Show me what's safe, show me what isn't, and nobody hurts themselves trying to make it look better than it is." The three elves stared at him with such open bewilderment that Hermione, stepping carefully out of the flow behind him, made a small sound in her throat. Professor Flitwick followed with wand already raised, his expression gentle but sharp. "A sensible beginning," Flitwick said. "Mr. Potter, before sentiment carries you anywhere, we inspect thresholds, floors, active charms, portraits, and fireplaces. In that order." The manor answered before Harry could. Somewhere beyond the door, a bell chimed once, cracked but bright. Dust stirred along the skirting boards. A line of golden light, thin as a paintbrush stroke, ran beneath the door and curved toward Harry's shoes. Lark squeaked. "Hall knows him." Harry looked at the light and felt the Potter crest stir over his chest, hearth and shield both aching with hunger. "Hello," he said quietly, because anything else felt rude. The door opened by itself. The entrance hall beyond was beautiful in the way ruined paintings could still be beautiful. The ceiling rose high enough for shadows to gather among carved beams. Portrait frames lined the walls, most veiled in gray cloth. A great staircase climbed through cold air toward landings Harry could not yet trust, and beneath it stood a long table covered in dust except where 3 small handprints had tried to keep a place clean. Hermione stepped closer to him. "Harry," she said softly, not pitying him, which helped. "I know," he said, though he didn't. "Not really." At the far end of the hall, one uncovered portrait showed a stern witch in traveling robes. Her paint had cracked at the corners, but her eyes were awake. She looked at Harry, then at Hermione, Flitwick, and the elves. "About time," she said. "The child has arrived. Someone make tea before the house embarrasses itself." The portrait witch's command did more for the elves than any reassurance had. Tilly vanished toward the kitchen with a crack. Bram hurried to the left-hand corridor muttering about safe kettles and obedient cupboards, and Lark darted ahead of Professor Flitwick to point out floorboards that had gone soft, tiles that hummed wrong, and a curtain that hissed whenever anyone stood too close. Harry watched them move and felt the first painful shape of responsibility settle around the warmth. The manor wanted him. The elves wanted to serve him. The portraits were waking because he had come home. None of that meant he knew how to host a holiday, repair an old house, or invite friends into a place still deciding which doors were safe. Hermione solved the first problem by producing a folded list from her sleeve. Before you argue, this is not bossing. This is preventing you from trying to think about plumbing, wards, tea, guest rooms, ministry letters, and Christmas invitations at the same time. I wasn't going to argue, Harry said, though he had been about to. Professor Flitwick inspected the nearest fireplace with the tip of his wand and gave a satisfied nod. The flow room is usable under supervision. The entrance hall is stable. Kitchen access is guarded but sound. 2 guest rooms have defensive grumbling rather than active hostility, which is promising for a Potter property. The portrait witch sniffed. Defensive grumbling is the backbone of respectable domestic architecture. Hermione looked up at her. Madam, are guest invitations safe? Safe for worthy guests, the witch said. Not safe for gawkers, creditors, curse breakers with muddy boots, or boys who think manners are optional. Harry knew, absurdly and immediately, that Ron Weasley would not cross this threshold. Not now, not after Slytherin's sneers, lazy resentment, and the way his eyes slid from Harry's rings to Harry's face as if friendship were a purse he had failed to grab. It was not hatred. That almost made it worse. Harry simply did not want him in the first home that had ever opened because it wanted Harry there. Neville, Harry said, finding the name before the fear could eat it. Hermione, obviously, and Fred and George, if their mum allows it. Hermione blinked. The twins? They make Neville laugh, Harry said. They notice things, and they won't treat this like a museum if I tell them not to. Flitwick's brows rose, but his mouth twitched. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley require firm boundary charms, but they are not cruel boys. That distinction matters. The portrait witch leaned forward in her frame. Invite them by name and bind the invitation to guest law. A guest may laugh in a house. A guest may not mock its wounds. Harry nodded slowly. Then that's the rule. Tilly reappeared with tea on a tray too large for her arms, Bram behind her carrying cups, and Lark dragging a stool that complained the whole way. The tea smelled faintly of dust and strongly of determination. Harry took the first cup himself before any elf could offer it on trembling knees. Thank you, he said, and then, because the manor was listening and so were all the people in it, he added, we'll invite the people who can help make this feel like Christmas. Not the ones who make it feel like another test. By Christmas morning, Potter Manor had learned to tolerate laughter in limited doses. The guest corridor still muttered when Fred and George came through with their trunks bumping against their knees, but it did not throw them back into the flow, which Professor Flitwick declared a meaningful act of restraint. Neville arrived with a carefully wrapped pot of winter-flowering aconite, looked at the veiled portraits, and stood so straight that Harry wanted to hug him and tell him the house would not bite unless formally provoked. Hermione came last from the flow, cheeks pink from cold and arms full of books, ribbons, and one parcel shaped suspiciously like a ledger. I brought practical gifts, she said before Harry could smile, and 2 ordinary ones, so you can't accuse me of making Christmas into homework. I would never accuse you of that, Harry said. Fred leaned toward George. He would absolutely accuse her of that. George nodded solemnly, but only after indexing the evidence. Hermione lifted her chin. The ledger is for the elves. That stopped the joke neatly. Tilly, Bram, and Lark froze near the tea table, each holding something breakable and pretending not to listen. Hermione crossed the hall with more care than she used for professors and set the wrapped book on the polished place the elves had managed to reclaim. It's household accounts, she said. Not because you have to justify food or repairs, but because no one should be able to pretend later that you weren't keeping this place alive. Bram's fingers trembled around a sugar bowl. Miss Granger is saying elves is writing in Master Harry's book? I'm saying Potter Manor's work should have Potter Manor's record, Hermione said. If Harry agrees. Harry looked at the 3 elves and felt the portrait witch watching from her frame like a judge with opinions about posture. I agree, he said. And anything written in it can be brought to me, Professor Flitwick, or Gringotts if someone tries to twist it. Lark made a tiny, fierce sound and hugged the feather duster to her chest. Fred's face had lost its usual grin. George cleared his throat and held up a parcel wrapped in scarlet paper. Right then, our gift is less noble, but possibly more useful in the field of emergency morale. Harry unwrapped it to find a wooden box full of blank joke cards, tiny noise charms, ribbon pellets, color sparks, and 3 carefully labeled packets reading harmless, probably harmless, and ask first. Neville laughed before he could stop himself. Professor Flitwick inspected the box over Harry's shoulder. The labels are doing a great deal of work, gentlemen. That was the idea, Professor, Fred said. We're growing as people. Sideways, mostly, George added. The portrait witch sniffed, but Harry saw her mouth twitch. Tea became breakfast. Breakfast became a slightly chaotic tour of the approved rooms, and the manor endured every step with cautious dignity. Harry showed Neville the infirmary door but did not open it until Flitwick checked the threshold. He showed Hermione the room that would become a library once shelves stopped sulking. He showed the twins the west parlor only after making them promise not to prank anything that might be older than the ministry. In the afternoon, Harry set his easel near the tall windows of the warm sitting room. Snow pressed pale light against the glass while Hermione read on the rug. Neville helped Lark coax a ribbon garland into behaving, and the twins argued softly with Bram about whether enchanted crackers counted as munitions. Harry painted the room as it was, not as it would look when restored. Cracked cornices, mismatched chairs, laughing guests, wary elves, and golden ward light caught in the dust like sunrise deciding to stay. Tilly crept close enough to see the canvas. Master is painting broken things. Harry kept his brush moving. No, he said, and only realized he meant it after the words left him. I'm painting things being kept. The light was fading when the manor finally settled into evening. Candles lifted themselves one by one along the sitting room walls, not all at once, but cautiously, as if the house were trying each flame and deciding it could bear another. The portrait witch had allowed the veil to be pulled from 2 neighboring frames, both still sleepy and suspicious, and they watched the children finish supper with the grave attention of magistrates judging a treaty. Fred held up a cracker with both hands. For the record, Professor, this one has been inspected, negotiated with, and cleared by household authority. Professor Flitwick did not look up from his pudding. By household authority, do you mean Mr. Potter, the elves, or the portrait currently glaring at you? Yes, George said. Neville laughed into his napkin, and the sound loosened something in the room. The cracker went off with a polite pop rather than an explosion, releasing a paper crown, 3 blue sparks, and a tiny wooden robin that hopped across the table before bowing to Tilly. The elf stared at it in astonishment until Bram nudged her, and she bowed back so deeply the robin nearly fell over. Harry watched it all with his fingers curled around a warm mug of spiced apple. His chest hurt, but not in the same way the cupboard had hurt. This was too much feeling in a place that had been empty too long. The ache had room inside it. Hermione sat beside him with a ribbon of gold caught in her hair from Lark's garland experiment. You're doing that thing, she said quietly. What thing? Looking as if you've been handed a bill for being happy. Harry huffed, but it came out too honest to be a laugh. Maybe I have. There's the roof, the wards, the guest rooms, the records, the portraits, the elves, the ministry, Gringotts, school, and whatever Dumbledore decides not to say next. And Christmas, Hermione said. You have Christmas too, you're allowed to count that part. Across the room, Neville was kneeling by the aconite pot with Lark, showing her how much water it wanted. Fred and George had Bram inspecting the joke box as if it were a diplomatic chest from a foreign court. Flitwick was speaking softly with the portrait witch, and though Harry could not hear every word, he caught minor lord, supervision, and not alone, all in the professor's careful voice. Harry set his mug down and went to the table by the hearth where Hermione's ledger lay open. The first entry was in Tilly's careful, uneven hand. Christmas Day. Master Harry home. Guests kind. West parlor did not bite. Harry touched the page with one finger, not enough to smudge the ink. The Potter ring warmed. The manor answered in small ways. A draft eased away from Neville's back, the fire brightened under the kettle, and somewhere above them a door that had been creaking all afternoon finally clicked shut as if deciding to behave. The portrait witch turned her head. A house records what it protects, Mr. Potter. It also learns from what its lord permits. Harry looked at his friends, the elves, the cracked ceiling, the patched chairs, the painting still drying near the window, and the dust glowing gold in candlelight. Then it can learn this, he said. People who help keep the home are part of the home while they're in it. The old witch studied him for a long moment. A dangerous principle. Generous ones usually are. Fred looked over. Does that mean we're officially dangerous or officially generous? Boundary charms first, Flitwick said, and the twins sighed together. Harry smiled before he could stop himself. It did not feel like inheriting a manor. It felt like choosing where to put warmth, who to trust with it, and what rules would let it survive. The home around him was old, wounded, and stubborn, but it was no longer waiting for the dead to return. It was learning the living by name. 17. Norbert in the Forest. The first week back at Hogwarts made Christmas feel less like a holiday than a candle someone had carried carefully through wind. Harry kept finding bits of Potter Manor in ordinary school things. Tilly's careful ledger hand when Hermione corrected her charms notes, Bram's suspicious inspection of crackers when Fred and George tested a ribbon charm under the Ravenclaw table, and the Manor's warm, wary silence whenever Neville looked too long at a covered portrait in the corridor. Home had followed him back, not as comfort alone, but as responsibility, and that was why he noticed at once when Hagrid began looking guilty. It started in care of magical creatures, theory period, which first years did not yet take formally, but Hagrid sometimes lent Neville old creature books because Neville returned them clean, mended, and with plant stains on only the pages that deserved them. That afternoon Hagrid met them outside Greenhouse 3 with a parcel tucked under one arm and smoke leaking faintly from his coat pocket. "Don, you lot go askin' questions," he said before anyone had opened their mouth. "Some things are private." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "Hagrid, your coat is smoking." "Old tobacco," Hagrid said, though the pocket gave a small, indignant hiss. Fred appeared from behind a stack of empty seed trays with George beside him, both wearing the expressions of boys who had already asked questions and regretted getting answers. "Funny thing about old tobacco," Fred said. "It usually doesn't bite through leather gloves." George held up a singed glove between finger and thumb. "Unless standards have slipped." Neville went pale. "Hagrid, what have you got?" Hagrid's face folded with misery and pride in equal measure. He looked toward the castle, then toward the forest, then down at Harry as if hoping Harry might somehow be smaller, simpler, and less likely to understand danger. "It's only an egg," he muttered. "One fair and square. Poor little thing, it have been mistreated with the wrong sort." Harry felt his Potter ring warm, not in alarm yet, but in the way it did when a threshold had noticed someone carrying trouble through it. "A dragon egg," he said, because the smoke, the glove, and Hagrid's terrible innocence left very few safe guesses. Hagrid clutched the parcel tighter. "Don't say it so loud." Hermione's mouth opened, closed, and then opened again with visible effort. "Hagrid, dragon breeding is illegal without licensing, containment wards, ministry registration, specialist handlers, and probably 6 forms I haven't learned about yet." 7, George said. "Charlie complains by owl." Harry turned to the twins. "Charlie knows dragons?" "Our brother works with them in Romania," Fred said, losing the joke for half a breath. "Which is why we came looking for you instead of letting Hagrid raise a flying furnace in a wooden hut." Hagrid looked wounded. "He's not a furnace. He's a baby." Neville swallowed hard, but he stepped closer instead of back. "Babies grow." That was what pulled Harry fully into it, not the illegality, not even the danger, but Neville's small, brave sentence and Hagrid's face crumpling around a love too large for sense. Harry could see the shape of the disaster already. A hidden egg, a hatched dragon, smoke in the wrong place, Malfoy hearing a whisper, Snape finding an excuse, and Hagrid losing more than a pet. Christmas had taught him that hospitality meant rules strong enough to keep warmth alive. Apparently friendship did too. Harry reached out and touched the edge of the wrapped parcel, feeling heat pulse through the cloth like a tiny angry heartbeat. "All right," he said quietly. "We don't panic, and we don't pretend this is fine. We get it warm, hidden, and safe for tonight. Then we write to Charlie before this becomes too big for all of us." The letter to Charlie left by owl before breakfast, written in Hermione's neatest hand and revised twice because Fred kept trying to add jokes about airborne furnaces. Hagrid took the copy as if it were a formal accusation, not a rescue attempt, and spent most of the next day looking wounded whenever he saw them. By potions, Harry was tired enough that the dungeon cold felt personal. Snape noticed, of course. He always noticed weakness, then called it discipline when he pressed a thumb into it. "Mr. Potter," Snape said, gliding between benches while Neville measured powdered nettle with both hands. Perhaps your newly inflated domestic responsibilities have left no room for schoolwork. Your potion is simmering unevenly. Harry looked down before answering. The potion was not perfect, but it was not ruined either. A pale skin had formed near the edge because the flame under the left side of the cauldron was licking higher than the right. I'll correct the heat, Professor. How generous of you to discover basic observation after the error has already occurred, Snape said. 2 points from Ravenclaw. Hermione's quill scratched harder against her notes. Neville's shoulders hunched. Across the room, Ron Weasley smirked from the Slytherin side until George, who was there delivering a note for Professor Flitwick and absolutely not supposed to be lingering by the door, gave him a bright little wave that somehow made the smirk curdle. Snape turned his head. Mr. Weasley, if your brother's education is insufficiently entertaining, I suggest you avoid imitating him. George's smile did not move. Message delivered. Professor, I'd hate to interrupt a masterclass in fairness. The room went very still. Harry's ring warmed with the faintest prickle, not danger, but attention. Snape's eyes narrowed, black and flat. Detention, Mr. Weasley. Tonight, you may polish cauldrons until you learn the difference between wit and insolence. George bowed just enough to make it worse. Educational already. When he left, Harry forced himself to stir clockwise, breathe once, and not look at Hermione. Friendship needed rules, but Hogwarts had rules too, and Snape knew exactly how to use them as knives. Halfway through the lesson, Quirrell entered with a stack of permission forms clutched to his chest. His turban looked larger in the torchlight, and the scent that followed him under the dungeon's usual bitterness was sharp, sweet, and wrong. Garlic, Harry thought first. Then something older beneath it, sour as damp stone. Snape's expression changed so quickly that most students missed it. Harry did not. The sneer thinned into focus. Professor Quirrell, Snape said softly. How unexpected. Professor Snape, Quirrell stammered. The headmaster asked me to collect signatures for a supervised evening route near the lower grounds. For astronomy adjustment. Perfectly ordinary. Nothing involving you is perfectly ordinary, Snape said, and the words cut too cleanly to be simple cruelty. Quirrell flinched, but his hand tightened around the forms. Harry saw Snape glance at the turban, then at the pocket where Quirrell had tucked one folded parchment too quickly. Stone, Harry thought, though he had no proof. The forbidden corridor, the three-headed dog, Snape's pressure, Quirrell's fear, and now a dragon egg pulling them toward Hagrid's hut like a lit fuse. Hermione's eyes met his across the steam. She had seen enough. Snape swept past Harry's bench and stopped close enough for his robes to brush the stone floor by Harry's shoes. Curiosity is not intelligence, Mr. Potter, he murmured. It is often merely the first stage of being dead. Harry kept his hand steady on the stirrer. Then I'll try to make sure I reach the second stage slowly, Professor. For one dangerous second, Snape looked almost satisfied. Then he took another point. Charlie's reply came folded around a scorched feather 2 nights later, blunt enough to make Hermione approve and kind enough to make Hagrid look as if someone had stepped on his heart. His friends could take the hatchling, but not from Hagrid's hut in daylight, not through ordinary owl routes, and not if ministry eyes or curious students saw a crate leaving the grounds. They would arrange a handover from the tower after midnight, with proper restraints and a warming charm strong enough for a newly hatched dragon. That's illegal in at least 3 directions, Hermione said, standing in Hagrid's doorway while smoke curled from the kettle and something inside the covered basket clicked against shell. It's still better than letting him grow here. Hagrid scrubbed a hand over his beard. Norbert ain't done nothing wrong. Nobody said he had, Harry said, keeping his voice low as the egg gave another sharp tap. That's the point. We move him before people start blaming him for being what he is. Neville looked from the basket to the dark window. Someone's outside. Harry turned too quickly. A pale face vanished from the glass, and the faint sound of running feet crossed the hard ground toward the castle. Hagrid lurched for the door, but Hermione caught his sleeve with both hands. If you chase them, everyone will ask why, she hissed. Harry's stomach dropped. Malfoy. They moved fast after that, too fast for dignity and not fast enough for comfort. Fred and George, released from Snape's cauldrons with gray hands and murderous expressions, met them near the first-floor stairs with a folded map fragment, a borrowed cloak that smelled faintly of old dust, and the sort of readiness that made Harry grateful and worried at the same time. The hatched dragon was still hours away, but the castle had already begun closing around their mistake. Filch caught them before midnight with the covered basket, Charlie's note, and Neville halfway through saying, "Perhaps we should have asked Professor Flitwick." McGonagall arrived in a tartan dressing gown, took one look at the smoke, the singed cloth, the twins, and Harry's face, and grew colder than the corridor stones. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I had hoped your independence had brought judgment with it." Harry took the words like a slap because they landed where he feared they might be true. "Professor, Hagrid was going to lose everything if this went wrong." "And so you decided to make it go wrong with witnesses," McGonagall said. "Detention. All of you. The dragon will be removed by adults who should have been told at once." The detention came the next evening, not with trophies or cauldrons, but with Hagrid at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, red-eyed and carrying a crossbow he did not look ready to use. Malfoy stood apart from them, pale and furious at being punished for following them. Hermione's mouth was a thin line. Neville kept close to Harry. The twins were silent, which was almost worse than panic. Hagrid lifted his lantern. "There's summit hurt in there. Unicorn blood on the leaves. We're to find where it went, then come straight back." "Unicorn?" Hermione whispered. They found the first silver trail under the trees, bright against black roots. Harry crouched beside it, and his Peverell crest went cold across his back. The forest smelled of wet earth, old leaves, and something torn open that should have remained untouched. Ahead, in the dark between the trunks, something moved low over a pale shape on the ground. Hagrid's voice dropped to a broken whisper. "Oh, no." Harry saw the dead unicorn then, white as moonlight and wrong as a prayer answered by teeth. His ring burned cold. The shadow bent its hooded head and drank. For one heartbeat nobody moved. The hooded figure remained bent over the unicorn, drinking as if the world had narrowed to hunger, while the silver blood shone on the leaves with a purity that made the act worse. Harry's wand was in his hand before he remembered drawing it. His Peverell crest spread cold through his back, wing to wing, and the old knowledge inside it recoiled with such force that his stomach turned. "That's not an animal," Hermione whispered, her voice barely holding. Malfoy made a strangled sound behind them and stumbled backward into Neville. A branch cracked under his heel. The hood lifted. Pain tore across Harry's scar. It was not the dull ache of an old mark or the warning warmth of a ring. It was a hot, splitting line, as if something on the other side of his skin had recognized him and hated being recognized in return. He dropped to one knee, fingers digging into wet earth, and the forest lurched sideways. "Harry!" Neville caught his shoulder with both hands, shaking and stubborn at once. The hooded thing moved. It did not run like a man or leap like a beast. It glided forward between the trunks with silver blood wet on the shadow where its mouth should have been. Hagrid raised the crossbow, but his hands trembled too badly to aim. "Back," Hagrid said, voice cracking. "All of ye, back now." Fred and George moved together, one grabbing Malfoy's robe and the other catching Hermione by the sleeve before she could step toward Harry. Harry forced air into his lungs and lifted his wand, though every instinct from Peverell screamed that this was soul hunger, curse hunger. Death cheated badly enough to poison the shape left behind. A thunder of hooves broke through the trees. The shadow recoiled as a centaur burst into the clearing, bow drawn and dark hair streaming back from a face set in fierce anger. His arrow flew before Harry could blink. It struck the ground at the creature's feet in a flare of blue-white light, and the hooded figure fled into the deeper trees like smoke pulled under a door. The centaur did not lower his bow. "Leave this place." Hagrid swallowed. "Firenze, the children should not be here," the centaur said, and his eyes went to Harry with a terrible weight. "Especially him." Hermione knelt beside Harry, her hand hovering near his scar but not touching. "What was that?" Harry wiped mud from his palm against his robe and made himself stand. The scar still burned. His ring was cold now, the Potter warmth smothered beneath Peverell warning and something older than school fear. "Something drinking unicorn blood to stay alive," he said, and the words tasted wrong because they were true. Firenze's gaze sharpened. "You understand more than most foals." "No," Harry said, looking toward the black trees where the shadow had vanished. "I understand less than I need to." The centaur's mouth tightened. "Then learn quickly. There are things that cling to life when life has denied them, and there are names the forest remembers with dread. Hagrid went pale beneath his beard. Hermione's fingers closed around Harry's sleeve. Neville stayed pressed at Harry's side, and even the twins had gone silent. Malfoy looked sick enough to forget sneering. Harry did not know the future. He had no neat memory of wars to come, no comforting map of how this danger was supposed to unfold. But he knew the scar on his forehead, the story of the night his parents died, the forbidden corridor, Quirrell's sour fear, Snape's warnings, and the way death magic had just crawled across his back like ravens waking in ice. Voldemort, Harry said quietly. The forest seemed to listen. 18. Stone under the school. By morning, the forest had not stayed in the forest. Harry felt it in the way Hermione sat too straight over breakfast, in Neville's silence when owls swept overhead, and in the twins' rare failure to make anything explode, sing, or insult Percy from across the great hall. Malfoy kept glancing at Harry from the Slytherin table with a pinched, sick look that had very little swagger left in it. Whatever he had expected to gain by following them, it had not included watching something drink unicorn blood in the dark. Hermione's toast lay untouched beside 3 open books and a roll of parchment already crowded with neat columns. "We need to stop guessing," she said under her breath. "The creature in the forest, the forbidden corridor, Quirrell, Snape's warning, the stone, the dog, the sudden staff movements after dark. They're connected, but we keep treating them as separate scares." Neville looked toward the staff table, where Quirrell hunched behind a cup of tea as if the steam might hide him. "Harry said the name last night." Harry's scar prickled at the memory. "I said what the clues were already saying." "That doesn't make it safer," Neville said, but he slid a folded sheet from his herbology notes across the table. "Unicorn blood. Professor Sprout said last year's 7th years had a law extract on restricted creature substances. It's used in old curse survival references, not healing. Not properly." Hermione took it at once, eyes sharpening despite the shadows under them. "Thank you, that matters." "It also means whoever drank it was desperate," Harry said. He looked up at the high windows, where pale spring light made the enchanted ceiling look gentle enough to be alive. Something was keeping him alive, but not enough. If Voldemort is here as a shadow, he needs a body, or strength, or something under the school that can give him both. "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione said. Fred leaned over Harry's shoulder so suddenly that Neville nearly dropped his pumpkin juice. "Lovely. Breakfast with immortality theft." George slid into the seat beside him, voice lower than usual. "We asked a portrait near the 3rd-floor corridor. Old knight, terrible mustache. He says professors have been going in and out since autumn, but Quirrell went past twice when no one else did." Hermione's quill froze. "Twice?" Harry's Potter ring warmed faintly as if a door had just admitted a draft. "Can portraits tell who went beneath the trapdoor?" Fred shook his head. "No frame inside." George's mouth tightened, but the knight heard music once. Flute music, then a great big snoring noise. Neville swallowed. "The dog." Harry closed Hermione's book carefully, because if he didn't put his hands on something ordinary, he might run straight to the 3rd floor and get them all killed. "We go through this properly. Classes, portraits, library, house law, everything we know about protective sequences. We find out what kind of obstacles teachers would build to protect a stone." Hermione met his eyes, frightened and fierce at once. "And if Quirrell moves first?" Harry looked again at the trembling defense professor and felt the cold ghost of Peverell wings across his back. "Then being clever won't be enough. We'll need to be ready." The first useful answer came from Neville, which made Harry trust it more. They were in an unused classroom near the charms corridor after dinner, with Hermione's books spread across 2 desks and Fred keeping watch by the door while George entertained a portrait of a bored shepherdess 3 frames down. Neville had brought Trevor's empty toad box because it had a loose wire lid, and he kept bending it between his fingers whenever the room went too quiet. "If the dog sleeps for music," Neville said, voice careful, "then we don't need to beat it. We need to keep it asleep long enough to get past." Hermione looked up from a diagram she had drawn of the 3rd-floor corridor. "That's sensible." Neville blinked, startled by praise. "It is?" "It is," Harry said. "And it's exactly the sort of thing I'd have been too busy making difficult." Fred leaned in from the doorway. "Neville Longbottom, tactical genius. Mark the day." Neville flushed, but he didn't retreat. Plants and creatures are easier if you don't start by assuming they're enemies. That sentence followed Harry all the way to the forbidden corridor. They moved under the invisibility cloak in an awkward cluster, Harry at the front with his wand half lifted, Hermione beside him with the library book on common protective sequences pressed to her chest, Neville close behind and trying not to step on anyone's heel. Fred and George had refused to stay behind until Harry pointed out that someone needed to misdirect portraits, prefects, and Filch away from the wrong staircase. They had accepted only after Hermione threatened to tell Professor McGonagall about the map fragment, which Harry suspected had impressed them more than frightened them. The third-floor corridor smelled of dust, old stone, and dog. Harry eased the door open with 2 fingers. The 3-headed dog filled the room like a nightmare given fur and breath. All 3 heads lifted. 3 noses twitched. A growl began low enough to vibrate through Harry's shoes. Neville's hand clamped around Harry's sleeve. "Music," he whispered. Hermione's face had gone white, but she had already drawn the small enchanted flute from her pocket. Fred had borrowed it from a 5th-year Hufflepuff who apparently owed the twins an apology and 2 sickles. Hermione lifted it with shaking fingers and blew one thin, wavering note. The dog growled harder. "Not like that," Neville whispered, surprising them all by reaching for the flute. "Slow, like you're not afraid of him." Hermione handed it over without argument. Neville stepped half a pace forward before Harry could stop him, cheeks pale and eyes fixed on the nearest massive muzzle. He played badly at first, breath uneven, but the second phrase settled. The tune became soft, repetitive, and almost kind. One head blinked, then another. The third head fought longest, lips curled back from teeth as long as Harry's wand, but Neville kept playing. Harry saw the boy's hands tremble around the flute and stepped beside him, shoulder touching shoulder beneath the cloak. After a moment, the last head sagged. The dog's knees folded, and the floor shook when it went down. Hermione swallowed hard. "Neville, that was brilliant." Neville kept playing, too frightened to smile. "Trapdoor," he whispered around the next breath. Harry crossed the room first, lifted the heavy paw away from the wooden hatch, and pulled it open. Cold darkness waited below, not a passage, a fall. Hermione stared into it. They expected intruders to panic. Harry looked at Neville, still playing beside a sleeping monster. "Then we don't." He sat on the edge, wand in hand, and dropped before courage had time to become something heavier. Harry fell through cold air, robes snapping around his legs, and landed in something that seized him before he could breathe. Thick green coils wrapped his arms, chest, and wand wrist. Above him, Hermione dropped with a muffled cry and Neville followed a heartbeat later, flute still clutched in one hand until the plant caught him and dragged the tune into a strangled squeak. "Don't fight it," Hermione gasped, though panic had already sharpened her voice. "Devil's snare, it tightens when you struggle." Harry forced his fingers open. The vine around his throat loosened by a fraction. "Light? Fire," Hermione said, then swore under her breath in a way that would have impressed Fred. "I know the theory. I can't move my wand arm." Neville's voice came from the dark, thin but steady. "Harry, your ring. It warmed at the manor hearth, didn't it? Potter warding, hearth work." Harry stopped reaching for his wand and reached inward instead. Not mastery, not a spell already waiting. Only the memory of sanctuary, firelight, and wards meant to keep cold things out. His Potter crest answered with a low warmth beneath his ribs. "Lumos Calor," he whispered, shaping light with heat rather than flame. Golden warmth spread from his palm. The devil's snare recoiled in slow, offended ripples, and Hermione yanked her arm free before dragging Neville clear. Harry rolled onto stone, coughing. Hermione stared at him. "That wasn't in first-year charms." "No," Harry said, pushing himself upright, "and I'm not sure I can do it twice." The next chamber shrieked with wings. Hundreds of keys spun in the air, flashing brass, silver, and iron beneath torchlight. A broom lay against the wall, and beyond the locked door, something heavy moved in the silence below the castle. Harry mounted because there wasn't time to discuss terror properly. He found the wing-damaged key by watching for uneven rhythm, caught it against his sleeve, and landed hard enough to bruise both knees. The chessboard cost worse. Stone pieces demanded players, and Neville refused to stay behind when Hermione told him to guard the door. "I came this far," he said, climbing onto a knight's square with a face gone white. I'm not being brave at the entrance and useless at the middle. They won because Hermione saw patterns, Neville obeyed the board without flinching, and Harry let himself be sacrificed only in theory. When the last White King dropped its sword, Neville was shaking too badly to stand at once. The potion chamber smelled sharp, clean, and final. Hermione solved the riddle with ink-stained fingers and furious speed, then pushed the smallest bottle toward Harry. One goes forward, she said. One goes back. This is forward. Harry looked at the black flame. Then go back with Neville. Get help. Hermione's mouth trembled once before she mastered it. Don't die because you think adults are too late. Harry drank. The potion was ice, and the flame led him through. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Arise, turban gone, face slick with fear and triumph. Reflected behind him, Harry saw a pale, terrible face on the back of his skull, eyes red as old blood. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and the scar split open with pain. Come here. Quirrell lunged. Harry raised his hands by instinct, not power. His fingers struck Quirrell's wrist, and the defense professor screamed. Skin blackened beneath Harry's touch. Quirrell staggered, clawing at him, but the more he grasped, the more he burned. Harry's Potter ring flared hot, the Peverell crest froze across his back, and the stone appeared heavy in his pocket like a verdict he had never chosen. Voldemort's voice tore through the chamber. Hold him, fool. Quirrell tried. Then he broke. Harry woke to white curtains, a bitter taste in his mouth, and the certainty that something had been watching him from the dark between breaths. For one confused second he expected stone beneath his back and Quirrell's hands burning against his skin. Instead, he found clean sheets, sunlight, and Madame Pomfrey's sharp silhouette moving between beds with the air of a general guarding a battlefield. Hermione was asleep in a chair beside him with a book open face down in her lap. Neville sat on the floor near the bed, pale and stubborn, one hand wrapped around the flute as if he still expected the dog to wake. Harry tried to speak. His throat gave him pain instead. Neville lurched upright. Madame Pomfrey, he's awake. Hermione startled so hard the book slid from her lap. She caught Harry's hand before she seemed to realize she had moved. Don't sit up, Madame Pomfrey said. If you tried anything heroic, I was to hex you and then call her. Harry managed a rasping whisper. Quirrell? The curtains parted before Pomfrey could answer. Dumbledore stepped through quietly, silver beard gleaming in the infirmary light and face gentler than Harry trusted. Professor Quirrell is dead. Hermione's fingers tightened around Harry's. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, but the red eyes remained behind them. And Voldemort? The name changed the room. Neville flinched but did not step back. Pomfrey's mouth thinned. Dumbledore looked older. Gone for now, he said. Not destroyed. Harry opened his eyes. So the thing in the forest was him. Yes, Dumbledore said. A remnant, a shadow, and yet still dangerous. That's not an answer, Hermione said, her voice trembling with anger. He was under the school. Dumbledore accepted the blow without looking away. He was closer than any of us wished to believe. Harry felt the stone then, or rather felt the absence where its weight had been. His hand moved toward his pocket before Pomfrey caught his wrist and clicked her tongue. None of that, she snapped. You've had enough cursed objects, dark lords, and forbidden corridors for one term. Dumbledore's eyes flickered. The stone is no longer in your keeping, Harry. Nicholas and Perenelle have chosen to destroy it. Harry stared at him. Destroy immortality because I touched the wrong mirror? Because keeping it invited a hunger no ward could make harmless forever, Dumbledore said softly. You proved that. Harry did not know whether to feel proud, sick, or used. In the end, he only felt tired. Competence didn't make us safe. No, Dumbledore said, but it kept you alive long enough for help to arrive. Hermione looked as if she wanted to argue and could not find a clean place to begin. Neville straightened beside the bed, still white-faced. Harry didn't go alone all the way. We helped. Dumbledore turned to him, and something like true warmth entered his face. Yes, Mr. Longbottom, you did. The year ended in pieces after that. Points awarded without the whole truth spoken, whispers about Quirrell, Snape's black stare across the Great Hall, Fred and George somehow proud despite detention threats, and Hermione pretending not to cry when Harry thanked Neville first. At the leaving feast, Harry sat beneath Ravenclaw blue and bronze with his scars hidden under robes and his crests quiet beneath his skin. He had survived the cupboard, the rites, the rings, the forest, and the stone under the school. He had homes now, names, friends, and laws adults could no longer pretend he did not know. But when the train carried him away from Hogwarts, Harry looked back at the castle and felt no childish certainty that the worst was over. Old magic had woken. Voldemort had touched the world again. And Harry Potter understood, at last, that being harder to control was not the same thing as being safe. 19. Between Manor and Castle. Harry learned during the first week of summer that not going back to Privet Drive did not make life simple. It made life busy in ways that left bruises on the mind instead of the arms. Potter Manor woke by inches around him. Each morning began with Tilly appearing beside his bed with tea, breakfast, and a list of rooms that had complained in the night. Bram reported on ward fluctuations from the front threshold, the kitchen hearth, and the east corridor where one portrait had taken offense at dusting charms. Lark kept finding sealed cupboards that hissed when opened, then looked personally betrayed when Harry told her, very firmly, not to fight furniture without witnesses. "You is needing rest, Master Harry," Tilly said one morning, standing on a footstool in the breakfast room so she could reach the ledgers properly. "Young masters is not meant to feed old wards with worry before porridge." Harry set down his spoon and looked toward the tall windows, where sunlight lay over patched curtains and half-polished floorboards. "I'm not feeding them with worry." Bram, who had been carrying a tray of toast, gave a tiny cough. Harry looked at him. "I'm not doing it on purpose." "That is being truer, sir," Bram said carefully, and nearly disappeared when Tilly glared at him for daring honesty before noon. The manor itself seemed to listen. Some days the corridors warmed as Harry passed, pleased by his presence. Some days they tightened around him with old expectation, and his Potter ring gave faint, warning pulses until he stopped, breathed, and remembered that inherited houses could be lonely too. Portraits watched from veiled frames and half-cleaned galleries. A sharp-nosed Potter great-aunt corrected his posture while he sketched the cracked conservatory. A sleepy wizard in hunting robes complained that modern children asked too many questions, then answered 6 of them because Harry had brought biscuits. Hermione visited twice that week with her parents' permission, escorted by Gringotts' arrangement and looking as if she had packed half a library into one bag. She spread parchment across the sitting room table and began drafting the first proper House Granger records, accounts, oath notes, protections received, protections refused, and a list titled Things No One Thought to Tell Me. Harry leaned over the title. "That list may need a second roll of parchment." Hermione's mouth twitched, but her eyes stayed fierce. "Third, I'm starting with legal status, ring functions, ward theory, and why, of no house, was treated like a social inconvenience instead of a structural trap." Harry returned to his easel, where wet paint held the morning light on Potter Manor's broken cornices and repaired chairs. The house looked wounded, stubborn, and alive. He understood the feeling better than he liked. By July, Potter Manor no longer felt like rescue. It felt like work, family, argument, and promise. And beyond every ward report, every portrait conversation, and every Granger note, Castle Black waited like a darker question he could not keep postponing. Castle Black did not open like Potter Manor. Potter Manor had sighed, warmed, and grumbled itself awake around hearths, kitchens, portraits, and old family rooms. Castle Black received Harry in silence. The arrival court stood beneath a cliff of dark stone, its towers rising in layered angles that made the summer sky look too soft to belong there. Wards pressed against Harry's skin before the gate even moved, cold and intelligent, and his black ring tightened around his finger until he stopped with one hand on Hermione's overfull research bag and the other near his wand. Beside him, Hermione went very still. "That doesn't feel like Potter Manor." "No," Harry said, watching the black iron gate wake with a ripple of silver script. "Potter Manor wanted to know whether I'd come home. This wants to know whether I have the right to survive arriving." Bram stood behind them with both ears flattened and a folded parchment clutched in his hands. A Gringotts ward counselor named Vark waited by the gate, short, scarred, and professionally unimpressed by human architecture. He tapped a bronze rod against the threshold stone and listened to the sound it made. "Do not step forward until I tell you, Lord Potter Black," Vark said. "This property recognizes you, but recognition is not welcome. Harry looked at the gate again. That seems very black. A voice from a portrait set into the outer wall answered before Vark could. And you seem very young. Harry turned. The painted woman wore old black velvet, silver chains, and an expression that could have made a ministry clerk apologize for breathing. Her dark eyes moved over his face, his robes, Hermione, Bram, and the goblin rod with sharp, offended intelligence. I am Harry James Potter, by right and ring, Lord of Houses Potter, Black, and Peverell, Harry said, because Professor Marchbanks had made clear that names were tools before they were manners. I'm not here to pretend I understand this house. I'm here to learn it without letting it kill anyone by accident. The portrait studied him for a long moment. A Potter who announces caution before pride. How disappointing. How useful. Hermione's hand brushed Harry's sleeve. That may be a compliment. It is not, the portrait said. It is an assessment. Compliments encourage fools. Vark bared his teeth in something almost like approval, then struck the threshold stone twice. The gate unlocked with a heavy, resentful groan. Cold air moved out from the courtyard beyond, carrying dust, old beeswax, iron, stormwater, and the faint bitter scent Harry had learned to associate with curses that had been allowed to age in peace. Harry stepped through only when Vark nodded. The moment his boot crossed the line, the wards rose around him like a court standing to judge a claimant. Potter Manor had felt wounded and hungry. Castle Black felt awake, armed, and politically alive, a place built not only to shelter family, but to remember enemies. Hermione looked up at the towers, her face pale with fascination. Harry, this isn't just a home. No, Harry said, feeling the black crest stir coldly beneath his skin. It's a seat. The portrait's voice followed them through the gate. At least one child in a century can tell the difference. The first room Castle Black permitted them to use as a workroom had tall windows, narrow bookcases, and a table long enough for 12 conspirators or one anxious first year with too many open sketchbooks. Harry chose the far end because it had the best light and because sitting with his back to the wall felt sensible in a house that measured footsteps. Hermione unpacked records, ward notes, and House Granger drafts with brisk determination, but her eyes kept moving to the objects along the shelves. A silver cup with blackened runes, a cracked dueling mask, a bowl of dark glass that reflected the ceiling instead of the room. Harry set each item on a cloth before sketching it, careful not to touch anything twice without Vark's permission. Still life, Hermione said, watching him draw the warped reflection in the glass bowl. Only you would choose cursed aristocratic tableware. It's not cursed, Harry said, shading the edge with charcoal. The black ring gave a faint, cold pulse. Probably. It's sulking. The painted woman from the gate had found a frame over the mantel and had been pretending not to watch for 10 minutes. That bowl once showed Cygnus Black the face of the man who intended to poison him. Hermione's quill stopped. That sounds cursed. That sounds useful, the portrait corrected. People who survive politics rarely thank comfortable objects. Harry moved the bowl farther from Hermione's elbow. Useful can still wait on the cloth. He painted after the sketches, because paint made him breathe differently. Castle Black through the western window became deep grays, bruised purples, and thin lines of silver where rain gathered on old stone. Potter Manor had wanted warm washes and patient repair. Castle Black demanded harder edges. When his hand grew too tight, Harry turned the page and sketched Hermione bent over her house ledgers, ink on her thumb, jaw set as if the parchment had personally insulted muggle-borns across history. Hermione looked up too late. Are you drawing me? Yes. Harry. You're founding a house at a table in Castle Black while arguing with a goblin ward report, Harry said, not lifting his pencil. That's worth remembering. Her expression softened, then sharpened again because softness embarrassed her when she was working. Then draw Neville too next time. And the twins, they helped get you this far. I will, Harry said, and meant it. By late afternoon, still lifes had become landscapes, landscapes had become friends, and friends had become motion. Harry filled 3 pages with imagined Quidditch battles from James Potter's ridiculous Crest memories. Chasers diving through rain, bludgers cutting across storm clouds, scarlet and blue robes streaking around castle towers that looked suspiciously like Castle Black. The painted woman leaned closer, eyes narrowed. That, she said, is not politically useful. Harry added a tiny terrified seeker fleeing a bludger near the margin. Good. Hermione laughed before she could stop herself, and the room seemed less cold for it. Harry looked from her smile to the wet paint, then to the dark towers beyond the glass. If homes were becoming plot engines, then art might become the map of how they survived them. The Hogwarts letters arrived at Potter Manor 2 mornings before August began, carried by 3 school owls that refused to land until Bram opened the breakfast room window and Tilly removed a warding charm that apparently considered official parchment an invasion attempt. Harry caught the first envelope before it slid into the jam, then caught Hermione's when the owl dropped it directly onto her stack of Granger account drafts. Hermione wiped marmalade from one corner and frowned at the green ink. It found me here. Gringotts registered your summer correspondence address, Harry said, turning his own letter over. Also, Potter Manor's wards probably shouted at it until it proved it wasn't a curse. Tilly stood on a chair beside the window with both hands on her hips. Letters should be saying please before crossing young master's breakfast room. Harry opened his envelope with a butter knife, smiling despite himself. The book list unfolded beside the permission forms, neat and official, but the defense section made his smile fade. Gilderoy Lockhart's name filled line after line in titles that sounded less like textbooks than advertisements wearing robes. Hermione leaned over his shoulder, still holding her own letter. Voyages with vampires, gadding with ghouls, break with a banshee. That's excessive. That's a man assigning himself as homework, Harry said. The portrait of the sharp-nosed Potter great-aunt sniffed from the wall. Never trust a wizard who puts his own face on more than one book before luncheon. Harry looked up. You've seen the covers? I have survived 4 generations of fashionable fools, she said. Covers are merely warning labels with better printing. They took the letters to Castle Black that afternoon because Hermione insisted on checking whether the Black Library had any honest defense references to balance Lockhart, and because Harry had begun to understand that ignoring one house while standing in another felt like choosing favorites between 2 suspicious dragons. Castle Black admitted the school owl's parchment with less protest than Potter Manor had, but the entrance hall portraits stirred when Harry carried the book list past them. The woman in black velvet read the defense titles aloud in a voice of mounting contempt. This is your school's recommended martial education? Apparently, Harry said, setting the list on the long table in the workroom. We'll buy them, because professors notice refusal. Then we'll read around them. Hermione pulled 3 older defense books from the shelf, checked their curse notices, and stacked them beside the list. Around them, over them, and through them if necessary. Harry looked from the black shelves to Hermione's Granger notes, then to his own sketchbooks, ward ledgers, portrait questions, and the Hogwarts forms waiting for signatures. Summer had not been empty space between school years. It had become a bridge built from runes, records, paint, warnings, and names that expected him to carry them properly. When he signed the forms, Potter ring warm and Black ring cold, Harry felt both houses listening. School was coming, but home no longer sat behind him like a place to visit during holidays. Potter Manor and Castle Black had begun to move with him, full of doors, duties, and old voices, and Harry understood that second year would not begin on the train. It had already begun at his own table. 20. The wrong defense master. By the time September came, Harry had learned that returning to Hogwarts felt different when he was not being delivered from Privet Drive like a parcel briefly mislaid by cruelty. Potter Manor sent him off with trunks properly packed, ward notes tucked into a locked compartment, Hedwig in offended splendor, and Tilly crying into a handkerchief large enough to have been stolen from a curtain. Castle Black contributed less warmth and more warning, including a sealed Black Library recommendation that hissed at anyone but Harry and Hermione who tried to read the outer flap. King's Cross was already loud when Harry stepped onto platform 9 3/4 with Hermione beside him and Bram floating the trunks behind them under a discreet charm. Parents glanced at Harry differently this year. Not just Scar first, Story second. Some looked at his robes, the rings on his hand, Hermione's new Granger signet, and the neat escorting elf, then looked away with the caution adults used when a child had become legally inconvenient. Hermione noticed too. They're staring at the ring more than the scar. That's progress, Harry said. Possibly not the comforting kind. Neville hurried toward them through the steam, taller than Harry remembered and still carrying Trevor's traveling box as if the toad might file a complaint. Gran says congratulations to Hermione again, he said, then glanced at Harry's trunk. And she says if anyone tries to make you sign anything this year, send it to her before Professor Marchbanks sees it and turns the writer into legal paste. Hermione's mouth twitched. Your Gran has a vivid approach to paperwork. She says paperwork is where cowards duel. Neville brightened, then held up a glossy book with a smiling blonde wizard on the cover. Have you seen these? The new defense professor wrote all of them. Harry looked at the cover. Gilderoy Lockhart winked, tossed his hair, and adjusted his robes so the painted light caught his teeth. Unfortunately. A burst of laughter came from behind them. Fred and George Weasley were leaning out of a carriage doorway, both holding Lockhart books upside down. Careful, Potter, Fred called. If you stare too long, he signs himself onto your soul. George gave the book a grave shake. We opened one and 3 compliments fell out. Mum nearly kept them. Across the platform, Draco Malfoy watched the exchange with narrowed eyes while Ron stood a little apart from the other Slytherins, red-eared and pretending not to look toward his brothers. Harry felt the old train platform lines rearranging themselves. First year had made friendships. Summer had made houses. Second year, apparently, intended to make witnesses. Hermione tucked Neville's book firmly under his arm. We'll buy the required texts, attend the required lessons, and check every claim against proper sources. Harry glanced at Lockhart's shining face as the whistle blew. And if defense has become performance? Then, Hermione said, stepping toward the train with her chin lifted, we learned defense around him. They found a compartment 2 doors down from the one Fred and George had claimed as a temporary branch of chaos, close enough to hear explosions of laughter and far enough that Hermione could pretend she wasn't amused. Neville set Trevor's box carefully on the seat beside him, then placed Lockhart's books on the opposite bench as if keeping them away from the toad was a matter of animal welfare. Harry helped Bram settle the trunks, thanked the elf quietly, and watched him vanish with a crack just as the platform began to slide past the window. Hermione opened Voyages with Vampires before the train had properly cleared London. Lockhart smiled up from the author portrait on the inside cover, teeth bright enough to look professionally enchanted. After 3 paragraphs, she frowned. After half a page, she turned the book sideways, as if the sense might have been printed at an angle. He's used 5 adjectives to describe his own cloak and none to describe the vampire. Neville leaned over. Maybe the cloak was dangerous? Harry took the book when Hermione offered it and read the passage. The vampire appears to have waited politely while Professor Lockhart adjusted his collar. That's generous, Hermione said. It may have been stunned by the collar. The compartment door slid open before Neville's laugh had quite escaped. A girl stood in the corridor with long pale hair, a small case in one hand, and an expression of mild interest, as though she had followed a sound no one else could hear. Her robes were new but not fussed over, and she wore a necklace of tiny painted wooden moons that turned slowly against the cloth. Hello, she said. This compartment feels less crowded than the others, even though there are already 4 of you in it. Hermione blinked. There are only 3 of us. The girl looked at the seat beside Lockhart's stack of books. 4, if you count the professor's opinion of himself. It's taking up quite a lot of room. Harry looked at her properly then. There was no malice in her voice, no performance either. She had said it as simply as Penelope might have identified a wrong footnote. You can sit, he said. We haven't decided whether the books need their own ticket. I'm Luna Lovegood, she said, stepping inside and placing her case beneath the seat with careful hands. First year, my father says Hogwarts is full of old truths, borrowed truths, and truths hiding under tablecloths. I expect the tablecloths are mostly in the Great Hall. Neville smiled uncertainly. I'm Neville Longbottom. This is Hermione Granger, and that's Harry Potter. I know, Luna said, settling opposite Harry without staring at his scar. Her gaze moved instead to Hermione's hand, where the new Granger ring caught the light, then to Harry's rings, then to the black sealed recommendation peeking from his satchel. You've both got houses that are still deciding how loudly to breathe. Hermione went very still. What does that mean? Luna tilted her head. Yours is new and angry because it has noticed how much it wasn't told. His are old and arguing, but they agree about doors. She glanced at the Lockhart book in Harry's hand. That one is shiny because it doesn't want anyone to notice it's hollow. Harry felt the train rocking beneath them, steady and loud, while the social air inside the compartment changed. People usually saw the scar, the rings, the money, the story, or the trouble. Luna had looked at them and named the pressure instead. He closed the Lockhart book gently and set it face down. Hermione's voice came out careful. "Do you always say things like that?" Luna considered the question with grave courtesy. "Not always. Sometimes people ask about the moons first." She touched the necklace, and one of the painted moons turned blue. "But you were already talking about hollow things, so it seemed polite to continue." By the time the trolley witch came, Luna had become part of the compartment by the simple method of behaving as if no one sensible would object. She bought pumpkin pasties, offered one to Trevor because toads should be allowed to reject things personally, and listened while Hermione explained the difference between house recognition, blood claims, and actual legal standing with a seriousness that would have made Professor Marchbanks nod. Neville held Trevor's box closer when Luna peered through the air just above it. "Is there something on him?" "Only worry," Luna said. "Mostly yours. It clings round the corners." Neville looked embarrassed, but not hurt. "Gran says I worry because I notice all the ways something can go wrong before I notice the way it hasn't." "That's useful," Harry said, shifting Lockhart's books off the seat so Luna could tuck her feet up without touching them. "People who don't notice ways things can go wrong keep writing defense books about their cloaks." Hermione glanced at him over her notes. "We are not judging the entire course before attending one lesson. We're assessing risk from available evidence," Harry said. "That," Luna said, taking a careful bite of pasty, "sounds much more respectable than judging." By the time the train slowed into Hogsmeade, the compartment had changed without anyone declaring it. Hermione had moved from cautious interrogation to making Luna a short list of classes where asking unusual questions might be safest. Neville had stopped apologizing every time Trevor shifted in his box. Luna had painted one of her wooden moons green with a tap of her wand and given it to Neville for toad diplomacy, which he accepted with the solemn gratitude of a boy unused to being given strange things kindly. Hogwarts rose black and gold beyond the station, and Harry felt the old catch in his chest when the castle appeared through the mist. It did not feel less wonderful for being less innocent. If anything, it felt larger now that he knew some of its doors had teeth. Professor McGonagall gathered the first years at the entrance hall, and Luna went with them without fuss, her pale hair bright among nervous faces. She looked back once, not at Harry's scar or Hermione's ring, but at all three of them as though confirming that the compartment still existed even if the train had stopped moving. At the feast, the hat sat over Luna's head for so long that whispers began to grow restless. Then it shouted, "Ravenclaw," and Hermione exhaled as if she had been refusing to worry on principle. Luna sat across from them, folded her hands beside her empty plate, and said, "The hat is very dusty, but polite." Neville, from the Gryffindor table, raised the green moon charm in a shy little salute. Harry lifted his goblet back, and the gesture crossed the hall more cleanly than any house line on the floor. Whatever else second year intended to become, Harry thought, it had already brought them someone who could see odd truths without flinching. Dinner appeared after the sorting, and Luna accepted the sudden arrival of roast chicken, potatoes, peas, and gravy with calm approval, as though food appearing from nowhere was only polite after a dusty hat had been allowed to sit on one's head. Hermione watched her for 3 seconds, clearly torn between asking 7 questions and remembering that first years were allowed to eat before being studied. "Are you always this calm?" Hermione asked at last, passing the carrots. "No," Luna said, taking them. "Once a garden gnome bit my ankle and I was quite cross until Father explained that it had mistaken my sock for a political statement." Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. Across the table, Padma Patil laughed openly, and Terry Boot leaned closer with the delighted caution of a boy discovering a conversation that might become dangerous in several directions. At the staff table, Gilderoy Lockhart shone beneath the candlelight as if he had been polished separately from the rest of the room. His robes were a blue so bright they seemed to be arguing with Ravenclaw banners, and he kept turning his head just enough for the nearest students to see the best angle of his smile. When Professor Dumbledore rose and introduced him as the new defense against the dark arts professor, applause broke across the hall in uneven waves. Some students cheered, several older witches sighed, Fred and George clapped with the solemn rhythm of mourners at a funeral. Lockhart stood before Dumbledore had finished the sentence. "Thank you, Headmaster," he said, his voice carrying with practiced warmth. "My dear young friends, I know many of you will have read of my adventures, but I assure you, no book can replace the living presence of hard-won experience. Hermione's quill appeared in her hand by instinct, then stopped above her napkin. That sentence doesn't actually say anything. Luna tilted her head toward Lockhart. It says he likes being a sentence. Harry looked from Lockhart's gleaming smile to the staff faces around him. McGonagall's mouth had gone thin. Snape looked as if he had discovered a new category of insult. Professor Marchbanks watched with the expression of a woman mentally preparing testimony. Lockhart spread his hands. This year, I shall teach you courage, flair, presence of mind, and the practical charm of confidence under pressure. Not shields? Harry murmured. Not counter curses, Hermione said under her breath. Not vampires, Luna added. Possibly cloaks. At the Gryffindor table, Neville caught Harry's eye and made a tiny helpless motion with the green moon charm before hiding a smile behind his goblet. The simple shared absurdity traveled between tables, warmer than the applause and steadier than Lockhart's shine. Harry felt the shape of the year settle around him, Hermione sharp beside him, Neville loyal across the hall, Luna strange and unafraid opposite him, and a defense professor who looked like a painted mask held too close to a candle. When Lockhart sat down to more applause, Harry picked up his fork and glanced at Luna's calm face. Strange people, he decided, were beginning to look much safer than polished liars. 21. Chaser instead of seeker. Breakfast the next morning tasted of toast, pumpkin juice, and the aftertaste of Lockhart's speech. Ravenclaw had not stopped discussing him, though the discussion had already split into three camps. Girls who thought he was handsome, older students who thought he was hilarious for the wrong reasons, and Hermione, who had begun a list titled Claims Requiring Verification before Harry had finished his eggs. Luna sat beside her with a slice of toast balanced carefully on her plate, watching the argument as if it were a species of bird that might do something interesting if not startled. Cho Chang arrived at the table with wind-bright cheeks, her black hair tied back, and a folded parchment in one hand. She stopped beside Harry rather than taking her usual seat. Potter, have you flown much? Harry looked up from Hermione's notes. Enough to know I like landing. That's more than some first years manage, Cho said, though her smile had pressure behind it. Ravenclaw's holding tryouts tomorrow. We lost 2 chasers at the end of last year, and Davies says he'd rather not spend the season pretending enthusiasm can carry a quaffle. Hermione's quill paused. Harry already has a very full timetable. I know, Cho said, and to her credit she looked at Hermione rather than around her. So do the rest of us. That's why I'm asking now instead of ambushing him on the pitch. Harry glanced down the table. Roger Davies was watching with forced casualness from 3 seats away, while 2 older Ravenclaws had suddenly become very interested in the jam. The pressure was not cruel, but it was real. Potter meant something on a broom, even before anyone knew how he flew. Somewhere beneath Harry's skin, the Potter crest stirred with a ridiculous bright echo of James laughing into cold air, a quaffle tucked under one arm, the world narrowing to speed and angle and open sky. Cho followed his glance and said, more quietly, I'm seeker. I'm not asking you to take my place. That decided more than she probably realized. Harry heard the clean line in her voice, not insecurity exactly, but warning. She had earned that position before he arrived with famous parents, fresh rings, and old magic written under his skin. He would not become another boy everyone made room for because the story expected it. Good, Harry said. I don't want your place. Cho's shoulders eased a fraction. Then what do you want? Harry looked past her toward the high windows, where morning light touched the mist above the grounds. He could feel the pull of flight without letting it become hunger enough to swallow everything else. A trial for chaser, he said. A real one. If I'm not good enough, I don't play. If I am, I play around classes, painting, and housework. Quidditch doesn't get to eat the year. Roger abandoned all pretense and leaned over. That is the most Ravenclaw answer anyone has ever given to joining a Quidditch team. Luna picked up her toast. It's sensible. Things that eat years should at least ask permission first. Hermione closed her notebook with visible reluctance. One tryout. Then we discuss schedules. Cho grinned properly then, bright and relieved. Tomorrow after lessons. Bring gloves if you own them, and borrow school ones if you don't. Ravenclaw needs chasers, not martyrs. Harry nodded, feeling the decision settle into place, light but not weightless. He would fly, but not because James had loved it, not because Hogwarts expected Potter brilliance, and not because fame needed another costume. He would take the broom on his own terms, with Cho still above him watching for the snitch and the quaffle waiting for his hands. The tryout did not end when Harry caught his breath on the grass. That, he discovered, was only when Ravenclaw began deciding what the catch meant. He had flown hard for nearly an hour, not as cleanly as Cho, who moved like the broom had consulted her before changing direction, but well enough that the quaffle had started finding his hands before doubt did. Davies had run him through passes, feints, and a miserable little drill where two older beaters sent practice bludgers across his path without quite hitting him. By the end, Harry's shoulders ached, his palms stung inside borrowed gloves, and the old James memory echo under his skin was laughing with entirely too much approval. Cho landed beside him and kicked one leg over her broom. "You cut inside too sharply on the third pass," she said, brushing wind-tangled hair from her cheek. "But you saw Chambers open before Chambers did, and that matters more." Davies came down last, face bright with the terrible expression of a captain who had found a solution and intended to make it everyone else's problem. "Potter, congratulations. You're a chaser, provided you don't let Ravenclaw's homework eat you before Slytherin gets the chance." Hermione, waiting near the stands with Luna and Neville, closed the notebook she had been using to time drills. "He won't," she said before Harry could answer. "We've already discussed limits." Davies blinked. "You timed tryouts?" "I timed recovery gaps, repeated turns, and how often Harry accepted extra drills after he'd already done enough," Hermione said, and her look moved from Davies to Harry with surgical precision. "He says yes too quickly when someone makes work sound useful." Luna adjusted the green moon charm Neville had fastened to his bag. "That's because useful things disguise themselves as duties when they're hungry." Neville nodded earnestly. "Gran says duties breed if you leave them unsupervised." Harry leaned on his broom and tried not to smile because his arms were trembling. "I'm still standing here, you know." "Yes," Hermione said, softening only a little, "which is why we're setting the schedule while you're too tired to argue badly." They did it in the stands, with Harry sitting on the lowest bench, broom across his knees and grass stains on one robe sleeve. Classes went down first, then house law reading, ward notes, portrait sketch practice, 2 evenings for painting, 1 afternoon for Quidditch practice, and another only if Davies gave proper warning. Harry wrote it himself because Hermione insisted that a schedule meant more if the person bound by it held the quill. Cho watched over his shoulder, then nodded once. "Good. A chaser who fails classes makes the team look stupid." Davies sighed, but he didn't argue. Harry looked from the parchment to the pitch, where the hoops stood gold against the brightening sky, and felt pleasure settle where pressure might have grown. Flying could belong to him, but only if he refused to let it take everything else. The parchment lasted 3 days before the world began testing it. Harry carried it folded inside his defense book, not because he expected Lockhart to teach anything that needed recording, but because Hermione had given him the look of a girl who could make a schedule feel like a sworn contract. After lessons, he changed quickly, tucked his sketchbook into his bag beside his gloves, and walked toward the pitch with Cho and Davies while the sky hung low and silver over the grounds. The Slytherins were already near the changing rooms, though their practice slot wasn't for another hour. Draco Malfoy leaned against the rail with a new broom beside him and a satisfied shine on his face, while Ron stood a little behind him in green-trimmed robes, arms folded too tightly. The sight of Ron there still felt wrong in the old, childish part of Harry's mind, but the rest of him had learned better than to expect the world to sort people neatly for his comfort. "Potter," Draco called, loud enough for both teams to hear. "I heard Ravenclaw finally found a use for you. Chaser, isn't it? How modest. I thought famous boys always went straight for seeker." Cho's expression cooled. Davies muttered something under his breath, but Harry stopped before either of them could answer for him. James's Crest memories flickered up in ridiculous fragments. A wind-whipped laugh, a shouted warning to never let a keeper read your shoulders, and an entirely unserious conviction that the correct answer to insult was either speed, scoring, or a grin wide enough to make the other side furious. Harry chose the least exhausting option. "Chose seeker," Harry said. "She's good at it." Draco's gaze sharpened because the answer had not left the opening he wanted. "And you're happy carrying the quaffle for someone else's glory?" Ron gave a short laugh that sounded more like a flinch wearing armor. Maybe he didn't fancy missing the snitch while everyone watched. Harry looked at him then, properly. Maybe teams work better when people play the position that needs them. Ron's ears reddened. Draco's smile thinned, but before he could speak, Cho stepped closer with her broom balanced in one hand. Ravenclaw keeps places by performance, Malfoy. It saves time. Davies clapped Harry once on the shoulder, not gently. Come on, Potter, let Slytherin practice talking. We're using the pitch for flying. Harry followed, feeling the pressure at his back without letting it hook under his ribs. When he kicked off, the cold air took him cleanly, and James's memory rose again, bright and absurd, insisting that a good chaser saw not the hoop, but the 3 passes before the hoop. Harry smiled despite himself, bent low over the broom, and chased the quaffle because, for once, the inheritance felt like laughter instead of weight. The first pass came too fast. Davies snapped the quaffle toward Harry the moment he cleared the rise, and Harry caught it badly, one glove closing over leather while the other slipped against the seam. The ball jerked his shoulder, and for half a second the broom wobbled under him. He heard a Slytherin laugh from below, sharp as a pebble against glass. Then Cho's voice cut through the air from above. Don't fight the catch, Cho called, circling down. Let the broom carry the shock. Hands guide, knees balance, shoulders stay loose. Harry breathed once, bent over the handle, and threw the quaffle back to Davies with more temper than aim. Davies had to dip to catch it, but he grinned instead of complaining. Better. Anger has uses if you don't let it steer. Most things seem to have that condition, Harry said, and kicked higher before Davies could answer. They ran the pattern again. Chambers swept left. Cho flashed above them in seeker height though she wasn't hunting anything, and Davies drove the quaffle through the middle lane. Harry saw the gap open a breath before the throw came. Not the hoop yet, not even Davies's hand, but the line between 2 moving bodies and the cold empty air beyond them. James's memories flared with absurd delight, full of half-formed advice and dangerous confidence, but Harry held only the useful part. Angle first, speed second, smile later. He caught cleanly, tucked the quaffle close, and dropped under a practice bludger that hummed over his shoulder close enough to tug at his hair. Cho's shout turned into a laugh. Harry rose on the far side of Chambers, twisted, and threw. The quaffle passed through the left hoop with a solid, satisfying sound. Davies whooped. That's a chaser's answer. Below, Draco's expression had gone flat with annoyance, and Ron looked away too quickly. Harry noticed, because part of him still noticed everything from the ground, every face that might become a threat or a story. Then the wind pressed cold against his cheeks, the broom answered the shift of his hands, and the pitch opened around him in green, gold, and sky. For once, noticing did not have to become fear. They flew until his arms burned and his breath came hard enough to taste metal. When Davies finally called them down, Harry landed unevenly but on his feet, laughing before he could stop himself. Hermione waited with her schedule parchment, Luna with a dreamy smile, and Neville with both hands wrapped around a flask of pumpkin juice as if entrusted with battlefield supplies. Hermione looked him over. You're filthy. Harry accepted the flask from Neville and drank. That's not a scheduling objection. No, Hermione said, though her mouth softened. It's an observation. You looked happy. Harry glanced back at the hoops, then at Cho, who was already arguing with Davies about next week's drills. The warmth in his chest was real, but it did not crowd out the rest of him. He said. I am, but I still want my painting hour tonight. Luna nodded gravely. Good. Brooms like to make people think the sky is the only canvas. Harry smiled, tired and wind-cold and steady. Flight could be joy without becoming escape. Quidditch could be his without becoming all of him. 22. Canvas, rune, and memory. Harry kept his painting hour. By the time he reached the small Ravenclaw study room Hermione had bullied out of the prefects for quiet craft-adjacent revision, his shoulders still ached from Quidditch and his hair smelled faintly of wind, grass, and broom polish. The ache should have driven him toward bed, but the sketchbook under his arm pulled harder. Flying had filled him with speed. Painting, properly done, put the world back into shape afterward. Hermione had already claimed the table beside the window. 3 library books lay open in front of her, weighted by ink bottles, and Luna sat cross-legged in the chair opposite with a tin of labeled pigment samples arranged by color rather than alphabet. Neville hovered near the door with a covered tray from the kitchens and the guilty expression of a boy smuggling battlefield supplies again. "I brought sandwiches," Neville said, setting the tray down. Hermione said serious study needed food, and Luna said paint fumes sometimes convince people they're already full. "They do," Luna said serenely, "but only the jealous ones." Harry smiled and slid into the chair between them. "Thank you. I'm not using anything that gives off fumes tonight. I'm only reading." Hermione gave him a look over the top of portraiture, property, and posthumous representation. "You said that about the first-year warding primer, and then you tried drawing threshold diagrams on your trunk." "That was different," Harry said, opening the nearest book. The trunk was right there. "It's always different when the dangerous thing is within reach," Hermione said, but she pushed a thin folio toward him anyway. "Start with this. Potion-treated canvas isn't just canvas soaked in something clever. The preparation decides what kind of charm structure it can hold, how much movement it tolerates, and whether later memory work frays." Harry touched the edge of the folio carefully. The diagrams were beautiful in the way technical drawings could be beautiful, all clean proportions and patient warnings. One page showed linen stretched across a frame, then washed in layers marked with tiny symbols: binding starch, powdered moonstone, powdered eggshell from a Kneazle-watched hen, stabilizing varnish, identity-safe ground. Beneath the canvas, a second diagram revealed a lattice of rune strokes hidden under the first layer of paint. He leaned closer. "They build the motion before the image." Hermione's eyes brightened. "Exactly." Luna selected a small jar of blue pigment and held it up to the candlelight. "And the color remembers where it's allowed to go." Harry looked from the pigment to the diagram, feeling the old artist in him protest and rejoice at once. Paint had always carried light, mood, surface, and hand. Here it also carried law. A moving portrait wasn't a picture with a charm slapped over it. It began as a prepared vessel, with rules laid beneath beauty before a single visible stroke touched the canvas. Harry was still staring at the hidden rune lattice when the portrait above the cold fireplace cleared his throat. Until that moment, he had thought the painted wizard was asleep, because the man had been slumped sideways in a carved chair with a book folded over his nose. Now the book lowered, revealing ink-stained fingers, narrow gray eyes, and the offended patience of someone who had waited as long as dignity allowed. "Young Potter," the portrait said, "if you intend to discover half a principle aloud, you may as well have the courtesy to let someone stop you before you admire the wrong half." Hermione sat up so quickly her quill rolled toward the edge of the table. Neville caught it with both hands and looked relieved when it didn't explode. Luna only turned the blue pigment jar so the candlelight moved through it more evenly, as if portraits interrupting study sessions belonged in the same category as rain. Harry rose from his chair because the portrait's tone made remaining seated feel like bad manners. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know you were awake." "Awake is a generous word for my present condition," the wizard said. "Aware will do." Ambrose feigned Trefusis, licensed portraitist once, reluctant educational ornament now. "I was hung here by a nephew who believed a family gallery should contain fewer opinions." His painted gaze moved over the books, the pigment samples, the folio, and finally Harry's hands. "You have a painter's attention. That makes you more dangerous than an amateur with enthusiasm." Hermione recovered her quill from Neville and leaned closer despite herself. "Sir, the book says the awakening ritual invites identity pattern, but it doesn't explain why that makes true magical portraiture so rare." "Because idiots think movement is life," Ambrose said, with immediate disgust. "A charmed picture may wave, bow, repeat 3 phrases, and flatter a purchaser's vanity. A true portrait requires a prepared vessel, lawful memory strands, frame compatibility, rune stability, and an awakening that gives pattern without pretending to create a soul. That distinction keeps portraitists licensed, sane, and usually out of prison." Neville glanced at the framed wizard, then at the pair lying on the tray beside the sandwiches. "What happens if someone gets it wrong? Fracture, echo, false obedience, memory loops, obsession, or an image that cannot tell whether it is recalling a thing, performing a thing, or being commanded to become a thing." Ambrose's eyes returned to Harry, and the room seemed colder for the warning. "That is why rare is not the same as secret. The craft is taught slowly because paint remembers mishandling. Harry looked down at the blank page in his sketchbook. His old hands had painted skin, cloth, grief, sunlight, aging faces, and loneliness, but never a vessel meant to hold memory without trapping it. Then what do I do first? Ambrose sniffed. You draw what cannot answer. Fruit, cups, chairs, gloves, books. Then ordinary faces with no memory, no charm work, no awakening, and no clever shortcuts because your fingers feel insulted by patience. Luna placed the pear in the center of the table with solemn care. It says it would like to be taken seriously. Harry sat, adjusted the candle, and drew the first line lightly enough that it could be corrected. For the first time since Diagon Alley, magical portraiture felt less like a door waiting to open and more like a threshold that might punish anyone who stepped over it badly. Harry began with the pear because Ambrose feigned Trefusis watched as if the fruit might report him for disrespect. The first line went down too confidently, an old artist's habit trying to claim shape before the young hand had earned it. Harry stopped, frowned, and rubbed the mark back with the side of his thumb until the paper grayed. Good, Ambrose said from the frame. Humility before fruit, a tragically undertaught discipline. Hermione bent over her notes. Should he be using ordinary graphite rather than charcoal if the problem is control? The problem is not the charcoal, Ambrose said. The problem is the boy who thinks 50 years of remembered handwork means this pear has surrendered. Harry glanced up. I didn't say that. No, you drew it, Ambrose replied. Again, look longer before your hand starts boasting. Neville tried to hide a laugh behind his sandwich and failed. Harry gave him a look without heat, then turned back to the pear. This time he waited. The fruit was not symmetrical. One side bulged lower than the other, and the stem leaned back as if trying to escape responsibility. Candlelight caught a dull patch near the top, but the lower curve held shadow with a softness Harry's first line had missed. He drew slowly, laying the shape in with shorter marks, letting the pear become weight before he tried to make it pretty. Luna leaned closer without touching the table. That's better. It looks less like a pear pretending to be chosen for a textbook. Harry's mouth twitched. High praise. Moderate praise, Luna said. High praise would disturb it. By the third attempt, his shoulder loosened. The ache from flying became background, not complaint. Hermione passed him a cup, then a glove, then one of Neville's herbology books with a frayed corner and soil trapped in the binding. Each object forced a different patience from him. The cup punished careless ellipses. The glove needed emptiness shaped like a hand. The book looked simple until Harry noticed all the little injuries that made it Neville's rather than merely a book. Ambrose made him stop there. Now a face, not a portrait, a drawing of a face. There is a difference, and if you forget it, I will shout. Neville went pink when everyone looked at him. Mine? Harry set down the charcoal at once. Only if you don't mind. Neville swallowed, then sat straighter. I don't mind. Gran had portraits done, but they were always awful formal. I looked like I'd been told not to breathe. Then breathe, Harry said, taking up the charcoal again. I'm not trying to trap you on paper. The room quieted around the words. Hermione's quill stopped. Ambrose did not make a joke. Harry felt the weight of what he had said and made himself look properly, not at Longbottom heir or Gryffindor friend or nervous boy with a toad, but at Neville's round cheeks, worried mouth, stubborn kindness, and the way courage sometimes sat in a person before they knew its name. He drew carefully, leaving the eyes until last, because for the first time he understood why likeness could be dangerous even before magic touched it. Harry left Neville's eyes until the paper had learned the rest of him. The roundness of his face came first, then the small pinch at the mouth that appeared whenever he expected criticism, then the stubborn set of his chin that most people missed because Neville lowered it too often. Harry's fingers wanted to soften him into kindness alone. That would have been easier. It would also have been false. Don't flatter him into disappearing, Ambrose said from the frame, his voice quieter now. Kindness without weight becomes pudding. Neville blinked. I don't think I want to be pudding. You don't, Luna said, watching the page. Pudding is rarely allowed to carry swords. Hermione leaned in despite trying to keep a respectful distance. Harry, the mouth is better than the first pair. Reassuring, Harry said, and shaded carefully beneath Neville's lower lip. The eyes waited. He had painted eyes for decades in another life. Old eyes, vain eyes, grieving eyes, the blank formal gaze of clients who wanted a likeness without being seen too clearly. Neville's eyes were harder because Harry knew him. There was fear in them, yes, and uncertainty, and the old bruise of a grandmother's expectations. But there was also the boy who had come into the forest, the boy who kept showing up even when showing up frightened him. Harry marked the upper lids lightly, deepened the pupils, and stopped before affection became invention. Neville leaned forward, then forgot to be embarrassed. "Oh," he said softly. "That's me." Harry's hand tightened on the charcoal. The words were small, but they changed the room. The drawing did not move. It had no charm, no treated paper, no memory strand, no frame. Still, Neville had recognized himself in it, and recognition had weight. Harry looked at the page and understood why Ambrose had warned him. A likeness could call something from the viewer before magic ever answered. Ambrose nodded once. "Now put the charcoal down." Harry obeyed at once. Hermione glanced at him, surprised by how quickly he had stopped. "You're not going to adjust it?" "No," Harry said, though his fingers itched. "Not without knowing what I'm adjusting toward." "Better," Ambrose said. "A portraitist who cannot stop is not an artist. He is a vandal with excellent materials." Harry set the sketchbook flat on the table, away from the wand in his sleeve and away from Luna's pigments. The pear, cup, glove, book, and Neville's face looked back at him as ordinary marks on ordinary paper, yet the lesson had settled deeper than any diagram. Canvas could be treated, runes could be hidden, memory could be invited, a frame could anchor passage and speech. But the danger began earlier, at the moment hand, eye, and intent decided what a thing was allowed to become. He looked up at Ambrose. A magical image isn't a picture first. Ambrose's painted expression lost its mockery. "No, Mr. Potter, it is a vessel. The picture is merely the shape of the vessel people recognize." 23. The diary writes back. The next morning, Harry found himself looking at ordinary objects as if they had begun lying to him. Ambrose feigned Trefusis had spoiled several comfortable assumptions in less than an hour. A picture was not only a picture. A vessel could be prepared before anyone noticed the shape of it. Memory could be invited, anchored, distorted, trapped. By breakfast, the great hall looked exactly as it always did, full of toast, owls, clattering plates, and house noise, yet Harry kept noticing ink, leather covers, portrait frames, moving photographs, and the careless way students trusted anything that answered. He was halfway through buttering toast when Ginny Weasley passed behind the Ravenclaw table with her head down and a little black book pressed so tightly against her chest that her knuckles had gone pale. She looked smaller than she had at the start of term, though first years often did after Hogwarts stopped being new enough to distract them from being homesick. Harry might not have thought more of it if the book had stayed still. It gave one tiny twitch against her robes, like something shifting in sleep, and Harry's knife stopped above the toast. Hermione noticed at once. "What is it?" "I don't know," Harry said, watching Ginny slip out through the side doors. "That's the problem." Luna, who had been arranging bacon by an internal system known only to herself, looked after the younger girl. "Some books wait very loudly." Harry rose before he could talk himself into patience. Hermione gathered her bag at once, and Luna followed with a piece of toast still in one hand, as if breakfast and investigation were not mutually exclusive. They caught up near a windowed alcove off the corridor, where Ginny had stopped with the diary open on her lap. Her quill moved quickly, then froze. The ink sank into the page. A moment later, new words surfaced from beneath the paper. Harry felt the warning before he understood it. Not a portrait, not a frame, no visible treated surface, no declared charm, no teacher, no witness, no safe boundary between child and answering thing. It was too intimate, too quiet, and far too eager. Ginny snapped the book shut when she saw them. "Were you following me?" Harry kept his hands visible and his voice careful. "I saw the diary right back." Her face went red so quickly it looked painful. "It's private." "Private is different from safe," Hermione said, but she softened the words before they became a scold. "Ginny, who gave it to you?" Ginny hugged the diary tighter. "No one. I found it. It listens." That was worse than if she had said it talked. Harry looked at the black cover, and Ambrose's voice echoed coldly in memory. Fracture, echo, false obedience, memory loops, obsession. "Then please don't write anything else in it until someone qualified checks it." Ginny's eyes filled with hurt and stubbornness together. "You don't get to take everything strange away just because you're Harry Potter," she said, and fled before any of them could answer. Harry didn't chase her. The corridor felt colder after she vanished, and the blank space she left behind seemed to hold the shape of a door he had not noticed opening. A book that listens, he said quietly, is already doing more than a book should. Hermione did not let the corridor keep the last word. She watched the way Ginny had gone, lips pressed thin, then turned on her heel so sharply that Luna had to step around her toast. "Library," Hermione said, already walking. "If we can't take the diary, we can at least find out what laws it's breaking." Harry followed because the alternative was standing there imagining black pages drinking ink from a frightened girl's hand. "We need to be careful. If Ginny thinks we're trying to steal it, she'll hide it better." "She's already hiding it," Hermione said. "That's part of the problem." Luna drifted beside them, unhurried but not vague. "Some things like being hidden. It makes people whisper into them more softly." That did not improve Harry's morning. Madame Pants looked personally offended when 3 second years arrived at her desk before first period with questions about answering books, memory-holding objects, and school records older than their grandparents. She peered over her spectacles at Hermione's written list, then at Harry, and finally at Luna, as if the combination explained too much and not enough. Magical artifacts and ring safety has a public shelf. Mind-affecting artifacts, school confiscations, and student endangerment records require permission. Hermione set both hands on the desk. "Madame Pants, if a book writes back to a student, absorbs ink into the page, and encourages private confidence, is that treated as a diary, a charm, a communicant object, or a possible mind artifact?" Madame Pants's expression changed by one careful degree. "That is an unusually specific theoretical question, Miss Granger." "It's an unusually worrying theoretical question," Harry said. The librarian held his gaze for a moment, then rose without a word and led them to a shelf near the legal alcove. She did not give them restricted records. She did, however, remove 3 heavy volumes and place them on a reading table with the severity of a judge setting down evidence. "You may read what first and second year students are permitted to read. You may not panic in my library." "We'll panic quietly," Luna promised. Hermione opened student safety and communicant artifacts before she had fully sat down. Harry took Hogwarts incidents, sealed and public summaries, while Luna turned the pages of A Young Witch's Guide to Possessive Objects with mild interest. The words came slowly at first, buried under legal caution and ministry phrasing, but patterns surfaced. Artifacts that invited secrets from minors required supervision. Memory-bearing objects could not be treated as harmless merely because they used familiar forms. Items that answered in writing might be linked, enchanted, or inhabited by an imposed memory pattern. Hermione's quill scratched furiously. "Listen to this. A private object that adapts its tone to the emotional state of the writer must be treated as a possible bonding hazard until cleared by a licensed artifact examiner or mind healer." "Harry, that's almost exactly what she described." Harry looked down at his own book. A public summary from 50 years earlier sat beneath his finger, thin and evasive. "Student death. Internal inquiry. Rumors of a chamber dismissed. School reopened under enhanced supervision. No artifact named. No culprit recorded." The dates sat cold on the page. He turned the book so Hermione could see. The diary might not be the only old thing waking up. The bell for first period rang while Harry still had his finger on the 50-year-old summary. Hermione copied the date so hard her quill nearly tore the parchment, then shut her notebook with a snap that made Madame Pants look up from across the room. "We tell someone," Hermione said, gathering the books into the neatest pile a worried person could manage. "Not with guesses. With sources." Harry returned Hogwarts incidents to the edge of the table instead of the shelf, because Madame Pants had the air of a woman who preferred to know which evidence had been touched. "We need the right someone. If we say Ginny has it, and an adult confronts her badly, the diary learns we're threats." Hermione's mouth tightened. "The diary doesn't get to learn anything from her." Luna closed A Young Witch's Guide to Possessive Objects with one finger marking the page. "It already has. The question is whether it has learned her name or only the shape of her loneliness." Harry looked toward the library doors. "Then we watch, we gather proof, and we don't let her be alone with it if we can help it." That plan lasted only until evening. They were coming back from dinner through the second-floor corridor when the crowd stopped them before the sight did. Students had gathered in a thick, shifting knot near the wall by the girls' bathroom. Harry heard whispers first, sharp and excited and frightened. Someone said, "Dead." Someone else said, "Curse." A first year began crying before an older student pulled her back. Neville pushed through from the other side, pale and breathing too fast. "Harry, don't let Hermione come closer." Hermione came closer at once. "Neville, move." He looked helplessly at Harry, then stepped aside. Mrs. Norris hung stiff from a torch bracket by her tail, her body rigid, eyes wide and glassy. She was not bleeding. She did not dangle like a dead animal should have done. Every hair seemed fixed in place, frozen into terror. On the wall behind her, letters gleamed red and wet across the stone. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Hermione's breath caught. Luna went very still. Harry felt the words from the old summary slide into the present with a cold precision that made his skin prickle. Student death. Rumors dismissed. School reopened. Filch's scream tore down the corridor. "My cat! Who did this to my cat?" The crowd recoiled as he shoved through, face twisting when he saw Harry nearest the wall. "You," Filch spat, grief turning ugly because it needed somewhere to go. "You were here." "No," Harry said, keeping his hands at his sides. "We found her like this." Professor McGonagall's voice cracked through the panic. "Everyone back, now." She reached Mrs. Norris, looked once at the writing, and her face settled into something far more frightening than alarm. "No one touches anything." Harry stepped back with Hermione and Luna, but his eyes stayed on the red letters. The diary had written quietly beneath Ginny's hand. The wall had answered loudly enough for the whole school. Professor McGonagall moved them into an unused classroom before the corridor could turn into a trial. Harry went because arguing in front of the writing would only feed the crowd, but he kept Hermione, Luna, and Neville in sight as the door closed behind them. Outside, Filch's grief still clawed through the stone in broken accusations, and every shout made Neville flinch. McGonagall stood by the desk with her lips pressed white. "Explain why you were there." Harry took the library notes from Hermione before she could thrust them forward too hard. "We were already worried about something else, Professor. We found public records about the chamber and communicant artifacts this morning. We were coming back from dinner when we saw the crowd." Snape, who had arrived silently enough to make Harry's shoulders tighten, looked from the notes to Harry's face. How convenient that Mr. Potter spent the morning researching a legend and the evening standing beside its announcement. Hermione's temper snapped into her voice. "That's not fair, Professor. Madame Pants can confirm which books she gave us and when." "Fairness is not evidence, Miss Granger," Snape said softly. "No," Harry said, keeping his voice level because anger would only make Snape look pleased. "But timing is. If we were planning to announce the chamber, we wouldn't have asked Madame Pants for books in front of witnesses first." McGonagall's eyes flicked toward Snape, then back to Harry. "What were you worried about?" Harry hesitated, and the hesitation felt like a hand closing around his throat. Ginny's frightened face rose in memory, red with shame and fury. "A student had an object that wrote back," he said carefully. "A diary. We didn't take it. We told the student not to use it until someone qualified checked it." McGonagall's face hardened. "Name." "If I name them here, and they're scared into hiding it, we lose the object," Harry said. "And if the object is listening through writing, it may already know we noticed." Snape's mouth curled. "You presume a great deal for a child." Luna tilted her head. So did the wall. The room went unpleasantly quiet, and Harry saw McGonagall's gaze move back to the notes with new weight. Professor McGonagall held out her hand. "Your notes, Mr. Potter." Harry gave them over. She read the underlined passage about bonding hazards, then the old summary from 50 years ago. Her sternness did not break, but something behind it shifted from discipline into fear. "We will speak further," she said. "For now, you will return to your common rooms. You will not investigate corridors alone. You will not approach unknown artifacts. You will not spread names or theories through the school." Harry nodded because those were sensible orders, and because none of them stopped him thinking. In the corridor outside, Hermione walked close enough that her sleeve brushed his. "You think the diary and the chamber are connected?" "I think something remembered how this happened before," Harry said, looking back toward the sealed corridor and the red words he could no longer see. "And now it's teaching someone else how to make memory into a weapon." 24. Bones and Boasts. By Saturday morning, the writing on the wall had become weather. It hung over breakfast, over lessons, over every corridor pause where students looked twice at shadows near bathrooms and whispered until a prefect came close. Harry had expected fear to make the school careful. Instead, it made half of them louder. Slytherins smirked in packs. Gryffindors snapped back before anyone had finished speaking. Ravenclaws researched until their eyes went square, and Hufflepuffs moved younger students through corridors in sensible groups that made the teachers look less organized by comparison. The Quidditch match should have been a relief. Cold air, clean height, rules everyone could see. Ravenclaw blue and Slytherin green filled the stands under a hard gray sky, and Harry stood beside Cho with his broom in one hand while Roger Davies gave last instructions in a voice tightened by more than ordinary nerves. "Play the match, not the gossip," Roger said, looking from Harry to the other chasers. "Slytherin wants us angry. Don't give them easy fouls." Cho adjusted her gloves and glanced toward the opposite side of the pitch, where Draco Malfoy sat smugly on the Slytherin bench and Ron Weasley stared at the grass as if already blaming it. "They'll give us enough difficult ones. Watch the bludgers." Flint's beaters looked cheerful. Harry mounted his broom and felt the familiar lift settle under him. Cheerful Slytherin beaters aren't usually a sign of public safety. Madame Hooch's whistle cut through the wind, and the game exploded upward. For several wonderful minutes, Harry didn't have room in his head for diaries, red letters, or old summaries. There was only speed, cold air burning his cheeks, the quaffle striking his palms, and Ravenclaw movement opening around him like a pattern he could finally read. He passed to Davies, looped under a Slytherin chaser, caught the return, and scored through the left hoop while the Ravenclaw stands roared. Then the bludger changed its mind. It ignored Cho though she crossed its path twice. It curved away from a clean strike by one of the Slytherin beaters, dipped under a Ravenclaw guard, and came for Harry with ugly, deliberate speed. He rolled left. It followed. He dropped 20 feet. It followed faster. "Potter," Cho shouted from above him. "It's locked on you." Harry twisted hard enough that his shoulder screamed, and the bludger missed his ribs by inches. The crowd noise broke into alarm. Another pass came at him from Davies, instinct and trust more than sense, and Harry caught the quaffle one-handed because the bludger was already coming back. He threw blind toward the hoops, heard the score bell ring, then felt iron smash into his right arm with a crack that turned the whole sky white. His broom lurched. He clung on with his left hand, teeth locked against the sound trying to escape him, while the ground tilted up far too quickly beneath his feet. Harry hit the grass badly enough that the world went out of focus, but not badly enough to spare him the pain. His broom skidded away across the pitch, spinning in the wet turf, while his right arm lay against his chest at an angle his eyes refused to understand. The bludger screamed past again, still hunting, until one of Ravenclaw's beaters caught it square with a desperate swing and drove it into the far stand support with a crack like splitting stone. Madame Hooch's whistle shrilled. "Time out. Everyone down, now." Boots struck grass around him. Cho landed first, pale beneath the windburn, and dropped to one knee without touching his arm. "Harry, don't move. That thing was following you. It wasn't playing the game." "I noticed," Harry said, though the words came out thin and bitten off. He tried to breathe through the pain the way his previous life remembered breathing through an old fall on icy pavement, but 11-year-old Bone had less patience than 70-year-old pride. Roger Davies slid in beside Cho, face tight with guilt and fury. "I threw to you. Merlin, Potter, I threw into that." "You also threw a score," Harry managed. "Don't make me waste it." Madame Hooch pushed through them with professional sharpness. "Clear back, Mr. Potter, stay still. We'll get Madame Pomfrey." A voice rang across the grass before she could signal. "No need for alarm, no need at all. I've seen worse breaks in duels against Moldovan mountain hags." Gilderoy Lockhart strode toward them in peacock blue robes that had no business on a muddy Quidditch pitch, smiling for the stands as much as for Harry. A simple matter for a defense master. Harry's ring gave a faint, irritated warmth against his finger, not an alarm exactly, but the kind of warning that meant magic was approaching without enough care. "Madame Hooch said Pomfrey," he said, forcing the words past his teeth. Lockhart bent over him, smelling of expensive hair potion and applause. "My dear boy, courage is admirable, but there's no need to suffer for drama. One quick charm, and we'll have you right as rain." Professor, Cho said sharply, his arm's broken, not his hair. Lockhart laughed as if she had paid him a compliment. Young concern is very touching, Miss Chong. Stand back, please. Harry tried to pull his arm away, but pain nailed him to the grass. Lockhart flourished his wand. For one terrible second, Harry felt the spell catch wrong, slick and boneless and far too confident. Brachium amendo, Lockhart said. The pain vanished. So did the bones. Harry stared at his sleeve as his right arm collapsed into a rubbery fold from shoulder to wrist. The crowd's noise died in a spreading wave. Cho made a sound like she wanted to hit a professor. Madame Hooch went white with rage. Lockhart's smile faltered for half a heartbeat, then returned brighter and worse. Ah, well, that is sometimes how the body prepares itself for proper healing. Madame Hooch didn't let Lockhart touch Harry again. She stepped between them with her wand out and a look so cold that even Lockhart's smile had difficulty surviving it. You will stand away from my injured player, Professor, and you will not cast another spell on this pitch. My dear Madame Hooch, I quite understand the shock, Lockhart said, lifting both hands for the stands to see. Unusual presentation, certainly, but I assure you the essential discomfort has been resolved. Harry looked at the sleeve where his arm folded bonelessly across his chest and decided that if he survived, he might have very strong feelings about the word resolved. Cho peeled off her outer robe and helped tuck it under his shoulder before the loose arm could move again. Her hands were careful, but her voice was not. If you assure one more thing, Professor, I'm going to forget you're a teacher. That reached the nearest students. A murmur ran through Ravenclaw, then spread into the stands. Lockhart's face brightened harder, which Harry had already learned meant panic-wearing perfume. Madame Pomfrey arrived at a run, robes snapping around her ankles. She took one look at Harry, one look at Lockhart, and said, "Who did this?" Lockhart opened his mouth. "Not you," Madame Pomfrey snapped, kneeling beside Harry. "I want the answer from someone competent enough to be ashamed." Lockhart removed the bones, Cho said. The bludger broke the arm first. It was chasing him. Madame Pomfrey's wand moved over Harry's shoulder, elbow, and wrist without touching the boneless sleeve. Hospital wing, carefully. Mr. Davies, fetch Professor Flitwick. Miss Chong, you come if you can keep your temper quiet. I can keep it useful, Cho said. Harry would have laughed if being lifted onto the stretcher had not made his stomach roll. By the time they reached the hospital wing, Hermione, Luna, and Neville were already there, breathless from the run-up from the stands. Hermione's eyes went from his arm to Lockhart, who had followed at a distance, and her face settled into a fury so precise it looked almost calm. You cast a healing charm without diagnostic confirmation, Hermione said, on a compound Quidditch injury. In public. Lockhart adjusted his cuffs. Miss Granger, advanced healing often looks dramatic to the untrained eye. Luna leaned over Harry's good side and studied the empty fall of his sleeve. It looks dramatic to the trained arm too. Neville swallowed hard, then set a stack of notes and 2 chocolate frogs on the bedside table as if supplies could make his hand stop shaking. I brought your Healing Foundations book. And chocolate. Gran says bones like milk, but I couldn't carry any without spilling it. Madame Pomfrey uncorked a bottle that smoked faintly and gave Harry a look of grim sympathy. Skelligro, it will hurt, quite a lot. Your friends may stay if they don't fuss, and Professor Lockhart may leave before I remember every regulation he just violated. Harry drank because there was nothing else to do, and the first hot crawl of regrowing bone sank into his arm like fire learning its way home. Hermione sat beside the bed and opened the Healing Foundations book with hands that shook only once. We're going to know exactly what he did wrong, she said. Harry closed his eyes against the pain. Start a list, he whispered. Use small writing. By midnight, Harry understood why Madame Pomfrey had sounded almost apologetic. Skelligro didn't simply make bones. It argued them back into existence, inch by inch, with hot needles, deep cramps, and a grinding ache that made sleep a country visible across a river he could not cross. His right arm lay on a pillow beside him, still limp under the sleeve, while something inside it crawled, locked, burned, and settled. Hermione sat at the bedside with Healing Foundations open across her knees, her finger moving under each line. Luna had curled in the chair near the window with a blanket around her shoulders, apparently asleep until she occasionally supplied a page number without opening her eyes. Neville sat on the next bed, quietly breaking chocolate into pieces small enough for Harry to manage between waves of pain. "You don't have to stay," Harry said when the ache eased enough to let him breathe properly. "It's late." Hermione didn't look up. "You asked for a list." "I asked in pain. That shouldn't count legally." "It counts morally," Hermione said, and turned the book so he could see her notes. Lockhart used a bone-mending charm without checking whether the injury was a clean break, curse damage, impact trauma, or interference from the bludger's magic. He treated pain as the problem because pain was visible. Luna's eyes opened a little. Pain is often the body shouting useful insults. Neville offered Harry a chocolate square. Madame Pomfrey said your arm will be stiff in the morning. She also said if Lockhart comes in, I'm to fetch her before he smiles. Harry took the chocolate with his left hand and let it melt against his tongue before answering. That sounds like a recognized emergency procedure. The infirmary door opened softly, and Professor Flitwick came in with Madame Pomfrey behind him. His face tightened when he saw Harry awake. "Mr. Potter, I've examined the bludger. It had been tampered with, though not by ordinary student mischief. I do not want you worrying over that tonight, but I will not insult you by pretending it was an accident." Harry looked at his arm, then at the warmth of his ring against his finger. So the charm failed because Lockhart was careless. The bludger happened because someone wasn't. "Both statements are accurate enough for a patient who should be sleeping," Madame Pomfrey said, coming to his bedside. She checked his arm with her wand and frowned at Hermione's notes. "That is a sensible list, Miss Granger. Unsettlingly long, but sensible." Hermione's mouth thinned. "It needs another column. What should have been done instead?" Harry stared at the ceiling while another line of bone knitted itself with a deep, sickening pull. Healing was not softness. It was structure, diagnosis, timing, consent, restraint, and the right magic held in the right vessel. A tattoo hidden under a sleeve would not replace a healer, but an emergency splint charm, a warning line, something that held a limb still until competence arrived, might have changed the shape of this night. "Add emergency stabilization," Harry said quietly. "Not fixing, holding. Something that stops the next idiot from making it worse." Hermione's quill began moving at once. Madame Pomfrey looked at him for a long moment, then gave a short, approving nod. "Now that, Mr. Potter, is the first sensible thing anyone has said about defense all year." 25. Skin, ink, and law. Harry's arm still ached on Monday morning, not with the sharp wrongness of broken bone, but with the deep, sulky complaint of something recently rebuilt and not yet willing to forgive anyone. Madame Pomfrey had cleared him for lessons with a sling, a warning, and a glare fierce enough to make even Roger Davies promise not to mention Quidditch practice within earshot. By the time Harry reached magical artifacts and ring safety, Hermione had already claimed a front table, Luna had arranged 3 quills by length as if waiting for them to reveal character, and Neville had placed a chocolate frog beside Harry's notes without comment. The lesson was not officially tattoo theory. Second years did not get that privilege. Professor Kettleburn's sister, who taught artifact safety with a steel-capped cane and the air of someone who had personally survived every mistake in the textbook, wrote magical marks, bound media, and emergency use across the board in crisp strokes. Beside her stood a visiting witch with cropped black hair, dark skin, and silver-framed spectacles. Her left forearm was bare to the elbow, showing a neat ring of inked symbols around the wrist and a small raven folded against the inner arm. "This is Mistress Sable Trent," Professor Kettleburn said. "Licensed magical tattooist, former St. Mungo's emergency ward contractor, and one of the few people in Britain I trust to discuss skin-bound magic without making children think ink is a toy." Mistress Trent's mouth quirked. "I prefer tool to toy, Professor. Though I agree most children and half the adults should be kept away from both until supervised." Harry's fingers tightened around his quill. Hermione noticed at once, of course. Her eyes flicked to his sling, then to the raven on Mistress Trent's arm. Professor Kettleburn tapped the board. "Categories first. Spell-form tattoos hold simple structures for limited emergency casting. Reactive tattoos answer conditions, usually attacks or contamination. Creature tattoos produce ink echoes, scouts, alarms, or symbolic guardians, not true animals. Weapon tattoos can release weak shields, blades, bindings, or tools. All are regulated. All require maintenance. All can harm the wearer if badly designed." Mistress Trent lifted her wrist. The inked ring glimmered once, then settled. This is a diagnostic marker. It warns if my pulse drops below a safe rhythm or if certain poisons enter my blood. It does not make me immortal, clever, or immune to stupidity. It tells a healer where to start. Harry looked down at his arm, remembering the boneless collapse of his sleeve, and Lockhart's smile trying to survive the silence. Could one hold a limb still? He asked before he could talk himself into waiting. Not heal it, just stop movement and signal for a real healer. The classroom went quiet in the quick, interested way Ravenclaw quiet could spread even outside Ravenclaw. Mistress Trent's gaze sharpened, not unkindly. Yes, emergency stabilization marks exist, though they are usually restricted to curse breakers, professional flyers, aurors, and people with enough money to fall off expensive brooms. Hermione's quill began moving faster. Neville looked from Harry's sling to the board and swallowed. Luna tilted her head. That sounds like a tattoo that knows when not to be heroic. Mistress Trent smiled at her. A surprisingly good definition, Miss Lovegood. Most safe emergency magic is magic that knows when to stop. Mistress Trent turned to the board and drew 4 small squares with a charmed chalk line that did not squeak. In the first she sketched a wrist marked with a circle of ink. In the second, a ring. In the third, a painted frame. In the fourth, after a brief glance toward Harry that felt far too knowing, she drew a blank shield shape without naming it. Bound media, she said. That is the phrase Professor Kettleburn wrote first because it matters more than ink. Skin is only one place magic may be taught to hold a shape. Metal, wood, parchment, canvas, bone, stone, bloodline marks, and prepared cloth can all serve as vessels under the right law and craft. Harry's ring warmed faintly on his finger, not warning this time, but recognition. He looked at the little chalk ring, then at the painted frame beside it, and the memory of Ambrose Fane Trefusis' sharp voice rose at once. Movement wasn't life, vessel wasn't soul, a portrait needed prepared canvas, frame compatibility, memory, and awakening. A ring held authority because law and magic agreed where the holding began. A crest was not decoration either. It was inheritance, pressure, warning, and obligation written onto flesh by older magic than any tattooist's needle. So the medium changes the limits, Harry said slowly. A portrait can move and speak because the vessel is made for image, memory, and frame travel. A ring can carry authority or alerts because it's keyed to identity and law. A tattoo can't do everything a wand does, but it's harder to lose because the vessel is the body. Mistress Trent's gaze settled on him with interest sharp enough that the room seemed to lean with it. Careful, Mr. Potter. That line of thinking is useful. It's also how clever apprentices talk themselves into errors expensive enough to require healers. Professor Kettleburn's cane tapped once against the floor. Useful comparison. Dangerous conclusion. Write that down, all of you. Hermione's quill moved at once. Neville bent over his parchment with a worried crease between his brows, and Luna drew 4 neat vessels, then added a small question mark under the shield. Harry flushed, but he did not look away. I'm not saying they're the same. I'm saying they're related. If magic can be held in paint, metal, skin, and a crest, then the real lesson is how the vessel tells the magic what it's allowed to be. The chalk in Mistress Trent's hand paused. For the first time, her expression lost its demonstration polish and became almost approval. Better, much better. A vessel is not a bucket for power. It is instruction, boundary, consent, maintenance, and consequence. Bad tattooists forget boundary. Bad portraitists forget identity. Bad ringmakers forget ownership. Bad heirs forget obligation. Harry felt the words touch 3 hidden places under his robes and the ring on his hand. His arm ached inside the sling, but the ache had changed from complaint into attention. He looked from Trent's inked raven to the chalk frame and then down at his own careful notes. Art had always been more than likeness. Magic made that terrifyingly literal. Luna's voice drifted softly from his left. A good vessel is a promise with edges. Mistress Trent smiled without softening the warning in her eyes. Yes, Miss Lovegood, and the law exists because some people think edges are suggestions. Hermione's quill had not stopped since Mistress Trent drew the 4 vessels. Harry could hear the tiny scratch of it beneath the softer classroom noises, steady and impatient, until she underlined one phrase so hard the parchment rasped. Licensing. Then she wrote another below it. Apprenticeship. Then a third. Sponsor. Mistress Trent noticed. because nothing in the room seemed to miss her for long. "Miss Granger, you look as though you found the uncomfortable part." Hermione lifted her chin. "I'm trying to work out whether the uncomfortable part is the danger or the gatekeeping." A few students shifted at that. From the Slytherin side of the room, someone gave a low little laugh that stopped when Professor Kettleburn turned her head. Harry felt the room's attention gather around Hermione the way it had gathered around her in House Law, half curiosity, half waiting to see whether she would be made smaller for asking. Mistress Trent set the chalk down. "Both. A bad tattoo can burn a nerve line, trap a curse response under the skin, misread a signal, or answer the wrong condition. A bad master can ruin an apprentice, steal designs, or teach just enough to make someone dangerous. So the ministry requires licensing, witnessed apprenticeship, health examinations, proof of magical stability, and registration of higher risk work." Hermione's mouth tightened. "And who gets offered apprenticeships?" "Students who ask the right people early enough," Mistress Trent said, after a pause too honest to be comfortable. "Children from craft families, children with house contacts, healers' children, aura recommendations, flyers with family money, occasionally a muggle-born who refuses to be ignored so thoroughly that someone finally has to answer." Professor Kettleburn's cane tapped once, not quite warning and not quite agreement. "Hogwarts teaches recognition and safety. Creation belongs to licensed masters. But recognition is the path to asking," Hermione said, her voice controlled. "If a muggle-born doesn't learn the field exists until third-year electives, and pure-blood children hear about masters, sponsors, and legal requirements at home, then one group is already standing at the workshop door while the other is still being told not to touch the window." Harry looked down at his notes, because the sentence hit too close to Diagon Alley glass, frame-maker signs, and Hagrid's awkward insistence that school came first. He had been told not to poke. Hermione had been given no reason to know where poking might begin. A boy behind them muttered, "Maybe dangerous crafts shouldn't be for everyone." Harry turned in his seat, sling pulling at his shoulder. "Dangerous classes aren't safer because only old families know they exist." Mistress Trent's eyes moved from Harry to Hermione, then across the room. "Correct. Also incomplete. Access without discipline kills people. Exclusion without honesty protects status and calls itself safety. Good law should tell the difference." Hermione wrote that down, but her hand shook once before she steadied it. Professor Kettleburn looked over the class with a grim expression. "Your assignment is now longer. 2 feet on a licensed craft of your choice. Include safety requirements, legal barriers, apprenticeship routes, and who is most likely to know those routes before Hogwarts tells them." Luna added a small door to the edge of her vessel diagram. "Some windows are only windows because no one gave them hinges." Harry watched Hermione circle apprenticeship routes twice, and the ache in his arm felt less like pain now than a reminder. The next idiot with a wand was a danger. So was every locked craft that pretended ignorance was caution. By the end of the lesson, Harry's parchment had become less a set of notes than a map of doors. Skin, ring, crest, canvas, wand, frame. Each word had arrows leading away from it, toward law, vessel, consent, maintenance, and harm. Hermione's assignment outline marched down one margin with terrifying discipline, while Luna's version had windows, hinges, and a small ink raven wearing a healer's cap. Neville had written emergency stabilization 3 times, each one neater than the last. Professor Kettleburn began collecting the demonstration trays, and the room loosened into the scrape of chairs and murmurs. Harry packed more slowly than usual because his sling made every motion awkward, but also because Mistress Trent had stayed near the board, cleaning chalk from her fingers with a cloth instead of leaving. When she looked at him, Harry knew waiting had become pointless. He stood with his bag half over one shoulder and said, "Mistress Trent, how does someone learn properly without touching what they shouldn't?" The last few students near the door slowed. Hermione stopped at once, and Neville nearly bumped into her. Mistress Trent folded the cloth. "That depends whether someone wants knowledge, decoration, or a shortcut." Harry felt heat rise in his face, but his voice stayed steady. "Knowledge, and eventually protection, not a shortcut." A Slytherin boy near the back muttered, "Of course Potter wants bodyguard ink now." Harry turned his head, and the boy looked away first. The old, easy answer would have been anger. The better one was the ache in his arm and Lockhart's wand cutting through pain as if confidence were competence. I want the next injured person to reach Madame Pomfrey before a fool makes things worse, Harry said. Mistress Trent's expression sharpened, and the room's remaining whispering thinned. Then you begin with anatomy, first aid, curse recognition, charms control, basic runes, magical materials, and law. You draw, you study vessels, you learn why designs fail, you learn maintenance before activation. You do not ink yourself, ink friends, buy back room designs, copy a moving tattoo from a stranger's arm, or let admiration talk you into stupidity. Professor Kettleburn snapped her cane against the floor once. That sentence is also part of the assignment. Hermione's quill appeared as if summoned. Could Hogwarts library sources cover the safe parts? Some, Mistress Trent said. The unsafe parts are restricted for good reason. The missing parts are restricted for worse reasons. Learn to recognize which is which before you complain loudly in front of officials. Luna smiled faintly, complaining quietly in front of books first, then. Precisely, Mistress Trent said. Harry looked down at the ring on his finger, then at the edge of his sling, and saw for one strange moment not a broken arm but a future page. Lines that did not decorate, ink that remembered restraint, art that could hold a warning, a boundary, a shield, or a call for help. Family magic did not have to mean inheriting old answers and carrying them unchanged. It could mean learning a craft well enough to protect the people who trusted his hands. He closed his notebook carefully. Then I'll start with drawing and law. Mistress Trent gave him the smallest approving nod. Good. Flesh comes last, Mr. Potter, if it comes at all. 26. Two Little Harrys. Harry left magical artifacts and ring safety with Mistress Trent's warning still sitting under his skin. Flesh came last, if it came at all. The sentence followed him through the corridor, past a suit of armor polishing its own elbow, and down toward the courtyard where Fred and George Weasley had claimed a bench in the pale afternoon sun as if it had surrendered under prank terms. They looked up together when he approached. Fred's eyes dropped to the sling first. George's went to the notebook tucked under Harry's arm. That was why Harry liked them. They noticed different things, and neither of them pretended not to. Potter, Fred said, solemn as a funeral portrait. You come before us wounded, scholarly, and faintly dangerous. George leaned forward, which means either you need revenge, supplies, or a witness who can run. Supplies, Harry said, taking the seat opposite them. Possibly witnesses later, depending on how badly I explain this. Fred and George exchanged a look of immediate delight. That's our favorite kind of request, Fred said. Harry opened his notebook and showed them the sketch. A small circular pendant frame, plain outer rim, hinged backing, inner lip deep enough to hold treated canvas or parchment, and a tiny loop at the top for a chain. Beside it he had drawn a flat badge version, larger but still wearable. I need blank frames, no slogans, no charms that bite, squeal, change color, insult prefects, or explode into feathers. George put a hand to his chest. He wounds us. He limps into our lives asking us not to improve an object, Fred said. After all we've done for civilization. I'm asking because you can make the object properly, Harry said, and that quieted them faster than teasing would have done. You understand hinges, catches, hidden space, lightness, and how children actually wear things without snapping them. I need the surface stable enough to paint on after I enlarge it, then shrink it back without warping the edge. Fred's grin faded into interest. George reached for the notebook without snatching it. Portrait work? Eventually, Harry said. First, a vessel test. No prank load, no hidden joke. I need to know whether a small carried frame can hold enough painted surface to matter. Hermione, who had followed more slowly because she had been reading over Harry's shoulder, stopped beside the bench. And whether enlarging before painting changes the frame compatibility after reduction. George pointed at her. See, that sounds like the sort of sentence that gets a boy supervised. It is, Hermione said. I'm supervising the part where he pretends this is merely curiosity. Harry felt his ears warm, but he set two ordinary tin badges from his pocket onto the bench. He drew his wand, touched the first with careful focus, and murmured the enlargement charm in small increments. The badge swelled from coin-sized to saucer-sized, then to a flat round panel broad enough for a miniature portrait study. Its rim creaked once. Harry stopped at once and held his breath until the metal settled. Fred picked it up delicately. Needs a better hinge. George nodded, already turning the second badge over. And a deeper bite on the backing. If you're painting little Harrys, they shouldn't fall out the first time Hermione frowns at them. Harry looked at the enlarged surface, seeing not a toy now but a doorway with edges. Then make me too. Fred and George delivered the frames 2 evenings later in a brown paper parcel tied with string in excessive ceremony. They found Harry in a small Ravenclaw study room off the library, where the table had already been covered with oilcloth, treated canvas rounds, sketching charcoal, fine brushes, and 3 little jars of pigment Madame Pants had allowed only after Hermione promised, in writing, that no paint would touch library property. Fred placed the parcel on the table as if presenting a royal infant. 2 blank pendant badge frame hybrids, as requested. No bite, no squeal, no insult charm, no feather burst, and no hidden frog. George untied the string and lifted 1 frame free. We feel diminished as artists, but respected as craftsmen. Harry took it carefully. The frame was plain silvered tin, light but not flimsy, with a deeper inner lip and a hinge so neat it opened without a sound. He pressed the backing shut, turned it over, and felt the catch hold. This is better than I hoped. Hermione looked up from the checklist she had made. Compliment them after we know it doesn't warp under reduction, otherwise they'll become impossible. We were born impossible, Fred said, but his eyes stayed on Harry's hands. Harry set both frames flat on the oilcloth and enlarged them in careful stages until each was wide enough for a miniature portrait study. The hinges held, the lips did not buckle. The smooth prepared canvas rounds fitted into place with only a whisper of pressure, and when he tapped the rim with his wand, the vessel charm answered with a low, steady warmth instead of the nervous buzz he had feared. He began with charcoal, not paint. 2 identical outlines emerged beneath his hand. A small library chair, a narrow table, shelves behind it, and Harry himself seated with a book open before him. He made the face young because the portrait had to be him now, not the old artist whose memories lived behind his eyes. The hard part was the gaze. Too blank and it would be a doll. Too knowing and it would frighten even him. Luna sat cross-legged by the window, watching the first thin wash settle over the painted hair. You're painting someone who remembers being older than he looks. Harry's brush paused. Yes. Hermione's quill stopped scratching. Harry, how much memory are you adding? He looked at the 2 little faces, then at the bowls prepared for the memory-safe binding layer. More than people usually do. Not everything private for other people, but all of me that belongs to me. The cupboard, Aunt Susan, Diagon, Hogwarts, painting, the crests, enough that they'll understand why they exist. Hermione's worry did not soften, but it steadied into respect. Then slowly, Harry touched his wand to his temple, drew out the first silver-copied strand, and lowered it into the varnish until memory unfurled like moonlight under glass. The strand bloomed in the varnish like moonlight under clear water. Harry felt the shape of the memory echo through him, exact and intimate, but nothing went missing. The cupboard remained in his mind, sharp as ever. Aunt Susan's kitchen stayed warm behind his eyes. The varnish had taken an impression, not stolen the thing itself, and that distinction mattered enough that he breathed more easily before drawing the next silver thread. He worked slowly after that. Each copied strand touched the memory-safe mixture, brightened and settled. Cupboard dust, Aunt Susan's birthday pencils, Diagon Alley's shop glass, Ollivander's dim shelves, the great hall ceiling, Hermione's furious notes on house law, Luna's quiet truths, Neville's careful courage. The crests went in last, not as full archives, but as recognition, pressure, and warning, enough for the portraits to understand that family magic was never decoration. Hermione stood beside him with her hands clasped so tightly her knuckles paled. Stop before you start thinking more is always safer. Harry lowered his wand and nodded. That's enough. They don't need every private thought. They need enough selfhood to know why they exist. Fred, watching from the door with unusual stillness, said, I preferred this when it sounded like jewelry. George folded his arms. Jewelry rarely develops opinions, except Mum's brooch, but that's a separate crime. Harry painted the memory-bright varnish over both tiny portraits, ceiling hair, eyes, hands, book, chair, shelves, and the small painted frame behind each figure. When the last layer cleared, he laid his wand across both enlarged pendants and spoke the awakening charm in a voice kept steady by practice and fear. The painted Harry on the left blinked, frowned, and looked up at him. That was strange. The painted Harry on the right turned toward the first. You say that as if waking up in a pendant should feel normal. Hermione's breath caught. Do you know what you are? The left portrait looked at her. A copied self-portrait vessel. Memory-bound, not memory-hungry. The right portrait added, and he put in enough for us to know you're about to scold him. Hermione's mouth closed with offended relief. Accurate, unfortunately. Luna rose and crossed to the wall portrait of a sleepy Ravenclaw librarian. May they visit? The painted librarian peered down, sniffed once, and said, briefly, no ink on my catalog. Harry touched one pendant rim to the wall frame. The left portrait vanished from its little chair and appeared beside the librarian, looking delighted and deeply unsettled. A heartbeat later, he returned. Then Harry touched the two pendant rims together, and the same little Harry stepped into the other frame beside his twin. Hello, me, he said. Hello, me, the other answered. This is going to become complicated. Fred was the first to move after the two little Harrys spoke. He stepped closer, bent until his nose was nearly level with the pendants, and said, do either of you know where George hid my last chocolate frog? The little Harry on the left looked up at him. No. The little Harry on the right folded painted arms over a painted book. But if he hid it, it was probably because you hid his socks in a teapot. George pointed at the frame with delight. Accurate and useful. I vote we keep them. Hermione was not laughing. Her gaze moved between the portraits, the wall frame, and Harry's face with the controlled intensity she used when a lesson had become more dangerous than expected. They traveled into the wall portrait when invited, and from one pendant to the other when the rims touched. That means they're not just pictures. They're a communication route. A limited one, Harry said quickly. Frame compatibility matters. Consent matters. They can't go everywhere, and I don't want them spying. The little Harry on the right nodded. Spying is rude unless someone is trying to kill us. Hermione's mouth twitched despite herself. That qualification is very you. Harry threaded a fine chain through one pendant loop, then hesitated with it lying across his palm. The silvered tin looked too small for the weight he had put into it. I want you to have one. Hermione went still. Harry. It's not payment. It's not a protection bond. It's not me trying to put a Potter thing around your neck and call it help. He kept his voice low because the words mattered. It's a watch tool, a message tool, and a trust tool. If something happens with the diary, the chamber, Lockhart, or anything else that decides children are convenient, I want you able to reach me without running through corridors alone. Luna leaned her chin on her hand. A little door for emergencies. Fred's grin had softened. George looked down at the frames as if he had only just understood that hinges could be serious. Hermione touched the pendant with one finger but did not take it. And privacy? You close the backing, or tell him to leave, Harry said. He listens to you. If he doesn't, you give him back and I deserve the scolding. The portrait in Harry's palm looked up at Hermione. For the record, I'm in favor of not being scolded. Hermione laughed once, helpless and quiet, then took the chain. Her fingers shook only a little as she fastened it beneath her collar. The pendant settled against her robes, small and plain unless one knew how much work lived behind the hinge. Harry touched the remaining frame, and his own little painted self looked back at him from the table. Across from him, Hermione lifted her pendant and the tiny Harry inside gave a solemn nod through the glass. Hello, Hermione, the portrait said. Hermione's expression changed, not into wonder exactly, but into the fierce, frightened relief of someone accepting a tool because refusing trust would be lonelier. Hello, Harry. The real Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. The experiment had begun as art, hinges, paint, and law. It ended with Hermione wearing one little doorway home. 27. Voices in the Walls. By breakfast the next morning, the pendant under Hermione's collar had already stopped being jewelry. Harry noticed because Hermione touched it whenever the great hall grew too loud, not with fear, but with the focused caution she gave a difficult book before opening it to the first dangerous page. Luna sat beside her arranging toast crusts into a crooked map of Ravenclaw Tower, while Neville tried very hard not to stare at the place where a tiny painted Harry was apparently eating breakfast through a closed silvered frame. Fred and George arrived from Gryffindor with identical expressions of professional hunger. Fred slid onto the bench opposite Harry and set down a rasher of bacon as if it were payment. Report, Potter. Has our respectable non-exploding frame become respectable and useful? George leaned toward Hermione's collar. Or respectable and judgmental. We must know our market before Percy discovers we've made something serious. Hermione opened the backing a finger's width. The little painted Harry peered out, blinked at the porridge, and said, "If this is the market, I recommend less steam." Fred's grin sharpened. It sees when opened, hears when opened, and complains immediately. Excellent. It can be muffled, Hermione said, drawing her wand. She angled it carefully toward the pendant and murmured, "Muffliato." A soft buzzing folded around the frame. The painted Harry's mouth kept moving, but no sound escaped. Hermione watched his lips for several seconds, then canceled the charm. Privacy can be managed. Closed backing, muffliato, and later a proper silencing rune or button built into the frame. George's eyes lit. A mute button. On Harry. I have dreamed this dream. The portrait looked offended. I heard that. You were meant to, George said. Product testing. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Hermione was not closing the invention down. She was making it usable. Fred had already pulled a scrap of parchment toward him and begun sketching a tiny latch beside the hinge. George drew a second version shaped like an owl, round-eyed and respectable, with a small crest plate beneath it. The picture doesn't have to be you, George said. An owl badge could carry a messenger mind. Raven for Ravenclaw, Badger for Hufflepuff, Fox for sneaky families, Clockface for Mum if we want her to shout through time itself. The image is the face, Harry said slowly. The memory binding is the mind. The frame is the vessel. Fred pointed his bacon at him. And the vessel needs a password, a mute charm, and a way to refuse strangers. Neville, who had been quiet until then, looked from the pendant to the sketched badge. Aurors would want that, wouldn't they? Badges that talk only to the right people. If someone was hurt, or trapped, or couldn't cast. The table went still for half a heartbeat. Hermione's quill moved first. Badge network, identity protection, command phrases, anti-theft refusal, ministry regulation nightmare. George breathed out with reverence. A serious product. After breakfast, they tested beside a narrow portrait of a monk near the charms corridor. Harry touched his pendant rim to the frame first, as he had the night before, and the little Harry stepped into the painted margin with cautious delight. He returned less than a minute later, brushing imaginary gold leaf from his sleeve. He says touching the frames helped because both doors were awake at once, the portrait reported. But it isn't the only way. I can still feel his frame from here. Faintly, like remembering a room after leaving it. Luna smiled at the monk, who was pretending not to listen. Portraits have roads where walls pretend to be pictures. Harry looked down the corridor, suddenly aware of every frame along the stone as a possible door, every painted face as a witness, every old canvas as part of a network Dumbledore had known for years. The castle had always had eyes and voices in the walls. For the first time, Harry had made one of his own travelers. They did not speak of basilisk clues in the corridor. Harry waited until lunch had thinned the library crowd and Madame Pants had retreated to argue with a third year over a book that hummed when insulted. Hermione claimed a table near the back, screened by tall shelves and a glowering portrait of a witch who had agreed not to listen in exchange for Luna promising to return a misfiled volume on moon calendars. Neville set down a stack of castle histories with both hands, while Luna placed a narrow roll of parchment in the center like a prophecy pretending to be stationary. Hermione opened her notes. We have petrifications, not deaths. Mrs. Norris, Colin, Justin, nearly headless Nick, and the others survived because something interrupted direct killing. Mirrors, water, ghosts, reflections, things between victim and gaze. Neville swallowed. Gaze sounds worse than bite. It is worse, Harry said, thinking of the diary, of memory that spoke back, and of old magic hidden under school walls. A creature that kills by looking would explain why people keep falling where they shouldn't, with no spell residue strong enough to match. Luna smoothed the parchment. She had drawn Hogwarts as a set of layered corridors, not as proper architecture. Blue lines marked water pipes. Tiny eyes marked portraits. Dotted passages marked places where students had reported hearing voices, hissing, or scratching in the walls. The voices are shy of portraits, she said. Or the portraits are shy of the voices. Either way, They don't meet properly. Hermione leaned over the map at once. These reports follow pipes. Old pipes, Luna said. The castle has new pipes too, but old things prefer old roads. Neville pushed one book forward with a finger. This one says there was a major refitting after a flood in the 18th century. Some older conduits were sealed but not removed. It says the castle objected to the work for 9 days. Harry looked at the blue lines, then touched the pendant under his robe. Little me? The little portrait's voice came faintly through the open backing. The monk won't go near the second-floor girls' lavatory. He says the paintings around there avoid it unless they have to pass. Not because of Myrtle, because the walls feel wrong. Hermione's quill stopped moving. Myrtle died there. The table went quiet. Luna tapped the point where several blue lines tangled near the marked lavatory. A girl died where the pipes remember being older than the repair. Neville looked pale now, but he did not look away. So the chamber entrance could be there? Harry stared at the map until the blue lines blurred into one cold possibility. Maybe not the entrance exactly. But if something moves through pipes, Myrtle's bathroom is the place we stop calling a sad accident and start treating as a door. Myrtle's bathroom was not empty. Harry knew before he pushed the door fully open because voices carried through tile differently from stone. The lavatory smelled of damp, old soap, and sulking pipes. Several sinks stood in a row beneath spotted mirrors, and one stall door hung crooked as if it had learned bad posture from the ghost who haunted it. Draco Malfoy stood near the sinks with Ron Weasley beside him, both of them looking toward the U-bend as if it had personally insulted their ancestry. Ron saw Harry first. His face tightened. "What are you doing here?" Hermione stepped in behind Harry with her books hugged close. "We could ask you the same question." Draco's eyes moved to Hermione's collar, then to Harry's hand hovering near his pendant. "Of course. Potter and his little committee. Are you investigating plumbing now, or is this another Ravenclaw hobby dressed up as importance?" Luna drifted to the nearest mirror and studied the tarnished edge. Old bathrooms collect secrets. That makes them very social, even when nobody likes them. Ron snorted, but it came out too uneasy to be convincing. Malfoy heard Myrtle crying about someone asking the pipes questions. Draco's mouth flattened. "I heard nothing of the sort from a ghost. I noticed portraits avoiding this corridor, which is different and more useful." Harry looked at him properly. "You noticed that?" Draco's chin lifted. "Some of us were raised to pay attention when old things choose silence." The answer was too good to dismiss, which annoyed Harry more than a stupid insult would have. He crossed to the sinks, careful where he put his feet. The floor held shallow puddles, each one catching a broken piece of reflection from the windows. The little Harry pendant shifted against his chest as if the painted self inside had leaned toward the pipes. Hermione lowered her voice. "No spells at the plumbing until we know what they do." "I wasn't going to," Harry said. "You were thinking loudly." Ron made a face. "How do you think loudly?" "By being Harry near a mystery," Hermione said, and then Myrtle erupted from the crooked stall with a wail that made Neville yelp and clutch the doorframe. "Nobody asked me if I wanted visitors," Myrtle cried, floating halfway through the stall door with her round glasses misted by ghostly tears. "People come in, whisper about dying, whisper about monsters, whisper about pipes, and no one asks Myrtle what she heard the night she died." The room went still. Harry turned toward her slowly. "Myrtle, we should have asked." "I'm sorry." That stopped her more effectively than any demand. She sniffed, suspicious and pleased at once. "You are?" "Yes," Harry said, "and I'm asking now." Draco folded his arms, but he did not interrupt. Ron looked uncomfortable, as if apology had stolen the shape of the argument he had expected. Hermione opened her notebook, then paused with her quill above the page until Myrtle gave a grudging nod. "I heard a boy," Myrtle said. "Not in the bathroom, in the walls, speaking in a nasty, slithery way. Then I saw eyes by the sink, horrible great yellow eyes, and then I was dead." Neville went white. Luna touched the rim of one sink and whispered, "Eyes by the water." Harry looked along the row of taps. One sink sat older than the others, its metal duller, its stone basin marked by faint scratches that did not match ordinary use. Near the tap, almost hidden under grime, a tiny serpent had been carved into the side. Draco saw it when Harry did. His face lost color beneath the polish. "That isn't decoration." No, Harry said, the word cold in his mouth as the pipe beneath the sink gave one soft, answering hiss. It's a lock. Nobody moved after the pipe hissed. The sound was small enough that another room might have swallowed it, but Myrtle's bathroom held it in the tiles. Harry stared at the carved serpent until the mark seemed to lift from the stone. It was not painted, not scratched by a bored student, and not decorative. The tiny head turned toward the tap as if waiting for a voice that knew how to wake it. Ron stepped back first. Right, that's enough. We're telling a professor. For once, Draco said, voice thin but controlled, Weasley has said something sensible. Harry looked at them both. Yes, we tell someone, but not by shouting serpent lock in a corridor. Hermione's eyes flashed toward the door. Professor Flitwick first. McGonagall if we can reach her. No Lockhart. Neville gave a shaky nod. Definitely not Lockhart. Myrtle drifted closer to the sink, her expression torn between misery and horrible satisfaction. So I was murdered by plumbing. No, Luna said gently. You were murdered by something using the plumbing. That's worse, Myrtle said, and began to cry again, but more quietly. Harry drew his wand, not pointing it at the sink but holding it low and ready. Little me, can you reach the monk? The pendant warmed against his chest. The painted Harry's voice came from inside the frame, tense and small. I can feel him. I don't like the road near this room. It feels wet where paint shouldn't. Hermione went still. Can you send a message without entering the bathroom frames? I can try. Harry opened the backing fully and held the pendant in his palm. Tell the monk to find Professor Flitwick. Say Harry Potter has found a serpent-marked lock in Myrtle's bathroom, linked to the chamber. Say we are not opening it. The little Harry vanished from the painted chair. The empty study remained behind the glass, silent and more frightening for being empty. Draco watched despite himself. You've made a private portrait runner. Fred would have loved the phrasing. Harry did not. Not here. We've made one small messenger who is currently doing something dangerous. Ron looked from the pendant to the sink. And if whatever's down there hears you? The pipe gave another soft hiss, longer this time. Harry felt the hairs rise along his arms. The sound was not speech he understood, but something in the shape of it pressed against old places in the castle and made the serpent carving seem less still. Hermione stepped closer to Harry, her shoulder nearly touching his. Nobody answers that. Nobody tries Parseltongue if they know it by accident, inheritance, curse, or stupidity. Draco's gaze flicked to Harry too quickly. Harry met it. I don't know what I know yet. That is not reassuring, Draco said. No, Harry said. It's honest. The pendant flickered, and the little Harry reappeared hard enough to stumble against his painted table. Message delivered. The monk is running, or the portrait version of running. Other portraits heard. Some are spreading it. Hermione's face tightened. That means Dumbledore may hear too. Good, Ron said. Harry was not sure good was the right word. The serpent lock waited beneath his hand, the pipe behind it breathing like something asleep with one eye open. Then everyone important hears before anyone can pretend we only imagined it. Footsteps struck the corridor outside, fast and light. Professor Flitwick's voice called through the door before it opened. No one touch anything. Harry lowered his wand by an inch, but not all the way. The chamber had stopped being a story. It had become a lock in front of them, and somewhere beneath the school, something had heard them find it. 28. The Serpent Below. Professor Flitwick entered Myrtle's bathroom with his wand already raised, but he did not cast at the serpent-marked sink. That frightened Harry more than a spell would have. Flitwick's gaze took in the carved snake, the puddles, Myrtle hovering near the stall, Draco and Ron standing too stiffly by the mirrors, and Hermione's white-knuckled hand near her pendant. His expression went small and sharp, like a blade hidden inside a button. Mr. Potter, Flitwick said, very softly. Step back from the basin. Harry obeyed at once. Hermione moved with him, and Luna drifted to Neville's side as Professor McGonagall swept in behind Flitwick, tartan robe snapping against damp tile. Her mouth tightened when she saw the serpent. Filius? Salazar's mark, unless the castle has developed a very tasteless sense of humor, Flitwick said. No one touches the sink. No one speaks to the sink. No one repeats any hissing sound they may have heard. Draco's eyes flicked toward Harry again. Ron saw it and looked too, face paling under his freckles. Harry hated the way the attention landed, as if a secret had already been written on him before he knew how to read it. Then the pendant in Hermione's collar snapped open by itself. The little painted Harry was not in his chair. He stumbled into the frame from a dark painted corridor, one hand braced against the edge of the glass. "Professor," he gasped. "Message from the portraits near the hospital wing. A girl's been taken." The writing appeared on the wall near the second floor. "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Hermione went rigid. Neville whispered, "Who?" The portrait's face twisted. "Ginny Weasley." Ron made a sound as if someone had punched the breath out of him. "No." McGonagall turned toward the door. "Phileas, seal this room. I'll alert the headmaster and the staff." The pipe beneath the serpent-marked sink hissed. Harry did not mean to answer. He only flinched, only thought no, not now, not while Ginny was somewhere below and the lock was listening. But the thought passed through him in the wrong shape, cold and sliding, and the carved serpent turned. Stone ground against stone. The sink shuddered, sank, and opened into a black pipe wide enough for a child. For half a heartbeat no one moved. Flitwick's wand snapped toward the opening. "Everyone back." A pale hand shot from the pipe and caught Harry's wrist. It was not flesh, not properly. It was ink and memory and a 16-year-old smile made solid enough to pull. Harry saw dark eyes, school robes, and the diary's hungry shadow behind them. Hermione screamed his name, Flitwick's spell flashed blue, and Ron lunged too late. Harry fell into the dark with the diary's voice whispering against his ear. At last. The pipe swallowed Harry in darkness, slick stone tearing at his robes while cold air rushed past his face and the diary thing's grip burned around his wrist. He slammed against one curve hard enough to knock the breath from him, slid sideways through filth and old water, then dropped out into open air. The fall ended on wet stone and scattered bones. Pain burst through his shoulder and hip, bright enough to make the chamber swim even before he forced himself upright. The figure that had dragged him down stood several paces away, no longer half-formed. Tom Riddle looked almost alive under the greenish light, handsome in the polished way of a portrait painted by someone who hated flaws. Ginny Weasley lay near the base of a black stone statue, small and pale, her hair spread across the floor like spilled copper. "Ginny," Harry rasped, pushing himself toward her. Tom moved between them without seeming to hurry. "Still reaching for people who are already mine. That's a habit I'll enjoy curing." Harry's wand was in his hand before he remembered drawing it. The wood felt slick, but alive. "Get away from her." Tom smiled. "You speak as if you have authority here. You opened my door, Harry Potter. You answered Slytherin's lock. You came when called." "I was pulled," Harry said, forcing himself to stand even though his knee wanted to fold. "That's not the same thing." The chamber hissed around him. Not from the pipes this time. From the darkness beyond the statue's feet, where something immense moved with the slow patience of a nightmare deciding it had all the time in the world. Harry's ring gave one sharp warning, uselessly late, and Peverell's cold weight spread across his back like wings bracing for death. Tom lifted one hand. "Look at him." Harry shut his eyes. Stone screamed as the basilisk struck where Harry had been. He threw himself sideways, hit the floor, and rolled through a scatter of bones that cracked beneath his shoulder. The air stank of scales, venom, and old water. Something thick as a tree trunk smashed into his ribs and hurled him against a pillar. His glasses flew from his face. Pain tore through him, and for one blind second he could not breathe. A harsh cry split the chamber. Wings beat above him, bright and furious, and Tom's pleased silence broke into rage. "No." Harry dragged his eyes open to slits. A phoenix burned red and gold against the dark, clawing at the basilisk's face while the monster thrashed and roared. Something heavy struck the stones beside Harry. An old hat, patched and battered, rolled against his hand. From inside it, cold metal waited. Harry reached in and closed his fingers around a sword hilt. The basilisk screamed, blinded but not beaten, and swung its massive head toward the sound of his breathing. Harry staggered upright with the sword shaking in both hands and understood, with terrible clarity, that surviving the chamber meant going close enough to die. Tom's smile returned when Harry lifted the sword. Gryffindor's toy, delivered by a bird and a hat. How theatrical. "Do you think courage is enough against Salazar's heir?" Harry kept his eyes narrowed until the basilisk was only a blurred darkness against darker stone. "You're not Salazar." "No," Tom said, and the diary lay in his hand now, black and wet looking though the chamber had never touched it. "I'm better. Salazar left a monster and a room. I learned to be a memory that could listen, flatter, feed, and become real. Ginny wrote herself into me one lonely line at a time." Ginny's hand twitched faintly against the stone. Harry's grip tightened. "Then you're a portrait without consent." Tom's face went still. The words steadied Harry more than bravery did. Canvas, varnish, memory strands, awakening rites, chosen impressions, safe vessels, corrupt vessels. He had been studying the wrong art in the right danger all year. A vessel with stolen memories. A mind pretending it's a person because a child bled herself into the pages. Tom's eyes hardened. "Careful, you are bleeding too." The basilisk lunged at the sound of Harry's voice. Harry threw himself under the first snap of its jaws and slashed blindly upward. The sword bit scale and skidded, jarring his arms to the shoulder. The monster's head smashed into a pillar, stone bursting across the floor, and Harry stumbled back over bones with his breath sawing in his throat. "Stand still," Tom hissed. "Die properly." "Make me," Harry gasped. The basilisk came again, faster despite its ruined eyes. Harry saw the mouth open, saw fangs as long as knives, saw death rushing at him with venom shining on it. Peveril went cold across his back. Potter burned over his heart. Black whispered that survival sometimes meant stepping toward the blade, not away from it. Harry drove himself forward. The basilisk's jaws closed around the space where his chest had been. Harry shoved the sword up with both hands, putting every scrap of weight, fear, and fury behind the thrust. The blade punched into the roof of the monster's mouth. The basilisk reared, screaming, and Harry was lifted with it for one terrible heartbeat before a fang tore deep into his arm. He hit the floor as the basilisk crashed down beside him, shaking the chamber hard enough to send old dust falling from the statue's face. The sword stayed buried. Black blood spread over the stones. Harry clutched his bitten arm, felt fire race through his veins, and turned his head toward Ginny. Tom was staring at him with real anger now, the diary clutched tight against his chest. Harry saw the fear underneath it and understood. The book was still the body. The memory was still tied to the vessel. Harry reached for the broken fang lying near his hand. "Then we finish the artwork." Tom moved faster than any memory had a right to move. He crossed the wet stone with murder in his face, one hand extended toward the fang, the other clutching the diary like a heart he had stolen and learned to beat with. Harry rolled onto his wounded arm to keep the fang under him. Pain tore a sound from his throat. Venom burned up toward his shoulder, hot and cold at once, making the chamber tilt. Tom's fingers closed on Harry's robes and dragged him half upright. His face was no longer handsome. It was young, furious, and terrified beneath the polish. "You don't understand what I am," Tom snarled. "I am Lord Voldemort before fools learned to fear the name." Harry's hand found the fang. "You're ink." Tom struck him across the face. Harry's head snapped sideways, and for one black second the chamber vanished. He tasted blood. He heard Ginny breathing, faint and thin, and Fox crying somewhere above him with a sound like fire refusing winter. Potter burned around Harry's heart, not enough to save him, only enough to remind him what protection meant when there was no one else between a child and a monster. Tom reached for the diary. "Give it to me." Harry let his body sag. The movement pulled Tom closer. Harry drove the fang down with both hands. The basilisk tooth punched through the diary's cover and sank deep into the soaked pages. Ink exploded upward, black and red and hissing like something alive. Tom screamed. Not like a boy, not like a ghost, like stolen memory being torn out of a shape it had convinced itself was flesh. Harry stabbed again. The diary bucked beneath his hand. Pages curled, split, and bled across the stone. Tom staggered back, his edges fraying into smoke and script. His mouth moved around curses Harry could barely hear through the roaring in his blood. "No," Tom gasped, reaching toward Ginny as if she belonged to him. "She wrote me. She chose me." "She was lonely," Harry said, though the words came out broken. "That's not consent." Tom's eyes met his, full of hatred that promised years, wars, and graves Harry was suddenly certain were not finished with him. Then the memory ripped apart. Ink fell where a boy had stood. Ginny stirred and began to cry. Harry tried to crawl to her, but his arm failed. The fang slipped from his fingers. Fawkes landed beside him in a rush of heat and feathers, bowed his golden head, and wept into the wound. Coolness entered the fire. Harry gasped as the venom loosened its teeth inside him. The torn flesh in his arm pulled itself together slowly, horribly, wonderfully, while Fawkes sang under his breath. Ginny pushed herself up on one elbow, shaking so hard her whole body looked breakable. "Harry?" "I'm here," Harry said, because she needed that answer more than any other. "You're not alone." Footsteps and voices echoed somewhere above, distant but coming closer. Harry looked at the ruined diary, the dead basilisk, the sword still buried in its mouth, and Ginny's ink-stained hands clutching at the stone. When help reached them, the chamber would not be a rumor anymore. It would be evidence. 29. A summer of ink and frames. The first morning of summer did not feel like escape so much as transfer. Harry woke at Potter Manor with basilisk venom no longer burning in his arm, but the memory of it still sharp enough that his fingers curled before he opened his eyes. Sunlight lay across the bedroom floor in quiet gold. The curtains had opened themselves only halfway, as if the house had decided he deserved gentleness before brightness. Somewhere beyond the door, a house elf was arguing with a portrait about whether portraits needed dusting if they insisted on traveling between frames all night. Harry sat up slowly. Potter Manor answered at once. Not with words. Never quite with words. The wards warmed along the walls, the floorboards settled beneath his bare feet, and the Potter ring on his hand gave him a soft awareness of kitchens lit, garden gate secure, west corridor still sulking over yesterday's repair charm, 3 elves awake, and 2 cupboards refusing to admit they had ever bidden anyone. It felt like a home with its sleeves rolled up. Tilly popped into the room carrying a tray large enough to embarrass him. "Master Harry is eating proper breakfast today. Madame Granger said so before she went to the library room, and Tilly is agreeing because Master Harry is too thin again." "I was poisoned by a basilisk," Harry said, reaching for his glasses. "That usually affects appetite." "Tilly is not accepting excuses from dead snakes," Tilly said with enormous dignity. "Dead snakes is having poor nutritional opinions." Harry laughed before he could stop himself, and the sound loosened something in his chest. "Fine. Breakfast first. Then I need the ward notes for the East Garden and the list of portrait frames Bram found in the attic." "Tilly is liking attic frames better than snake excuses," Tilly said, setting the tray down. "Some frames is dusty and rude, but none is hissing." "That's an improvement," Harry said. Hermione appeared in the doorway with ink already on one finger and a ledger hugged against her chest. "If that expression means you're about to work before finishing breakfast, stop having it." "I was planning," Harry said. "You were bargaining with toast." Harry looked down at the tray. The toast seemed reasonable. Hermione crossed the room, took the chair beside the bed, and opened the ledger across her knees. "You need food, rest, ward review, and portrait practice that doesn't involve turning everything into a heroic rescue scene." Harry picked up a piece of toast because arguing with Hermione before eating had always been poor strategy. "You've made a list." "I've made 3, Hermione said. "1 for Potter Manor repairs, 1 for portrait work, and 1 for House Granger. Eat first, then we decide what summer is actually for." The Potter ring warmed gently, as if the house approved of lists almost as much as Tilly approved of breakfast. Harry took a bite and let the morning settle around him. For once, old magic could wait until after marmalade. Hermione let Harry eat, but she did not let the morning drift into vague good intentions. She sat opposite him at the breakfast table with her ledger open beside the marmalade, her quill moving between columns while Tilly watched Harry's plate like a prison guard assigned to sausages. The ledger was not Potter business. Harry saw the title when Hermione turned the page, House Granger, Residence and Records. Harry swallowed a mouthful of toast. "You've started a residence ledger." Hermione didn't look embarrassed. "Of course I have. If House Granger is real, it needs a home that isn't borrowed from you." Harry set his cup down. "Potter Manor isn't borrowed in that way. It is if I let it become the center of everything." Hermione tapped the page with her quill. "My parents' house is large enough, properly owned, stable, and already ours in every ordinary legal sense. It should become the first House Granger residence. Not a castle, not a manor, a real home that belongs to the family whose name I'm founding." The words landed cleanly. Harry thought of the Grangers' bright, sensible villa, of bookshelves, dental journals, polished kitchen counters, garden windows, and Hermione's parents trying very hard not to look frightened by a world that had suddenly grown teeth around their daughter. It made more sense than any arrangement that made House Granger live under Potter hospitality forever. "You're right," Harry said. Hermione blinked, as if she'd prepared 3 arguments and found Harry already agreeing. "I am? Yes, Potter can help. Potter shouldn't become the place where Granger disappears." Her expression softened, then steadied again. "Then I need proper steps. Gringotts registration copies, Muggle deeds copied into magical record, threshold assessment, basic family wards that don't frighten my parents or trap the postman. A document box keyed to my ring as signet and warning, not some ridiculous all-purpose spell. And I need a solicitor or curse breaker who understands mixed Muggle and magical property." Bram, standing beside the sideboard with a stack of letters, gave a solemn nod. Bram is knowing 3 goblin clerks who likes clean records and hates nonsense. "That sounds ideal," Hermione said at once. Harry reached for the ledger and turned it carefully so he could read without smudging the ink. "What do you need from me?" "Witnessing, introductions, and not taking over." Hermione pointed to the first line. "Also money for professional assessments, recorded either as gift or loan, not as fog." Harry sighed. "Gift. Recorded gift," Hermione said. "With witnesses. House Granger is not beginning with muddled accounts because you're allergic to receipts." Tilly sniffed approval. "Miss Hermione is having tidy teeth." Harry smiled and signed where Hermione pointed. The act was small, only ink on paper, but it felt better than grand promises. It left Hermione's name where it belonged, at the top of her own page. By afternoon, Harry sat in Potter Manor's north studio with a canvas propped before him, his sleeves rolled to the elbows, and a tray of treated pigments arranged under the window. Hermione had insisted on 2 hours of work that did not involve ledgers, legal steps, or ancient magical politics, which sounded restful until she chose the subject herself. "You said you wanted to paint friends properly," she said from the chair near the bookshelves, where she was pretending not to supervise him. "So paint Neville before you paint another dramatic Quidditch charge." The dramatic Quidditch charge had excellent composition, Harry said, mixing a little gray into the green for Neville's herbology stained sleeve. "It had you dodging a bludger while Cho looked heroic and Draco looked offended by gravity. That isn't portrait practice. It's character study. It's indulgence with broomsticks." Harry smiled and touched the brush to canvas. Neville's face was harder than he had expected. Not the roundness or the anxious eyes. Those were easy enough, technically. The difficulty was getting the moment right. Neville bent over a cracked pot, hands careful around a plant everyone else had dismissed as half dead, his mouth set in that soft stubborn line he wore when kindness had become work. Harry wanted the portrait to move eventually, but not yet. Still paint first, breath, vessel, memory, and awakening later, when his hand and conscience were both steadier. Hermione crossed the room and looked over his shoulder. "That's better." "High praise." "It is. You've stopped making him look apologetic for existing." Her voice gentled. "He doesn't, not when he's with plants." Harry lowered the brush. "No, he looks like he knows what his hands are for." A faint chime came from the desk. The portrait pendant Hermione had left open showed painted Harry leaning out of his tiny frame with paint on his own cheek. "Message from Luna," the little portrait said. "She says the Raxperts around your studio are unusually smug, and also her father found a safe public pamphlet on old Tattoo Guild symbols if you still want it." Hermione's expression sharpened. "Safe public pamphlet?" Painted Harry nodded. "Licensed beginner material, recognition marks, guild warnings, categories, and several stern paragraphs saying children must not attempt inking living skin, dead skin, substitute skin, enchanted fruit, or themselves." Harry winced. "Enchanted fruit?" Hermione gave him a look. Apparently someone tried. Tilly appeared beside the desk with a soft crack, carrying a wrapped packet and wearing the expression of an elf who had already judged the contents and found them suspicious but legal. "Miss Lovegood's owl is bringing pamphlet. Tilly is checking for biting, bleeding, whispering, cursing, crawling, and rude pictures." "And?" Harry asked. "One diagram is very rude to common sense, but not illegal." Hermione took the packet, broke the outer string with her wand, and opened it on the cleared part of the table. Harry came to stand beside her, brush still in hand. The first page showed simple marks. Warning knots for reactive tattoos, tiny wand and needle symbols for licensed spellform work, creature silhouettes used as category labels, and a boxed ministry notice printed in severe black. Harry traced the air above one diagram without touching the page. Portraits hold memory in paint and frame. Crests hold inheritance in body and magic. Rings hold authority in metal and law. Tattoos hold prepared spell forms in skin. Hermione looked at him, not pleased exactly, but intent. And every one of those can be abused if someone treats the vessel as more important than consent. The diary flashed in Harry's mind, black pages bleeding under basilisk venom. He looked back at Neville's unfinished portrait, at the careful hands, the living subject not present to approve anything more than ordinary paint. Then I study recognition first. Hermione nodded. Good. Harry picked up his brush again and returned to Neville's sleeve. Caution did not feel like fear today. It felt like craft. Evening found the summer laid out across Potter Manor's library table in ink, parchment, and practical argument. Harry had expected the room to feel formal, but the open windows let in the smell of cut grass and warm stone, and the lamps glowed softly over stacks of books, frame catalogs, ward notes, and Hermione's increasingly aggressive columns. Tilly had provided sandwiches, biscuits, and a jug of pumpkin juice, then stationed herself nearby with the air of an elf prepared to defend nutrition against scholarship. Bram stood on a stool beside the table, sorting letters into piles with careful hands. Hermione drew a line under the final heading. There, summer priorities. Potter Manor repairs, House Granger residence work, portrait practice, safe tattoo recognition, school review, and recovery. Harry leaned closer. You wrote recovery like it's an assignment. It is if you keep trying to skip it. I don't skip recovery. Hermione looked at him. Harry reached for a biscuit. I sometimes negotiate with it. Badly, Hermione said, but her mouth twitched. Bram tapped the Potter Manor column. East Garden wards is needing feeding and 2 boundary stones is needing reset. Nothing biting. Bram is approving young master watching, not doing heavy work. I can watch, Harry said. Tilly's ears lifted. Master Harry can also sit. Hermione added sit beside ward observation and underlined it. Done. Harry tried to look offended, failed, and turned to the portrait column instead. Still life in the mornings, Neville until I get the hands right, then landscapes. No awakening attempts without Professor Flitwick's review, written consent from any living subject, and proper witness. Hermione's expression warmed. That's sensible. It's annoying that sensible sounds like you. That's because I'm often right. Bram sorted another letter into Hermione's pile. Gringotts clerk can see Miss Hermione and parents next week if Owl is going tonight. Clerk is liking deeds, names, copies, no drama. No drama sounds perfect, Hermione said, reaching for fresh parchment. My parents should meet someone calm before anyone impressive. Harry thought of the Grangers sitting in this room, brave and out of their depth, and felt Potter's warmth settle around his heart. Potter Manor can host the meeting, but the work belongs at their house. Hermione looked up from her parchment. Thank you. For agreeing with you. For understanding why it matters. Harry glanced at the unfinished portrait of Neville propped safely near the shelves, then at the pamphlet on tattoo marks, the ward notes, the Granger ledger, and the house elves pretending not to hover. The summer no longer looked like empty time after danger. It looked like work chosen carefully enough to become a life. He dipped his quill and wrote at the bottom of Hermione's list, build what lasts. Hermione read it upside down and smiled. That's not a bad summer plan. Harry looked around the warm library, at ink, frames, friends, food, and the first honest shape of their obligations. No, he said softly. It really isn't. 30. The Dementor on the train. King's Cross felt different in Harry's third year, not because the wall between platforms 9 and 10 had changed, but because Harry had. He stood with one hand on his trunk and the other resting near the Potter ring beneath his glove, listening to Hedwig shift in her cage while the platform breathed steam, owls, shouted farewells, and the sharper whisper that followed his name now. Potter, Peverell, Black. 3 houses had weight enough on ordinary mornings, but today the name Black seemed to move ahead of him through the crowd like a cold hand. Hermione arrived with her parents beside her, a neat travel cloak over her robes and the House Granger ring visible when she lifted her trunk handle. Her father looked at the scarlet train, then at the oars posted near the far barrier. "This is about the escaped man in the papers, isn't it?" Harry glanced toward the nearest oarer, who was pretending not to watch children while watching every adult face. "Sirius Black, that's what they're saying." "What they're saying is not the same as what's proven," Hermione said, brisk enough that her mother's worried expression softened by a fraction. "We'll write when we arrive. Properly. Not just, school is fine, nonsense." Mrs. Granger kissed her forehead. "See that you do. And Harry, make sure she eats on the train." Hermione opened her mouth, but Harry nodded solemnly. "I'll consider it a House Potter obligation." "That is a shameful misuse of house law," Hermione said, but her mouth twitched as she accepted her mother's hug. Neville found them near the train door, round-faced and taller than last year, with Trevor's traveling box clutched carefully under one arm and a plant cutting wrapped in damp cloth sticking out of his satchel. "Gran says nobody is to wander alone this year," he said, looking embarrassed and serious at once. "She also said that if anyone mentions Sirius Black near Harry in a dramatic voice, I'm to kick them in the shin and say it was grief." Luna Lovegood appeared behind him in radish earrings and a pale blue cloak, carrying a folded copy of the Quibbler upside down. "Your grandmother has excellent tactical instincts. Shins are often where dramatic people keep their certainty." Hermione glanced at the paper, then at Luna's calm face. "Do you always read upside down because it makes the articles more mysterious?" "No," Luna said, settling the magazine more comfortably in her hands. "Daddy spreads the fresh pages on the table when he checks the print, and I sit opposite him. If I turn them round, I disturb the order, so I learn to read from my side. It's useful. People leave all sorts of things facing the wrong way when they think you can't follow them." Harry felt his mouth curve despite the tension on the platform. That was Luna all over. Something people mistook for whimsy turning out to be observation, patience, and a childhood built around ink, paper, and her father's crowded work table. Then Luna looked toward the front of the train, and the softness slipped from the moment. "There are cold things near the train today. Not Raxburts. Colder. They make the air forget it's meant to be kind." Harry's Peverell crest gave a faint, unpleasant pull across his back. He looked toward the front of the train, where steam curled low along the platform and the oars' silhouettes cut through it like black paper figures. "Then we stay together." They found a compartment halfway down, near enough to other students for safety and far enough from the noisiest clusters for thought. Harry lifted trunks into the rack. Neville secured Trevor beneath the seat. Hermione placed her ledger bag beside her like a second person with legal opinions, and Luna settled by the window as if she had been expected by the glass. As the whistle blew and the train began to move, Harry watched the platform slide away and felt his house name settle around him, not as armor, but as doors still locked from the other side. The first hour of the journey tried to pretend it was ordinary. Neville unwrapped the plant cutting long enough to show them a shy curl of silver-veined leaf that folded away from Luna's finger before slowly returning to inspect her. Hermione took out a timetable draft for the term and began marking likely pressure points in neat columns. Luna read the back page of the Quibbler upside down with complete serenity while Harry sketched the curve of Hedwig's sleeping wing in the margin of his notebook. Rain began somewhere north of London. It streaked the window in gray lines and turned the countryside beyond the glass into blurred washes of green, brown, and pewter. Harry had just shaded the shadow beneath Hedwig's beak when the train gave a hard, ugly lurch. His pencil skidded across the page. Trevor's box slid under Neville's knees, and Hermione caught her ledger bag before it hit the floor. "That wasn't braking for a station," Hermione said, already reaching for her wand. The lamps flickered once, twice, then went out. Cold entered the compartment as if someone had opened a door into winter, though the windows were shut and the corridor beyond had fallen abruptly silent. Harry's breath misted white. The Potter ring chilled against his finger, but the deeper warning came from his back, where the Peverell raven stirred with a sensation like feathers lifting in a graveyard wind. Neville's voice shook in the dark. "Harry?" "Wand's out," Harry said, and hated how thin his own voice sounded. "Stay where you are. Don't open the door." A shape moved beyond the frosted glass. Not a person. Too tall, too slow, too wrong in the way it drank shape from the shadows around it. The compartment door slid open by inches with a soft scrape. The cold became a hand around Harry's throat. Hermione whispered, "Lumos." Her wand gave only a weak, trembling glow. The thing in the doorway wore a hood, black and rotted at the edges, and beneath it there was no face Harry could make sense of, only absence and a mouth hidden where no mouth should wait. It breathed in. The cupboard came back first. Dust, hunger, Petunia's voice telling him freaks didn't get rewarded for being born. Then the hut, the letters burning, the knowledge that adults had known enough to address a cupboard and not enough to come. Harry tried to pull air in, but the Dementor drank deeper, and another death opened under the first life's memories. An old man's bed, winter light, paint-stiff fingers, no wife, no child, no one holding his hand when the final breath left him. Loneliness folded through death until Harry couldn't tell which life was ending. Luna made a small, hurt sound. Neville was saying something that might have been a prayer. Hermione's hand found Harry's sleeve and gripped hard. "Harry, stay here. Stay with us." The Peverell crest went colder than the Dementor. Harry felt the raven spread across his back, vast and furious, not protecting him from fear so much as recognizing the trespass. Death was not meant to feed like this. The thought came from somewhere older than school, older than language, and Harry forced his wand up with fingers that barely obeyed him. "Get away," he said, but the words came out rough, and the hooded thing leaned closer as if his resistance only made him sweeter. The Dementor crossed the threshold. Harry felt the moment as a violation before he saw the ragged hem drift over the compartment floor. The air around it did not merely grow colder. It emptied. Hedwig gave a muffled, frantic beat of wings inside her covered cage, and Trevor's box scraped against Neville's shoe as Neville tried to push it farther beneath the seat with a shaking heel. Hermione's Lumos guttered until the wand light looked no stronger than a candle seen through fog. "Harry," Hermione said again, and this time her voice broke on his name. He could not look at her. The Dementor had become the whole doorway, and beyond it the corridor was a tunnel of frost and silence. Harry's raised wand trembled so badly the tip drew small, useless circles in the dark. The Peverell raven spread wider across his back, cold answering cold, and with it came fragments he had no words for. Graves sealed against hungry spirits, old ward lines drawn between corpse and ghost, warnings that death had borders because the living deserved them. "This isn't yours," Harry said through clenched teeth. The Dementor inhaled. Something inside him tore loose. Not magic as he knew it from charms, shaped by wrist and syllable, but a raw refusal flaring up through Potter shelter, black suspicion, and Peverell law. A pale thread of light snapped from his wand, thin as a drawn line of moonlit ink. It struck the air between Harry and the Dementor and spread into the suggestion of wings, not enough to become a bird, not enough to be a spell, but enough for the hooded thing to pause. Luna lifted her head from where she had folded against the window. Her eyes looked too wide and distant. "It doesn't like the raven." "Neither do I," Neville whispered, but he still fumbled his wand up beside Harry's elbow. The tip sparked once, green and frightened, then steadied into a weak light. Hermione drew in a harsh breath and forced her wand higher. "Then we make it dislike all of us. Lumos." Her light brightened by an inch. Neville's joined it, then Luna's, silver blue and wavering. The compartment remained bitterly cold, but the four small lights gathered around Harry's pale thread, and for one heartbeat the Dementor leaned back. A voice from the corridor cut through the cold, hoarse with sleep and command. "Down." Harry's knees nearly gave way as a man stepped into the doorway from the side, shabby robes hanging loose over a thin frame, wand already raised. His face was pale and lined, but his eyes were completely awake. "Expecto Patronum," the man said. Silver burst through the compartment like sunrise remembered by winter. The Dementor recoiled, its rotted cloak whipping backward without wind, and then it was gone, driven down the corridor by a bright shape Harry could not hold clearly before the cold dropped out from under him. Hermione caught his sleeve again as he sagged against the seat, and the stranger turned toward them with a piece of chocolate already in his hand and something like horror carefully locked behind his eyes. The chocolate smelled ordinary, which somehow made Harry's hands shake harder. The stranger broke the bar into pieces with quick, practiced fingers, pressed one into Harry's palm, then offered the rest around the compartment before anyone could argue. "Eat, all of you, it helps with Dementors." Hermione took hers without taking her eyes off him. "Who are you?" The man's mouth twitched, tired and faintly approving. "Remus Lupin." Your new defense professor, assuming the train arrives before I frighten any more first years by sleeping through emergencies." "You didn't sleep through it," Luna said, turning her chocolate between both hands. Her voice had gone soft and far away, but steadier than before. "You woke at exactly the sort of moment stories pretend is convenient." Neville gave a strained laugh, then bit into his chocolate as if obedience might keep his teeth from chattering. "That thing was a Dementor?" "Yes," Lupin said, kneeling near the door long enough to look into the corridor. Frost still silvered the glass and floorboards, but the silence beyond had begun to break into frightened voices from other compartments. "One of Azkaban's guards. They're searching the train." Harry forced himself to eat. Warmth spread slowly from his mouth to his chest, not enough to erase the memory, but enough to remind his body that it was still sitting on a train with rain at the windows and Hermione's hand still gripping his sleeve. "For Sirius Black." Lupin looked back too sharply before he softened the motion into a nod. "Yes." Hermione noticed the sharpness. Of course she did. They're allowed to board a school train and feed on children because they're looking for one man? "They're not supposed to feed," Lupin said, and the bitterness under the mild words told Harry more than the words did. "They're supposed to inspect." "That didn't feel like inspection," Neville whispered. "No," Lupin said. He rose carefully, one hand braced against the compartment wall. "It wasn't." Harry looked down at his wand. The pale thread was gone, but his fingers remembered it, and the Peverell raven across his back had not folded all the way down. "Professor, what was that spell you used?" "A Patronus charm," Lupin said. "Advanced defensive magic, difficult even for many adults." "Not yours," Luna said, looking at Harry now rather than Lupin. The little raven light. The compartment seemed to tighten again, though the cold had mostly gone. Hermione's grip changed from panic to warning. Neville stared at Harry's wand, wide-eyed and worried. Lupin's face became very still. Harry closed his fingers around the pear wood. "I don't know. It wasn't a proper charm." "No," Lupin said quietly. "It wasn't, but the Dementor felt it." Harry heard what he did not say. So did I outside. Whistles blew and doors slammed as adult voices moved along the corridor. The train gave a shudder, then began to roll again through the rain. Lupin handed Harry another square of chocolate, gentler this time. "Keep eating," he said. "And when we reach Hogwarts, tell Professor Flitwick exactly what happened." Harry nodded, but his eyes went to the frosted smear on the door where the Dementor had stood. The train was moving again, yet the thing had left more than cold behind. It had found old deaths inside him, and something old in Harry had answered. 31. Defense against cold. Hogwarts greeted the returning students with rain against the windows, wet cloaks steaming in corridors, and the kind of watchfulness that made ordinary footsteps sound too loud. By the time Harry reached Ravenclaw Tower, the story of the Dementor on the train had already climbed faster than the students had. It was in the sideways looks, the lowered voices, the older students pretending not to stare at him, and the way Penelope Clearwater stopped at the common room entrance and looked him over as if checking for visible frost. "You're going to the hospital wing," Penelope said. Harry had expected that. He had also expected Hermione to agree, because Hermione's fear sharpened into procedure when she couldn't fix the cause. He took another bite of Lupin's chocolate instead, partly because his hands had stopped shaking and partly because obedience had limits. "Professor Lupin checked us on the train. I'll go if I get worse." Hermione set her bag down with a thump. "You went gray, Harry. Not pale, gray. There's a difference." Luna drifted past the doorway, damp cloak trailing, and looked at the fire as if it had offended her by being warm without permission. "The cold things leave fingerprints where people don't usually look." Neville hugged Trevor's box against his chest. "Gran said Dementors were wicked things. I thought she meant frightening. She didn't mean only frightening, did she?" "No," Harry said. The word came too quickly, and the common room seemed to narrow around it. He lowered himself into the nearest chair, careful of the Peverell raven across his back, though there was no physical wound there. It wasn't just fear, it was memory being pulled wrong. Hermione's expression changed. She stopped being only worried and became interested in the dangerous way, the way that meant she had found a structure under the hurt. "Mind magic?" "Partly," Harry said. He drew his notebook from his bag and opened it to a clean page. His fingers hesitated above the paper before he wrote Dementor, then beneath it cold, feeding, memory extraction, Soul pressure, Peveril reaction. Not legilimency. It didn't ask. It didn't search like a person. It inhaled, and whatever was nearest to pain came loose. Penelope stepped closer despite herself. That isn't how most third years describe it. Most third years don't have a Deathlaw crest trying to object, Hermione said, then winced as 3 Ravenclaws looked up from a nearby table. Harry glanced at her, not sharply, but enough. Hermione pressed her mouth shut and nodded once, accepting the correction before he had to make it aloud. The Peveril ring sat cold on Harry's hand, plain and black and heavier than metal. When he touched it, the raven stirred across his back, offering fragments instead of answers: borders, hunger, burial wards, ghost lamps, silver animals standing between breath and absence. Luna sat on the arm of Hermione's chair. The raven light was not a Patronus. No, Harry said, writing again. But it was against the same trespass. Hermione leaned over his shoulder, her voice lower now. Then we need Professor Lupin. And mind magic theory. And every legal restriction on dementors near children. Harry looked toward the rain-dark window, where the reflection of his scar hovered over the black glass. First, I need to learn how to keep one out. The next morning began with defense, which felt less like coincidence and more like the castle making a point. Harry entered the classroom with Hermione on one side and Luna on the other, while Neville slipped into the seat behind him with Trevor's box tucked safely in his bag. The room had changed since Lockhart's year. The walls held practical diagrams now, not portraits of a smiling fraud, and the front desk was clear except for a stack of chocolate bars, a chipped teapot, and a blackboard already marked with one word: Dementors. Professor Lupin stood beside it in the same shabby robes from the train, looking paler by daylight and more dangerous for how little he tried to seem so. The class quieted without being asked. Even Draco Malfoy, seated 2 rows across with Ron Weasley not far behind him, kept his mouth shut. You have already met the reason for today's lesson, Lupin said, his voice mild enough to make the words sharper. That should not have happened. Since it did, ignorance is now unsafe. Hermione's quill touched parchment at once. Harry kept his hands folded on the desk because the Peveril ring had chilled when Lupin said ignorance. Lupin wrote 3 lines beneath the word Dementors: cold, despair, feeding. A Dementor does not frighten you by inventing horrors. It feeds by drawing warmth, hope, and memory toward itself. The closer it comes, the more your mind offers it material. This is why simple bravery is unreliable. A brave person with terrible memories may suffer more than a coward with shallow ones. Ron shifted uneasily. Draco's gaze flicked toward Harry, then away. So the defense is memory? Hermione asked. Not memory alone, Lupin said. The Patronus charm requires a happy memory, yes, but that phrase misleads students. The memory must carry more than pleasure. It must hold self, warmth, will, and a reason to remain alive. Harry's throat tightened. The notebook page from last night seemed to reopen in his mind. And if the thing it pulls up is death? Lupin looked at him, and for one breath the room knew exactly who was asking. Then the defense must be stronger than the pull. That is why this is advanced magic. History came after defense, and Professor March did not let the class hide behind shock. She placed a map of Azkaban on the board, not large, not dramatic, only precise, and tapped the island with her wand. Creatures become institutions when governments find them useful, she said. Azkaban is not merely a prison. It is a political decision repeated until people mistake it for landscape. Hermione went very still beside Harry. Mind magic theory finished the morning with Professor Vellum, a narrow witch with silver spectacles and a voice like clean paper. She made them copy one sentence before anything else. The mind is not a cupboard for others to open. Harry stared at the words until the ink blurred slightly. Then he wrote beneath them, a Dementor does not open the cupboard. It makes you hand over the key. By evening, Harry had crossed out more memories than he had written. The Ravenclaw common room glowed with blue firelight and rain-silvered windows, while his notebook lay open on the table between Hermione's legal references, Luna's folded chart of ordinary warmths, and Neville's half-finished herbology notes. At the top of Harry's page, he had written Patronus candidates. Beneath it sat a list that looked less like happiness and more like a trial. Diagon Alley, too much fear underneath. Ollivanders, threshold, not safety. First feast, hunger. Quidditch win. Too much noise. Those aren't failures, Hermione said, reading upside down from across the table with a frown. They're context. They're not enough, Harry said. He tapped the line about Diagon Alley with the end of his quill. Lupin said it needs self, warmth, will, and a reason to remain alive. Diagon was wonder, but it also had Hagrid not explaining rings, people staring, and me realizing the world had more locked doors. Neville looked troubled. What about when Hedwig chose you? Harry paused. Hedwig, asleep on a perch near the window, opened one amber eye as if her name were a formal summons. That was warm, he said slowly, but it was also the first living thing I'd been given responsibility for. I was frightened I'd do it wrong. Luna leaned over and drew a small circle around the word Hedwig anyway. Fear doesn't always spoil warmth. Sometimes it proves you care where the warmth goes. Hermione's quill stopped. That's annoyingly sensible. It happens when people least expect it, Luna said serenely. Harry wrote beside Hedwig, chosen, living, responsibility. Then he stared at the page until the words began to feel too small. Happy memory sounded simple when adults said it, as if happiness were a sweet one could pull from a pocket. His happiest moments had teeth in them. Aunt Susan's kitchen came with Old Death. Potter Manor came with obligation. Hermione's founding came with anger at exclusion. Neville's loyalty came with danger. Luna's calm came with the strangeness everyone else had tried to use against her. Hermione reached across the table and turned the notebook slightly toward herself. Maybe you're looking for happiness without pain. That might be the lie. Harry looked up. Neville nodded, hesitant but earnest. Gran says brave doesn't mean you weren't scared. Maybe happy doesn't mean nothing bad was nearby. Luna smiled faintly. A hollow happy memory would rattle when the Dementor breathed on it. Harry sat back, and the fire warmed his face while the rain tapped steadily at the glass. He thought of Potter Manor at Christmas, not perfect, not simple, not free of ghosts, but real. Hermione arguing over books at the table, Neville laughing when a portrait ant insulted his plant care posture, Luna telling a silver bauble it was trying too hard to be round, Hedwig asleep above the hearth, and Harry holding a paintbrush with a house around him that had chosen to wake. He wrote one line beneath the others. Christmas at Potter Manor. Not rescued. Home being built. The Peverell ring stayed cold, but Potter warmed against his chest like a bank fire. Harry looked at his friends around the table and felt the difference at once. It was not a memory that pretended the dark was gone. It was a reason to keep the dark outside the door. Harry did not sleep well after choosing the memory. Christmas at Potter Manor stayed warm when he held it carefully, but whenever he drifted too close to dreams, the Dementor's breath found the edges and turned laughter into mist. By breakfast, his head ached with the tired, grainy feeling of too little rest and too much thought. He entered the great hall with Hermione, Luna, and Neville, and stopped when he saw the notice pinned near the staff table. By order of the Ministry of Magic, Dementor patrols remain stationed at the perimeter of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for the protection of students and staff. Hermione read it once, then again, her face going tight. Protection. Neville swallowed. They put that word on purpose, didn't they? They always do, Harry said. A few students had gathered near the notice. Some looked reassured, which bothered Harry more than open fear would have done. Reassurance meant the wording had worked. It had taken the thing that had entered a child's train compartment, fed on pain, and nearly dragged Old Death's out of him, and wrapped it in official language smooth enough to sit beside breakfast. Draco Malfoy stood a little way off with two Slytherin boys, reading the notice with narrowed eyes. At least the ministry is doing something, he said, loud enough to be heard. Black is a murderer. Some discomfort is better than letting him stroll into the school. Hermione turned before Harry could stop her. Discomfort? It fed on children. Draco's mouth tightened. It inspected a train. It crossed a compartment threshold and attacked, Harry said, and the nearby murmurs thinned. He kept his voice level because anger would make Draco look braver than he was. If that's inspection, then the ministry doesn't know the meaning of the word. Ron, sitting lower down the Slytherin table, looked between Draco and Harry with visible uncertainty. They're Azkaban guards, he muttered. Everyone knows they're horrible. Everyone knowing a thing is horrible isn't the same as everyone asking why the government keeps using it, Hermione said. Professor Lupin had entered quietly during the exchange. Harry noticed him only when the professor stopped beside the notice, eyes on the ministry seal rather than the students. Miss Granger is correct, Lupin said mildly. Draco looked offended at being contradicted by a shabby professor before breakfast. Sir, surely catching black matters. It does, Lupin said. So does what we choose to become while trying to catch him. That silenced more than Draco. Harry looked from the notice to the staff table, then toward the high windows where rain silvered the glass. Dementors were not only creatures. A creature hunted, fed, and retreated. This had signatures, orders, permissions, patrol routes, and adults willing to call hunger protection because it served their fear. Luna touched the edge of the parchment with one finger, not quite enough to move it. Cold things are easier to invite when you pretend they're walls. Harry felt the Peverell raven settle across his back, vast and watchful. Then we don't pretend, he said. We learn the charm, we learn the law, and we remember who put them at the gates. 32. The map and the dog. The twins found Harry before he found them. That was not unusual by third year. Fred and George Weasley had treated ordinary geography as a personal insult since Harry first met them, and Hogwarts had rewarded the habit by failing to keep them where stairs, corridors, or teachers expected. Harry had once assumed they were only very good at timing. After 2 years of portraits whispering, pendant experiments, hidden passage notes, and Weasley crest fragments turning mischief into engineering, he knew better. He was leaving the library with Hermione, Luna, and a stack of ministry restrictions on Dementor deployment when a suit of armor beside the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy coughed. Hermione stopped. Armor doesn't cough. Luna peered kindly at the visor. It does if it's catching cold. Or twins. The visor lifted, and George's grin appeared in the gap. Cruelly diagnosed. Fred leaned out from behind the tapestry with a folded parchment in one hand. We came to offer moral support, illegal cartography, and the sort of practical education respectable adults keep forgetting to mention. Hermione narrowed her eyes at the parchment. That sentence contains at least 3 things I object to. Only 3? Fred said. We're losing our touch. Harry looked from the armor to the tapestry, then down the corridor. No prefects. No professors. A portrait of a sleeping monk had one eye open and was very clearly pretending otherwise. This is about the Dementors? George's grin faded at the edges. Partly. Fred stepped fully into the corridor, quieter now. And black. And the school deciding children should sit still while Azkaban guards breathe at the windows. Hermione's irritation shifted into attention. What is that? Fred held the parchment out, but not far enough for Harry to take. Something we didn't steal from Filch in our first year because stealing is wrong. George nodded solemnly. We rescued it from neglect. It's a map, Fred said, dropping the joke before Hermione could attack the vocabulary. Not a normal one. It knows Hogwarts better than most teachers, worse than some portraits, and about as honestly as Peeves after bribery. Harry felt the Peverell ring chill, not in warning exactly, but in interest. Why show me now? George glanced once toward Hermione and Luna, then back to Harry. Because you don't use secrets like toys. Fred's mouth twisted. And because we've been using it to avoid Filch for years, but lately it's been showing things that don't feel funny. Hermione's voice went very still. Names? Fred unfolded the parchment just enough for Harry to see faint ink beginning to stir beneath the surface. Names, passages, rooms, people who should be where they're meant to be, and sometimes people who aren't. Luna leaned closer, silver eyes calm and bright. Maps are only rude when they pretend not to watch. Harry looked at the parchment, then at the twins. Trust, he had learned, was not a warm feeling. It was a door opened with consequences behind it. All right, he said. Show us how it works. Fred did not open the parchment in the corridor. He tucked it against his chest, nodded toward the nearest classroom, and led them through a door that should have belonged to an empty arithmancy practice room. George checked the corridor before shutting them in, then tapped the hinges, the keyhole, and the frame with quick little privacy charms that made Hermione's eyebrows climb higher with each one. That's a lot of caution for a rescued piece of stationery, Hermione said. George gave her a bright look. That's because stationery is how revolutions start. Fred spread the parchment across the front desk. It was blank, creased, and ordinary in the way dangerous things often pretended to be ordinary. You need the words, he said. placing his wand tip to the center. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink bled through the parchment like thoughts surfacing through skin. Lines crawled outward, crossed, corrected themselves, and became rooms, passages, staircases, towers, cupboards, doorways, and tunnels Harry had never seen labeled. Names appeared next, tiny and moving. Professor Flitwick paced in his office. Argus Filch lurked near the trophy room. Peeves bounced between floors in looping chaos. Professor Lupin sat alone in his quarters, still enough that the dot almost looked painted. Hermione forgot to object for nearly 5 seconds. "That's impossible." "That's the usual first review," George said. Harry leaned closer, careful not to touch. The map was not only a diagram. It behaved more like a portrait without a face, made of observation, memory, and some old agreement with the castle's shape. "Does it show everyone?" "As far as we know," Fred said. "People, not ghosts, though Peeves argues with that classification." Luna tilted her head. "It sees names through walls. That's either very clever or very rude." Harry's attention caught on the dungeons before he could answer. Ron Weasley's name moved in the Slytherin common room, then stopped near a smaller dot tucked close beside it. The letters were clear, neat, and terrible in their ordinariness. Peter Pettigrew. Harry stared until the ink might have burned through the page. "Who is that?" The twins' faces changed together. Hermione leaned in, her voice sharpening. "Peter Pettigrew is dead. He was murdered by Sirius Black. That's in every article about the escape." Fred swallowed. "That's why it stopped being funny." George touched the edge of the map but did not cover the name. "We thought it was a joke at first. Old charm error, maybe. A dead man's name stuck to a rat or a trunk or something. But it moves with Ron." Harry looked from Pettigrew's dot to the corridors above. Near the third-floor landing, a painted cluster had gathered around the label for an old passage. The map did not record their speech, but a portrait in the classroom frame stirred awake and muttered, "Dog again, is it? Black thing by the north turn last night. Knew where to sniff, that one." Hermione turned toward the frame. "What dog?" The painted scholar blinked at them, suddenly offended by witnesses. "Didn't say I knew. Portraits gossip. Children eavesdrop. Standards collapse." Harry looked back at the map, cold settling under his ribs in a shape that was not Dementor cold. A dead man's name was walking beside Ron Weasley, and a black dog knew old passages well enough for portraits to notice. "Show me everywhere you've seen Pettigrew," Harry said. Slowly. Fred and George showed him. They did not make a performance of it now. Fred drew his wand across the parchment and tapped 3 different corridors, then the Slytherin dormitory stairs, then the common room again. George kept one shoulder against the door and his eyes on the privacy charm as though expecting the castle itself to object. "First time was last week," Fred said, pointing to the dungeons. "Ron was here. Pettigrew was beside him. We thought someone had named a shoe very strangely." "Second time, same place," George said. "Third time, moving from the dormitories toward the common room. Always near Ron, never speaking to anyone, never showing up in classes." Hermione had already pulled parchment from her bag. Her quill scratched fast enough to sound angry. "So either the map is wrong, or Peter Pettigrew is alive, hidden, and somehow attached to Ron Weasley's movements." Luna leaned over the map, her hair falling forward like pale curtains. "Or he's small." Fred looked at her. "Small? Small things are easier to take into common rooms," Luna said. "Rats, beetles, bad thoughts, coins with listening charms." Harry went very still. George's face changed. "Scabbers." Hermione's quill stopped. "Ron's rat?" "Old rat," Fred said slowly. "Percy's before Ron's. Been in the family for years." Harry looked down at Pettigrew's name, then toward the tiny dot marked Ronald Weasley. His mind tried to reject the shape forming because it was too ugly, too practical, and too close to a boy who had spent years complaining about hand-me-downs while carrying something worse than any patched robe. An animagus? Hermione's eyes went wide. Unregistered animagus would explain the survival and the missing body, but Sirius Black was convicted because Pettigrew died. "He was convicted because people accepted the story," Harry said. The Peverell ring chilled. Black answered from his left side, cold and watchful, and with it came remembered scraps from Castle Black. Family trees with scorched spaces, old portraits speaking Sirius's name with disgust, yes, but also irritation at haste, at ministry fools, at blood trials replaced by street gossip. Harry had dismissed some of it as black arrogance. Now the old voices rearranged themselves. My black portraits hate Sirius, Harry said quietly. Or most of them do. But they hate him like a disgrace, not like a proven traitor. One of them said he shamed the house by letting lesser men write the ending. Fred swallowed. That's not the same as innocent. No, Harry said, but it's not the same as guilty either. The painted scholar in the classroom frame sniffed. Black boys were loud, rude, and badly supervised. Murder is not the same habit as barking at the moon. Hermione turned on the portrait at once. You knew him? I knew the corridors he ran through, the scholar said, affronted. Children think adults don't notice footsteps because adults prefer not to remember being children. Harry bent over the map again. Pettigrew's name sat close to Ron's, patient as ink and terrible as proof not yet understood. We don't accuse anyone yet, he said. We watch. We record. We find out whether Ron's rat is really a rat. Hermione drew a line under her notes hard enough to nearly tear the parchment. If we watch him, we need rules. Real rules. We can't simply follow Ron around because a forbidden map says his rat is a dead man. George looked at Fred. She makes illegal surveillance sound untidy. It is untidy, Hermione said. That doesn't make it useless. Harry almost smiled, but the shape of Pettigrew's name kept the humor from settling. He took Hermione's parchment, turned it slightly, and added 3 headings beneath hers. Map sightings, physical sightings, independent witness. We need the map, a direct look at Scabbers, and someone qualified enough to know whether animagus detection is possible without warning him. Fred's face lost the last of its joking shape. If Scabbers is Pettigrew, he's been sleeping in Ron's bed. And Percy's before him, George said, voice quieter. Merlin. The thought landed badly in the room. Harry had never liked Ron easily, and Ron had never made liking him simple, but irritation was not the same as wishing a fugitive murderer into a boy's pocket. Ron's jealousy, laziness, and status hunger suddenly looked smaller beside the possibility that for years he had carried a grown man disguised as a pet because no adult had thought to ask why a rat lived so long. Luna touched the map near the Slytherin common room without quite touching the ink. If the rat is a man, then the man has been pretending to be helpless. That is a very patient sort of cowardice. Hermione looked toward Harry. Lupin. Fred's head came up. Professor Lupin? He taught Dementors properly, Hermione said. He didn't soften it. He knows defense, and he knows enough about dark creatures and old magic to take this seriously. Harry looked at Lupin's still name on the map. Something in him hesitated. Lupin had been honest about Dementors, but Sirius Black's name pulled old history behind it, and adults became less reliable when their own ghosts were touched. We tell him carefully, Harry said. Not everything at once. We ask about animagus detection first. George folded his arms. And if he asks why? Then we decide whether the truth is safer than the secret, Harry said. The classroom portrait muttered, children with plans. Always worse than children with fireworks. A soft tap came from the corridor side of the door. Everyone froze. George snapped the map half closed, but Harry caught his wrist before he could clear it entirely. On the parchment, a name moved past the classroom slowly, too familiar and too dangerous to ignore. Remus Lupin. The footsteps paused outside. Harry looked at the twins, Hermione, and Luna, then at the half-folded map still showing Peter Pettigrew near Ron Weasley. Trust was a door with consequences. So was timing. Harry lifted his voice before fear could choose for him. Professor Lupin, we need to ask you something before someone else gets hurt. 33. Hippogriffs and Old Names. By the time care of magical creatures met on the slope below the castle, Harry had learned that secrets did not stay in rooms simply because doors closed behind them. Lupin had not laughed at the map, Pettigrew's name, or the awful possibility of Scabbers, but he had gone very pale before asking Harry to say nothing more in a corridor and nothing at all without evidence in hand. That had left the morning stretched thin with waiting, and Hagrid's first class arrived like something from another, muddier world. Hagrid stood beside a paddock fence with a great leather gauntlet tucked under one arm and a smile too wide for his nervous face. Right then, he called as third years gathered in uneven knots. Thought we'd start with Summit proper special. Respectful creatures, mind, proud, clever, don't insult them, don't crowd 'em, and for Merlin's sake don't pull faces. Hermione shifted closer to Harry, her notebook already open. That last part feels aimed at specific people. It usually is, Luna said, looking toward the Slytherins with mild interest. Some people's faces pull themselves. Draco Malfoy heard enough to glance over, but his attention fixed on Hagrid instead, and Harry saw the calculation before the first creature appeared. Hagrid was a new teacher, half giant in all but the part nobody said aloud in polite company, and already standing where old families could judge him. Draco did not need a wand to find a weak place. The hippogriffs came from behind the trees with wingbeats, talons, and proud, shining heads. Harry forgot Draco for half a breath. Buckbeak was gray and silver, eagle-fronted and horse-bodied, with eyes bright enough to make staring feel rude. The creature's claws scored the grass as Hagrid led him forward, and every student stepped back except Luna, who tilted her head as if greeting royalty at an inconvenient picnic. Now, Hagrid said, voice rough with pride. Yea bow, properly. Wait fair him tear bow back. If he doesn't, yea back off slow. No shame in that. Harry, want tear try? Harry felt half the class look at him. He set his bag down, stepped through the gate when Hagrid opened it, and stopped several feet from Buckbeak. The hippogriff's gaze struck him like a test. Harry bent from the waist, slow and deliberate, giving respect without lowering his eyes so far that he stopped watching. Buckbeak stared. Then, with grave dignity, he folded one front leg and bowed. Hagrid let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh. There ye are. Beautifully done. Go on, Harry. Stroke his beak. Gentle now. Harry approached with one hand extended. Buckbeak's feathers were warmer than he expected, smooth over strength, and for a moment the class seemed to hold together around wonder. Then Draco's voice cut across the paddock. So the trick is pretending the chicken horse is important? Buckbeak's head snapped round. Hagrid's face went white. Back up, Mr. Malfoy. Slowly. Draco smirked, too pleased with the attention to hear the warning inside it. Honestly, if this is what passes for teaching, my father will have opinions. Buckbeak lunged. Silver wings cracked open, students screamed, and Harry grabbed Hermione's sleeve as Hagrid threw himself forward with the gauntlet raised. Draco hit the grass with a cry, one sleeve torn and blood bright against pale skin, and the lesson's wonder collapsed into law before anyone had time to breathe. Draco's cry cut through the slope, high and furious enough to turn fear into accusation before anyone had checked the wound. Hagrid had Buckbeak by the bridle in both hands, his great body planted between the hippogriff and the class, but his eyes kept darting to Draco on the grass. Back, all of ye, Hagrid said, voice shaking. No one crowd him. Harry, keep him back. Hermione, fetch Professor Kettleburn's sister or Madame Pomfrey if ye can see someone near the castle. Hermione was already moving, but Draco caught the sound of orders and grabbed his injured arm tighter. Blood had soaked through his torn sleeve, bright against the expensive black cloth. You let it attack me, he gasped, face white and eyes wet with pain. You brought that thing in front of students. You insulted him after Hagrid warned you, Harry said, keeping his voice level because level carried farther than shouting. He stepped sideways when Pansy Parkinson tried to push toward Draco and lifted one hand to stop the nearest Gryffindors from doing the same. Nobody touch the wound unless you know what you're doing. Draco's glare found him at once. Pain sharpened his face into something uglier than pride. Of course you'd defend him. Potter and his pets. Wait until my father hears a half-breed nearly got me killed in a school lesson. Hagrid flinched as if Draco had struck him with something heavier than a word. Luna's voice came soft and clear from beside the fence. That was a dangerous thing to say while everyone's still listening. Draco looked at her, then at the watching class, and Harry saw the calculation arrive through the pain. Draco was hurt. Hagrid was frightened. Buckbeak was restrained. The story was already trying to choose its shape. My father will bring this before the governors, Draco said, louder now. And the ministry. Dangerous creatures, incompetent teaching, unlawful exposure of students to a beast that attacks heirs of recognized houses. Hagrid's hands tightened on Buckbeak's bridle. He's not a beast. He's proud, that's all. Ye insulted him, Mr. Malfoy. I told Ye to back off slow. You told me after it was already in striking distance, Draco snapped. That isn't true, Hermione said, breathless as she came back with Professor Grubbly Plank hurrying down the slope behind her. Hagrid gave the instructions before anyone approached. He repeated them when Draco insulted Buckbeak. I wrote them down. Pansy stared at her. You wrote down instructions in care of magical creatures? Hermione's chin lifted. Yes. Professor Grubbly Plank knelt by Draco with crisp efficiency. Move your hand, Mr. Malfoy. Slowly. Miss Granger, stand where I can hear you if I need a sequence of events. Mr. Potter, stop looking like you're about to cross-examine the entire class and keep them back. Harry obeyed, though his rings felt cold and awake against his fingers. Law had not waited for Madame Pomfrey. It had arrived the instant Draco realized pain could be turned into leverage. Hagrid looked at Harry over Buckbeak's bowed head, miserable and enormous. Didn't mean fair anyone tear get hurt. Harry met his eyes and understood, with a sick little twist, that meaning well was not evidence. Then we make sure the record says what happened. The hospital wing smelled of clean linen, blood-staunching salve, and the sharp vinegar bite of disinfectant. Draco sat on the nearest bed with his sleeve cut away, pale and tight-mouthed while Madame Pomfrey sealed the long gash with quick, practiced wand movements. Pansy hovered on one side like an outraged solicitor in miniature. Crabbe and Goyle stood at the foot of the bed, enormous and useless. Professor Grubbly Plank had marched the witnesses inside with the same briskness she had used on the slope, then stationed Hermione at a side table with parchment, ink, and enough room to write. Harry stood beside her, not because he needed to read over her shoulder, but because he had learned that records looked different when powerful names watched them being made. Madame Pomfrey glanced up as Draco hissed through his teeth. Hold still, Mr. Malfoy. Complaints are not a healing aid. My father will want the full report, Draco said, voice strained but deliberate. Not a student version. Hermione's quill paused for less than a heartbeat, then moved again. Professor Grubbly Plank looked at Draco over the rim of her spectacles. Your father may request what the school is lawfully permitted to provide. He may not dictate my medical notes. Draco's mouth tightened. The governors can. Governors can ask, Harry said before he could stop himself. They still need facts. Pansy turned on him. You're not in charge of facts, Potter. No, Harry said, looking at Hermione's neat columns. Instruction given, warning repeated, insult spoken, creature response, injury, immediate restraint. That's why we're writing them down before everyone starts improving the story. Draco looked as if he wanted to sneer, but pain made the expression wobble. Careful. House Potter defending a half-giant's illegal beast might not sound as clever in front of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. The words landed coldly. Harry felt Black stir with sharp contempt and Potter answer with protective heat. There it was, the temptation laid open. Answer Draco with bigger names, heavier rings, older titles. Throw Potter, Black, and Peverell onto the table until every adult in the room had to count the weight. It would feel good for about 3 seconds. Hermione looked up, and Harry saw she knew exactly what he was thinking. House authority isn't a club, she said quietly. No, Harry said, forcing his hand to relax beside his robe. It's a responsibility, so we ask for process, not favors. Madame Pomfrey gave him a brief, approving look before tying a clean bandage around Draco's arm. Professor Grubbly Plank nodded once, sharper and more satisfied than kind. Good. Then the process begins with witness statements, creature handling protocol, and whether Mr. Malfoy ignored a direct safety warning. Draco stared at them all, furious and trapped for the moment by his own wound, while Hermione dipped her quill again. Start with Hagrid's first instruction, Harry said. Hermione wrote without looking away from the page. Respectful creatures. Proud. Clever. Don't insult them. By late afternoon, the official story had already begun breeding in the corridors. Harry heard 3 versions before he reached the library steps. Buckbeak had gone mad. Hagrid had lost control. Draco had been nearly disemboweled while nobly protecting younger students. Each telling made the wound wider, Hagrid larger and stupider, and Draco braver by several convenient inches. Hermione's mouth grew tighter with every whisper. This is why records matter. It's also why people like rumors, Luna said, walking beside them with her hands folded around a book. Rumors don't make you sign the bottom. They found Hagrid outside the staff corridor, seated on a low stone bench with his hands hanging between his knees and Fang pressed against his boots. His face looked older in the gray light, and when he saw Harry, Hermione, and Luna, he tried to stand too quickly. "Don't," Hermione said at once. "You'll only make yourself look guilty." Hagrid froze halfway up, then sank back down. "I am guilty, aren't I? First lesson, and a student's in the hospital wing. Shouldn't have brought Buckbeak out. Should have started with flobberworms. Nice safe flobberworms. No one's father writes the governors over a flobberworm." "Draco ignored your instructions," Harry said, stopping in front of him. Hermione recorded them. Grubbly Plank recorded them. "Madame Pomfrey has the medical notes. We need you to write your own account before anyone asks you for one while you're frightened." Hagrid blinked down at him. "Write it?" "Yes," Hermione said, already pulling parchment from her bag. "Plainly. No apologies in the middle of facts. Time, place, creature, safety warning, student action, creature response, restraint, injury care. You may say you regret the injury at the end. Not before." Luna looked up at Hagrid with grave kindness. "Regret is not the same thing as confession. People mix them up when they're trying to put saddles on blame." Hagrid's eyes shone. "You're good children." Harry thought of Pettigrew's name on the map. Sirius Black hunted by stories that had hardened before truth reached them, and Draco's pain already being shaped into a weapon. Not good enough to let the first version win. A door opened down the corridor, and Professor Lupin stepped out with a folded note in one hand. He looked tired, but his eyes sharpened when he saw them gathered around Hagrid. "Mr. Potter," he said quietly. "Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, Hagrid, I'm glad I found you together." Hagrid wiped at his face with one huge hand. "If it's about the lesson, Remus, I know. I've made a right mess of it." "It is partly about the lesson," Lupin said, coming closer. "And partly about older mistakes made when frightened people accepted the quickest story. Those mistakes become very hard to undo." Harry felt Hermione go still beside him. Lupin's gaze touched Harry's face, then slid briefly toward the corridor where other students might pass. "Write Hagrid's account. Keep copies of every statement. And tonight, Mr. Potter, bring me what we discussed before. Not in a corridor this time." Hagrid frowned. "What's that mean?" Harry looked at Lupin, and the air between them filled with maps, rats, dogs, old friends, and names that refused to stay dead. "It means we're going to be careful before someone else gets judged by the wrong story." 34. Old names on the map. Lupin took them to his defense office by the shortest quiet route, not the grand staircase or any corridor where portraits like to ask questions. Harry walked beside Hermione with Luna just behind them, feeling the castle's evening noise thin as they passed out of the busier levels and into the colder stretch near the classroom wing. The written accounts from Hagrid's lesson were folded in Hermione's bag, copied twice and signed, but Harry could still hear Draco's voice turning pain into law. Lupin opened his office door, looked once up and down the corridor, then ushered them inside. "In, please, quickly." The office smelled of tea, parchment, old wool, and the faint metallic trace of defense spellwork. A Grindylow tank stood covered by a cloth in the corner. Books were stacked in careful disorder across a side table. Lupin shut the door, tapped the lock with his wand, then cast 3 spells in sequence. The first sealed the frame. The second spread a soft gray shimmer over the walls and window. The third struck the empty portrait frame above the mantel, and a thin line of light crossed the canvas before vanishing. Hermione watched his wand movements closely. "Silencing, privacy, and anti-portrait listening?" "Yes," Lupin said. "Also a basic disturbance ward. If anyone opens this door without my permission, we'll know before they do." He looked at Luna. "Miss Lovegood, I realize this is unusual." Luna set her hands neatly in front of her robes. "So are dead men on maps, Professor." Lupin went very still. Harry drew the folded parchment from inside his robe. It felt heavier than paper should, not with magic alone, but with the names written into it by boys who had once thought secrets were a game. "You said not in a corridor." "No," Lupin said. His voice had roughened. "Not in a corridor. Put it on the desk." Harry laid the Marauder's map flat on Lupin's desk. The old professor's hand moved toward it, then stopped before touching. His face had gone pale in a way Harry had only seen once before, when Pettigrew's name was first spoken aloud between them. Hermione stepped beside Harry, quill already out, but she did not begin writing yet. Professor, before anyone reacts, we need to agree what we're treating this as. Not proof by itself, evidence, a lead, something to test. Lupin looked at her for a long moment, then gave a small, strained nod. That is a very sensible sentence, Miss Granger. It usually is, Luna said softly, when Hermione says one. Harry drew his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Ink spread across the parchment. Lines unfolded into corridors, staircases, rooms, labels, and moving names. Lupin's breath caught. His eyes went first to the words at the top, then to the tiny moving figures, then to a corner of the map Harry had not noticed before. Pain crossed his face so quickly that Harry almost looked away. You know it, Harry said. Lupin closed his eyes briefly. I helped make it. Hermione's quill finally touched parchment. Then you can tell us whether it can be wrong. Lupin opened his eyes. That is exactly the question we must ask. The office seemed smaller with the map open on the desk. Harry could see names moving through the castle in tiny black script, hundreds of lives reduced to ink and position. A cluster of Hufflepuffs crossed a corridor near the kitchens. Professor Sinistra moved alone near the astronomy tower. Argus Filch prowled near the second-floor landing with Mrs. Norris written beside him in neat, narrow letters. Lupin stood opposite Harry, both hands resting on the edge of the desk now, though he still had not touched the map. Where did you see him? Harry pointed to the lower levels first, then drew his finger toward the Slytherin dormitories without touching the ink. Not here tonight. The first time was near Ron Weasley. The name was Peter Pettigrew. It stayed close to Ron's name long enough that Hermione and I checked twice. Hermione nodded. Ron has a rat called Scabbers. He said the rat used to belong to Percy. The rat is old, much older than ordinary rats usually live, and he's been in the Weasley family for years. Lupin's face tightened at the name Scabbers, but not in recognition. More like his mind had reached an edge and did not want to step over it. Luna leaned closer to the desk, her pale hair falling forward. Old rats are not always suspicious, but rats that sit beside dead men's names need better explanations. Lupin gave a shaky breath that might have become a laugh in another room. Peter was small, quick, frightened of being left behind. He used to trail after James and Sirius because they made the world seem safer than it was. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. He was your friend. Yes, Lupin said, and I believed him dead for 12 years. Hermione's voice softened without losing its shape. What did people believe happened? Lupin looked down at the map. That Sirius betrayed James and Lily. That Peter confronted him. That Sirius killed Peter and 12 muggles in the street. They found Peter's finger. Enough blood. Witnesses. Sirius laughing. He swallowed. No trial. Not one that mattered. Everyone thought the evidence spoke for itself. Harry thought of Draco on the grass, already shaping injury into a weapon before anyone had written down what happened. He thought of Hagrid's face when the word half-breed struck. Stories hardened quickly when fear gave them a place to set. Hermione wrote faster. And if Peter survived? Lupin's eyes lifted. Then Sirius may not have betrayed them. The sentence sat between them with a force no spell needed to carry. Harry looked back at the map. Could the map mistake an animal for a man? No, Lupin said at once, then forced himself to slow. No, not in the ordinary way. The map identifies people by magical presence and name. It was built by boys with more talent than caution, but it was not built carelessly. Polyjuice, invisibility cloaks, animagus forms, secret passages, hidden rooms, those were exactly the sort of things we wanted it to catch. Hermione's quill stopped. Animagus forms. Lupin did not look at her. Yes. Professor, Harry said carefully, was Peter Pettigrew an animagus? Lupin's silence answered before he did. Luna's gaze moved from Lupin to the map. That is a large secret for a small rat. Lupin rubbed one hand over his face, and for a moment he looked less like a professor than a man standing among ruins only he could see. We were illegal animagi, James, Sirius, and Peter. I never registered because I was not one, but I knew. I helped keep the secret. I helped build the map. I knew what we were capable of hiding from adults. Hermione stared at him. Anger rose in her face, but she held it long enough to choose the right target. Then you understand why we can't simply go to Ron and grab his pet. Yes, Lupin said. And why none of you will try? Harry met his eyes. We weren't planning to act without an adult. Lupin's expression made it clear he did not fully believe that. Harry looked down first because, in truth, the map had already made him imagine a dozen bad, fast choices. A corridor, a closed door, a stunning spell, Ron shouting, Scabbers escaping under furniture, Pettigrew running again because Harry had wanted justice faster than proof. Hermione tapped the end of her quill once against her notes. We need confirmation under controlled conditions. The map must be checked again while Scabbers is physically present. Then the rat must be contained before anyone attempts a reversal or identification spell. Containment first, Lupin said. His teacher's voice returned in pieces, thin but usable. If it is Peter, he has survived 12 years by being underestimated. He may still have a wand hidden somewhere. He may be desperate enough to hurt children. Luna looked at the map. Or bite them and pretend he was only a rat. Also possible, Lupin said, and that time the laugh did escape, though it broke almost at once. Harry folded his arms against the cold that had nothing to do with the room. Ron is in Slytherin. If Pettigrew is with him, Snape's house is involved whether we like it or not. Lupin grimaced. That complicates matters. It also means we can't accuse Ron, Hermione said. He may be carrying a murderer without knowing it. He'll defend the rat if we make him feel attacked. Harry remembered Ron's red ears on the train, his resentment, his desperate need not to be small. He'll think we're humiliating him. Then we do not begin with Mr. Weasley, Lupin said. We begin with evidence. Harry looked at the map again, at the tiny labels crossing the castle. Who can help without warning Pettigrew? Lupin drew himself upright with effort. Professor Flitwick. He is your head of house, Mr. Potter, and Miss Granger's. He is also discreet, precise, and less likely than most to mistake speed for judgment. Hermione nodded. And Professor McGonagall? Eventually, Lupin said. But if I go to Minerva tonight with half a story about a dead man on a contraband map made by 4 schoolboys, I risk losing control of the order of events. She will act correctly, but she will act. Luna blinked slowly. Correctly can still be loudly. Exactly, Lupin said. Harry touched the edge of the map but did not close it. Dumbledore? The name changed the room. Lupin glanced toward the sealed door as if habit still expected authority to arrive when named. Hermione noticed. Professor? Lupin looked back at Harry. The headmaster must know before any formal action is taken. But not before we have enough to prevent misunderstanding from becoming escape. If Peter is alive, then every careless word risks sending him into the walls. Harry heard the unspoken part. Or into Ron's bed with a knife. Or into the grounds. Or into another 12 years of hiding. Then tonight we watch, Harry said. No, Lupin said sharply. Tonight I watch. You go back to your dormitories when we are done here. Harry looked at him. Professor, if the map leaves this room, we lose the only way to see him. Lupin's jaw tightened. And if I allow children to conduct surveillance on a possible mass murderer, I deserve to lose more than my position. The words struck harder because they were right. Hermione gently drew the map a little closer to herself, still without folding it. Then we need terms. The map stays with you tonight. You check whether Pettigrew appears near Ron or Scabbers. Tomorrow, if the name appears again, we go to Professor Flitwick before breakfast. Lupin looked at her, then at Harry. And if the name does not appear? Then we keep checking, Harry said. But we don't drop it. No, Lupin said softly. We do not drop it. Luna's gaze drifted to the covered Grindylow tank. Truth is easier to catch when it thinks everyone has stopped looking. Lupin's face twisted with old grief. Peter always preferred that. For several minutes, they watched the map in silence. Names moved. Doors changed hands. Stairs shifted. Ron Weasley's name appeared in the Slytherin common room, then vanished into the dormitory area. The map marked only in partial outline because house wards interfered with interior detail. No Peter Pettigrew appeared beside him. Not then. Harry felt frustration press against his ribs. He's not there. Or the dormitory wards are obscuring the finer reading, Hermione said. Or Scabbers isn't with him. Or Pettigrew is elsewhere. Or the map needs line of effect clarity through private house wards. Lupin gave her a tired, almost fond look. You would have terrified us at 13. She terrifies people now, Luna said. Hermione did not look up from her notes. Only when they're being imprecise. Lupin finally touched the map, but only with 2 fingers at the corner. His hand shook, mischief managed. The ink faded. Harry felt oddly blind when the parchment became blank again. Lupin folded it carefully, not like a confiscated object, but like something fragile with too much of his childhood trapped in it. I will keep this for tonight. I will not show it to anyone before speaking with you and Professor Flitwick unless immediate danger forces me to act. Harry held his gaze. Promise? Lupin flinched, and Harry realized too late what that word meant in a room full of James, Sirius, Peter, and old secrets. Then Lupin straightened. Yes, I promise as your professor, and as a man who owes your family more truth than it received. Harry nodded once. That was enough. Hermione began gathering her notes. We should also write a clean sequence while we remember it. When Harry first saw the name, where Ron was, what Scabbers is, what you have confirmed about the map's function, and what remains unproven. I'll write it, Lupin said. Hermione looked at him. Lupin's mouth pulled into a tired line. You may write a copy after I write mine. That's acceptable, Hermione said. A faint sound touched the door ward, not an opening, only contact. Lupin's wand came up at once. Harry's followed half a second later. From beyond the sealed door, Professor Flitwick's voice came small and sharp. Remus, Phileas Flitwick, I felt a privacy lattice tied too tightly near a student presence. Is everything well? Lupin lowered his wand very slowly. That answers one question. Hermione closed her ink bottle with care. Whether Professor Flitwick notices things. No, Harry said, looking at the blank folded map in Lupin's hand. Whether we can wait until morning. Lupin crossed to the door and began releasing the spells in reverse order, each charm fading cleanly before the lock turned. When the door opened, Flitwick stood outside with his wand low, his expression polite and very dangerous. His eyes moved over Harry, Hermione, Luna, Lupin, the folded parchment, and the notes on the desk. I see, Flitwick said. I rather doubt it, Lupin replied. Flitwick stepped inside. Then I suggest you begin. 35. Captured. Flitwick stepped inside without raising his voice, which somehow made the room feel more serious than shouting would have. He shut Lupin's office door behind him, examined the fading privacy charms, then looked at Lupin with sharp, disappointed attention. You built a concealment lattice around 3 students and an emotionally charged conversation. That was unwise, Remus. Lupin's face tightened. It was meant to keep the matter contained. Contained by whom? Flitwick asked. He flicked his wand once, and the remaining shimmer across the doorframe broke into harmless sparks. Privacy is not the same as accountability. Sit down, all of you. Harry sat because Hermione did, and because Flitwick's tone left very little space for arguing. Luna folded herself neatly into the chair beside him, calm enough to look unreal. Lupin remained standing for a moment, then seemed to feel the shape of his own mistake and took the chair behind his desk. Flitwick rebuilt the wards himself, each charm placed with small, precise movements. Door, window, walls, empty portrait frame. Harry felt the difference at once. Lupin's spells had made the room hidden. Flitwick's made it witnessed by the right person. When he finished, he held out one hand. The parchment, please. Lupin gave him the folded map. Harry's throat tightened. Professor, it showed Peter Pettigrew near Ron Weasley. Not once as a joke. It showed him as a name. Hermione leaned forward before Harry's urgency could outrun sense. The map is evidence, not proof by itself. Ron has an old rat called Scabbers. Professor Lupin has confirmed the map can identify people through disguises, invisibility, and animagus forms. Flitwick turned his gaze to Lupin. Is that true? Yes, Lupin said quietly. James, Sirius, and Peter were illegal animagi. I knew. I helped hide it. For 1 second, Flitwick looked very old. Then he looked very dangerous. Student dormitories are not hunting grounds, especially not Slytherin dormitories. No one here will follow Mr. Weasley, take his pet, sneak into his dormitory, attempt polyjuice, or use portrait space experiments as surveillance. Is that understood? Harry swallowed the protest before it reached his mouth. Yes, Professor. Good, Flitwick said. I will take custody of the map tonight. Professor Lupin will write a full account of what he knows. Miss Granger, you will write an independent sequence of events after you return to Ravenclaw. Mr. Potter, you will not confront Mr. Weasley. Luna's eyes drifted to Harry's chest. Your little portrait is getting warm. Harry looked down as the pendant under his robes heated against his skin. In the painted glass, young Harry did not appear in the familiar study. He stood amid overlapping shelves, stair edges, half-seen rooms, and frame borders, his painted face pale with urgency. We need to talk. Harry's hand went to the pendant before anyone else moved. The little painted version of him looked out through the glass with paint-bright eyes, one hand braced against a frame Harry did not recognize. Behind him, portrait corridors overlapped like stacked reflections. A sliver of Ravenclaw blue, a strip of gilt, a staircase landing, and the black edge of a frame that might have belonged to no classroom Harry knew. Flitwick crossed the office in 3 quick steps. Do not answer through it yet. Painted Harry looked past Harry toward the professor. Then take us somewhere with authority quickly. The frames are carrying questions. Someone has asked 3 portraits whether Potter, Granger, and Lovegood are in Professor Lupin's office. Lupin's face went gray. Who? I didn't stay long enough to be seen properly, the portrait said. One inquiry came from the direction of the staff corridor. Another came from near Slytherin access. Hermione's eyes sharpened. If someone is already checking locations, waiting makes Pettigrew more dangerous. It makes haste more dangerous as well, Flitwick said, but he had already turned toward the door. Professor Lupin, the map. Mr. Potter, keep that pendant closed unless your portrait reports immediate movement connected to Pettigrew. Miss Granger, notes away. Miss Lovegood, eyes open. Luna slipped from her chair. They usually are, Professor. Flitwick opened the office door only after testing the corridor himself. Harry followed with Hermione close beside him, his fingers pressed over the warm pendant beneath his robes. Lupin walked behind them, too quiet, carrying his guilt like a physical weight. They did not take the main stairs. Flitwick chose short routes, teacher passages, and a narrow spiral that opened near the gargoyle before Harry had fully placed where they were. Sherbet lemon, Flitwick said crisply. The gargoyle moved aside. Harry had been in Dumbledore's office before, but never like this, not with Flitwick moving first and Lupin looking as though every step took him closer to a confession he had delayed for 12 years. Dumbledore rose behind his desk as they entered, blue eyes moving from Flitwick to Lupin, then to the 3 students. Phileas, Dumbledore said gently. This appears serious. It is, Flitwick said. He set the folded map on the desk without releasing his hand from it. We have evidence that Peter Pettigrew may be alive inside Hogwarts, possibly in animagus form, and possibly attached to Mr. Ronald Weasley as his rat. The fire flared green before Dumbledore could answer, and Snape stepped out with his robe snapping around him. His eyes found Harry first. Of course, Potter, a contraband artifact, and a dead man conveniently resurrected to excuse black. Flitwick's voice cut across him like sharpened glass. Severus, one more word aimed at a student before you hear the evidence, and I will remove you from this office myself. Snape went very still. Dumbledore lifted one hand. Severus, you will listen. Phileas, begin. Flitwick began with the map, because theory would only give Severus room to sneer. He spread the parchment across Dumbledore's desk, waited for Harry's clear, careful oath, then watched Hogwarts draw itself in black ink. The Slytherin dormitory level blurred under house wards, but the names remained visible enough. Ronald Weasley sat in the boys' dormitory, and Peter Pettigrew sat almost on top of him. Snape's mouth twisted. Convenient. Lawful access, Flitwick said. Controlled containment. No accusation before seizure. Dumbledore rose. Severus, Phileas, go now. Remus remains here. The children remain with me. Harry's hand tightened near the map, but Flitwick shook his head once. No, Mr. Potter, you have done your part. The Slytherin entrance opened to Snape's password, and the cold green common room looked up at them in startled fragments. A few late students, firelight, black water beyond the windows. Flitwick followed Snape through without hesitation, the map folded in one hand and his wand in the other. In the dormitory above, Ron Weasley jerked upright on his bed with Scabbers clutched against his chest. Professor, Ron said, voice cracking. What's wrong? Hold still, Snape said. Do not release that animal. The rat exploded from Ron's hands before the last word landed. Gray fur flashed across the blanket, claws skittering over wood. Ron lunged after him. Flitwick snapped, "Back, Mr. Weasley." Spell light burst blue-white across the dormitory. The rat dodged the first binding charm, dropped from the bed, and vanished beneath it. Snape's wand slashed down. Depulso. The bed blasted sideways with a crash. Pillows flew. A curtain tore loose. Feathers burst into the air and rained across the dormitory like dirty snow. Ron shouted Scabbers' name, but Flitwick had already moved, wand flicking in a tight circle. Evanesco. Depulso. Clear. Debris swept backward in a clean wave, revealing the rat pressed flat against the skirting board, eyes too bright, body shaking with a terror no ordinary animal should have understood. He bolted for a gnawed mousehole near the floor. Snape struck first. Petrificus totalis. The rat locked mid-scramble, stiff as a dropped toy. Flitwick's stunner hit a breath later, red light folding around gray fur with surgical precision. The animal rolled once and lay still. Flitwick levitated him into a silver-banded containment globe before anyone could touch him. "No hands," he said sharply, as Ron stumbled forward. "No one touches him." Ron stared at the floating globe, white-faced and furious. "That's my rat." Snape looked at the name glowing on the folded map, then at the trapped animal. His voice came out thin and poisonous. "Not anymore." Harry was still staring at the closed office door when the portraits along the wall turned one by one toward the stair. The painted Harry in his pendant pressed both hands against the inside of the little frame, his face tight with alarm. "He's coming," the portrait said. "Large black dog, not a dog, moving fast." Dumbledore's hand closed around his wand. "Fox." The phoenix vanished in a flash of fire. A heartbeat later, the office door opened and Flitwick entered with the silver-banded globe floating beside him. The stunned rat hung inside it, stiff and gray, one front paw curled like a hooked finger. Snape followed with Ron in front of him, one hand still locked on Ron's shoulder. Ron saw Harry and went scarlet through his fear. "You did this? You got them to take Scabbers?" Harry kept his voice steady with effort. "Ron, look at the map." "I don't care about your stupid map," Ron snapped, fighting Snape's grip until Snape's fingers tightened and made him hiss. "He's been in my family for years." "That," Snape said softly, "appears to be the problem." Flitwick set the globe on Dumbledore's desk and laid the map beside it. The name Peter Pettigrew sat exactly where the rat lay. Dumbledore's expression changed, not into surprise, but into the colder shape of a man watching an old error become visible. Lupin rose from his chair as if pulled by a cord. "Peter." The rat's eye moved. The stair outside roared. Wood, stone, and old magic protested at once. The office door burst inward before Dumbledore could seal it, and a great black dog launched through the gap with teeth bared and eyes fixed on the globe. Harry saw ribs under matted fur, madness and hunger and recognition all tangled together in one desperate leap. "Protega!" Hermione cried from beside Harry, her shield flaring just as Dumbledore's golden binding snapped across the dog's path. The animal struck the layered spells and hit the floor hard, claws scrabbling for purchase. Snape's wand was already leveled. "Black." Ron made a strangled noise. "That Sirius Black?" The dog twisted, not toward Ron, not toward Harry, but toward the rat. Its growl shook the air. Lupin stepped forward with his wand raised and tears standing in his eyes. "Sirius, stop, he's contained. If you break this now, you lose him again." The dog froze. Harry's heart hammered. The room held two prisoners now. A rat in a silver globe and a black dog pinned beneath gold light, both of them staring at each other with 12 years of murder between them. Dumbledore did not lower his wand. "No ministry yet," he said quietly. "Not until the truth is secured." 36. The Rat in Chains. For several seconds, no one moved. Harry kept his wand half raised while the great black dog strained once against Dumbledore's golden binding and then stopped at Lupin's voice. The silver-banded globe hovered over the desk with the stunned rat inside it, gray fur pressed against curved glass and one bright eye moving with horrible, human attention. Ron stood rigid under Snape's hand, breathing too quickly, and Harry felt Hermione's shoulder close beside his without looking away. Flitwick stepped between Ron and the desk before Ron could surge forward again. "Mr. Weasley, You will remain where Professor Snape has placed you. You are not being punished. You are a witness, and witnesses do not touch evidence. He's Scabbers, Ron said, but the certainty had begun to crack around the edges. He's just Scabbers. He's been in my family for years. That is one of the reasons this must be done properly, Flitwick said. He kept his wand level with the globe, not threatening Ron, but making the boundary plain. If you wish to help yourself, your family, and whatever truth remains, you will stand still. Dumbledore glanced toward the portraits along the wall, then toward the fireplace. His face had lost the kindly softness Harry had seen at feasts and in corridors. Former heads of Hogwarts, you will observe and remember. We need Deputy Headmistress McGonagall present before the first formal confirmation. He lifted his wand, and the fire flared green. Minerva, to my office at once, please. McGonagall arrived less than a minute later, tartan robes drawn tight around her and wand already in hand. Her eyes moved from Harry to Hermione and Luna, then to Lupin, Snape, Ron, the trapped rat, and the black dog pinned under gold light. For one sharp moment her mouth thinned until it looked bloodless. Albus, what has happened? Evidence indicates that Peter Pettigrew is alive and hidden in animagus form, Dumbledore said. We will confirm it before any ministry contact. McGonagall crossed to the desk without wasting a breath on disbelief. Then confirm the human presence first. Transformation after that. No shortcuts. Dumbledore inclined his head and touched his wand to the globe. Hominum revelio. White light passed through glass, fur, bone, and tail. For one breath nothing changed, and then a human outline burned inside the rat like a second body trapped beneath the skin. Ron made a broken sound and stepped back hard enough that Snape had to catch his shoulder again. McGonagall's face hardened. Animagus. Dumbledore's wand moved a second time, slower and older than any classroom spell Harry knew. The rat convulsed, bone cracked, lengthened, and unfolded with a wet series of pops that turned Ron gray-faced and silent. Fur withdrew into skin, the globe expanded under Flitwick's control, and Peter Pettigrew appeared inside it, small, balding, shaking, and very much alive. Lupin whispered, Peter. Pettigrew looked toward him, and Sirius Black began to growl. The growl pulled every eye in the office back to Sirius. He strained against the gold light hard enough that the binding hummed, claws scoring the floorboards, while Pettigrew shrank inside the expanded globe with both hands pressed to the curved glass. Harry had expected a murderer to look dangerous. Pettigrew looked soft, damp, and terrified, which somehow made the thought of him sleeping in Ron's pocket worse. Keep him away from me, Pettigrew squeaked, his eyes darting from Sirius to Dumbledore. Albus, please, he'll kill me, you know what he is. The dog's growl deepened, and Lupin flinched as if it had struck him. Don't, Sirius, not now. Snape stepped forward, wand still aimed at the dog. Black is an escaped murderer who broke into this school and attacked a secured prisoner. Pettigrew's survival complicates the charge. It does not make Black harmless. McGonagall turned on him, white-faced and furious. Pettigrew's survival does rather more than complicate it, Severus. A dead man is standing on the headmaster's desk after 12 years as a rat. And Black is still here, Snape said. In animal form, under restraint, with Dementors posted under ministry authority for exactly this purpose. At the word Dementors, cold seemed to brush the back of Harry's neck. His hand moved without thought toward the place where the Peverell raven crossed his skin beneath his robes. Hermione noticed, then looked toward the windows as if expecting frost to creep over the glass. Ron did not move at all. He stared at Pettigrew with a child's broken disbelief, and Harry knew Ron had not yet reached Black, Azkaban, or trials. He was still trapped on the simpler horror that his rat had hands. Dumbledore's expression tightened. That is precisely why no careless message leaves this room. If the ministry hears first that Sirius Black has been captured, they will send Dementors before they send an investigator. If they hear first that Peter Pettigrew lives, they may still bring every habit of 12 years with them. Flitwick's voice was small and hard. The ministry convicted a man without trial once. We will not hand them a room arranged to help them do it again. Pettigrew pressed closer to the globe. I was hiding. I had to hide. Sirius would have killed me. He killed them all. The dog lunged, and the gold binding snapped him back. Harry's wand rose before he could stop it, not at Sirius, but between Sirius and Pettigrew. McGonagall saw the movement and said sharply, "Mr. Potter, lower your wand." Harry lowered it by inches. If they bring Dementors, they can silence the only man who can confess. Or kiss Sirius before anyone reads the proof. Dumbledore looked at him for one long moment, and the caution in his face no longer looked wise to Harry. It looked dangerous. "Yes," Dumbledore said quietly. "Which means truth is now a matter of sequence." Hermione moved first, not toward Pettigrew or Sirius, but toward the desk. Her face was pale, and her hands shook when she pulled parchment from her bag, but her voice came out clear. "Then we need the sequence written before anyone outside this room tells it for us. Time, place, who held custody, which spells were used, who saw what, and who can repeat it under oath." Snape's eyes cut to her. "Miss Granger, this is not a classroom exercise." "No," Hermione said, dipping her quill with too much force. "That's why it needs to be cleaner than homework." Harry stepped beside her before Snape could bite back. His stomach was tight, and Sirius's growl scraped at every nerve, but Hermione was right. If the Ministry got a story instead of a record, it would choose the version easiest to believe. Professor Flitwick had the map before the seizure. Professor Snape was present when the rat was taken from Ron. Professor McGonagall witnessed Homenum Revelio and the reversal. The portraits are witnesses too. Ron saw Scabbers become Pettigrew. Ron flinched at the name. "Don't call him that." Harry looked at him, not softly enough to be pity and not hard enough to be cruelty. "That's his name, Ron. If we keep calling him Scabbers, we help him hide." Flitwick nodded once, sharp and approving. "Correct. Miss Granger, begin with my assumption of custody in Professor Lupin's office. Mr. Potter, state exactly what you saw on the map before I took it." Dumbledore's gaze shifted, troubled but alert. "Phileas, we must take care with student testimony." "We are taking care," Flitwick said. He drew a fresh sheet from Dumbledore's desk and laid it beside Hermione's parchment. "Care is not silence." McGonagall moved to Hermione's other side and tapped the parchment with her wand. The ink shimmered, then settled darker. "Witness copy charm. It will mark later alteration. Miss Granger, write plainly." Hermione swallowed and wrote. Harry watched the words form line by line, each one pinning the knight into something harder to bend. Marauder's map. Peter Pettigrew near Ronald Weasley. Staff custody. Slytherin dormitory. Rat seized alive. Homenum Revelio confirming human presence. Forced reversal under headmaster supervision. Pettigrew began to whimper. "You don't understand. I was frightened. I had no choice." Sirius slammed once against the binding, and Lupin's voice cracked across the room. "You had choices, Peter. James and Lily died because of one of them." Harry's hand tightened around his wand, but he kept his eyes on the parchment. The evidence was thin only if they let feeling outrun it. "Professor," he said to Dumbledore, "make him state his full name inside the globe before anyone comes." Dumbledore looked at Pettigrew. "Peter Pettigrew, you will identify yourself." Pettigrew shook his head, crying now, until McGonagall lifted her wand. "For the record, Mr. Pettigrew. Not for mercy." At last Pettigrew sagged against the glass. "Peter Pettigrew," he whispered. "My name is Peter Pettigrew." Hermione wrote it down, and Harry felt the room shift. Not safe yet, not finished, but the lie had finally been given ink. Pettigrew's whispered name left a silence behind it that no one hurried to fill. Hermione's quill scratched the last letters into place, and Harry watched the ink darken with a strange, fierce relief. It wasn't enough to heal anything. It wasn't enough to give Sirius back 12 years, or James and Lily back breath, or Ron back the ordinary ugliness of having owned a lazy rat. But it was a start, and the start had a name. Dumbledore turned his wand toward Sirius. "Sirius, I will loosen the binding enough for transformation only. If you move toward Peter Pettigrew, I will bind you again more tightly. Do you understand?" The black dog's lips pulled back from his teeth, but he gave one sharp nod. Snape's wand lifted at once. "Headmaster, that is reckless." "It is necessary," McGonagall said, before Dumbledore could answer. "A dog cannot give testimony." Dumbledore's golden restraint thinned. The dog shuddered, twisted, and unfolded into a gaunt man in torn robes, still on his knees beneath the remaining light. Harry's breath caught. Sirius Black looked nothing like the laughing boy in old photographs or the monster from the posters. He looked hollowed out, half-starved, and burning alive behind the eyes. "Peter," Sirius said, and his voice was raw enough to scrape. "Say it. Say who you gave them to." Pettigrew pressed both hands over his mouth and shook his head. Flitwick moved the witness parchment closer to the globe. "Mr. Pettigrew, you have identified yourself. You are alive. You were found concealed in Hogwarts in animagus form under a false identity. That alone destroys the foundation of the original record." Dumbledore's face had gone very still. "The Ministry will be contacted now, but not with Sirius as the prize. They will be told that Peter Pettigrew has been recovered alive under witness seal, that Sirius Black is secured and awaiting review, and that Dementors are not to approach this tower." Harry looked at him sharply. "Can they ignore that?" "They can try," Dumbledore said, and the mildness in his voice had iron under it now. "They will find Hogwarts less welcoming than they prefer." McGonagall took Hermione's parchment, tapped it with her wand, and watched 3 exact copies form beside it. "One remains here. One goes to the Deputy Headmistress's records. One goes with the first lawful messenger." Harry stepped closer before he could talk himself out of it. "And one should go to Gringotts. House Black has been damaged by this. So has House Potter." Sirius looked at him then, really looked, and something broke across his face. "Harry." Harry's throat tightened, but he kept his eyes on Dumbledore. Hope can be argued with. A sealed record is harder. For a moment, Dumbledore only watched him. Then he nodded once. "So ordered. Phileas, prepare the house notice. Minerva, summon Madame Bones by Patronus, not Flo. Severus, you will inform no one outside this room unless instructed." Snape's mouth twisted, but McGonagall's glare pinned the protest before it formed. Pettigrew slid down inside the globe, sobbing without tears. Sirius remained on his knees, bound but no longer erased, while Hermione's copies cooled on the desk in dark, unaltered ink. Harry looked from the record to Sirius and felt the night tilt at last. His godfather was not free yet, but the lie had lost its throne. 37. Sirius Black. Madame Bones arrived through Dumbledore's private flow, her Patronus warning sent ahead of her, and Harry understood the caution before anyone had to explain it. The fire turned green without roaring into the public network, and the witch who stepped out of it did not bring noise with her. She brought 2 aurors, severe robes, a square jaw, and a monocle that made her stare feel almost physical. Her eyes passed over Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, Lupin, Ron, Hermione, Luna, Harry, the bound man on his knees, and the glassy globe holding Peter Pettigrew, then stopped there. "Headmaster," Madame Bones said, her voice clipped and low. "Your message said Peter Pettigrew was alive. I trust, for the sake of everyone in this room, that you chose those words precisely." "I did," Dumbledore said. "The evidence has been preserved under witness charm." "Then I'll see the record before I hear anyone's interpretation of it," Madame Bones said, holding out one gloved hand. Hermione passed the parchment to her with both hands. Harry saw her knuckles whiten, but she did not look away while Madame Bones read. Line by line, the witch's gaze moved through Flitwick's custody of the map, Ron's rat being identified, the seizure in Slytherin, hominum revelio, the forced animagus reversal, and Pettigrew's own whispered name. No one interrupted her. Even Snape held his tongue, though his wand remained angled toward Sirius as if dislike itself were a legal position. Madame Bones lowered the parchment. "For the record, identify yourself." Pettigrew shook his head, lips trembling. The globe around him brightened under Flitwick's wand, and he flinched back from the glass. "You may refuse broader testimony until counsel is assigned," Madame Bones said. "You will not refuse identity confirmation under recovery seal. State your full name." Peter's face crumpled. "Peter Pettigrew." Ron made a small, broken sound behind Harry. Sirius closed his eyes, and Harry felt the need to move toward him so sharply that he had to lock both hands at his sides. Sympathy would not clear him. Anger would not clear him. Ink, witnesses, and law might. Madame Bones turned to Sirius. "Sirius Orion Black, your imprisonment depended materially upon Peter Pettigrew's presumed death and your alleged murder of him. Pettigrew's recovery alive, concealed in animagus form under a false identity, renders the standing detention order unsound on its face. I am suspending all Dementor authority over you and placing you under protected witness status pending emergency review." Snape's mouth twisted. "That is not an acquittal. No, Madame Bones said, cutting him a hard look. It is the first lawful step toward correcting what should never have happened without trial. She touched her wand to Hermione's parchment, and a red seal spread across the bottom like cooling wax. Professor McGonagall, send the Gringotts copy now. Mr. Potter was right to require one. McGonagall took the sealed copy and crossed to Dumbledore's writing desk, where a narrow brass dispatch case waited beside the inkstand. She did not hurry, but every movement had the clipped precision of a witch refusing to let outrage shake her hand. The parchment slid into the case, her wand touched the clasp, and the metal sealed itself with a red line that answered the witness charm. For Gringotts, she said. House Black and House Potter matter in this record. Sirius made a rough sound from the floor. Harry looked at him at once and found the man staring not at Pettigrew, not at Madame Bones, but at Harry's hand. The rings gleamed there with quiet weight. Potter, Peverell, Black. Each one carried too much meaning for the 13-year-old fingers that wore them. Sirius's face twisted as if he had been struck. You're wearing them, Sirius said, his voice hoarse. Merlin, you're wearing black. Harry's hand curled before he made himself stop hiding it. There was no one else to answer when the house woke. Sirius flinched harder at that than he had at the bindings. No one else, he repeated. Because I was in a cell. Because I went after Peter instead of going to you. I left you there. Lupin stepped forward. Sirius, don't do this now. When? Sirius snapped, then caught himself so sharply that the anger seemed to tear something inside him. His eyes jerked back to Harry, too bright, too hollow. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout near you. I don't know how to stand in a room anymore without waiting for something to scream. Madame Bones's expression tightened. Azkaban leaves injuries that aren't visible. Healer examination is not optional. I'm not refusing, Sirius said, and then he laughed once without humor. Look at me. I'm not fit to refuse a bath. Harry moved before any adult could decide whether he should. He crossed the space slowly, stopping just beyond the last thread of Dumbledore's binding, and bent enough that Sirius did not have to look up so far. The smell of prison clung to him, cold stone, old cloth, sickness, and something worse that Harry's Peverell mark recognized with a silent recoil. Sirius stared at him as if the boy in front of him kept becoming three people at once. James's son, Black's young lord, and someone with old, tired patience behind Lily's eyes. You shouldn't look like that, he whispered. You're 13. I know, Harry said quietly. I'm also older than I look in some ways, and younger in others. Sirius swallowed. What did they do to you? Harry thought of the cupboard, the old life, Samhain fire, 3 crests opening under his skin, and the record cooling on Dumbledore's desk. Too much, he said. But not all of it was damage. Sirius's face crumpled. He bowed his head, and for a moment he looked less like a cleared man than a broken one being handed a future he was terrified to touch. James trusted me with you. Harry kept his voice steady because Sirius could not bear softness without drowning in it. Then start by staying alive, staying lawful, and letting Madame Bones finish what Hermione started. Madame Bones did not let the room soften around Sirius for long. She turned from Harry and raised 2 fingers to her oars, and both moved at once, one toward Pettigrew's globe and one toward the fireplace. Pettigrew pressed himself back against the curved glass, eyes wet and darting, while Flitwick kept his wand steady and the globe bright enough to make refusal look childish. Peter Pettigrew is to be transferred under sealed custody to a ministry-holding cell with no Dementor access, no visitor access, and no private questioning until I authorize it, Madame Bones said. If he changes shape, stammers, faints, begs, or tries to die of cowardice, you will treat all of it as obstruction and call me. Pettigrew whimpered. Amelia, please, I can explain. You can explain to a recorder, council, and a court, Madame Bones said. Not to a frightened schoolroom full of children. The fire flared green before the Auror could finish sealing it, and Cornelius Fudge stumbled out with his bowler hat clutched in both hands and panic already shining through his official face. Dumbledore, what is this I hear about Black being found? The Dementors are restless at the gates, and I must insist that custody remains with the ministry. Harry felt Sirius go rigid beside the binding. The reaction was not anger first. It was terror wearing anger's face. Madame Bones stepped between Fudge and Sirius. Custody does remain with the ministry, Minister. Mine. Fudge blinked at her. Amelia, surely you understand the delicacy. The public has been told for months that Black is a murderer. We cannot have confusion. Harry's black ring cooled hard against his finger. He did not raise his voice. Confusion is what happens when people prefer the old story to the new evidence. Fudge looked at him then, and Harry saw the calculation arrive a heartbeat after recognition. Harry, my dear boy, this is an adult matter. McGonagall returned from the desk before Harry could answer, the brass case gone and a small goblin-marked receipt in her hand. The Gringotts copy has been received under house damage notice. Potter, Black, and Peverell acknowledgements are logged. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened at the last name. Fudge went pale in stages, as if each house had taken another inch of air from the room. Hermione's voice came from Harry's left, quiet but exact. That means the record now exists outside Hogwarts and outside the Ministry. Madam Bones gave Hermione one brief look of approval. Correct, Minister, Sirius Black will not be removed to Azkaban. He will be examined by healers, held as a protected witness, and reviewed under emergency legal procedure. If you wish to object, do it in writing where I can answer you in writing. Fudge's mouth opened, then closed. Sirius watched him with shaking hatred, but he did not move. Harry kept his hand visible, rings cold and bright, and understood that the room had changed again. Sirius was still bound, still damaged, still not free, but the Ministry could no longer carry him away in the dark and call it order. The Aurors took Pettigrew first. Flitwick guided the globe down from the desk until it hovered at chest height, and the nearest Auror fixed 3 silver bands around the glass before adding a Ministry seal that flashed blue, then red, then settled into white. Pettigrew looked at Ron through the curve of it, pleading without words, and Ron turned his face away so sharply that Harry heard his breath catch. Take him, Madam Bones said. He is not to be taken anywhere near the Dementors, not to be put where visitors or curious officials can reach him, and I want his cell checked twice before dawn for charms that stop an animagus change. Pettigrew began babbling as the Aurors drew him toward the flow, but the glass muffled the words into a wet, useless noise. The fire swallowed him and the first Auror together. Fudge followed after one last look at the sealed parchment, pale and stiff with the effort of pretending he had chosen restraint. When the flames died, Dumbledore's office felt larger, colder, and more tired. Madam Bones turned to Dumbledore. Release Mr. Black from your binding. Slowly. Dumbledore lifted his wand. The gold light loosened strand by strand, and Sirius flinched as each thread peeled away. Harry did not think it hurt. He thought Sirius had forgotten how to trust the end of a restraint. When the last golden strand vanished, Madam Bones clasped a narrow silver band around Sirius's wrist and stepped back before he could mistake it for another chain. That marks you as a protected witness and gives healers authority to reach you first, she said. If you run, attack anyone, or go after Pettigrew yourself, I will have to treat you as a danger. Do you understand me? Sirius looked at Harry before he answered. I understand. Harry stepped closer, careful of the way Sirius's whole body tightened at movement. Then I need you to understand me. Sirius went still. Anything. I want you as my godfather, Harry said, and the words hurt more than he expected because wanting made loss possible again. But not as a weapon. Not as someone who throws himself at old enemies and leaves me with another empty chair. If you're coming into my life, you stay alive, you listen to healers, and you don't drag House Black's worst habits behind you like a banner. Lupin closed his eyes briefly. Hermione's hand found Harry's sleeve and squeezed once, fierce and approving. Sirius gave a broken laugh, but tears stood in his eyes. James would have said I deserve that. James isn't here, Harry said. I am. The answer sobered him. Sirius bowed his head, then pushed himself upright with visible effort. He swayed, and Lupin caught one elbow before Harry had to see him fall. Then I swear it, Sirius said, voice rough but clear. No private vengeance. No vanishing into stupidity. Healers first. Law first. You first. Madam Bones's monocle flashed. That will be entered as a witnessed undertaking. Harry looked at Sirius standing under the office lights, ruined, shaking, alive, and no longer only a newspaper monster or a portrait warning. He was family now, not repaired, not safe in any simple way, but present by record, oath, and choice. The black ring warmed against Harry's finger, and for once the weight of it did not feel like a house demanding an answer. It felt like a door opening. 38. The Godfather at Home. Sirius came to Potter Manor 3 days after Madame Bones allowed Healer-supervised travel, thin as a curse victim and freshly washed in robes that didn't quite know what to do with his bones. Harry met him in the entrance hall because waiting in a drawing room felt too formal and waiting outside felt too much like hoping. The flow flared green. A healer stepped through first, then Lupin, and finally Sirius, who braced one hand against the mantel as if the simple act of arriving somewhere clean had taken more courage than facing a wand. Potter Manor did not perform for him. Its hall stood warm, repaired in places and scarred in others, with polished stone underfoot, old portraits watching from the walls, and late afternoon light falling across the staircase where Tilly had insisted on fresh flowers. The air smelled of beeswax, bread from the kitchens, and the faint green edge of warding herbs drying near the inner doors. Harry had grown used to those signs of home. He saw them become wounds on Sirius's face. Then the portrait above the turn of the stairs moved. James Potter leaned forward in the painted frame, young and bright and trying badly not to look broken. Lily stood beside him with one hand pressed to her mouth, her green eyes shining in paint with impossible life. Harry had met them earlier in the summer, in private and with more crying than dignity, but he had never seen anyone else meet them. He had never seen Sirius Black look up and stop breathing. "Well," James said, voice rough under the forced joke. "You look dreadful, Mutt." Sirius stared at him, his face emptied. For 1 second he looked almost offended by mercy, as if cruelty would have made more sense and been easier to survive. Then Lily whispered, "Sirius," and that was what broke him. He dropped to his knees on the polished stone with a sound Harry felt in his own bones. Lupin moved as if to catch him, but Sirius was already folded forward, both hands over his face, sobbing so hard that words became useless. "I'm sorry," he choked. "James, Lily, I'm sorry. I left him there. I should have gone to him. I should have gone to Harry." James's painted hand gripped the frame. Lily's face crumpled, but she did not look away. Harry stood very still while the adults around him failed to know what to do. Lupin's eyes were wet. The healer looked stricken. Tilly had appeared near the stairs with a blanket in her hands, her ears trembling. Harry crossed to Sirius and crouched beside him. He did not tell him it was all right. It wasn't. He did not say James and Lily forgave him, because forgiveness belonged to them and not to a boy trying to hold a broken man together. Instead, he put one hand carefully on Sirius's shoulder and waited until the sobbing shifted enough for Sirius to hear him. "Mum, Dad," Harry said, and the words still felt new enough to hurt. "Let me get him into bed. You can follow us up. He needs rest." The hall went quiet around that. Sirius shook under Harry's hand, ruined by grief, healing, and the terrible kindness of being allowed inside. Harry nodded to Lupin, and together they helped his godfather stand, one slow inch at a time, while Potter Manor opened around them like a house remembering how to hold family. Sirius slept for 14 hours, woke long enough to drink broth under Tilly's glare, and slept again until the healer stopped looking as if she might stun him for his own good. Harry did not push him toward Castle Black the next morning, or the next. He waited until Sirius could sit at breakfast without his hands shaking around the cup, and until Madame Pomfrey's visiting colleague admitted, with obvious reluctance, that a short warded visit might do more good than another day spent pretending not to be watched. When they arrived at Castle Black, the air was colder than Potter Manor, not neglected exactly, but older in a way that made warmth feel like something that had to earn entry. The entrance hall rose high above them in black stone, silver sconces, and long portraits whose painted eyes followed Sirius before they lowered, one by one, to Harry's rings. Dust had been cleared from the floors. Tilly's cousins had polished the main stair. Still, the place carried the weight of too many years spent preserving power without asking whether anyone felt safe inside it. Sirius stood just beyond the threshold, jaw locked hard enough to hurt. "I ran from this house in every way that mattered," he said. "Now I'm back because a 13-year-old had to answer it." Harry kept his voice level. "I answered because no one else could. That doesn't mean I want to handle it alone." A portrait near the left archway stirred, an old black witch in midnight robes lifting her chin. "The boy has sense. That is inconveniently rare in this family." Sirius flinched at the voice, then barked a humorless laugh. "Still charming, Aunt Elidora." "Still alive, Sirius?" the portrait asked. "How untidy." Lupin's mouth tightened. Harry stepped forward before Sirius could turn pain into a fight. We're not here for old punishments. We're here to decide what parts of Castle Black can open, what stays sealed, and what nobody touches without witnesses. That drew more attention than Sirius's return had. Frames shifted. A house elf appeared near the stairs with a ledger almost as large as its chest and bowed so low its nose nearly touched the floor. Master Harry is wise to say witnesses, the elf squeaked. East Archive has bite wards, oath drawers, and 3 cupboards that is not being opened since old Mistress Walburga's grandmother. Sirius stared at the elf. Creature? The elf's ears flattened. Creature serves the House of Black. Harry heard the missing answer. Not you. Not yet. Sirius heard it too, and the color drained from his face. Harry rested one hand over the black ring, not to command, but to remind himself of the line he had chosen. Creature, you'll serve Castle Black under my authority for now, but Sirius is my godfather and rightful family. You will not insult him, provoke him, or test him for sport. Creature trembled. Creature hears. Sirius looked away, shame and relief crossing his face together. I don't know how to be part of this without poisoning it. Then we start with one room, Harry said. No archives today. No dark cupboards. We choose a sitting room with good light, check the wards, and make somewhere you can sit without fighting the walls. Aunt Elidora sniffed from her frame. Radical. A black using a room for sitting. Sirius gave a cracked laugh despite himself. Harry let that small sound stand, then led them deeper into the castle with Lupin at Sirius's side, Creature clutching the ledger, and the portraits watching as Castle Black took its first careful step toward becoming a home instead of a sentence. By the time Hermione, Luna, Neville, Fred, and George came to Potter Manor 2 evenings later, Sirius had enough color in his face to complain about being arranged in the sunroom like a fragile antique. Tilly had placed him in the chair nearest the window, with a blanket over his knees, a tray of tea within reach, and instructions sharp enough that even Fred and George entered quietly. Harry saw their usual theater catch at the sight of him. Sirius Black was not a wanted poster now. He was thin wrists, hollow cheeks, restless fingers, and eyes that checked every doorway before settling on the children who had once only known his name as a warning. Hermione recovered first because Hermione often made courage out of procedure. She crossed the rug, stopped at a careful distance, and inclined her head. Mr. Black, I'm glad you're well enough to receive visitors. Sirius stared at her solemnity for half a breath, then gave a faint, crooked smile. Miss Granger, if you call me Mr. Black in that voice, I'll start checking whether I've accidentally become my mother. Harry saw Hermione's shoulders loosen. Sirius, then, but only because Harry says you're allowed to be sensible sometimes. Cruel boy, Sirius said, glancing at Harry. Spreading lies while I'm too weak to defend myself. Fred stepped in beside George, both of them studying him with unusually open faces. George held a small wrapped parcel in both hands. We brought contraband. Fred nodded gravely. Healer-approved contraband, which ruins the brand somewhat, but we're adapting. Sirius accepted the parcel with visible caution. Inside was a small tin of ginger biscuits and a folded card charmed so that a badly drawn black dog chased a rat around the edge until the rat dived into a ministry seal and got stuck. Sirius looked at it for a long moment, then laughed. The sound was cracked and startled, but it was real enough that Lupin, standing near the door, closed his eyes briefly. Neville came forward after that, holding a potted plant with dark green leaves and tiny white flowers. Gran said this one helps rooms feel less stale. It isn't medicinal, exactly. It just likes old houses. Luna leaned closer to the plant and nodded. It's polite. Some plants are only pretending. Sirius looked from Luna to Neville, then to Harry, clearly unsure whether he had missed a joke or walked into a better world than the one he had left. Thank you, he said, and his voice had gone rough again. All of you. Hermione sat on the edge of the sofa, hands folded tight in her lap. You should know something. We were frightened of you before. Not because we knew you, but because the adults and newspapers made you into a simple answer. Sirius's smile faded. They did a good job of that. They were wrong, Neville said, surprising himself enough to blush. And I'm sorry I believed it. Sirius looked at him with sudden attention, then shook his head. Don't apologize for believing what every grown wizard in Britain was shouting at you. Just don't stop checking when the shouting gets convenient. Harry felt the room settle around that, not healed, but altered. His friends had come expecting a famous victim, a cleared prisoner, maybe even Harry's dangerous godfather. They were leaving room, slowly and awkwardly, for a man who could be tired, sharp, funny, ashamed, and still family. Sirius stroked one finger over the charmed dog on the card, watching it chase the trapped rat again, and Harry understood that this was another kind of record. Not Ministry Inc., not house law, but children choosing what story they would carry next. After the others left, Potter Manor did not fall empty. It settled instead, as if the house had learned the difference between silence and loneliness. The sunroom held the remains of the visit in small, stubborn proofs. Crumbs near Sirius's saucer, the charm card propped against the teapot, Neville's plant placed where afternoon light would find it, and one of Luna's folded paper creatures wandering politely around the edge of the tray until Tilly caught it and told it to behave. Sirius watched the little paper thing attempt a bow. "Your friends are terrifying." Harry sat across from him with a cup he had barely touched. "They were being gentle." "That's what worries me," Sirius said, then rubbed both hands over his face before the joke could carry him too far. "I don't know how to do this, Harry. James and Lily in the portrait. Remus looking at me like I might vanish. Children bringing biscuits and Mercy. Castle Black waiting with teeth. You sitting there with 3 houses on your hand and more sense than any of us had at 20. Harry looked toward the door because part of him wanted an adult to enter and answer for him. No one did. Lupin had gone to speak with the healer. Tilly was pretending not to listen from the corridor. James and Lily had followed them from the stair portrait into the sunroom frame earlier, but even they were quiet now. "You don't have to do all of it tonight," Harry said. "You have to sleep, eat, listen when healers tell you no, and come back tomorrow." Sirius lowered his hands. His eyes were red, but clearer than they had been that first evening. "And if I fail? Then we correct it before it becomes a disaster," Harry said. "That's what family is supposed to do, I think. Not pretend nobody breaks. Not wait until everything's ruined. Correct early. Stay close. Try again." James made a soft sound from the portrait, half laugh and half pain. "That's better than we managed sometimes." Lily leaned against his shoulder, her painted gaze on Harry. "You shouldn't have had to learn it alone." Harry swallowed, then made himself answer instead of hiding behind the ache. "I didn't learn all of it alone. I learned some of it by knowing what being alone costs." Sirius shifted forward, blanket sliding from one knee. "Harry." Harry stood before the softness in Sirius's voice could undo him. He crossed the rug, picked up the blanket, and set it back over Sirius's legs with more care than dignity. "Don't make that face. Tilly will blame me if you catch cold from dramatic remorse." Sirius caught his wrist lightly before Harry could step away. He did it slowly enough that Harry could refuse, and that mattered more than the touch itself. "I can't give you back the years." "I know," Harry said. "I can't be James. I'm not asking you to be." Sirius's fingers trembled once around his wrist. "Then what am I allowed to be?" Harry looked at him, really looked, and saw no poster, no shadow in the papers, no perfect replacement for parents who were paint and memory now. He saw a ruined man choosing not to run, a godfather bound by law, grief, and promise, and an adult who belonged to him not because the world had arranged it neatly, but because they had both chosen the harder door. "Mine," Harry said quietly. "My godfather, my family, that's enough to start." Sirius bowed his head over Harry's hand. He did not sob this time. He only breathed, ragged and human, while Lily wept silently in the portrait and James stood behind her with one hand pressed against the painted frame. Potter Manor held the room warm around them, and Harry felt, for the first time without argument from fear, that he had an adult who belonged to him by love and law. 39. Girls, Houses, and Notice. Harry noticed the stairs first at King's Cross because he had learned, long before magic, the difference between ordinary looking and measuring. Ordinary looking slid away when caught. Measuring stayed polite, adjusted itself, and pretended it had only been passing through. This was measuring. It came from mothers with careful gloves, fathers with signet rings, older students pretending to search for friends, and girls who looked once at his scar, then again at his robes, his rings, and the way Sirius Black stood at his shoulder like a thin, dangerous promise the world had failed to keep buried. Sirius had insisted on coming to the platform despite the healer's frown and Tilly's loud opinions about reckless masters with bones made of string. He looked better than he had at Potter Manor, though better still meant too sharp around the cheekbones and too quick to check shadows. His robes were plain black, perfectly brushed, and cut to fit a body that had not yet remembered how to fill them. House Black sat on him like a blade returned to its sheath. Lupin stood on Harry's other side, quieter, watchful, with one hand near his wand whenever the crowd shifted too close. Hermione was speaking with her parents near the barrier, her Granger ring bright on her hand and her chin lifted in the way that said she knew people were looking and would rather make them regret underestimating her than pretend not to notice. Luna stood beside Neville and examined a passing witch's hat with such calm interest that the witch checked it for hexes. Fred and George had already vanished once and reappeared behind Percy, which suggested the year had not yet learned caution. A witch in dove-gray robes slowed near them, her gaze flicking from Harry's Potter ring to the black ring, then to Sirius. "Lord Potter," she said with a smooth little inclination. "Lord Black, it is a relief to see matters corrected at last." Harry inclined his head because Sirius had drilled him for 3 evenings on not looking like prey when addressed by people who wrap teeth in etiquette. "Thank you, madam." Her smile warmed by half a degree, not from affection, but from calculation rewarded. "My daughter will be in 3rd year. Ravenclaw. I hope the renewed year proves more settled." Sirius's hand settled lightly at Harry's shoulder, not gripping, only present. "Settled would be novel," he said. "We're considering it carefully." The witch laughed as if he had been charming rather than warning her not to press. She moved on, and 2 younger girls near the bookstall whispered behind gloved hands. One looked mortified when Harry's gaze crossed hers. The other looked back, curious and unashamed, then dipped a small, correct nod before turning away. Harry's ears warmed. "That's new." Sirius's mouth twitched. "No, pup, that's old. You're only noticing because people have stopped pretending you're just a scar with legs." Harry looked down at his hands. Potter, Black, and Peverell sat there in metal and law, not heavy in weight but impossible to forget. Proper robes. Healer fed color in his face. A godfather beside him. Friends around him. A House Granger founder within reach. He was 13, still too young for half the attention now gathering around his name, but the world had begun counting anyway. Hermione caught his eye from across the platform, saw enough to understand, and her expression sharpened into the same worried anger she wore before difficult research. Harry knew then that the staring was not going away. It had only found a new shape. The attention followed them onto the train in pieces, not as a single crowd Harry could answer and dismiss. A 4th-year boy in green-trimmed robes paused at their compartment door, saw Hermione seated beside the window with her Granger ring resting openly on her book, and changed his mind about whatever insult had been forming. 2 second-year girls walked past twice before one gathered courage enough to ask Luna whether the seat beside her was free, then blushed so hard when Harry looked up that Luna kindly answered for both of them. "It is free," Luna said, shifting her bag, "but it may become socially complicated if you're only pretending to need a seat." The girl's blush deepened. I did need a seat. Also my cousin said I should introduce myself properly if I had the chance." Hermione's quill stilled above her notebook. Harry felt Sirius's warning from the platform settle over his shoulders like a cloak. He closed the book on house ward maintenance and gave the girl his attention without smiling too quickly. "Harry Potter." "I know," she said, then looked appalled at herself. "Sorry, I'm Eleanor Vane, Ravenclaw, 2nd year. My mother said House Vane offers formal respects to House Potter, House Black, and House Peverell on Lord Black's restoration." Neville, who had been trying to coax Trevor out from under a lunch wrapper, looked up in alarm. Fred and George, sprawled in the corridor because they had declared the doorway a strategic observation post, exchanged a look of wicked enlightenment. George leaned closer to Fred. "Formal respects, Forge." Fred nodded gravely. "On restoration, Gred. Very polished. We'll need cards." Hermione gave them a look sharp enough to prune hedges. "Don't." Eleanor's shoulders loosened at the joke, but her gaze kept returning to Hermione's hand. "And to House Granger, if that's acceptable. My mother wasn't sure if it would be rude to assume connection or ruder not to acknowledge it." Hermione's face changed by degrees, surprise first, then caution, then something angrier because caution had been made necessary. House Granger acknowledges the courtesy, she said, the words a little formal but steady. Thank you. That small exchange altered the compartment more than Harry expected. The girls sat, not close to him, but close enough to be seen sitting with them. When the trolley came by, she bought pumpkin pasties with hands that shook only once, and the corridor outside slowed as if the train itself had learned to peer through glass. By mid-afternoon, it was not only pure-blood children. A muggle-born first-year girl stopped with her trunk handle clenched in both hands and stared at Hermione's ring as if it were proof of a rumor too large to trust. You're the one who founded a house, she said, voice barely above the wheels. People said it was made up. Hermione looked at Harry, then back at the girl. It isn't made up. It also wasn't easy. The girl swallowed. Can others do it? Perhaps, Hermione said, softer now. Not by copying me, but there are paths they don't explain early enough. Harry saw the hope strike harder than any greeting from old families. The pure bloods looked at their orbit and saw names, alliances, risks, and future contracts. The muggle-borns looked and saw a door where they had been told there was a wall. The isolated girls looked and saw something else again. Hermione seated as founder rather than ornament, Luna accepted without apology, Neville protected without being mocked, Fred and George laughing but not cruel, and Harry with 3 houses on his hands yet still listening before he answered. When the girl hurried away, Hermione pressed her fingers briefly against her ring. This is going to spread. Harry looked past his reflection in the window to the blurred countryside racing by. It already has. Hermione did not let the subject rest after the first year left. She waited until the corridor noise thinned and Eleanor Vane had gone to find her own friends, then shut the compartment door with a careful slide that sounded far too final. Fred and George were still in the corridor, but both leaned away with exaggerated innocence when Hermione looked through the glass. Harry set his book aside. That face usually means you found a problem with footnotes. I found a problem with timing, Hermione said, returning to her seat. She did not sit like someone resting. She sat like someone taking a position before debate. Everyone keeps saying later. Later for courtship. Later for betrothal politics. Later for formal house arrangements. But they're already looking. Neville shifted Trevor's box onto his lap as if the toad might need shielding from adult words. You're only 13. So is Harry, Hermione said. That hasn't stopped anyone from counting his houses, his rings, his godfather, his vaults, his properties, his future heirs, and whoever they think should stand close enough to claim influence before someone else does. Luna, who had been folding a sweet wrapper into something vaguely bird-shaped, tilted her head. People who count children as future doors usually knock before the children know there's a door. Harry looked down at his hands. The rings sat there in innocent metal, but the compartment had stopped feeling like a school carriage. It felt like a small room in a much larger negotiation, with the countryside flashing by outside as if speed could make any of it less real. Sirius said he'd handle that if anyone tried to push. Hermione's expression softened at the mention of Sirius, but not enough to blunt the worry. He will try, and he'll be better than most because he loves you. But he's been free for weeks, Harry, not years. He's still healing. He knows black law, but he's also spent half his life being punished by the Black family for not being what they wanted. Neville looked between them. Gran says betrothal talk in old families starts as hints before it becomes papers. Visits, invitations, lessons together, formal respects, mothers saying their daughters happen to be in the same room. Like Eleanor? Harry asked. No, Hermione said, then paused. Not exactly. Eleanor was sent to be seen being polite. That's different from being offered. But it's on the same road. Fred tapped on the glass, then slid the door open just enough to poke his head in. For the record, if anyone sends Harry a girl by post, we object unless the owl has proper ventilation. George appeared beside him, and a return address. We're not savages. Hermione pointed at them with her quill. You two are proving my point. Everyone jokes because saying it plainly is uncomfortable, but the machine is already moving. The twins' humor faded by a fraction, which told Harry they understood more than they wanted to admit. Fred glanced at Harry's rings, then at Hermione's. Right, less jokes where strangers can hear. Better jokes in private, George added, quieter. Harry felt grateful and irritated at once. I don't want people planning my life because I look useful on a family tree. Hermione's eyes met his, steady and fierce. Then we don't pretend not to see it. We learn the forms before anyone traps you with them. And mine too, because House Granger won't become someone's clever little attachment because they were quicker with paperwork. Harry saw then that her anger wasn't only for him. It was for herself, for the muggle-born girl in the corridor, for every hidden door named too late. He nodded slowly. All right, we ask Sirius before the hints become papers. Hermione breathed out, relief and dread together. Outside, the train curved north, carrying them toward Hogwarts, where old eyes, young whispers, and polite invitations were already waiting. By the time the feast ended, Harry had counted 6 new greetings, 3 careful bows, 2 girls introduced by older siblings, and 1 Slytherin third year who looked at Hermione's ring with the expression of someone revising a map. Hogwarts had not changed in stone or candlelight, yet the spaces around Harry's group felt altered. Seats remained open near them until someone brave enough took one. Conversations softened when Hermione turned her head. Portraits above the hall doors watched with the smug interest of painted witnesses who had seen this pattern before. They did not go to Ravenclaw Tower. Hermione dismissed that at once because Neville could not enter easily, Fred and George did not belong there, and half the problem was already people watching doors. The twins exchanged one glance, then Fred said, "We might know a place." George held up one finger. "Not for crimes." Fred held up a second. "Not only for crimes." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Is this going to make me regret trusting you?" "Almost certainly," George said, leading them up a quiet staircase. "But not tonight." They brought the group to a corridor Harry knew only vaguely, with a tapestry of trolls in ballet clothes hanging along one wall. Fred paced past a blank stretch of stone once, then George paced back, both of them concentrating with unusual seriousness. On the third pass, a door formed in the wall as if Hogwarts had decided to admit it had been listening. Neville nearly dropped Trevor's box. "Was that always there?" "No," Luna said, sounding pleased. "It was waiting to be useful." Inside was a modest sitting room with a round table, 6 chairs, a low fire, and shelves full of blank parchment, ink, and ordinary-looking law books. Harry stopped on the threshold, feeling the castle's quiet attention settle around them without teeth. It was not Potter Manor and not Castle Black. It was Hogwarts making room. Hermione set her bag down, opened house law forms for minor heirs, and placed it on the table like a weapon. "We said we'd ask Sirius." Harry looked toward the portrait pendant tucked safely inside his robe. "Tonight? Before we talk ourselves into being polite about waiting," Hermione said. "If we wait until there's a proper letter, a proper visit, or a proper adult smiling over tea, then we're already late." Harry drew the pendant out and set it on the table. The little painted version of himself appeared at the frame's edge, then straightened when he saw everyone gathered. "Oh," the painted Harry said. "That's the face we make before paperwork bites." Harry touched the frame. "Can you reach the Potter Manor sunroom portrait?" "I can reach the portrait," the painted Harry said. "I can't drag your godfather through paint unless he's been varnished while nobody was looking." Fred leaned over George's shoulder. "I really do like him." The painted Harry stepped sideways out of the pendant frame. Several minutes passed with only the fire, the rustle of Hermione turning pages, and Neville murmuring to Trevor. Then the painted Harry returned alone, his expression sharper. Tilly woke him. "Sirius is in the sunroom with James and Lily's frame. He says, and I quote, 'What's wrong?'" Harry leaned closer to the pendant. "Tell him nothing immediate. People are looking. On the platform, on the train, at the feast. Formal respects. Girls being introduced. Hermione thinks the hints are starting before anyone admits what they are." The painted Harry listened, vanished again, and returned after a longer pause. Sirius said, "Names?" He sounded very black about it. "Not enemies," Hermione said quickly, as if the miniature messenger needed the exact words. "Polite people, careful people, people who can say later while arranging now." This time the weight felt colder. When the painted Harry returned, he did not joke. "He says you're not wrong. He says no surprise contracts, no private meetings with family representatives without him or another trusted adult, no accepting gifts with charms, clauses, ribbons, family tokens, or sentimental rubbish attached. No signing anything, obviously, and no verbal promises dressed up as manners." Harry let out a breath he had not known he was holding. "Ask if he'll help." The painted Harry disappeared and came back almost at once, with something softer in his painted face. He says, "I'll guide you. Not choose for you, not trade you, not let anyone count you into a corner because they reached the table first." He also says House Granger gets the same protection if Hermione wants it. Hermione's hand closed over her ring. "Tell him I do." When the answer came back, it carried Sirius's tired steel through Harry's own painted voice. "Tomorrow he'll write to Flitwick, McGonagall, and Gringotts. He says rules first, before anyone mistakes your youth for an opening." Harry looked at the faces around the table, his friends quiet, worried, and still there. The fear did not vanish, but it gained edges he could hold. "Guidance," he said, "not surprise contracts." The painted Harry's mouth tilted faintly, and this time the words were unmistakably Sirius's. "Exactly, pup. Family should open doors, not shove you through them." 40. 3 names for the future. By breakfast, Sirius's first letter had already found Professor Flitwick, and the second reached Professor McGonagall before Harry had managed more than toast and half a cup of tea. The third went to Gringotts by a narrow gray owl that looked as if it had been personally offended by delay. Harry knew because the painted Harry in his pendant reported each arrival with the grim satisfaction of someone watching adults finally move before the trap closed. After last lesson, Flitwick's note brought Harry, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Fred, and George to his office. McGonagall stood near the hearth with her hands folded over her robes, while Flitwick sat behind his desk with Sirius's letter open beside a stack of house law references. The fireplace burned green for one brief flare, and then Sirius's living face appeared in the flames, thinner than Harry liked but very much present, with wet hair as if Tilly had chased him from a bath rather than let him answer formally. "I'm not a contract goblin," Sirius said before anyone else spoke. "I'm not here to choose wives for Harry, and nobody in this room is being bound to anything today." Hermione's shoulders loosened by the smallest amount. Harry noticed because he had been watching for it. "Then why are we here?" "Because other people are already thinking ahead," McGonagall said, her voice plain and cool. "Better that you understand the shape of the road before strangers start laying stones under your feet." Flitwick tapped the letter gently. "Lord Black has asked us to begin with principles rather than pressure. The first principle is that Hermione Granger must never be treated as a useful attachment to House Potter. If her name is ever joined to Potter, it must be because the bond already exists in truth, trust, work, and consent." Harry looked at Hermione, and the words pressed against the private shape of years already lived together in study, danger, law, and impossible firsts. He had meant to be careful. He had meant to say something sensible after Flitwick had prepared the ground properly, with parchment and witnesses and enough explanation that nobody could mistake him for grasping at her because the world had begun measuring him. Instead, the truth came out with all the grace of a tripping staircase. "Hermione," Harry said, and then had to stop because everyone looked at him. "Would you be my Lady Potter? Betrothed to me, I mean. Not now as in married now, obviously. Later, if you want, and if you don't, then you don't, and nothing changes, and I'll still help with Granger and everything." Hermione stared at him. Her face went red from her collar to the roots of her hair, and Fred made a small noise that sounded like he had swallowed a firework. Harry pressed on because stopping seemed worse. "And House Granger wouldn't vanish. We could make a rule. Our children could inherit Granger and Potter in their turn, so both houses continue properly and nobody says Granger was only a step into Potter." "Children," Hermione squeaked. Neville looked as if Trevor had leapt onto the desk and started reciting marriage law. Luna blinked dreamily at the ceiling. Fred and George both put their hands over their mouths, which was not the same as behaving, but was clearly the best they could manage. Harry's ears burned. Future children, theoretical children, legal continuity children. "That is not better," Hermione said, still scarlet. Sirius coughed in the fire, and it was very obviously not a cough. McGonagall's mouth twitched once before discipline reclaimed it. Flitwick, merciful and terrible, dipped his quill and made a note. "Awkward, sincere, and legally relevant. Continue." Hermione stared at the note as if she might set it on fire by wool alone. Then she looked back at Harry, and underneath the embarrassment there was something softer and more frightened. "You're 13. So are you," Harry said. "That's why I'm asking about later, with witnesses, before anyone else tries to arrange it around us. Hermione's hand closed over her Granger ring. She did not answer yes. She did not answer no, but she nodded once, sharp and small, as if accepting that the question existed was already a dangerous first step. Hermione was still red enough that Fred and George kept looking at one another with the bright, desperate restraint of boys who understood that one joke too many would get them murdered in a legally interesting way. Harry kept his hands flat on his knees and tried not to stare at her, because the word children had apparently escaped the room, run around the walls, and come back wearing bells. Sirius, from the green fire, looked as though he was trying very hard not to laugh and not managing to look innocent while doing it. "Right," he said. "Before Hermione decides to hex all of us into sensible silence, we should talk about Black." Harry's stomach tightened in a different way. Potter had felt like hearth and home, even if saying it aloud had made his voice nearly fall over itself. Black felt colder, older, a house with locked rooms, sharp portraits, and rules that had learned to smile while cutting. "I told you I'd give it back," Harry said. "If you want Black, I mean, you were born to it. I only have it because everything went wrong." Sirius's face changed at once. The humor left him so completely that the flames seemed to sharpen around his cheekbones. "Not bloody likely." Harry blinked. "Sirius." "No," Sirius said, and there was enough Black in his voice to make even George stand a little straighter. "I spent my life running from Black, then 12 years being eaten alive because people preferred the neat version of the story. I'm not letting that house get its claws into me now and call it restoration. I'll advise you. I'll guard you. I'll stand witness until my bones stop creaking. But I am not taking the lordship back." McGonagall's mouth tightened, not disapprovingly. "That is a lawful refusal if formally witnessed later." Flitwick nodded, "And an emotionally honest one now." Harry swallowed. "Then who stands with Black? Later, I mean, if Hermione is Potter and Granger stays Granger, Black still needs someone who understands not being swallowed by a house." Sirius breathed out through his nose. "Andromeda does. She paid for that understanding. Her daughter might too, if she chooses it." "Tonks," Harry said, surprised into using the name before he could make it formal. Fred grinned. "Our Tonks?" George placed a hand over his heart. "The sacred terror of Hogsmeade weekends?" Sirius's mouth twitched again. "Nymphadora Tonks, yes, though call her that to her face and she'll probably demonstrate why Black reflexes aren't always polite. She's 2 years older than you, same year as the twins, and she wants Auror training more than she wants anyone's drawing room approval." Harry thought of Tonks's quick grin, her changing hair, her careless-looking balance that was never quite careless, and the way she had once called Sirius a dramatic old dog while making him drink Healer's tonic. "I like her," he said carefully, "but I won't ask her to give up being an Auror for Black." "Good," Sirius said, "because Andromeda would skin us both, and Tonks would help." Harry was still thinking about Tonks helping Andromeda skin them both when Hermione made a small, strangled sound beside him. She had recovered from the first shock enough to look dangerous again, though her cheeks had not entirely cooled. "That accounts for Potter and Black," she said, very carefully. "Which means everyone in this room is pretending not to look at Peverell." The fire shifted. Sirius's expression went flatter, older, and for the first time since the conversation began Harry felt the raven across his back answer the name like a shadow lifting its head. Peverell was not hearth. It was not Black's cold politics either. It was gravestone, old promises, last doors, and magic so deep that even thinking of it made the room feel smaller. Flitwick folded his hands on the desk. "Miss Granger is correct. Peverell cannot be ignored merely because it is uncomfortable." "I don't know anyone for Peverell," Harry said. "Not properly. I'm not picking some girl because her family likes old blood and scary stories." "No one is asking you to pick tonight," McGonagall said. "But Peverell will attract families who think themselves old enough to survive the name, clever enough to profit by it, or foolish enough to confuse myth with safety." Sirius grimaced. "And some who are all three." Fred leaned closer to George. "That's efficient." "Very old family tradition," George murmured. "Combine your bad ideas." Hermione ignored them with effort. "Then the third lane needs someone who understands politics before anyone tries to make Harry feel guilty for hesitating." Flitwick looked at her over his spectacles. A practical observation. Sirius's eyes flicked from Hermione to Harry. "The Greengrasses have already been careful. No pressure yet, no silly gifts, no scented notes. No ambush introductions over tea. That alone puts them ahead of half the idiots with daughters. Harry frowned. Daphne Greengrass? You know her? Sirius asked. A little, Harry said. Slytherin. Quiet. Watches more than she talks. Doesn't laugh when Draco performs. Good signs, McGonagall said dryly. Sirius gave a short laugh. Daphne is young, same as you, so this stays distant unless and until both of you are old enough to have opinions worth signing beside. But Greengrass is old, cautious, and not stupid. Peverell is prestigious enough to delight them and dangerous enough to make a sensible girl ask questions before smiling. Luna, who had been tracing the edge of her teacup with one finger, looked up. She'll like the name because it sounds like a door nobody else has a key to. Harry rubbed both hands over his face, then dropped them before McGonagall could correct his posture. This sounds greedy. Hermione for Potter, Tonks for Black, Daphne for Peverell. Like I'm collecting people because I collected rings. Hermione's embarrassment softened into something sharper and kinder. It would be greedy if you wanted obedience. Sirius leaned nearer in the flames, his voice quieting. It would be Black if you wanted ownership. It would be Potter if you wanted family badly enough to do the work properly. The difference matters, pup. Harry looked down at his rings, and Peverell sat darkest of all. Then Daphne gets no surprise either. No pressure. No pretending prestige means consent. Flitwick nodded once. That is the beginning of a rule. The words stayed on the desk between them after Flitwick spoke, not written yet, but present all the same. Harry looked from his rings to Hermione's hand, then to the green fire where Sirius watched him with too much understanding and not enough rest. Potter, Black, and Peverell had felt like burdens when they first settled into law. Now they felt like rooms with doors open, waiting for people who had not been dragged through them. Flitwick drew a fresh sheet of parchment from the stack and uncapped his ink. A rule should be written before convenience edits it. Not a contract, a principle for future discussion. Hermione leaned forward at once, because written principles were safer than warm feelings. No surprise betrothal contracts. No private negotiations without Harry present and a trusted adult witness. No gifts accepted as tokens unless reviewed. McGonagall gave a brisk nod. And no verbal promises dressed as manners. Children are too often trapped by adults claiming they merely meant courtesy. Fred's expression had gone unusually serious. Add no ambush teas. George lifted one finger. And no mothers who just happen to bring daughters into the same room while pretending it's about biscuits. Sirius snorted in the fire. That one may need legal polish, but the spirit is sound. Harry watched Flitwick write, each line turning fear into something with edges. Add that nobody loses their work, he said. Hermione doesn't stop being House Granger. Tonks doesn't stop training for Auror work. Daphne, if this ever even reaches her, doesn't become Peverell decoration. Hermione's face softened, though her cheeks warmed again when her name appeared beside his in Flitwick's neat hand. And Potter and Granger inheritance alternates by agreement, if it ever matters. Not tonight, just as a possible rule. So Granger continues properly. Fred covered his mouth with one hand. George stared at the ceiling with heroic discipline. Hermione turned scarlet. Don't you dare. We are daring nothing, Fred said solemnly. Nothing at all, George agreed. We are models of emotional restraint. Luna smiled into her tea. The room is full of future ghosts pretending not to take notes. Neville looked alarmed. Actual ghosts? No, Luna said kindly. Mostly legal ones. Harry laughed then, not because any of it was light, but because his friends were there, making space around the fear until he could breathe inside it. Sirius's expression gentled in the fire. That's the point, pup. Family done properly isn't a trap. It's people making rules so love doesn't get used as a leash. Harry looked at Hermione, at Neville and Luna, at the twins trying badly to be respectable, at Flitwick writing and McGonagall witnessing, and understood something that had nothing to do with rings. The Dursleys had made family into endurance. Old houses made it into appetite. But this, awkward and red-faced and cautious, could be different. Then that's the rule, Harry said. Chosen, negotiated, witnessed, and built. Flitwick sanded the parchment, then turned it so they could all see the words drying. A fine beginning. In the green fire, Sirius smiled, thin and tired and proud. Not the old age of houses, then. The first rules of a better one. 41. First Houses of a New Age. The parchment Flitwick had written did not vanish into a drawer after the fire went cold. It followed Harry through the next few days like an extra book in his bag, copied once for McGonagall, once for Sirius, once for Gringotts, and once in Hermione's careful hand because she trusted her own copy best. By the last Friday of term, Harry sat in the small Ravenclaw study room with the windows open to summer air, sorting 3 years of notes into piles while Hermione made headings and Luna tied blue thread around anything she said felt too wiggly to file loose. Neville stood by the table with a box of old parchment folders from Professor Flitwick. He said these were for house records, not homework, he said, setting them down as if they might bite. I didn't know there was a difference. There isn't always, Hermione said, dipping her quill. That's one of the problems. Harry looked at the first blank folder and wrote Potter in the corner, then stopped. The word had once meant a green ink letter, a scar everyone else knew before he knew himself, a vault full of gold and a house he had never been allowed to enter. Now it meant wards, elves, portraits, a wounded manor slowly warmed room by room, and Hermione's name written near his with no contract pretending to be consent. Fred leaned over his shoulder. You're making the face again. Harry glanced up. What face? The one that says a filing cabinet has become emotionally significant, George said. Hermione did not look up from her parchment. That's because it has. Harry smiled despite himself and wrote Granger on the second folder. That name had changed most visibly of all. It had arrived at Hogwarts with no ring, no crest, no protection, and no explanation, then stood under Samhain and refused to remain only a borrowed branch. He remembered Hermione's face when the open book formed, her fury in house law, her first Gringotts ledger, and the way she still touched her ring when she was thinking through something dangerous. The third folder waited longer. Black. Harry's fingers tightened around the quill, and the room seemed to hold Sirius's laugh, Pettigrew's chains, Azkaban's shadow, and Castle Black's colder halls learning to answer to safer hands. Luna rested her chin on her folded arms. It looks less like a list when you write it down. What does it look like? Neville asked. Harry set the quill down and looked at the 3 names beside one another. A road, he said. Cupboard to Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw to Crests, Crests to Gringotts, Gringotts to Holmes, Holmes to Sirius, Sirius to whatever comes next. Hermione's quill slowed. And House Granger? Harry looked at her, steady now. Not beside the road. On it, one of the first stones. Professor Flitwick arrived before Hermione could decide whether the Granger folder belonged at the center of the table or beside Potter as a linked record. He came in carrying a narrow cedar case under one arm and a sealed parchment roll in his free hand, with Professor McGonagall behind him in travel robes severe enough to make even Fred and George sit straighter. The room changed at once. What had been private sorting became something with witnesses. I apologize for interrupting, Flitwick said, though his bright eyes said he had timed the interruption very carefully. Miss Granger, Gringotts returned the end-of-year recognition copy this morning. They asked that it be acknowledged before term closes. Hermione stood so quickly her chair scraped the floor. Now? Now is often when law becomes real, McGonagall said. If we let it wait, other people may decide it is less urgent than it is. Flitwick set the cedar case on the table and opened it. Inside lay a thin silver stylus, a square of parchment stamped with Gringotts' black seal, and a small wardstone no larger than a chess piece. Its surface had been carved with an open book held within a protective arch. Harry felt Potter answer faintly in his chest, not reaching to claim, only recognizing the shape of shelter around something that stood by itself. Hermione looked at the stone as if it had spoken. That's mine. Yes, Flitwick said gently. House Granger's first recognized ward marker. It will not make your parents' home a manor, nor will it pretend your house is older than it is. It will, however, establish recorded magical continuity, ring authority, household warning, and lawful recognition of your family threshold. Neville's voice came soft from the side. That means her home answers to her. McGonagall nodded, in limited but genuine form. Hermione reached for the stylus, then stopped with her fingers hovering above it. For once, she looked not frightened of failure, but frightened of the size of success. What do I write? Flitwick's expression warmed. Your name, your house, your intent, and nothing you do not mean. Hermione drew herself straight. Her hand trembled only once as she signed. Hermione Jean Granger, founder and First Lady of House Granger, records this marker for the protection, learning, and lawful future of her house. The ward stone lit beneath her ring. Gold shone through the carved book, steady and young and unmistakably hers. Fred swallowed whatever joke had been waiting. George only whispered, "Blimey." Harry watched Hermione lift the stone with both hands, and the girl who had once been told she was of no house stood in Ravenclaw sunlight with a ring, a record, a threshold, and a future the old world would have to name. The wardstone's glow had barely faded when the fireplace gave a sharp green flare. Harry turned at once, half expecting Sirius's face in the flames, but the fire opened wider than a call. A boot stepped through, then a traveling cloak, then Sirius Black himself with a leather folio under one arm and his hair tied back badly enough that McGonagall's eyes narrowed on instinct. "I brushed it," Sirius said before she spoke. "Not successfully," McGonagall replied. Fred made a strangled sound. George bit his knuckle. Hermione, still standing with the Granger wardstone in both hands, looked from Sirius to the fire and then down at the formal parchment as if checking whether the universe had decided one legal moment deserved another. Harry stood more slowly. "You came through?" "Legally," Sirius said, and the word mattered enough that his smile thinned around it. He set the folio on the table, opened it, and drew out a parchment heavy with ministry ribbon, Wizengamot seal, and a second copy marked by Gringotts. Full clearance entered. Pettigrew's custody chain confirmed. Compensation claim pending. Black Lordship refusal witnessed for transfer back to me, but my standing as lawful godfather, adult family, and recognized Black advisor is now recorded. Harry looked at the seals before he looked at Sirius. The parchment should have been only ink and ribbon, but his chest hurt as if someone had cut a chain he had been carrying without knowing its weight. "So no one can take you back." Sirius's face changed, softer and rougher at once. "They can try. They'll find me less convenient this time." McGonagall stepped closer and examined the document. "This also names you as approved advisor for Potter and Black family law matters." "And witness where Harry asks it," Sirius said. "Not master, not keeper, not some black patriarch dragging everyone into line. Advisor, godfather, and the adult who stands in the room when someone tries to make a child sign what he doesn't understand." Hermione's grip tightened on her wardstone. "That includes betrothal approaches?" Sirius looked at her properly then, with no teasing in him. "Especially those. Yours, Tonks's, Daphne's, and any idiot family that thinks prestige can run faster than consent." Harry breathed out. "I don't want people trapped because of my names." "I know," Sirius said. "That's why we write the rules before they arrive smiling." Flitwick tapped the edge of the family principal parchment from the previous meeting. "Then this copy goes with you to Gringotts?" Sirius nodded and slid it into the folio beside his clearance papers. "Tomorrow. Harry, Hermione, me, and the guardians who need to be in the room. No surprises. No bindings hidden under manners. We put the future where law can see it." Harry looked at Potter, Granger, and Black on the table, then at Sirius alive, free, and standing in the room. For the first time, Black did not feel like a locked house waiting to swallow him. It felt like a hard hand at his shoulder, scarred and imperfect, ready to hold the door while Harry chose who entered. Gringotts felt colder the next morning because everyone Harry cared about had been gathered under law. The chamber was private, deep enough that the noise of the bank became a distant scrape through stone, and bright enough that nobody could pretend they had not seen what they signed. Sirius stood behind Harry's left shoulder. Hermione sat with her parents on one side of the long table, her Granger ring resting beside the new ward marker. Andromeda and Ted Tonks stood with Tonks near the other end, Tonks's hair shifting from pink to blue and back again as if her nerves had decided to be decorative. Across from them, Lord and Lady Greengrass sat with Daphne between them, pale, composed, and watching everything. The goblin clerk placed 3 parchment sets on the table: preliminary betrothal covenants, deferred maturity clauses, education protections, profession protections, house continuity provisions, consent renewal required at majority and again before marriage. Any party may withdraw under the listed conditions without blood penalty, debt chain, or reputation forfeiture. Hermione's father leaned forward. "And this cannot make Hermione marry before she's ready?" "No," the goblin said, with mild offense. "That would be a poor contract." Sirius coughed into his fist. Tonks snorted. then looked quickly at her mother. Andromeda's face did not soften, but her eyes warmed. Nymphadora keeps Auror training. Tonks pointed at the parchment. In writing. Twice. I checked. Harry looked at her. I promised. I know, Tonks said, and her grin flashed crooked and brave. I just like seeing promises survive ink. Daphne's voice came calm from across the table. And Peverell does not claim Greengrass secrets without negotiated disclosure. Lady Greengrass touched her daughter's hand, not stopping her, only anchoring her. Harry met Daphne's eyes and nodded. No house gets swallowed. Not Granger, not Tonks, not Greengrass. Hermione looked at the parchment before her, then at Harry. Her cheeks were pink, but her voice held. And not Harry either. The room went quiet in a way Harry had not expected. He had been thinking of the girls, their houses, their futures, and the danger of becoming the sort of boy old families arranged around. Hermione, of course, had noticed the trap could close both ways. Sirius's hand settled briefly on Harry's shoulder. That line goes in. The goblin added it without argument. One by one, quills moved. Parents signed. Guardians signed. Hermione signed with care. Tonks signed with a flourish that made Ted smile. Daphne signed neatly, like someone placing a piece on a board she intended to understand before moving. Harry signed last, his hand steady but not light. When the parchments sealed, the magic rose like thin gold threads between the names, then settled into the page instead of around their throats. Beyond the chamber door, Gringotts waited. Beyond Gringotts, the old world would hear. It would measure Hermione Granger, Nymphadora Tonks, Daphne Greengrass, Sirius Black, and Harry Potter, and it would not be kind merely because they had written rules. Harry looked at the sealed covenants and felt the next road open, harder than the first. Not suffered, but chosen. Not hidden, but witnessed. Not safe, but theirs. End of Book 1.